Prologue, July 31st, 2001. One more before you head off. Harry nodded as he handed his empty glass to the barman, who poured him another whiskey and placed it back in front of him. This one's on the house, lad. Happy birthday. How did you know it was my birthday? Harry asked suspiciously, instinctively reaching for his wand. I checked your ID when you first came in, Bert reminded him with a chuckle. It's been, 6 months? I remember these things. Us barmen remember the oddest of things. Harry liked the older muggle. Bert's father had brought the pub upon returning from the war back in the 40s, and it had been passed on after his parents decided to retire on the continent. They'd both been dead for some years now, but Bert was still here with his wife, Elizabeth, who occasionally made an appearance to serve drinks when her health would allow her. The King's Arms. Harry liked this pub. Since the war had ended a little more than a few years prior, the Muggle world had become his escape from day-to-day life among his own kind. Even now, he could scarcely walk through Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade without being inundated with well-wishers, people wanting to thank him, or someone wanting an autograph. At first, he'd handled it with as much grace as he could muster, but it had quickly begun to irk him. It wasn't that he hadn't been grateful for the kind words and the praise bestowed upon him. He just found it truly meant nothing. Yes, he'd killed Voldemort, but he couldn't profess to have done it for anyone else other than himself. Perhaps he was selfish for thinking such. Nonetheless, it was the truth. He'd wanted to live more than Tom had wanted to avoid death, and Harry's had one out in the end. Still, that didn't stop his life from falling apart since. He'd hoped that with the war over, Wizarding Britain could rebuild itself, that those who'd survived the darkest of days would move on and allow him to do the same. Those hopes had been dashed when it came to his desire for privacy, for some time to breathe freely without the burden of the Dark Lord hanging over him. The things that did seem to move on only made Harry feel even more disjointed, even more alone in the world than he'd ever felt. Ron and Hermione had gotten married shortly after the war, with the former signing up to be an Auror. Hermione had decided she wished to pursue a career in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, which was temporarily on hold whilst she was in the later stages of her first pregnancy. How she'd ever gotten pregnant with the amount of arguments she and Ron found themselves in, Harry didn't know. As happy as he was for them, however, they were no longer children, even if they did act like it, and so much had changed between them. Ron had been bitter that Harry had decided not to follow him in becoming an Auror, and Hermione seemed to spend their moments together trying to convince Harry to take up his seat on the Wisengamot. It simply wasn't what he wanted. He'd seen what had become of Dumbledore, and Harry could not envision such a life for himself. He had no desire to serve the people when it suited them, and be vilified when things didn't go as they wished. No, he'd avoided the political sphere as though it was infected with a nasty case of dragon pox, and he had no intention of changing that. Maybe he'd become apathetic with much of the wizarding world. He certainly found it bittersweet being there now, even if it was the first place he'd felt he'd belonged. What? Harry questioned as he caught Bert staring at him curiously. I'm just wondering what you're doing in here on a Thursday evening and on your birthday, the man replied. For 6 months now, you've been in at 8 p.m. on the dot every Tuesday and Saturday. Are you saying I'm predictable? Bert nodded. Ex-military. Harry chuckled as he took a sip of his drink. Something like that. I thought as much, Bert murmured, offering him an understanding smile. My father had the same look in his eyes as you, that edge that only witnessing death can bring. War is a terrible thing, Harry. It's a shame the world seemed to have learned nothing from the 40s. Wars come and go, and the soldiers who fight them, whether they die in battle or alone and forgotten after. Bert shook his head. You're too young to be talking like that, he sighed. You've got your whole life ahead of you, lad. I feel like I've already lived more than one lifetime, Harry snorted. Come of it, Bert said dismissively. There's a lot for you to look forward to yet. Marriage, children, the list goes on. I don't see a ring. Is there a special lady in your life? Do you think I'd be spending my birthday in your company if there was? I know I'm not as handsome as I once was, but I'm not bad for a bloke my age, Bert returned. You're not so bad, Bert, Harry agreed. But no, there's no special lady in my life, as you put it. There wasn't. Ginny had wanted to rush him into marriage, and whatever they'd once had fell apart, much like everything else in Harry's life. For a while, he'd almost been destitute when the goblins had seized almost all of the gold in his vault as reparations for what had happened during the retrieval of Hufflepuff's cup. Fortunately, Kingsley, having been named the new Minister of Magic, had intervened on his behalf and ensured they couldn't touch the gold Sirius had left him. Harry had got the last laugh in the matter. Not wanting to leave his wealth in the hands of the creatures that despised him, Harry emptied the vault, leaving the goblins without their most prestigious client. That had not been well received by them, but Harry didn't care. He'd let the goblins and the ministry argue over something neither could change. Both had either tried to force or negotiate the return of the gold, but Harry had pointedly ignored them. He'd not set foot in Gringotts or the ministry since, and took no small amount of pleasure in annoying both entities. He smirked to himself at the thought. Still, breaking up with Ginny had just happened, much like everything else around him. Harry couldn't say he'd fought to make the relationship work. Ginny had returned to Hogwarts for her final year of school, and Harry had opted to complete his newts privately, much to her chagrin. He'd not wanted to return to the castle so soon after all that had happened there, and Ginny couldn't understand that. To her, he was being selfish and not considering that she wanted him to be closer to her. When she'd all but given him an ultimatum, Harry's choice had been surprisingly easy to make. Mrs. Weasley hadn't taken the news well, and Ron had given him a hard time for it, adding to his irritation that Harry had opted not to join the Aurors. It had strained their friendship. Mr. Weasley had been as cordial as ever, and Harry couldn't say he was ever close enough to Bill and Charlie to care what they thought. The former was married to Fleur, and Harry hadn't seen the man since shortly after the war had concluded. He still stayed in touch with George from time to time, but his relationship with Angelina, Fred's girlfriend up until he died, was an odd thing to come to terms with. Whatever worked for them was fine with Harry, but he couldn't help but think they were only together for the sake of having a part of Fred still with them. It was odd indeed, though everything in post-war magical Britain seemed to be. No, Harry had chosen to distance himself from it all less than a year after he'd killed Voldemort, and he did not regret his decision. It does explain your line of work, Harry. Bert spoke once more, pulling him from his musings. My line of work? Didn't you say you work in the security industry? Something like that. Ah, I see, Bert said interestedly. It's all a bit hush-hush. Say no more, lad. I wouldn't want you to get into trouble. Harry frowned before shaking his head amusedly. Of course, Bert didn't know he was a wizard. The man probably assumed he worked for the government in some capacity, maybe as a sleuth of sorts. I'll have a martini, Bert, he snorted, shaken, not stirred. The man's eyes bulged comically. I was joking, Harry assured him, though the barman wasn't as far from the truth as one would assume. In a way, Harry did work for the government, just not a branch of it that answered to the Queen, the Prime Minister, or even the Minister of Magic. It wasn't until he'd finished his newts that he'd been approached in another Muggle bar, and Harry had thought that his past had caught up with him once more. Flashback. Harry cursed under his breath. He had sensed the man enter the pub, the same man that had been following him on and off for several weeks now. At first, he'd thought him to be another keen journalist, looking for the scoop of the day. But when his usual methods to avoid them didn't work, he knew he was dealing with something else entirely. Perhaps it was an obsessed fan, or an assassin sent to kill him. It didn't matter which. Harry had chosen to keep his distance, to allow the man to believe his efforts at following him were successful, but it seemed this one was indeed eager to collar him. Not drawing attention to himself, Harry casually made his way into the bathroom. He was tired of this game of cat and mouse. This man was beginning to annoy him, and he simply wanted it to stop. As expected, he was followed, and Harry waited behind the door, drawing his wand as the presence grew stronger. He didn't waste a moment, seizing the man by the throat as he entered and ramming his knee into his groin. His pursuer doubled over, wheezing in pain as he held his hands up in a gesture of peace. Harry did not relent, pressing his wand against the man's cheek as he dragged him into one of the cubicles, kicking his legs from beneath him so his head hovered in the toilet bowl. "You've been following me for weeks," he whispered harshly. "You have 10 seconds to explain yourself, or I'm going to drown you." "You knew I was following you," the man choked before he unleashed a bout of strained laughter. "I knew I wasn't making a mistake." "It seems to me you have," Harry replied dryly. "You have 5 seconds." "I've been trying to get you alone to speak with you," the man explained. "I want to offer you a job, Mr. Potter. You're a hard man to find." Harry frowned. "You could have written me a letter." "We did, but our owl couldn't find you." "My house is well protected from anything arriving other than parchment. What was in the letter?" "A portkey." "Then it wouldn't have reached me." "That is why I've been following you," the man huffed. "Are you going to kill me or give me a few minutes of your time? Either way, hurry up. It stinks in here." Harry dragged the man to his feet. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Let me buy you a drink and I will explain," the man offered. "We can talk more freely in the bar." "Wand," Harry demanded, holding out his hand. With a sigh, it was given to him, and he gestured for the stranger to lead the way. "I'll have a whiskey, neat," Harry requested, returning to his table. The man arrived only a few moments later and placed the drink in front of him. Taking a seat, he winced, and Harry grinned into his glass. "Well, talk," he urged. The man took a sip of his stout. "I represent a group of people who are interested in you, Mr. Potter, and from what I have seen, with good reason. For now, you may call me Croaker. You may not have met us, but you have come across our work back towards the end of your 5th year at Hogwarts." So much had happened between then and now, but Harry would never forget what had happened. It had been the year of Dolar's Umbridge, the year he'd found out about the prophecy that hung dangerously over him. It took little for him to realize just where this man had come from. "Listen, if it's gold you're after for what happened that night." "It is not gold, Mr. Potter," Croaker assured him. "No real damage was done that we could not fix, only to the time room, which unfortunately remains unusable, and will remain so for the foreseeable future. No, it is you we are interested in. Your ability alone to detect me following you speaks of an excellent awareness of magic. Has it always been this way?" Harry frowned at the man. "Is this an interview?" Croaker chuckled as he shook his head. "We do not interview, Mr. Potter, we observe. This is purely for my own curiosity." "No, it wasn't always like this. It started after he was killed. Things changed for me, some I can't explain, and others I have found answers to." Croaker nodded interestedly. "Well, I must say, we have had considerable difficulty in deciding where we would wish to employ you," he revealed. "Your experience in combat is not negligible, and your other qualities cannot be denied. From what I have observed of you, it would be foolish not to induct you as a field operative if, of course, you are amenable to such employment." "I won't work for the ministry," Harry denied. "I just want to be left alone." "Then I expect this would be an opportunity not to be ignored," Croaker returned. "With this job, you will truly be able to make a difference, to be at the very forefront of keeping Britain safe with so few even knowing about it. Since the death of Lord Voldemort, it has become something of a priority to ensure such a thing does not happen again. Thus, we have been entrusted to oversee that. I would like you to consider joining us truly, Mr. Potter. I believe you can make a difference in this world and would be an invaluable addition to our efforts. Think about it. I will return to this very pub exactly 1 week from now." With that, Croaker left, not having touched his own drink. Harry drained his own glass and left shortly after, unable to think of anything but the odd conversation he'd shared and the offer he'd received. End flashback. He'd pondered it for the next week, and when Croaker had returned, Harry's reservations had been put to rest when the man immediately agreed to his terms. As such, his employment had begun, though the first year consisted of little field work and spending much of his time in a training room. More than once, he'd cursed his decision to accept the offer, but by the time his training was complete, he was glad for it. He realized that there was much more to magic than different branches and even spells. Much of his training had been spent getting to know his own magic, identifying, exploring, and developing his own skill set. When he was done, he learned that the training, though difficult, was little more than his first steps into a journey that would last a lifetime. Even now, though what many would consider to be a competent wizard, Harry knew he was still learning. He made mistakes along the way, but he was a damned sight better than he'd ever been whilst ambling his way down the path to defeating Voldemort. How he'd survived, he didn't know. It should have been Voldemort who emerged victorious from their final encounter, and yet the Dark Lord was dead whilst Harry still breathed. "There'll be trouble again," Bert sighed, pulling Harry from his thoughts. He looked towards where the barman had nodded. 4 Muggle men had entered, a small group, but raucous nonetheless. They approached the bar and ordered their drinks before heading towards a table in the corner. Again. Bert nodded. They came in a few weeks back after the footy. They gave an opposing supporter a hiding outside. Poor bloke got carted off in the ambulance, and this lot scarpered before the coppers arrived. "Why did you serve them?" Harry asked. "I can't afford to turn away custom, Harry. The economy's in the toilet, and I still have bills to pay." Harry nodded his understanding. "I'll have another," he decided. Coming here was about as much social interaction as Harry got outside of work. When he wasn't in the King's arms, he would be at home where he wasn't bothered by anyone. Hermione would occasionally write or visit, but he saw little of Ron or any other he'd been to school with. Things had changed indeed, some for the better and others he wished hadn't, but that, Harry learned, was the way of life. "Here you go, son," Bert said with a smile as he placed a generous measure of whiskey in front of Harry, who in turn handed him a 10-pound note. "Have one for yourself." Bert nodded appreciatively and poured himself a measure. "To your health, Harry," he toasted, draining his glass with practiced ease. "Oi, we'll have another round," one of the men demanded, rapping his knuckles on the bar. Bert set about the task quietly, pulling the 4 pints before handing them to the man. "Put it on a tab. I'll pay at the end." "Sorry, no tabs," Bert replied, "and the card machine is down." "Well, I haven't got any cash," the man said with a shrug. Harry took an immediate dislike to him. He was not as big as his companions, and he stood with his chest puffed out, reminding Harry of many of the students he'd been to Hogwarts with. "Perhaps you should ask one of your friends if they have cash," Bert suggested. "The fella there paid with cash earlier." That was all he had. "Then maybe you should go to the cash machine on the next street over. Or you could just stop being a prick and give me the drinks." Bert shook his head, and Harry placed his glass down on the bar. "It's all right, Bert, I've got this round for them," he assured the man. Bert smiled gratefully, and the man took the drinks without even looking towards Harry, let alone thanking him. "Cheers, son," Bert sighed. "Jesus, I'm too old for this shit. 20 years ago, I'd have thrown all 4 of them out without any bother." "Why don't you hire someone?" "I can't afford it. I make enough to keep me and the old lady going, but not much more. I've thought about selling up a few times." Harry felt for the man. Bert really was a kind soul, and far past the age of serving behind the bar of a London pub. The clock chimed in the hour, and Bert rang the bell above the till. "Last orders, ladies and gents," he announced. "It's only 10, the smaller man protested from the table. "We close at 10 on a Thursday," Bert replied. The other patrons finished their drinks and began leaving, but the group of men remained, passing comment on some of the women who were keen to leave the pub, uncomfortable by the lewd remarks. "Come on, gents, time to go home," Bert urged politely. "We've not finished our drinks." Bert shook his head. "I'll wait until they've gone," Harry murmured. "I need to take a piss anyway." He left the bar area for only a moment, and when he returned, the men were still at their table, their glasses now empty but making no effort to leave. Well, 3 of them were, at least. Harry liked to think that he'd become more patient over the years, that he was better able to rein his temper in. But as he watched the smaller man of the group attempting to cajole another drink from Bert, that patience was sorely being tested. "I think it is best if you leave," he suggested as he approached. "And you're going to make us, are you?" the man guffawed. The others looked on in anticipation, as their friend was spoiling for a fight Harry had attempted to avoid. "I'll tell you what," he said with a smile as he reached into his pocket. "I'll give you this, and you and your friends will go elsewhere. What do you say?" "What is it first?" the man asked with a frown, evidently hopping for a bribe. Harry removed his closed fist before opening it to reveal his empty hand. "There's fuck all there." "Oh, well, maybe you need to take a closer look." As the man continued to stare confusedly, Harry pretended to throw something into the air. As expected, the man's gaze followed, and whilst he was distracted, Harry drove his foot into his groin. He crumbled to the floor, groaning, and seeing it would take him some time to recover, Harry turned towards his shocked friends. "Now, before you attack me, I have a magic trick I'd like to show you." They charged towards him, and with a subtle wave of his hand, he cried in surprise. "Watch out, the floor is slippery." The 3 men fell into a heap, and Harry chuckled amusedly. "See, it's a good trick, but I've got an even better one. You see, the drinks I bought for you contained a very strong laxative, and I expect each of you will be feeling the effects of that any second now. I'll wipe the fucking floor with you." One of the men hissed as he managed to find his feet, only to pause and his eyes to widen as Harry waved his wand subtly. "I think you should be more concerned about wiping your arse," Harry snorted, wrinkling his nose as an unpleasant aroma filled the air. "Probably best to leave before your luck really runs out. Get it, runs out," he added with a snicker. The group gathered themselves quickly, pulling their downed friend along with them. "I'll be back next Thursday," he called after the men as they fled the bar, frowning that they couldn't appreciate the humor. "Sirius would have loved that," he murmured to himself, turning towards the shocked Bert. The man simply stared at him dumbly, and Harry released a deep sigh. "Sorry, Bert," he offered with a smile. "If it's any consolation, this isn't the first time I've had to do this." "Do what?" "Obliviate." With the old man Harry had grown fond of in a daze, he set to work cleaning up the mess he'd made before putting some additional money in the till. He really liked Bert and would probably have to find another bar to drink in if he had to wipe his memory of many more moments of his life. "I'll be seeing you, Bert," he called, following the group of men onto the streets of London, chuckling to himself once more. Strictly speaking, Harry knew he shouldn't have done what he did, but he'd never been particularly tolerant of bullies. Having been a victim of such himself throughout his childhood, it was something he couldn't sit idly by and watch. He chuckled to himself once more, shaking his head as he made his way towards the alleyway. With Sirius having crossed his mind, he opted to spend the night at Grimmauld Place. It was not often he did so, but when he felt the need to be closer to his godfather, he would. Arriving in the dark kitchen, he lit the fire with a flick of his wand, only for Creature to appear. "Master Potter, sir," the elf greeted him in surprise. "Creature was not expecting you tonight." "It's all right, Creature," Harry said comfortingly. "I wasn't planning on being here. Any visitors?" "No, sir, none." Harry nodded as he poured himself a glass of Sirius's fire whiskey and took a seat at the empty table. It had been years since the members of the Order had last gathered here, most falling shortly after during the Battle of Hogwarts. It was strange to ponder those times now, and how things had become so different. Despite his wish to be left alone by those who only wanted to associate with him because of what he'd done, Harry couldn't deny that he'd become lonely. Ron and Hermione were on the way to welcoming their first child, and although it pained him to admit it, he simply felt as though he had no one. Sirius was gone, as was Dumbledore, Both Hagrid and Minerva wrote regularly, and he joined the latter for tea often. Still, although it was probably his fault, at least in part, he was very much alone. Maybe that was why he frequented the King's Arms, or found himself inexplicably here at Grimmauld Place when it got the better of him. For Harry, it was easy to pretend things were different whilst he was there, and even the many hours he spent at work. Most days, he arrived early and would work a solid 16 hours or so before returning home to sleep. Perhaps he did so because there was nothing else for him. With a shake of his head, he emptied the glass before refilling it, trying to shift his mind onto something less unpleasant, to no avail. He was far from being a drunk, but he found he slept better after a few medicinal whiskeys, dreamlessly and without the traumatic memories to haunt him. Harry hesitated as he grasped the bottle once more, ultimately deciding against another measure. He'd sleep well enough without it now. Still, tomorrow was another day of living such a life, no matter how much Harry wished it could be different. "Oh, bloody hell, no," he groaned as the fire flared into life, and the one visitor who had become less welcome than the portrait of Walburga Black swooped into the room. "Fawkes, piss off!" The phoenix trilled at him, and Harry braced himself for what was to come. Over the past year, Fawkes had arrived from time to time, seemingly for no other reason than to make his life just that little less tolerable. As the flames washed over him, Harry cursed, his head having cleared, leaving him as sober as the day he was born. "Why did you do that?" he demanded, drawing his wand. The phoenix squawked indignantly, flying towards Harry, and entering the tip of his wand, burning the man's hand. "You little shit," he cursed, dropping it to the ground. "Get out of there. Just because it's got your feather inside, it doesn't mean you have any right to." His eyes widened as his wand burst into flames, and Harry felt as though he'd lost a limb. He'd been through so much with his wand, killing Voldemort, taking part in the Triwizard Tournament, and every other thing he'd had the misfortune of experiencing. It had even been shoved up a troll's nose, and now it was burning in front of his eyes. Fawkes emerged a moment later, trilling a mournful song, his feathers looking worn and much less vibrant. "We've already been through this," Harry said gently. "I can't bring him back. He's dead, Fawkes." The phoenix hung its head sorrowfully, and Harry released a deep sigh, stroking the bird's plumage as he'd seen Dumbledore do countless times before. "I wish I could help you. Believe it or not, I miss him too, even if he was an interfering old git. I miss the way things were, even if it meant Voldemort was back." Fawkes nuzzled Harry's hand, continuing to sing his mournful song. "I don't know what you want from me," Harry sighed. Fawkes nodded towards the wand, which, much to Harry's surprise, remained intact. With a shake of his head, he retrieved it. The wood was warm, not uncomfortably so, but he could sense Fawkes' magic more so now after he'd acted so petulantly with it. "I bet Dumbledore would know what you want," Harry murmured. "Well, since I won't be sleeping tonight, thanks to you, how about giving me a lift to work?" Fawkes nodded before taking to the air once more, grasping Harry by the shoulders and transporting them away from Grimmauld Place. They appeared in the Department of Mysteries only a moment later, in front of the veil that only served to remind Harry of what had happened to Sirius. He watched as Fawkes flew a few laps around the room, even passing through the veil a few times, unaffected by the magic other than a slight shift in coloring. The feathers of the phoenix would fade from the bright reds and oranges to an eerie white, and Fawkes' eyes would follow. It was odd, to say the least, but no stranger than the veil itself. Harry had taken some time to study, but much like those who had done so before him, he was not able to explain what it was, what it did, or even where it originated from. He still heard the whispers coming from within, though they were incoherent. Maybe they spoke in a language he didn't understand, or they simply were words not meant to be heard by anyone living. Regardless, Harry had given up trying to ascertain what the veil was. It would forever remain a mystery to him. With a shake of his head, he left Fawkes to fly around the chamber. He seemed to be enjoying himself, and here, it wasn't as though he could do any harm. Doing so, he made his way towards his office, where he had his own work to keep him occupied until he inevitably fell into an uneasy sleep at his desk. Only the previous week, they'd been sent to investigate some ruins that had appeared in the southwest of the country, the protections keeping it hidden having worn off. They'd been alerted to the site by the Magical Catastrophes team when a muggle had stumbled upon them, creating quite a stir. The Department of Mysteries had been sent for, and they'd unearthed a few interesting relics that Harry's superiors were investigating. He'd been left with cataloging the artifacts once he'd removed any of the curses placed upon them. Entering his office, he groaned at the pile of paperwork on his desk. Still, it would keep him busy enough for a few hours. He'd only been at it for around 30 minutes when he heard the disturbance, and he wondered if one of his colleagues had decided to stay late. Ignoring it, he went back to cataloging an amulet carved from stone when he heard the same sound that pulled him from his thoughts. It was coming from a little way down the corridor, and drawing his wand, Harry decided he should investigate. After all, he, along with his friends, had managed to access the department at only the age of 15. Frowning as he quietly made his way down the corridor, he cursed under his breath when he noticed one of the doors was open, one that was never allowed to be under any circumstances. Donning his cloak, he peered inside only to find it empty, though he could not ignore the familiarity of it. He'd passed through the room briefly whilst being pursued by Lucius Malfoy and the other Death Eaters. Since that night, it had been locked to all but the most senior of Unspeakables, and with good reason. How it had been opened, Harry didn't know, but waving his wand to ensure no one was hidden within, he frowned at the pulse of magic that was returned. Nobody was here, but something had been. Although Croaker would likely be displeased at being disturbed so late in the evening, Harry knew the man needed to be summoned. He may well be in the Department of Mysteries, but such a presence could not be left unchecked. Harry did not know if anything had been taken or what had even been in there to begin with. Truthfully, it looked no different from so many years prior. Fragments of what appeared to be dirt were spread across the floor, along with shards of metal, which had once been one of the devices he'd used to save Sirius's life. Maybe had he been thinking clearly enough, he could have implemented one the night Bellatrix had killed. Not wanting to dwell on the what-ifs of the past, he turned to leave so that he could send for Croaker, only for his eyes to widen as a white blur careened towards him. For the briefest of seconds, he thought that it was a Patronus, but as it trilled at him, he realized it was Fawkes. Despite being beneath his cloak, the phoenix plowed into his chest, plunging Harry into a coldness like nothing he'd experienced. Not even the chill of the Dementors could compare. "What are you doing?" Harry wheezed as it spread throughout him. He did his utmost to fight it off, but the more he resisted, the tighter it gripped him. "Fawkes, you're going to kill me," Harry protested, feeling his body and mind shutting down. In a desperate bid to retain a semblance of control, he clenched his hands as tightly as he could in a final act of defiance, wondering why Fawkes would do this to him. He could hear the phoenix trilling the same mournful song, though instead of the fiery heat, it was its cold equivalent. Harry knew the situation was hopeless. Gasping a final time and fighting to keep his eyes open, they were forced shut by a sudden, blinding glow, and whatever resistance remained abandoned him. Everything around him spun, and Harry knew no more, killed by the phoenix that had once saved his life when he'd needed it most. Break. July 31st, 1962. "Come on, lass. You were supposed to leave hours ago." She'd fallen asleep at her desk again, and for the second time this week, Moody had woken her. "What time is it?" "Almost midnight." Amelia nodded and began packing her files away, ensuring her desk was clear before making her way towards the atrium to flew home. She was too tired to apparate. "See you in 6 hours," Alistair called after her amusedly. She'd been on duty for 18 hours, well 12, but she had stayed behind to finish up her reports for the day and had gotten sidetracked by other things. Not that she would forget that shift in a hurry. A man in Diagon Alley had spat on her robes, and a fight over Quidditch had broken out in the leaky cauldron. Both Amelia and Alastair had been covered in a cocktail of various kinds of alcohol. Alastair had even had his nose broken by an errant fist. Her partner had taken it in his stride and had even commented on how well the punch had been thrown. Amelia was convinced Alastair thrived in such situations, though she could not deny she enjoyed the gritter parts of her role. Being an Auror was not a glamorous job by any stretch, but it was all that she'd wanted to do for more than a decade now. Justice. Bringing justice to those who needed it in the way she and her family had never received theirs. It was a year before she'd started Hogwarts that she'd lost her parents. Their trip to the continent was only to last a few days, but when a week had gone by without word from either, Edgar had gotten worried. He'd sent messages to the ministries in both France and Germany, where they were scheduled to be, only to discover they'd never arrived. It wasn't until Edgar went to the continent himself that he discovered they'd, in fact, arrived in Belgium, where, according to the man who was on duty in the arrivals room, they were greeted by someone he did not recognize. From there, the trail went cold until the bodies of her parents were discovered some 6 months later in Warsaw in an abandoned warehouse. Both had been tortured before being murdered only a matter of days after they'd arrived in Belgium. Worse yet, neither the Polish nor Belgian Ministry of Magic wanted to take responsibility for investigating what had happened, and when Edgar had appealed to the ICW, they'd been equally unhelpful. As such, what had happened to the former Lord Bones, Amelia's father and mother, remained unsolved. That had been her motivation to become an Auror, to ensure that none would suffer the way she had because justice simply did not prevail. Of course, being spit on, cussed out, and even attacked was never a pleasant experience, but when the job became just that little too much to cope with from time to time, Amelia reminded herself of why she was here. For the most part, it was a thankless job, but she had brought justice to countless people in the 5 years she'd been an Auror. Nothing meant more to her than that, except finally discovering what had become of her parents in their final days. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden screeching, and all the fires within the hearths in the atrium were snuffed. Plunged in darkness, Amelia conjured several balls of light, wondering what had happened. "Good, you're still here," Alastair called breathlessly from the other side of the room. "Come on, alarm in the Department of Mysteries." Amelia frowned as she followed. "The Department of Mysteries?" she questioned. Have you never been curious to what goes on in there?" the man asked with a smirk, quickening his pace as she caught up. "All I know is that I was told to stay away from there." Alastair chuckled. "Well, it seems as though we're going to get a look in there tonight, lass." Amelia was immediately on edge, but she continued to follow Alastair. He was her senior, after all. "How do we even get in?" Moody shrugged. "I expect with the alarms going off, some of the security would have come down to allow access." "Or increased," Amelia pointed out. "Or increased. Where's your sense of adventure?" Amelia could only shake her head as they entered the golden-gated lift. This could only end badly if it already hadn't. "Level 9, the Department of Mysteries," the voice announced. Without hesitation, Alastair pressed on through the already open door, where they found themselves in a circular room with at least a dozen others to choose from. The alarm had gotten quieter as they entered, but they could hear it still, emanating from somewhere within the department. "Quiet," Moody commanded as he began pressing his ear to each of them, nodding to himself satisfactorily after a few moments of doing so. "The alarm is coming from inside this one." "Are you sure?" Amelia asked. The man grinned as he nodded. "Come on." He pushed the door open, and once more Amelia followed, marveling at the large chamber within. It was mostly bare, consisting of rows of ascending stone benches, though little else. The centerpiece of the room, however, was a large archway in the middle, hewn also from rough stone and inscribed with runes she did not recognize. "This way," Alastair called, pulling her from her thoughts. He'd already crossed the room and was entering another, pausing as he barely crossed the threshold. The sound of the alarm was deafening again, and Amelia grimaced as Moody's lit wand swept across the breadth of the space they found themselves in. "There's nothing here except time turners," he growled. "Well, that solves one of the mysteries of what this lot get up to down here." Amelia nodded, breathing a sigh of relief as the alarm stopped. "I would ask, what the hell do you think you're doing down here?" The voice that interrupted them was gravelly, and the man standing before them was garbed in a gray robe with the hood pulled over his head, hiding his features. Moody, we heard the alarm," Alistair answered irritably, not appreciating how he'd been addressed. "Where we come from, if you hear one, you investigate." "Not in my department now, get out," the Unspeakable hissed. "I will be speaking with your superiors about this." "We're going," Moody snorted. "That's gratitude for you, Bones. Come on, lass, I suppose I'll be getting my arse chewed out tomorrow." The gray-robed man watched until they were out of sight, and Amelia could not help but wonder just who it was hidden beneath the hood. The Unspeakables, much like the namesake of the department they worked for, were shrouded in mystery. Just as well, they discovered very little during their brief excursion down there. "How often does an alarm like that go off?" she asked curiously. "Never," Moody answered with a grin. "Which means whatever happened down there must be significant. You saw what I did, Bones. If they are playing around with time travel, and Merlin knows what else, whatever set the alarm off must be, mustn't it? You couldn't have missed how worried he was." She hadn't. Despite how calm and authoritative the Unspeakable had been, Amelia had noted the underlying concern in his tone. "Best head home," Alistair urged when they'd arrived back in the atrium. "And not a word about this. Best not ruffle any more feathers." Amelia nodded and made her way back towards the fireplaces, which were now lit again as though the entire incident had not taken place at all. Expecting she had not heard the end of it, she stepped into the flames, appearing in her ancestral home. "Another late one?" Edgar asked as she cleared the ashes from her robes. "Aren't they always?" Amelia returned. Her older brother shook her head. "You should be out having fun," he chastised. "Let your hair down once in a while. You can't live in the office." "I don't," Amelia said dismissively as she helped herself to one of the oranges on his desk. "I spend most of my time on the streets." "You know what I mean," Edgar sighed. "You're young, Amelia. You should be enjoying that." She offered her brother a smile before kissing him on the cheek. "You should be more worried about yourself," she replied. "How long until you get married?" 2 weeks. "So, you worry about your wedding, and I will worry about my job deal." He shook his head and waved her off. They'd had the same argument dozens of times since she'd joined the Aurors, and the outcome had not changed. Amelia wanted to make a difference in the world. She knew that Edgar understood that, but that didn't stop the man from lecturing her. She knew he worried about her, but he needn't. In all, Amelia was happy with the way things were. She just wished her brother could see it. Break. It was the sound of the alarms that had woken him. Fortunately, he'd remained hidden by the cloak as the 2 Aurors arrived, and Harry dared not move beyond the shudders and waves of nausea that racked his body. In his feverish state, he could have sworn he'd heard the familiar voice of Alistair Moody, only confirmed by the man as he identified himself. No, that couldn't be right. Nonetheless, Harry had a more pressing concern in the form of the trio of Unspeakables that were in the room with him. He'd managed to carefully maneuver himself into a corner and scarcely dared to breathe, his mind awash with utter confusion. What caused it? I cannot say, but all of the time turners are malfunctioning. What does that mean? I don't know. This has never happened before. And no one was found here. Only the 2 Aurors who responded to the alarm. They didn't touch anything. The other grunted, whilst the 3rd man was busy scanning the room. Well, for now, we keep a lid on it. I will have words with the minister and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Maybe the Aurors saw something. Did you get their names? Moody was one of them. Alistair Moody, the man who had been scanning the room declared. The other one, was it a red-headed woman? It was. Amelia Bones, the third man said with certainty. Let me speak with Jones. I'll ensure nothing gets out. Very well, this room is off limits for the foreseeable future, until it is established what happened here. Two of the men left, leaving only the third, and Harry decided it was best if he followed suit before it was inevitably sealed. Skirting around one of the tables, he realized that the room he was in had changed from what little he remembered. The floor was no longer gritty beneath his feet, and the shards of metal were noticeably absent. Sitting atop the tables that were not smeared in the same dirt-like substance were the time turners, all in one piece. That had not been so only moments prior, but it was when he caught a glimpse of the discarded copy of the Daily Prophet that the gravity of the situation he found himself set it. Friday, 28th July, 1962. He mouthed the date and felt his head swimming once more. Harry knew he needed to get out of there to corroborate what he feared had somehow happened. Being familiar with the department, he managed it without being hindered and equally took his leave of the Ministry of Magic, dreading what had come to pass. Apparating to Diagon Alley, the fear was truly realized as he took in the familiar street and the many unfamiliar shops. Bloody hell, Fox, what have you done? He groaned. A plethora of thoughts ran through his mind as he walked aimlessly in a bid to come to terms with his plight, but all, even the positive ones, led only to one thing. War. In Wizarding Britain in 1962, war was very much on the horizon. Chapter 1, Moody, Bones, my office now. That didn't take long, Amelia sighed as she stood from behind her desk and made her way towards Auror Grimm's office. Just keep your mouth shut, lass, and let me do the talking, Moody instructed, plastering a smile across his lips as they entered the room. Grimm was packing back and forth, his cheeks flushed in irritation. He was an average-looking man of average build, but the thick mustache that rested atop his lip was as distinctive as the longer hair around the sides of his head. Save for that rather prominent crop, the man's scalp was hairless. I want one of you, or both of you, I don't care which, to explain to me why I've just been put through the ringer by the Minister of Bloody Magic. Sir, Moody asked, feigning confusion. Don't come it with me, Moody. I don't have time to be fannying about today. Any other day, I might be a little more tolerant, but not today. I just don't have the time to be fannying about. Well, what have you got to say for yourselves? Moody did his utmost to hide his amusement from the animated man. He tended to wave his arms around a lot when he was talking. Well, we heard an alarm and we investigated it, he answered with a shrug. An alarm that you had no bloody business investigating, Grimm barked. Now, the gits in the gray cloaks wanted to wipe your memories cleaner than a newborn's backside, but they know you didn't see anything. Bloody well keep it that way and stay out of their department. Yes, sir, Amelia and Moody replied simultaneously. Now, are you any closer to figuring out who's been pilfering from the market stalls? No, sir, Moody answered. We've hit a bit of a wall on that. Stone the bloody crows, Grimm huffed. The minister is tired of the complaints, and when he gets tired of something, I get it in the bloody ear from the head of department. I want you both to focus on it today and all night if you have to. Get yourselves in Nocturne Alley and have a feel about. It's my arse on the line here, and if you stuff it, I won't be happy. Amelia could see Moody was doing his utmost not to snicker at the man's choice of words. Get out of my sight, Grimm snapped. I don't want to see either of you until this is dealt with. They left the office, and Moody offered her a grin. You know what that means, lass. We have to spend the day in Nocturne Alley. No, Moody snorted. We have to spend the night there. Finish your paperwork and then get some rest. It's going to be a long one. The man seemed too cheerful to be spending so much time in the most unpleasant place in Wizarding Britain, and at the most dangerous time for Amelia's liking. Nonetheless, orders were orders, and she settled herself behind her desk once more to finish up her workload. Moody was right. It was going to be a long night, and knowing her partner, he would not be satisfied unless he ruffled more than a few feathers during that impending shift. Break. Harry cursed under his breath as he wiped the sweat from his brow and leaned on his shovel. He'd spent the night pondering what he was going to do. He'd not prepared for such an unexpected eventuality, and now that it had happened, he realized the gravity of the situation he faced. Being 40 years in the past was not good, and seemingly with no way to go back, he realized he could well be stuck here unless the magic somehow undid itself. He snorted at the thought. Magic didn't work that way, and for him and the luck he'd had throughout the years, that certainly wouldn't change. Bloody fox, he muttered. If he ever saw the phoenix again, he'd strangle the bird. Even if it didn't kill him, he'd give it his best shot. The only saving grace of this entire affair was that Harry had been an unspeakable, and he knew of resources available to him, even if they wouldn't solve all of his problems. The biggest of those was that he was stuck in a time he was unfamiliar with and where a war was brewing. He wanted no part of it. Harry had already killed Voldemort once, and he had no intention of doing so again. The Dark Lord had ruined his life in more ways than one, and he wouldn't allow it to happen anymore. Taking a sip of water, he set to work once more, cursing his blistered hands and cursing everything else that entered his mind. Well, thank you, he huffed sarcastically as the edge of his shovel hit something other than dirt. The dull echo of the hidden box was the only thing he'd been grateful for since arriving. Scraping away the dirt that covered the lid, he ensured there were no magical protections around it before breaking open the lid. Within was the stack of blank documents he was hopping to find, and he released a deep breath. They were blank, each of them stamped with the official seal of the International Confederation of Warlocks and the seals of each country that were members. These caches of documents were only to be retrieved in case of an emergency, and for Harry, this was just that. The Department of Mysteries was highly secret, after all, so if someone were compromised or the department itself was under threat, they would be able to flee with all the necessary documentation to start afresh. Identity, apparition license, owl and newt results and 200 galleons, he reeled off. Hit wizard license and journalist accreditation, he added with a grimace. Bugger that. Carefully filling in the hole, he walked towards the village of Horsham around a few miles away, yawning from his efforts. He'd used no magic in the vicinity of the cache, choosing not to alert any to his presence. Harry didn't know how closely they were monitored, but he did not wish to be discovered. It was a precarious position he found himself in, though much less so now that he had the necessary documentation. Harry knew he should report to the head of department, but he had not done so the night before, and having pondered it, he came to the first realization that brought a smile to his lips. He could start again. The job in the Department of Mysteries had taught him a lot, and had given him skills and knowledge that no other in the wizarding world would ever be privy to, but he had only taken it because of his desire for privacy. Here, no one knew who he was, and he could live the life of normality he'd always wanted to. The one he'd left behind had not been so good to him for the most part, but here, he could do whatever he wanted to and be whoever he wanted. There was no boy who lived, no vanquisher of the Dark Lord. He could walk the streets without being accosted or pointed and stared at. It was an unprecedented disaster, and one that would take some adjusting, but here, it truly was an opportunity for a new life. I'll still kill the bloody bird, he murmured to himself as he approached the village, deciding what he would do first with his newfound freedom. Maybe he would take an unhindered walk through Diagon Alley to get a feel for his new surroundings, or he could even visit Hogsmeade. He'd not seen the village in close to 3 years. The world truly was his oyster. Of course, he needed to consider a new identity and what he would do with his time eventually. Having collated his possessions, they added up to the clothes on his back, his wand, his cloak, and around 20,000 galleons in one of the dozens upon dozens of trunks he had removed from Gringotts. He'd not carried around the entire sum of his fortune, but always kept one trunk with him in case he needed money. He was angry at himself for losing almost everything Sirius had left him, but making money would not be difficult. Throughout his years in the Department of Mysteries, He'd been to many places that required his expertise, and within those places were things that would make him quite a small fortune when he retrieved them, some even proving to be rather priceless. No, money would be no issue, but obtaining them would be problematic. There was a reason the Unspeakables were tasked with such things, though Harry felt confident enough in his own abilities to have them in his possession. It wouldn't be difficult to find buyers on the black market who wished to own those commodities. He nodded as his plan began to come together. Entering the village, he made his way to the alleyway he'd arrived in. First, he needed to secure a room until he could find a more permanent residence. Perhaps he would see if his own house was available. It was a long shot, but Harry liked his quiet retreat. It was something else he would need to look into as soon as possible or find a suitable alternative. Small steps, he murmured. Room first and then pub, he added with a smile to himself. It had been some time since he'd enjoyed a honeyed mead, having stuck to Muggle establishments for more than 2 years now. Break. She finished styling her hair and applying her makeup before taking in her appearance in the mirror. She kept her thick, usually red hair tied in a bun, but had left it looser than she typically would whilst she was working. For the purposes of this evening, she had changed the color to a deep brown. Amelia was not looking forward to this shift, but she would be comfortable out of her Auror robes. She seemed to live in the red garments, and it made a change to dress in her own clothes for once. Wow, do you have a date? Edgar teased as he walked into the entrance hall of their home. I'm working, Amelia replied. Of course you are, the man chuckled. That's all you ever do. Look who's talking. Edgar nodded. That's fair, but I am running several businesses I know little about, he reminded her. Father never got around to teaching me everything. Amelia offered him a sympathetic smile. Doesn't Eliza mind that you're always busy? No, she understands, Edgar explained. She's great with Chris when he's home from school. She is, Amelia agreed. Their younger brother had only been a toddler when their parents had been killed. Thankfully, Cleo, the family elf, had taken over with Chris for the most part, and Eliza and Edgar took care of him now he was older over the summer and Christmas when he returned home. Any idea what time you'll be home? Amelia shook her head. Well, let me know when you're in. You worry too much. You're my little sister, Amelia. It doesn't matter how old and ugly you get. I like to know you're okay. Fine, I'll let you know. Good, now don't you have some bad guys to catch? She rolled her eyes at him, but laughed at his mockery, nonetheless. Edgar had done his utmost to talk her out of being an Auror, but Amelia would not be deterred. It was her calling in life, and she would have it no other way, even if she would be spending the night amongst the dregs of society. I'll see you later, Edgar, she huffed. Be safe, he called as she vanished from the house, arriving in Diagon Alley only a moment later, where Moody was waiting for her. Good, you're here, he growled. I've had a look around, and there's 2 places that are lively tonight. I'll take the Broken Cauldron, and you will go to the Downed Unicorn. We're splitting up. If we want any chance of hearing anything about stolen goods for sale, we'd be better off in both places. You have your card. Amelia nodded. Give it a tap if you need me, and I'll be there in less than a minute. You can handle it, Bones. With that, he left, and Amelia followed at a reasonable distance so that none would think they were together. The pub she was going to was in the middle of Knockturn Alley and had a reputation for being a deeply unpleasant place. Many who had turned up dead had last been seen there, but none had ever witnessed what had happened to them. A trickle of nervousness settled within her as she entered, not missing the furtive glances sent her way by many of the patrons. It was indeed busy tonight, but she approached the bar and ordered a gillywaiter. The barman offered her a curious glance before handing the drink to her. Placing some change in his hand, Amelia located an empty table in the corner and took a sip, trying not to focus on the state of the glass she held. Her gaze shifted across the room at the clientele. Many were simple drunks who came here to drown their sorrows, and others appeared to have more sinister motives. They huddled together throughout the pub, speaking in hushed whispers, and Amelia tried her best not to garner their attention. It seemed to be working, and as she continued forcing the drink down her, she settled into her space, listening intently but appearing to be just another customer minding her own business. "You might as well have worn your robes and flashed your badge." A disappointed voice broke her from her thoughts. The man who spoke had covered much of his face with his hood, though she could see his green eyes in the dim light of the pub. "Excuse me," Amelia questioned indignantly. "You're an Auror, and everyone here knows it," the man murmured. "You chose a bad night to come here. The group in the corner closest to the bar are wanted for a spate of violent robberies, and the other group 4 tables down for racketeering. They are paranoid and think you are watching them. The barman signaled them as soon as you walked in. Now, you're either a high-class whore looking for business or an Auror. Considering you chose to drink Gillywaiter, I would guess the latter. Now, I would say you have less than 2 minutes before every door in this place is locked, and you're dealt with the only way this lot knows how." "Are you threatening me?" Amelia hissed. "I'm trying to save your life and risking mine to do it," the man growled. "They've seen me talking to you, so to them, I'm either one of your lot or a grass. They're going to kill me, too." "Then why would you help me?" Amelia asked suspiciously. He grinned at her from beneath his hood. "Lady, I've been drinking all afternoon and was enjoying myself until now. Think what you like, but I won't be a party to murder. Leave whilst you can. I will deal with the rest." "You will deal with the rest," Amelia scoffed. He nodded, his grin widening. "As long as you promise not to arrest me, I will." Amelia tutted and rolled her eyes at him. "Too late," he sighed. Amelia was thrown to the floor by the force of a spell, and the sounds of splintering wood, screams, and spellfire filled the air around her. By the time she managed to crawl behind cover and draw her wand around a minute later, the scuffle seemed to have quietened down. Peering over the upturned table, she saw the man who had disturbed her hurling another through one of the windows before pointing his wand towards the ceiling. With an almighty crack from his spell, he shook his head at her as she raised her wand. Before she could do anything, however, he vanished into thin air, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Carefully, Amelia stood and surveyed the scene around her. Those who were not unconscious groaned in pain and discomfort, all of them on the ground. Some were vomiting rather violently, and an unpleasant scent filled her nose. Amelia fought the urge to throw up herself as she simply stood rooted to the spot. "What the bloody hell happened?" Moody asked breathlessly, entering through the doors that had been blown off their hinges. "I don't know," Amelia replied dumbly. "Did you do this?" Moody questioned, evidently impressed by the work. Amelia shook her head. "No, it was someone else," she murmured. "They knew what I was as soon as I entered." "And someone helped you?" Amelia nodded. "Merlin," she whispered. "He took out the entire bar." The place was in disarray and littered with glass, broken furniture, and patrons who were left in various states of discomfort. "One person did this," Moody questioned. "What a bloody mess. We'd best call it in," he added with a sigh. "Grim is not going to be happy." He wouldn't be, and Amelia could see a dressing down coming her way in the very near future. "Break." "Idiot," Harry muttered breathlessly as he arrived in his room at the leaky cauldron. To think that an Auror would be so badly prepared to carry out reconnaissance on such a bar in Nocturne alley baffled him. Did she truly expect not to be noticed? Regardless, he knew he had to intervene. With some of the conversations he'd overheard in that pub, the woman would have been killed to ensure none were arrested. He'd rather have stayed out of it entirely. But when he saw the barman give his signal to both of the groups and then proceed to begin locking the doors whilst nonchalantly activating his security system, he had no choice. Harry despised the ministry, but he wouldn't see one of the Aurors killed because she had acted naively. He couldn't sit idly by and allow that to happen. Still, it appeared that in less than 24 hours of arriving, he'd already made himself unwelcome at one establishment. Not that he intended to return. The mead was not what he remembered, and the hygiene left a lot to be desired. Tomorrow was a new day, after all, and he would spend some of it looking for a house whilst planning his next moves. How much did it cost to buy a house in 1962 anyway? Break. Looks like we're in for it now, Moody muttered as a red-faced Auror Grim entered the pub. How is that when I was rudely awoken from my bed that I knew it would be because of you too? He asked rhetorically. What the bloody hell happened here? You're supposed to be investigating robberies, and it looks as though a Graphorn has stampeded through the place. Sir, it wasn't us, Moody defended. It wasn't you, Grim snorted. Then what the hell happened? There was a man here, Amelia explained. He warned me that they'd recognized me as an Auror and that they were going to kill me. I didn't listen. The next thing I knew, I was on the floor and spells were flying. When I managed to crawl to cover and tried to intervene, the man was throwing another through the window and everyone else was down. One man did this. Amelia nodded. Well, where is he? Gone, sir. Gone. He tore through the protections around this place and vanished. Without a by your leave. He didn't say anything else, sir. Grim shook his head. Did you at least get a description? When he spoke to me, he wore a hood, but I could see bits of him. He was white, British, and had green eyes. And what about the barman? Surely he got a look at him. We are waiting to speak with him, sir, Moody explained. Where is he? Well, he's gone to change his clothes, sir. It appears that he soiled himself. Her partner was trying not to laugh at the plight of the barman, and Grim only became more irritated by the moment. Imagine running a place like this and crapping your pants at the first sight of trouble, he muttered. Amelia didn't point out that the man had likely cursed the barman in the melee, along with the many others who were being treated by the healers that had arrived on the scene. Well, we have found the people responsible for the robberies, Moody explained in an attempt to assuage Grim's temper. The group over there had some of the stolen goods on them and have already been arrested, along with that lot, and those in the corner who are all wanted. So, it hasn't been an entire balls up, Grim said thoughtfully. Good, now, I want to know who this man was who intervened. You want him arrested, sir? Amelia asked with a frown. Look at the state of this place, Bones. If I had my way, I'd buy the bugger a pint, but the landlord here isn't going to be pleased when he's cleaned himself up. But he possibly saved my life, sir, Amelia pointed out. He warned me what was going to happen. And let that be a lesson to you, Bones. For now, we will tell the barman, if he kicks up a stink, that we are looking for him, the man, but I don't want you wasting any more time than what you deem to be necessary on it. Understood? Yes, sir. Good, now, I want reports on my desk first thing about what happened here. Good God, the stench is unbearable. Go on, get to it, and I don't want a repeat of anything like this again. The man covered his nose with a handkerchief as he spoke to some of the healers and other Aurors who had attended. Could have been worse, Moody pointed out. Amelia nodded her agreement, though she was no longer pondering the scene around her, the awful smell that, nor how busy St. Mungo's would be tonight. Her thoughts were with the man who had saved her and why he had done so in the first place. Break. Harry groaned as he stretched whilst he woke, enjoying the bliss of ignorance before the reality of what had happened around 36 hours ago weighed upon him once more. He hadn't slept the night he'd arrived, and judging by the smell wafting up to him from the kitchen below, he'd more than made up for it. Checking his watch, he saw that it was nearing lunchtime, and he had so much to do with a considerable part of the day already having passed him by. Showering quickly and dressing, he checked that he had everything he would need, which wasn't so much, and made his way into the busy. Coffee, Tom offered. Harry nodded appreciatively and accepted a cup. What's with all the excitement? He asked, gesturing to the lively crowd around him. Quite the commotion in Nocturne Alley last night, Tom informed him. Quite a few nasty people have been arrested. Here, read for yourself. He placed a copy of the Daily Prophet on the bar, and Harry cursed internally. Dozen arrested in ministry raid. By Albert Cuff. He merely glanced over the article, recognizing the accompanying images of the bar he was in the previous night. Thankfully, no mention of him had been made, and for that, Harry was grateful. Messy affair, Tom murmured, pulling him from his thoughts. Plenty of purebloods caught up in it, and they're already complaining about a lot right now. It will mean trouble, and most will just get away with a slap on the wrist to keep their powerful relatives in line. Ah, the joys of political corruption. Tom hummed disapprovingly. It is the way of the world. The rich will always have the advantage, even if they don't seem to understand it. Money talks as much in the wizarding world as it does elsewhere. Harry nodded his agreement. He'd seen it before himself, with the Malfoys and other prominent, wealthy families. Do you know of any estate agents around here? He asked curiously. Tom nodded thoughtfully. Try Digby's towards the end of the alley. Jack is a good man, and he'll see you right if you're looking to rent or buy a place. Thanks, Tom, Harry said gratefully, finishing his coffee and bidding the man farewell before leaving the pub. With it being the summer holidays, the alley was busy, but for once in his life, none paid Harry any mind, and he enjoyed the simple stroll as he took in the shops around him, some more familiar than others. Without being hindered, he reached the estate agents in a matter of minutes, and when he entered, he was greeted by a jovial, rotund man in his middle years. How can I help you, young man?" he asked. "Mr. Digby," Harry asked. The man nodded, his cheeks wobbling slightly. "Tom from the Leaky Cauldron recommended speaking with you about possibly purchasing a house." "Ah, Tom is a good chap," Mr. Digby said fondly. "Of course, please, take a seat and tell me what it is you're looking for." Harry did so, and Digby's chair creaked under the strain as he followed suit. "Well, I prefer the countryside, somewhere quiet where I won't be disturbed." "A man who prefers his solitude. Odd for a local," Digby commented. "Any area in particular you prefer?" Harry shook his head. "As long as it is quiet, secluded, and private, I'll be open to whatever you can find." Digby nodded thoughtfully as he removed a folder from the large shelf behind him. "All of our country homes are in here," he explained before humming as he leafed through the pages. "What is your budget?" "What are the price ranges?" Harry asked. "Well, something a little more modest will cost around 2,000 to 3,000 galleons, Digby answered. "If you want an estate, it will cost anything from 10,000 onwards." "What about houses that may need some work? I like to add my own personal touch." "I see," Digby said with a smile. "Well, there are a few that could use a little attention. There is what was once a livestock farm. It was used for creatures in which potion ingredients could be gathered and even wand cores. It has been uninhabited for a while, and the owner could be convinced to accept a nominal fee. It has a large house, 3 barns, plenty of grazing land that can be used for many purposes, and is surrounded by woodland save for a private, gated entrance. It is in the Ridings in Yorkshire." He showed Harry the available photos, and he nodded. It did need work, but the home itself could be beautiful when it was done. He wasn't certain what to do with the land, but having so much meant more privacy for him. "What is the asking price?" "Given the condition, which the owner has considered, he is asking for 7,000 galleons. If you are interested, I could convince him to take around 6 if that is within your budget." "I'd like to see it," Harry decided. "Excellent. Are you available for a viewing now? I have the keys and permission to show any prospective buyers around." "I can do that." Mr. Digby stood and offered him a smile. "I shall lead the way." "Break. You're only just back?" Edgar asked as Amelia arrived home. She nodded tiredly. "What a night," she muttered. "What happened?" "Honestly, I don't know," she replied. "Can I use your pensieve?" "Of course." Amelia approached the stone basin her brother kept on his desk. It was the very same place her father had left so many years ago. Placing the tip of her wand against her temple, she withdrew a short, silvery strand before placing it into the pensieve to review what had occurred in the pub. Immediately, she knew something was off when she entered the memory, only to be engulfed by a thick smog. She could hear the muffled sounds of a scuffle, but could see nothing. When she was deposited back into the study, she frowned in confusion. "What is it?" Edgar asked curiously. "See for yourself." He did so, and when he emerged, he appeared to be as confused as Amelia. "I have no idea what I was supposed to see." "That's the point," Amelia murmured. "The memory is gone. How can someone do that without me knowing?" Edgar shook his head. "What happened?" "Well, I made an error," she admitted sheepishly. "I was recognized when I entered the pub, and a man came to warn me. He said I should leave because they were going to kill me." "Bloody hell," Edgar cursed irritably. "I'm fine," Amelia assured him. "Anyway, he told me to leave, I didn't, and when they attempted to attack, he took out the entire pub in less than a minute." "Everyone in the pub?" "Around 30 or 40 people." Edgar whistled appreciatively. "He made a mess of the place," Amelia explained. "By the time he was done and I looked out from cover, he was leaving. He just shook his head to warn me not to attack him, and then he was gone. He absolutely destroyed the protections around the place." "Impressive," Edgar murmured. "He must be some wizard." Amelia nodded. "He knew," she whispered, remembering the interaction between them. "He said it was too late for me to leave before he defended me. I didn't even get a chance to draw my wand before I was on the floor. I think he banished me away so I wouldn't get hit." "He must have felt the magic of the protections fall into place." "It takes someone really in tune with their own magic to be able to do that," Edgar pointed out. Amelia nodded her agreement. Feeling shifts in ambient magic was something she was working on. It was not an easy skill to master, but she was making good progress. "Well, you'd best be grateful he was there," Edgar sighed. "I won't make the same mistake twice." "Good," Edgar declared. "You know, you give me so many sleepless nights when I know you're out there. I really do wish you had chosen to do something else, but I understand your reasons better than anyone else. You'll always have my support." "Thank you," Amelia said appreciatively. "I've learned my lesson from last night." Edgar nodded. "Go and get some," he urged when Amelia nodded. "I will." She took her leave of the study and made her way towards her room. She was exhausted from her antics the night before, and then having to spend additional time filling in the necessary paperwork had left her feeling depleted. Still, it would only be a few hours of rest before she would be needed back at the office, and Amelia intended to make the most of them. Break. It truly was a peaceful house. All Harry could hear around him was the gentle breeze through the woodland and birds singing in the distance. He liked it here, and though the home certainly needed some work, it would be a project he'd happily lose himself in. 6,000 galleons, he asked Mr. Digby. "I could get the owner to accept that offer." Harry nodded thoughtfully. He'd expect to pay much more, though he couldn't profess to have a keen knowledge of the housing market of this time. His own house, the one he'd left behind, had cost him a considerable sum, and this seemed almost too good to be true. Nonetheless, with 7 bedrooms, plenty of land, and the potential to create some outstanding magical protections to ensure his privacy, it was something he couldn't pass up. "See what you can do, Mr. Digby. I'll gladly pay 6,000 for it." The man positively beamed in response. "I will visit the owner this afternoon and will have an answer for you by the end of the day," he replied. "Are you staying at the Leaky Cauldron?" "I am," Harry confirmed. "I will ensure I arrive back by 5 p.m. "Excellent," Mr. Digby declared. "I expect I will have some good news for you." Harry nodded. "I look forward to your visit, Mr. Digby." Apparating back to Diagon Alley, he decided to look around a little while to see what shops were new and to gather some much-needed supplies for retrieving some items of worth. Many of the places he'd visited had some rather unpleasant surprises waiting for him, and he would need to be equipped to tackle them. Stopping off in the apothecary, he purchased a slew of potions, some ingredients, and a brewing set, along with a set of additional tools. From there, he made a brief excursion to the magical menagerie to obtain a few items, ignoring the owls, though he expected he would need one soon enough. Clothing was next on his list, and though Harry was not fond of what was on offer, it would suffice for now. With his shopping done, He purchased some food before returning to the leaky cauldron, where he ate in his room and perused the Daily Prophet. Other than his own exploits from the night before, there was little of note to read, a good sign but one that wouldn't last the duration. Somewhere, Voldemort was out there, likely gathering his allies and preparing his bid for power. It wouldn't come for some time yet, but it was inevitable. He shook his head at the thought. Bugger that, he muttered to himself. Harry would not be getting involved. He'd already fulfilled the prophecy once, and he had no intention of doing it again. "Excuse me, sir," Tom's voice called as the man knocked on the door. "Mr. Digby is here to see you." "Thank you, Tom. You can send him in." The door opened a moment later, and the smiling Mr. Digby entered, holding out his arms triumphantly. "Success," he declared. "We need now only sign the paperwork and arrange payment. The property will then be yours." "Just like that?" Harry asked. Digby nodded. "The owner is keen to see the sale through as soon as possible. We drew up the relevant contract, which I shall, of course, allow you to read through. You have my personal assurance that there is nothing to cause you concern." Harry accepted the paperwork and read it carefully. Contracts were not something to be trifled with, and he wanted to be certain there was nothing he would disagree with. It proved to be a rather straightforward document, outlining the value of the sale, the transfer of ownership, along with the deeds to the property and a set of keys. When he was finished, he accepted the offered quill from Mr. Digby, and Harry hesitated briefly before scrawling his signature across the bottom. He had been pondering what name he could use. With the Potter alive and well, something he was not ready to even ponder right now, he couldn't use his own, and he certainly couldn't use the Blacks either. That would cause more problems than it was worth. Ultimately, he decided to reinvent himself. He had no intention of returning to the Department of Mysteries to explain what had happened, and he wanted no ties to Voldemort or to the prophecy. It wouldn't be easy, but beginning afresh truly meant he had to start from scratch. Nonetheless, he couldn't entirely let go of his identity. Using the name Evans could be problematic in the future when his mother entered the wizarding world, so that was not an option. No, he wanted something he could carry that meant something to him, and with any who'd meant anything to him bringing their own problems, he'd settled on one that would give him a thread to cling to, one that would honor someone he would not be here without, and a name that was not so dissimilar to one he already carried. Returning the stack of parchment to Mr. Digby, the man frowned as he read the signature and nodded satisfactorily. "Excellent. What payment method would you prefer, Mr. Jameson?" Although it ached to lose his last name, the thought of his new one did not fill him with dread. He was the son of James Potter, and a proud one at that. "Do you accept cash, Mr. Digby?" Harry replied, removing a sizable bag of coins from within his trunk. Chapter 2, he'd only needed to wait a couple of days for the paperwork to be registered before he could move into the house, and having done so almost a week prior, Harry had been hard at work making it a livable space. Much of his time had been spent cleaning each room and carrying out necessary repairs. It was dull work, but it needed to be done before he could even consider the decor, furniture, and other fixings. "You bastard," he huffed at the fireplace in what would be his study. It hadn't been cleaned in years and was proving to be stubborn. In an act of defiance, it had spat a cloud of ash in his face. It was the last of the menial tasks to be complete, and with a flourish of his wand, the fireplace finally conceded defeat and allowed itself to be cleaned. Nodding to himself, Harry began unpacking the furniture he'd purchased in the room, his sum of gold having been halved now due to his buying. Still, he'd gotten everything he wanted for his new home, and there was gold to be made from the various ventures he had planned. Along with cleaning, he'd been setting up the protections around the property. Not having been maintained for an inordinate amount of time, they too had fallen into disrepair, and Harry had spent hours replacing them, a task that would be ongoing for some weeks. Much to his relief, unpacking furniture and even decorating was as simple as a few flicks of his wand. He could have conjured suitable things, but they would only be a temporary fix. It turned out that even magicals needed to purchase permanent furniture, though it would last a lifetime with the protective and self-cleaning charms in place. For Harry, it was just one of the other things that had kept his mind occupied whilst he was adjusting to his new surroundings. He'd visited Diagon Alley a few times and had even looked around Hogsmeade, but there were so few familiar faces. Those he did know didn't know him, and they were more youthful, some even small children. It was quite the adjustment to make, and Harry knew he wasn't quite there yet. With his study needing only the finishing touches until it was complete, he opted to get himself some lunch and ponder what he would do when his workload inevitably ran out. Of course, he had some plans, but long-term was filled with much uncertainty. Being an unspeakable had consumed much of his life, and without it, a gaping hole remained. Not wanting to lose himself in maudlin thoughts, he prepared his meal and began perusing the Daily Prophet. It was when he came to the section announcing the upcoming trials of arrested criminals that he paused, a smirk tugging at his lips. His outburst in the Downed Unicorn had been well reported, and even a brief description of him included. What had caught the attention of the country, however, was the men that had been apprehended. Harry had overheard some of what had been said during the hours he'd spent in the pub, but he had no idea just how notorious one of the groups had been. They were wanted for a slew of crimes committed: extortion, theft, robbery, assault, attempted murder, handling stolen goods, and trading in illegal commodities. It was an impressive list, and they were looking at considerable sentences in Azkaban. The most prominent amongst them, Creighton Selwyn, would be lucky to see the light of day, unless what Tom had said did indeed come to pass. Selwyn was from a rich, well-known, and connected family. If there was an ounce of corruption that could be exploited, the Selwyns would use it. Nodding to himself, Harry finished his lunch and dressed, deciding to attend the trials as a member of the public. It would be interesting to see how the Wisengamot of today operated in comparison to his time, and just how it had become so corrupt that the likes of Tom Riddle was able to make a snatch for power. Not that Harry had changed his mind about involving himself. No, it was merely out of curiosity he wished to see another facet of how wizarding Britain had once functioned before the rise of the Dark Lord. Break. It had been a busy week for Amelia. With interviews, gathering evidence, and carrying out raids, she'd barely had time for little else. The trials would begin this afternoon, and none of those that had been arrested had complied nor attempted to make a plea deal. They'd all remained equally silent, their lawyer having suggested they do so. It was not lost on her that the same man was representing each of them, undoubtedly funded by the Selwyn family, who had a vested interest in the outcome of the proceedings. Amelia was hopeful they had gathered enough evidence to convict, but if there was any doubt, it would be jumped upon by the defense, and the expected conviction could be lost. "What do you think, Alistair?" she asked. Her partner shook his head. "I don't know, lass. We know they did it, and the entire Wisengamot will know they've done it, but proving it is something else entirely. If we can convince them to allow questioning under Veritaserum, that would be our best chance. And if we can't, then it will be an uphill struggle. Remember, it is our responsibility to convince the Wisengamot of their guilt. They do not need to prove their innocence." Amelia nodded her understanding. For her, this had become something of a personal case. Those men would have attempted to kill were it not for the intervention of the man who yet remained a mystery. With so little to go on, Amelia knew it was unlikely she would discover who he was, but she was grateful for him, even if he himself had broken a dozen laws in the process of apprehending the men. "I have just a few more things to chase up," Moody declared. "I'll meet you there in a couple of hours." He left, and Amelia leaned back in her chair. She had a bad feeling about this and couldn't help but think that justice wouldn't prevail. Something would come up, and the men would get away with what they'd done. Shaking her head, she decided to return home for lunch. It wouldn't do if she were asked to present evidence to do so on an empty stomach. Making her way through the Ministry of Magic, She again did her utmost to remember exactly what had happened that night, but the memory remained cloudy. Maybe she would need to see one of the obliviators to see if they could explain what had happened to her. The man had done something, and though he'd not harmed Amelia, she found such an ability to be discomforting. "Finished for the day already?" Edgar asked as she arrived in his study. "No, the trials don't start for a couple of hours yet," Amelia explained. "Of course, I will have lunch brought in for you. Can you have it sent to my room? There's a few things I want to look over." Edgar offered her a smile as he nodded before leaving the room, and Amelia followed, taking the stairs in the entrance hall. Sitting down at her own desk, she stretched her legs and removed the trunk she always kept with her. Tapping it with her wand, it enlarged, and she took the file on the very top of the stack of others. This trunk contained everything she knew about the death of her parents, and though it was admittedly little, it didn't take an Auror to see that the case had not been investigated poorly. Amelia would go as far as to say that much of it had been played down and even covered up by an unknown party. Who, she didn't know, and with so few threads to follow, it was unlikely she would ever learn, but she would never give up trying. Just as she fought for justice for those she served now, she would do all she could to get justice for her parents. "A sandwich for you, Miss Bones." Amelia smiled at the elf as she placed the plate on the desk before vanishing with a gentle pop. She ate absent-mindedly as she perused the file, and no new ideas came to her short of one day visiting the scene for herself and attempting to track her parents' movements from where they'd arrived on the continent. That was for another day, however, and though it was at the top of the things she needed to solve, it seemed that the mysteries just continued to grow around her. Her parents, the alarm in the Department of Mysteries that had unsettled the man in the gray cloak, and then the stranger who had oddly intervened in Nocturne Alley. There were so many mysteries with such little time to solve them, even if she had washed her hands of what happened in the department she should never have been in. For now, however, she needed to focus on the task at hand, and that was ensuring the men on trial today were convicted for the abhorrent things they'd done. Just like Moody, she had her doubts, but she would hope that justice prevailed. Break. The Wisengamot chambers looked no different to any other time he'd visited. They were as cold and as unwelcoming as ever, though certainly much fuller with lords and ladies who had not been alive when Harry had last visited. The room was full to capacity here, unlike during his own time when less than half the seats had been occupied. And still, the members who had survived the war had kept governing the country to the purebloods who inherited their seats and those famous enough to be given one. Harry had only attended a few meetings and had done so half-heartedly before vanishing from the public eye. He had no political acumen, and in truth, he was tired of doing things for others. Perhaps he'd become more selfish when he'd defeated Voldemort, and the fact that he didn't care only attested to that very notion. Nonetheless, it was odd being here now in the public gallery, and as his gaze swept across the gathered lords and ladies, he had to fight the urge not to hide from the one figure he could not mistake for fear he would be recognized. It was ridiculous to consider it, but Dumbledore always had a way of seeing through people, and it wasn't just because the man was a skilled occlumens. He seemed to have an otherworldly ability, and Harry certainly wished to avoid drawing the man's attention to him. Maybe it was foolish to come here, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him. He wanted to experience the wizarding world as someone of no note, to truly just enjoy the culture without being pointed and stared at or even accosted by the keener members of the public. Still, it was strange to see Dumbledore looking so much younger. Much of his hair was gray, though it was liberally streaked with auburn, and his beard was much shorter than Harry remembered. No, Harry was still far from adjusting to the differences here. It was the tapping of a gavel that pulled him from his musings, and it was Dumbledore who stood to address another man Harry did not recognize. "Minister Leech, I believe we are ready to begin," he declared. "Ah, thank you, Chief Warlock," the man replied with a nod as he shuffled some parchment. "Please bring in the first of the accused." A pale man in a striped outfit was led into the chambers. the chains around his wrists and ankles rattling and continuing to do so from his trembling as he was placed in the chair in the center of the room. "Jeremiah Higgs," the voice of Minister Leach cut across the room. "You stand accused of the crimes of extortion, robbery, assault, handling stolen goods, and attempted murder. How do you plead?" Before the man could answer, another cleared his throat loudly and approached Higgs. "Minister, having discussed the various accusations at length with my client, he wishes to speak so that all may hear his plea," he said with perhaps the most untrustworthy smile Harry had seen in years. "His plea?" Leach asked. "Indeed, my client wishes to confess to his part in the crimes he is accused of so that there is no misunderstanding as to his involvement. That is his right, is it not?" Leach frowned, and the lords and ladies murmured amongst themselves. "That is his right, Mr. Botham," the minister conceded. "Stand, Mr. Higgs, and we shall hear your plea." Higgs' lawyer, a rodent-faced, suited man, gestured for him to do so, the smile he wore not shifting. As Jeremiah Higgs stood, he removed a sheet of parchment and cleared his throat nervously. "Lords, ladies, and minister, I stand before you today as a guilty man. I am guilty of all the crimes I have been accused of, and I willingly confess to all of them. But before you convict me, you should know the truth. Creighton Selwyn is an innocent man. He did not take part in any of this willingly. It was discovered that he had been having an affair with a prominent woman, and the rest of us used it to our advantage to blackmail him into assisting us. Convict me as you will, but I cannot in good conscience see an innocent man share my fate. Thank you." Higgs took his seat, his gaze remaining firmly on the floor as the members of the Wisengamot murmured amongst themselves. "Bollocks," Harry snorted. Any fool could see Higgs was lying. Whether he'd been bribed or blackmailed didn't matter. He was lying, and yet Harry could already foresee the outcome. "Thank you, Mr. Higgs," Leach offered with a frown. "You shall be returned to your holding cell whilst we discuss your confession." Higgs nodded and was led from the room, though his lawyer remained, his grin not having twitched in the last few moments. "Excuse me, Chief Warlock," he called. "In the interest of not wasting any more time of this august body, I can provide much the same statement from the rest of those to stand trial, each of them professing to the innocence of Mr. Selwyn." He removed a stack of parchment, and Minister deflated, as he held out a hand to accept it. With so many confessions, Selwyn would undoubtedly walk free, and Harry had no doubt that considerable sums of gold had changed hands somewhere to ensure it happened. With a look of disapproval towards the minister, he took his leave of the Wisengamot chambers. He'd seen enough, and his experience here only soured him more towards the world of politics. Corruption, bribery, and blackmail. The political field was rife with all three, and it was no wonder Voldemort had managed to thrive when even there was none willing to stand up for what was right. They were sheep, even those who claimed to be of moral superiority. When it mattered, their voices were noticeably absent, and it sickened Harry that those privileged enough to be in such exultant positions simply did not care. Still, it was not his problem. He'd merely been curious to see the state of affairs, and as expected, he'd found it to be nothing short of lacking. With a shake of his head, he left the Ministry of Magic with no intention to return and apparated home, where he gathered some of the supplies he'd purchased. He wanted to forget the unpleasant experience of politics, and to do so, he needed something to sink his teeth into. Break. Amelia was simply flabbergasted and couldn't believe what she was witnessing. If any of the men involved in these heinous crimes was more guilty than the rest, it was Selwyn. One of the shopkeepers that had been intimidated claimed that Creighton was undoubtedly the leader of the group, though when Alistair had visited the man prior to arriving for trial, he was nowhere to be found. The shop had been empty, and the flat he lived in above equally so. He'd fled. Either from fear or having been bribed, the shopkeeper had fled, and now they had no witness to identify Creighton Selwyn. She cursed under her breath as each of the confessions was read in turn, the smirk of the lawyer only widening with each one. This was so wrong, but with so much evidence to the contrary of what she knew to be true. The outcome was inevitable, and even Moody wore an expression of disbelief. The man shook his head. "Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose," he grumbled irritably. "Remember, our job is only to get them through the door. What happens after is not our business." Amelia nodded. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was true. Catching the eye of her brother, he offered her a look of apology. Her family name was a well-respected one, but Edgar was still establishing himself amongst the more experienced of his peers. To speak out against injustice when there was nothing that could be done would be foolish on his part. Nonetheless, as Amelia left the chamber, she could not help but feel disappointed. She worked tirelessly to achieve justice for those who deserved it, and yet, those who were supposed to deliver it seldom did. Often, she felt as though she was wasting her time, but then she remembered the instances she had been successful and the relief she had brought to the victims, the very same relief she'd never experienced. "We try again, lass," Alistair said encouragingly. "We always try again." Amelia nodded resolutely. Today had not been good, but she wouldn't give up trying, not in doing her utmost to uphold the law now, nor discovering the truth behind what had happened to her parents. No, quitting was not an option, and though the setback she'd experienced was disheartening, it only made her more determined to ensure that next time, the outcome would be very different. She'd be watching Selwyn and his ilk closely, and the moment he even blew his nose in the wrong direction, she would come down on him like a ton of bricks. "Break." "Oh, come on, you little bastard," Harry growled as he wrestled with the magical protections surrounding what he'd ventured here for. He was in the southwest of Cornwall, in a cave that had caused considerable problems upon its discovery, around a few months after he'd finished his initial training. The very protections he was fighting against had severely injured two of his colleagues the first time around, and it had taken Harry the better part of 6 hours to break through. He'd hoped that having done it once already, he'd be able to do so again much quicker. But the magic here was stubborn and refused to yield without resistance. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glared at the stretch of wall before doubling down on his efforts. He felt the ground begin to tremble beneath his feet, and dust rained upon him from above, but eventually, with a grunt of frustration, the magic gave way. Remembering what had happened last time, he grabbed what he'd come for and apparated away, breathing a sigh of relief that he'd only received a few minor cuts. Last time, he'd not been quick enough and had broken his arm during his escape. Chuckling to himself, he simply lay in the field next to his house for a few moments to catch his breath. When the rising and falling of his chest had slowed down, he sat up and nodded satisfactorily. The box he'd liberated was intact, and within it, the 3 large stones rested in a nest made of fur and straw. 2 of them were worth little other than for their historical value, which the Unspeakables of his time had been unable to trace. The third, however, was a diamond around half the size of his fist. Harry never did discover what was done with it, but with it being behind such formidable protections, he suspected it was obtained illicitly by whoever had hidden it. It was in his possession now, and though he knew he would not be able to sell it for even close to half of its true worth, he would certainly still receive a handsome sum for it from the right buyer. With the first of several of his acquisitions gathered, Harry decided he'd earned a rest before looking into where he could sell it the following morning. From what he'd seen in the Wisengamot today, and during his own time, there were several shady businessmen around who would gladly find a buyer for the right cut of the profits. Once more, his thoughts darkened. He wouldn't lie to himself and pretend what had happened to him was proving easy, but Harry, as he always had, would have to make do with his lot in life. He was no longer a small boy who could run to Dumbledore to fix his problems, though he'd never been able to do that. He'd fumbled his way through much of his life, and just as he'd felt he was becoming quite competent, he'd been snatched away from all he'd built and thrown into a time of such uncertainty. Still, he would learn as he went along, and undoubtedly make mistakes, but if nothing else, Harry had proven to be resilient, and he expected he'd have to do so again, even if he avoided the war that was coming for them all. Break. Look who made the front page. Amelia frowned at the photo of the grinning Creighton Selwyn, and it only deepened at the photo of herself that had been placed next to it. A despondent or Bones in the courtroom. She snorted at the caption. It wasn't that she was despondent. She was disappointed, of course, but it was anger she felt towards Selwyn and the others for allowing the man to get away with his crimes. Your hair looks good, Edgar commented. Amelia shot her brother a glare. I'd rather have no hair and see him in Azkaban. Edgar chuckled. You'll get him eventually, he said comfortingly. Unless he has others to take the blame for him, Amelia sighed. I even asked Grimm if we could look into the Selwyn finances. No chance, Edgar replied. The goblins won't allow it, and the Selwyns certainly won't hand them over. It's poor form, I admit, but those same laws protect our wealth. Amelia hummed irritably and shook her head at the photo one of the journalists had taken of her. It was not the most flattering of shots, but as her gaze drifted away from her own form, she paused. The picture was rather grainy from the poor light in the chambers, but that was perhaps why the man partially hidden by dimness caught her eye. It was him. She'd not seen much of him in the pub, and although she could see little more now, Amelia was certain it was the man who had helped her. Edgar, do you recognize him? She asked, pointing to the man sitting in the public gallery. Her brother frowned before shaking his head. I can't say I do, he murmured. He looks familiar, but I don't know him. Amelia sighed deeply before a realization hit her. Wait, if he were in the public gallery, he would have had to register his wand when he entered the ministry. He would, Edgar agreed. I'm sure Ivor will be able to give you the list. Take him some cauldron cakes. He loves those. Amelia nodded before placing a kiss on Edgar's cheek and taking her leave from the house. The trial may have been a sham at best, but it seemed she was not going to come away entirely dissatisfied after all. She was certain it was him, and he'd made a point to be present to see if those he'd apprehended were convicted. Whoever he was, Amelia was now more determined than ever to find out his identity. What she would do with the information, she didn't know, but she would thank him and likely give him a piece of her mind for acting so recklessly. Break. I am interested to know where you obtained such a beautiful stone, Borgin commented as he peered through an eyepiece, admiring the clarity. It is not your business to ask such questions, Harry replied. Do you have anyone who would be interested in buying it? Borgin removed the eyepiece and nodded thoughtfully. I might. Then I would ask that you discuss it with them, quietly of course. And what will my compensation be? That depends on how much you can sell it for, Harry explained. We both know the value of it, so let's not pretend otherwise. My takeaway is to be 200,000 galleons, minimum. I don't expect you would struggle to make a considerable sum for yourself with the connections you have. Borgin nodded once more. Perhaps a bidding war could be arranged between 2 or 3 families who do not like to be outdone, he mused aloud. I will require a photo of the stone. Harry gestured for the man to take one before pocketing the diamond. I will return in a week, he assured Borgin, not missing the pensive look of greed he wore. Until then, the man called after him. Harry frowned. He didn't trust Borgin, but he couldn't deny he was perhaps one of the most connected men in wizarding Britain. Still, he would proceed with caution where the man and his associates were concerned. Walking the length of Nocturne Alley, he couldn't help but notice how many people were there in comparison to his own time. The street was teeming with shoppers, and though there was undoubtedly an unsavory element amongst them, many seemed to be regular people who frequented Diagon Alley. Perhaps it was the war and the association made with this place, and the Death Eaters that had seen it slow. Harry didn't know the ins and outs of such a trivial thing, but he did pause as he came to the Downed Unicorn. The pub was boarded up, and over the sign was a notice that the business was for sale. The poor fellow who owns it can't afford the repairs, a voice broke into his thoughts. It's a shame, really. It used to be a nice place until the crooks started using it. The short man who'd spoken to him was unfamiliar to Harry, and he wandered off before receiving a reply. With a nod, Harry approached and tried the door, and much to his surprise, it opened. "We're bloody closed," a voice growled from near the bar. Undeterred, Harry stepped further into the room. The place had been cleaned, but the damage remained to the walls, ceiling, and floor. Scorch marks that would take an expert to remove, or the place would need to be completely gutted and revamped. "I might be interested in buying," Harry replied. "You want to buy this shithole?" Harry's gaze swept around the room. "It has potential," he declared. "How much do you think it would cost to get it up and running again?" The barman snorted as he slid a piece of parchment he'd been mulling over towards him, and Harry whistled as he took in the sum. "It would be just as cheap to redo the whole place," he murmured. "Yeah, well, I don't have that kind of gold either," the man grumbled. "All I ever wanted was a nice place of my own. You get into debt with the wrong people and—" He broke off as he gestured around himself. "Debt?" The man nodded. "I used to gamble," he admitted ashamedly. "I'd host poker nights, and some of the richer lots got wind of them. The stakes got higher, and I couldn't afford to pay. I barely broke even every month for the last 3 years. Now I've got sod all." Harry hummed as he eyed the man curiously. "Well, if I were to buy it, I wouldn't have time to run the place. I'd need someone with experience to do so. If I buy the business, say for 1 galleon, pay for the work and offer a good salary with a revamped home above, would you be interested?" "Are you serious?" the man asked skeptically. Harry nodded. "If you can make me a reasonable sum every week, I'll be happy to do it on the condition that it remains a respectable place." "The rich lot won't allow that." "Leave that lot to me," Harry urged. "Can you do it?" The man still didn't seem to believe him, but he nodded tentatively. "I want it in writing," he demanded. "I'll sign the business over, you pay for it, and I get to keep my home and run the place." "Done," Harry agreed, offering the man his hand. "Just like that. Just like that." The man shook it and offered Harry a smile. "You have no idea how much I needed this," he said appreciatively. "We all fall on hard times," Harry offered comfortingly. "Sometimes we just need a hand up. I will begin making the arrangements. If you have any ideas of how you'd like the place to run, start making some notes. We will meet again very soon." "I will," the man assured him as Harry took his leave from the pub. He'd not intended to buy it, not at first, but realizing that he needed a stream of legitimate revenue had urged him to do so. Maybe it could be the beginning of something good, or maybe it would bring him more trouble than it was worth. Only time would tell, but with his house now complete, it was something new to invest his time in. "Break. What do you think is going on in there?" Amelia asked curiously. They'd been standing guard at a site where an unexplained, significant magical disturbance had been detected, and had been doing so for around 6 hours now. Alistair shrugged. "That's a question we won't be getting the answer to," he grumbled. "Best not dwell on those things, lass, but I will say, if it's not our lot down there, who do you think it is?" Amelia frowned. "The Unspeakables." "Exactly," Moody murmured. "They've been busy lately, haven't they?" "You don't think this is connected to the alarm we responded to?" "Maybe it is, maybe it isn't," Moody said indifferently. "It's not our job to know what they do. We already saw too much." "I didn't see anything." "Then I have done a bad job in training you," Moody sighed. "Just in that one room of dozens were time-turners, and that archway, I've heard of it before." "That was eerie." "Aye, it was. It's called the Veil of Death. Those who go through it are never seen again, or so I've heard." "Who told you?" "No one," Moody replied with a grin. "Now best be quiet." Amelia said nothing else on the matter, anticipating when they would finally be relieved. She'd been on her way to speak with Ivor, the man who checked in the wands of the visitors to the ministry, when she'd been accosted by Alistair and told they were to guard an area in Cornwall. From the outside, it appeared as if nothing was amiss, but the residual magic in the air was powerful, even now so many hours after what had occurred had taken place. "Watch out, here comes a happy man," Moody warned. Amelia watched as Aura Grimm approached, his usual scowl firmly in place. "All right, you two, bugger off. We're not needed here anymore," he informed them. "That's it?" Moody asked irritably. Grimm nodded. "That's it, and try not to piss anyone off on your way out of here. The press have already got wind, but they've been headed off. Not a word to anyone. My arse is already sore from the chewing out the minister gave me a few days back. I don't need another one." Amelia didn't need telling twice, and she and Alistair bade farewell before apparating to the ministry. Checking that no paperwork had been placed on her desk during her absence whilst her partner did the same, Amelia was pleased to see there wasn't. With the weekend upon her, she was looking forward to an easier workload, though not until she'd spoken with Ivor. "Why are you so keen to speak with him?" Alistair asked curiously. "That's where you were heading this morning." Amelia deflated as she removed the newspaper from within her robes and pointed to the man she had circled. "I can't be certain, but I'm quite sure this is the man in the pub who helped me." Moody squinted at the photograph. "He looks familiar," he murmured. Edgar said the same. "Aye, but I can't quite put my finger on it." "Well, he would have checked his wand in on the way into the trial, so I thought I'd check with Ivor." "I guess my training hasn't been so bad," Moody chuckled. "Come on, I'm curious now. Let's see who this mystery man is." Amelia nodded and led the way out of the Auror offices, and after only a short ride in the lift, they were in the atrium. Aboard, Ivor was sat at his small desk. With no trials or meetings of the Wisengamot taking place, there were few people still working at this hour, and even fewer needing to be cleared by security. The man looked up questioningly as they approached. "Auror Moody, Amelia Bones," he greeted them. "Ivor, we were wondering if you still had the sheet of those who attended the trial yesterday," Amelia queried. Ivor nodded as he flicked through a stack of parchments below his desk. "Ah, here it is," he declared as he offered it to her. "Is there anything in particular you're looking for?" Amelia said nothing as she scanned the long list of names, along with the materials of the wand each person carried. Among them were the familiar names of the various journalists who attended the trials, along with the regular enthusiasts, all of whom Amelia had spoken to when they'd asked her for her input from time to time. Shaking her head, she realized she knew all of the names who had checked in and was able to place a face to each of them. None of them were unknown to her, but she handed the list to Moody so that he could check, just in case she had missed something. "I don't see anything out of the ordinary," Alistair murmured. "Show him the picture." Amelia did so, handing the newspaper to Ivor. "I've never seen that man before in my life," he said with certainty. "He didn't check his wand in with me. I make a point of remembering new people." "Then how did he get in?" Amelia asked. "I don't know, but it is concerning," Moody sighed. "You're completely sure you didn't see him?" "Completely," Ivor reiterated. "That man did not pass through. If he did, his name would be with the others." Moody shook his head. "I don't like it," he declared. "He was able to bypass security to get into the Wisengamot chambers. He could have done anything in there. Ivor, is there anyone that has clearance that means they do not have to check in with you?" The man looked distinctly uncomfortable. "Well, there's the minister and only some others I cannot speak about. They have their own clearance, and they don't use the same entrance as everyone else." His emphasis on the word speak told Amelia all she needed to know, and she groaned in frustration. "It doesn't make sense," Moody broke into her thoughts. "If he's one of them, what the hell was he doing in a dive in Nocturne Alley?" "Well, it's not like we are going to find out, is it?" Amelia asked irritably. "Maybe not, but we have a face to watch out for. But then again, if he is one of them, I don't think it would be too bright to be looking into it. You don't want to make an enemy of an unspeakable. They play with things we have no understanding of. If he is one of them, you saw what he did in that pub. Best leave it alone, lass." Amelia nodded, though she had no intention of doing so, not when the mystery man had only become more interesting. Now that she believed she somewhat identified him, She simply couldn't let it go. It was not in her nature to do so, which is why she continuously found herself revisiting the death of her parents. She was tenacious, and although she knew she should perhaps listen to Alastair, she simply couldn't dismiss it when she felt so close to solving one of the mysteries that was bothering her. Chapter 3. Why did you ask us here, Borgin? Selwyn demanded to know. He said nothing, sliding the photograph towards the two men. He gave them a moment to view it before leaning back in his chair expectantly. A diamond, Lestrange asked. Is that real? As the day is long, Borgin replied with a grin. With the appreciation on these stones, it will be worth much more than the man is asking. Is it legit? Since he came to me, I doubt it, but in a few years, it will be forgotten about, even if it is stolen. It's not as though anyone is going to be flaunting a stone like that, is it? Lestrange frowned, though the look of greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Even amongst magical folk, owning such a stone was a symbol of status, and the likes of Selwyn and Lestrange cared for little more amongst their peers. Were it not for the Blacks and the Malfoys, the two men before him would be at the very top of the most prominent families. Why bring it to us? Lestrange asked suspiciously. Because the two of you would appreciate it for what it is, Borgin answered simply. With the others, it would be meaningless. Such a beautiful stone should be appreciated. I am an aficionado, first and foremost. It would be a crime for it to be left to gather dust. And what is the asking price? Selwyn asked. 250,000, Borgin answered. In 10 years, you will fetch at least triple that in return. Think of it as an investment. Both men drew in a deep breath at the hefty sum. How long do we have to decide? The gentleman is to return in 2 days to my shop. Lestrange nodded. Who is this man? Borgin shrugged. I do not know. I have never seen him before. Well, what does he look like? Borgin frowned thoughtfully. I don't remember. You don't remember? Borgin racked his brain for any memory of what the man had looked like, but he drew a blank. Oddly, he remembered that his visitor did not attempt to conceal his appearance with a hood or by any other means, but there was no recollection of what he looked like. Are you interested or not? Borgin asked. I will take it to Black and Malfoy if you aren't. We are interested, Selwyn answered. I would meet with him when he comes back. As will I, Lestrange declared. Borgin nodded as he stood. I am uncertain of what time he will arrive, but I will send for you when he does. Gentlemen, I bid you a good day. With that, both left, and Borgin rubbed his hands together. Neither man would be outbid by the other, and he anticipated a rather handsome payout coming his way in only a couple of days. Still, it was rather troubling that he couldn't remember the man who had brought him the stone, though he would not let such a minor detail deter him. He wanted his share of the gold, and with Lestrange and Selwyn competing for it, being considerably richer was an inevitability. Break. Amelia read the file for the 10th time, hoping that the more she did so, the clearer it would become. It didn't. Mr. Anderson, the owner of the apothecary, had been found brutally murdered in the home above his shop, seemingly for no reason. His financial status had been good, and he was a well-liked man, so for him to be killed in such a way made no sense. Those she had spoken with described him to be jovial, friendly, and non-confrontational. He seemingly had no enemies and hadn't ever been involved in anything illegal. It truly was a mystery, and with so few leads to follow, Grimm was pressuring her to drop the case until, and if, any new evidence became available. It was frustrating to say the least, but with nothing to work from, it seemed that she would be doing just that. Shit, she cursed as she closed the file, adding it to the stack of the cases that had never been solved. It was personal, she muttered. What was? Alastair questioned. Anderson's murder. He was tortured and stabbed 23 times. It has to have been personal. I agree, but with nothing to go on, what can we do? If someone knows something, they're not saying it. Would you if that was your fate? Moody questioned, nodding towards the folder. Amelia hummed. We're missing something, she murmured. Someone would have seen something in Nocturne Alley. I mean, they may have made it look like a robbery, but they wouldn't kill him so viciously if they just wanted his stock. Maybe he had something else they were after, Alistair put forward. Maybe they just took some of the stock to make it look like that's what they were after. Amelia shrugged. Maybe, she sighed. I don't know, I just have a gut feeling it wasn't a robbery. Anderson was killed for another reason, I just don't know why yet. You're tenacious, lass, I'll give you that. But until we get new information, our hands are tied. We are Aurors, not miracle workers. I know, Amelia huffed. There's just always so much red tape. The same red tape that gives us the powers we have, Alistair reminded her. It's all a game, and we must play it with the hand we are dealt. Trust me, the people who did that to him will do it again, and when they do, we will be all over them. Amelia nodded, though his words brought her little comfort. What of your mystery man? Alistair pressed. Any closer to finding out who he is? No, Amelia snorted. It's like he's a ghost. Or an unspeakable. Do you believe that? I don't know, Moody replied thoughtfully. He took out an entire pub full of crooks in less than a minute. If he's not a greycloak, he's bloody well trained enough to be. If it is really bothering you, there is someone I can speak with and maybe show the photo to. He'll probably tell me to piss off, but it's worth a try. You know one of them. Not as such, but I have my suspicions. He won't confirm it, but he might well be able to give me something. Thank you, Amelia said gratefully, retrieving the Anderson file once more, not quite willing to give up on it just yet. Maybe she was wasting her time, but there was something about this particular case that wouldn't allow her to leave it be. Perhaps she was merely being stubborn, but she didn't believe so. She'd come to trust her gut over the years, and it wasn't often that it had steered her wrong. Break. Harry looked around at the progress that had been made on the downed unicorn, already pleased with the work that was being done, though he knew the business would need a rebranding to something less vulgar. Thomas, the former owner and new manager, had proven to be a wealth of knowledge in the industry, and Harry had very much delegated the overseeing of the refurbishment to him. It seemed to give the man a new lease on life, and he was working diligently to ensure everything was being completed to the highest standard, paying particular attention to the kitchen. He was keen to serve food, and was a passionate cook. Harry didn't mind. So long as the business turned a profit, he was content with allowing the man to do as he wished. Thomas had promised him the finest of establishments, and Harry was eager to see the finished product, having invested a considerable sum of gold into the project. Perhaps he'd been a little hasty to do so, but having a legitimate business was a must for him. It would not do for anyone to snoop into his life, even if there were those already attempting to do so. He would perhaps need to do something about Amelia Bones, but for now, she seemed to be leaving him well alone. Not that he could blame her entirely. He had been rather reckless since he'd arrived and drawn more attention to himself than he was comfortable with. For now, he intended to keep his head down, let the business get up and running, and then make some firmer decisions on what it was he wished to do in the long term. Well, after his business with Borgin was concluded. Tomorrow, he would visit the man once more, and if fortune favored him, Borgin would have secured a buyer for the diamond. With that, Harry would be financially secure for some time, though he would likely use the funds to fuel other enterprises along the way, if such opportunities presented themselves. Borgin. He couldn't say he trusted the man entirely, and those he associated with even less, but where money was concerned, he was certain he could rely on the unpleasant trader to do what was best for his own business, and his health should he involve himself in any double-crossing. No, Borgin was of no concern, but those who would have the gold to buy the diamond would be of questionable character, and Harry would take nothing on face value. He'd done so too many times throughout his life, and he'd learned his lesson the hard way. Thomas, I'm leaving for the evening, he informed the man. No problem, boss. I'll lock up when the lads downstairs are finished. Harry nodded and apparated back to his home. Thomas had operated in Nocturne Alley for years, so he wasn't concerned for him, though the murder of the owner of the apothecary only a few doors down gave him pause. Harry had seen nor heard nothing that night, despite being in the almost silent pub, and such a brutal murder would not have been a quiet affair. No, he was watching those he came and go closely, taking note of any faces he recognized or those that lurked a little too much for his liking. Something was happening, and though he couldn't quite figure out what, he had his suspicions. He would stay vigilant and act accordingly, even if he would prefer to be left out of the unpleasantness altogether. Still, he had his business to protect, and with so much riding on it being successful, doing so was his top priority. "Break. Alistair," Albus greeted him enthusiastically as he entered the office. Alistair offered the man a fond smile. He'd once been the man's transfiguration professor, and upon graduating, they'd stayed in touch, becoming fast friends outside of the school environment. Alistair made a point to visit him at least a couple of times a month, and they often met for dinner and a catch-up. "How are things?" he asked warmly, accepting the proffered limb as the headmaster stood to greet him. "Oh, the same as usual whilst trying to run Hogwarts. Even now, I don't feel ready to do this job." Alistair chuckled. He'd never met someone more capable of being in charge of the magical education for the children of Britain. "What about yourself? I heard about the Anderson murder. It is rather troubling." Alistair agreed with a frown. "Something fishy is happening, we just don't know what. Bones is pulling her hair out trying to put the pieces together. We're missing something, Albus." "As is the way of your line of work," the headmaster sighed. Alistair nodded, and Albus slid his bowl of sherbet lemons towards him. "I'll never understand how you enjoy them," the Auror grumbled, pushing it back politely. The man chuckled as he unwrapped one of the sweets and popped it into his mouth, grimacing slightly at the tartness. Alistair had made the mistake of accepting one once and had no intention of doing so again. "Perhaps they are an acquired taste," Albus mused aloud. "If you keep eating them, you won't be able to taste anything else." "At my age, I've experienced more than enough of the wonders of food for it not to be a burden," Albus replied with a smile. "However, it seems that no matter how old I get or how long I spend on the job, finding a competent defense against the dark arts professor never gets easier." "Another one quit." Albus nodded tiredly. He could not handle the workload any longer. "Maybe you should be looking for the man Bones is," Alistair snorted. Albus frowned questioningly. "I haven't spoken to you since it happened. The Selwyn Group trial, it wasn't really us who apprehended them." "No." Alistair shook his head. "I sent Bones in to get some experience in reconnaissance, and it went pear-shaped quite quickly," he sighed. "Luckily for her, someone was there who wasn't willing to let her be killed. He took everyone in the pub down, Albus, all in less than a minute. Bones is still trying to figure out who he is, which is why I'm here." The headmaster nodded, impressed by the man's apparent capability, and gestured for Alistair to continue. "Do you remember your old friend you introduced me to? A mysterious bloke who didn't say much." Albus frowned thoughtfully before nodding. "Wilfred." "That's him," Alistair declared. "Well, I was wondering if he would answer some questions for me. Bones and I think this man might be an unspeakable, and Wilfred, well, he was, wasn't he?" Albus deflated. "He was, and was being the pertinent description. He died last year, Alistair." "Oh," Moody replied disappointedly. "What makes you think this man is one of them?" Albus asked with a curious frown. "Well, the fact he took down around 24 people by himself, and then tore through the protections around the pub like they were paper got me curious. That's impressive, but this is something else entirely," he added, removing the folded page from the newspaper from within his robes. He slid it towards Albus, who peered at the article confusedly. "Do you recognize that man?" Alistair asked, placing his finger next to the image. Albus looked at the photo carefully, turning the page to see the distorted features from different angles. "There is something familiar about him," he murmured. "I can't put my finger on it. I can't quite see enough of him. Why is he of interest to you? Alistair released a deep sigh. It seemed they were once more at a dead end. That photo was taken at the trial, he explained. When Bones noticed him, she said she thought it was the man who saved her. She only got a brief glimpse of him, but she seems certain. What's really strange is that when we spoke to Ivor to see if we could put a name to the face, the man didn't even pass through security. There was no record of him. He told us that only the minister and a certain group of people were not required to check in with him. The Unspeakables, Albus said thoughtfully. I suppose it is possible. From what you have told me, he does fit the profile, but pursuing him is not advisable. I told Bones the same, Moody huffed. She's determined to discover who he is. You know what she's like, Albus. Excuse the pun, but she likes a dog with a bone. She won't let it go. Albus hummed as he held up the photo to the light. There is one other I can discuss it with, he mused aloud. I can't promise anything, but I will do so, even if it is only to warn him to urge his team to be a little more careful. I thank you, Albus. The headmaster offered him a smile. So, how is Amelia doing? Break. He'd waited until the alley had emptied somewhat, sticking to the shadows as he approached Borgin and Burke's. In the darker hours, Nocturne Alley transformed. There were some unsavory characters who frequented it during the day, but at night, all manner of people and creatures could be found there. Harry had seen hags, vampires, and even the odd goblin, and felt the presence of many others he'd yet to lay eyes on. It was as though the area transformed overnight, and even the Aurors reluctantly patrolled here. After what happened in the pub shortly after he'd arrived, Harry could see why, but it was now his place of business, so avoiding it was not an option. Ensuring the coast was clear, he entered Borgin's shop, keeping his wits about him to his surroundings. It would not do to be caught off guard, though. Those who were interested in purchasing the stone were not aware of the lengths he'd gone to ensure his safety. Ah, you're here, Borgin greeted him with an oily grin. Come, I have 2 men who wish to discuss business with you. He was peering at Harry curiously, as though he was trying to cement his features in his mind. It would do Borgin no good. With some carefully crafted magic courtesy of the Department of Mysteries, none could remember his face clearly. It was proving to be quite an asset. Please, allow me to introduce you to Lords Corvus Lestrain and Commodus Selwyn. Gentlemen, this is... Jack Smith, Harry introduced himself with a polite nod. This was the company he would rather not be in, but with the nature of the transaction, it was unfortunately unavoidable. Jack Smith, Lestrange asked. A mudblood Smith or from the Hufflepuff line? Does it matter when we are here for the same reason? I suppose not, Lestrange grunted. Do you have the gold? Selwyn snorted. Do we have the gold? I think you are unaware of whom it is you are dealing with. The sum you are asking is of no consequence to us, but yes, I have brought a sum I believe will be most suitable. As have I, Lestrange growled. 275,000 galleons. I have brought 300,000, Selwyn replied with a smirk. Lestrange glared at him. I will give you 350,000. Selwyn chuckled before offering an elaborate bow. If you want it so badly, it is yours, he acquiesced. I do love seeing you spend such a vast sum. It makes my pockets feel all the fuller. You had no intention of buying it, Lestrange accused. On the contrary, you merely outbid me. I would be rather keen to own such a precious centerpiece, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. Well done, Lestrange. Very well done indeed. Ah, so it was you who intended to ambush the person who left with the stone, Harry broke in amusedly. Excuse me, Selwyn asked with a frown. Lestrange was right. You didn't intend to buy it but steal it and keep your gold. How dare you, Selwyn hissed. Harry shrugged in response. Well, your plan has failed, he revealed. The 6 men you tasked with carrying out the ambush won't be doing anything of the sort. I expect they will be in St. Mungo's for some time. Selwyn narrowed his eyes at him, and Harry caught the twitching of his wand. In the blink of an eye, the man was propelled across the room and crashed into the wall. He fell, unmoving to the floor with a dull thud. In the meantime, Harry had not been idle. With another flourish, both Lestrain and Borgin were sent crashing into one another before being flung in opposite directions. The former attempted to reach for his wand, only to be hurled into the ceiling. He, too, slumped unconscious, and Harry shook his head. "Idiots," he sighed, rifling through their pockets and helping himself to the vast quantities of gold Lestrange brought along. It was a tidy sum, and he set to work, altering their memories. They'd remember nothing, and Harry would come away considerably richer. He'd suspected something was off when he'd spotted the two leaving Borgin's shop only a couple of days prior, and Selwyn returning later with 6 men, seemingly scouting out the area. Harry had thought that perhaps the man was merely being cautious, but having overheard him discussing his plan with his associates, he'd learned otherwise. He only needed to look out for the same men the day he was due to meet with Borgin, and each had arrived earlier in the day, stationing themselves at various vantage points across the alley. Still, they would recover from their injuries, and none of the other parties would remember enough to understand what had happened. According to all three, there was no stone, no Harry, and no meetings held between them. Carefully spilling some liquor on each and rinsing their mouths, he placed a portkey on Selwyn and Lestrange, sending them away from Knockturn Alley. He left Borgin where he was and cleaned up the mess he'd made. The man would believe he'd simply drank too much and passed out in the shop. It wasn't perfect, but it would suffice for now. With his work complete, Harry apparated away to 3 random locations across the country before returning home, throwing off anyone who would attempt to track him. Break. She looked towards the apothecary a short distance away and shook her head. It was not often Amelia was stumped whilst working such a case, but this one had left her stumped and equally frustrated. How someone as popular as Mr. Anderson had been murdered in that fashion was beyond her, though it only proved that it could happen to anyone, even those that were seemingly well thought of. "Don't dwell on it, lass," Alistair urged. "I'm trying," Amelia sighed. He gave her shoulder an encouraging squeeze, visibly wincing at the sound of a commotion towards the other end of the alley. "Merlin, what the bloody hell was that?" he asked as he drew his wand. "Come on, Bones, we'd best have a look." "It came from Borgin's," Amelia replied as she followed. They arrived to find the shop quiet, and the lights were turned off, but Amelia was not convinced of the peaceful facade on the outside. "Something isn't right," she murmured, illuminating the tip of her wand and peering through the locked door. The lights were off, and nothing seemed amiss, though the glimpse of a pair of feet sticking out from behind the counter spurred her into action. "He's down," she explained, setting to work at the lock. It took a few moments to break through the security, and when she did so, Amelia found herself shoved aside by Alistair, who pressed her against the wall to avoid a gout of green flame that sprayed towards them. "These aren't regular security measures," he said breathily. "Bloody hell, stay calm, Bones, and take your time." Amelia nodded gratefully, raising her wand and taking a tentative step into the shop, relieved to find no other nasty surprises waiting for them. Skirting around the counter, she peered over the top to find the unconscious Mr. Borgin, though as she knelt beside him, she wrinkled her nose. "He's drunk," she murmured. "Drunk? He reeks of booze." Then what the hell was all that racket? Amelia shook her head, pausing as she felt the faint traces of a familiar magic. "Wait," she whispered as she stood, slowly making her way into the back room. At first glance, nothing seemed to be amiss, but the feeling she'd gotten from the shop floor was stronger here. Murmuring under her breath, she tried to trace the magic, only for the trail to quickly go cold to where it all but dissipated. "Shit," she groaned irritably. "What is it?" Alistair asked curiously. "He was here." "Who was here?" "The man from the pub, the one who saved me." "Why would he be here?" "I don't know," Amelia murmured, "but this place has been magically cleaned recently, and 2 portkeys were used. I lost the trace before I could figure anything else out." Moody nodded appreciatively. "That's some sharp work, Bones," he praised. Not sharp enough, Amelia sighed. Let's wake him up and see what he can tell us. Moody did the honors, rousing the drunken Borgian from where he'd evidently collapsed by dousing him with cold water. The man sputtered incoherently, panicking with his eyes wide. What the hell are you doing? He snapped confusedly, scowling as he noticed their red robes. We heard a disturbance and found you unconscious, Moody explained, a ghost of a smirk tugging at his lips. Unconscious? We wanted to make sure you were okay. What happened? Borgian appeared to be confused again for a moment before shaking his head. I was having a drink with some friends, he said uncertainly. That's right, we were drinking and playing cards. Which friends? Moody pressed. None of your bloody business. Now, if you don't mind, I've got a headache and want to go to bed. Go on, bugger off. He ushered them out of the shop on unsteady legs, slamming the door behind them. Well, that's gratitude for you, Alistair snorted. Come on, we're still on duty. Amelia was confused. He was there, she reiterated. I know he was there. Maybe he is friends with Borgian, Moody replied with a shrug. Even if he is, it's not like the cantankerous git is going to tell us, is it? Amelia said nothing else on the matter, but she was convinced there was more to it than Borgian having been drinking with friends. The disturbance they'd heard was not that of a man passing out drunkenly, and the lack of mess they'd found only raised more questions. Nonetheless, with Borgian fine and making no complaint, there was nothing else they could do. It was frustrating, to say the least, and although Alistair was happy enough to simply move on, Amelia knew it would continue to bother her. Why was the man with Borgian at such a late hour? Was he just another criminal, but one with a conscience? She didn't know, and though she knew it was better left alone, she simply couldn't. For her own satisfaction, she was more determined than ever to discover who the man was, and if no one else could help her, she would continue to look into it herself. Break. Although the relationship between him and his brother had suffered over the years, Albus often made use of the hogshead when he wished to have a private meeting with prospective employees or with those who did not wish to venture to Hogwarts, where the walls had ears. Here, he could ensure the utmost privacy, one of the few redeeming qualities of Aberforth's establishment. Albus waited patiently for his guest whilst sipping his drink, a simple butterbeer, a little sweet for most, but he rather enjoyed the brew. It was only a few moments later that a gentle knocking sounded at the door to the room he had rented, and Albus opened it to be greeted by one of the very first students he had taught, whilst he was the Transfiguration professor. Albus, the man growled, offering a nod as he entered the room. Clarence, it is good to see you. The man hummed, removing his wand and proceeding to check every corner before casting a few privacy spells of his own. Nodding satisfactorily, he placed his wand up his sleeve and took a seat. Can I interest you in a drink? Albus offered. Clarence shook his head. No, thank you. I don't suppose this is a social call. If it were, we wouldn't be here. What can I do for you, Albus? Albus offered the man a respectful nod. It wasn't in Clarence's nature to stand on ceremony. Do you recognize this man? He asked, handing over the photo he'd borrowed from Alistair. Clarence frowned and took in the visage of the circled person. I cannot say that I do. Why are you asking? He was at the Higgs trial and has garnered the attention of a couple of Aurors. Usually, this would be of no concern to yourself, but having followed up, it appears he did not check in with security. You know as well as I do that only the minister and those of your department are not required to do so. Clarence nodded. And this pair of Aurors believe he is one of mine, he murmured. Even if he was, you know I couldn't confirm it. But you could deny it. Would you believe me if I did? If you tell me he's not one of yours, I will believe you. Clarence hummed. These Aurors wouldn't happen to be Bones and Moody, would it? You've been watching them. No, Clarence denied, but they were found in my department, responding to an alarm they had no business responding to. They were sent away with a flea in their ear, and now I discover they are potentially investigating one of mine. On the contrary, he is a person of interest, Albus explained. Did you hear of what happened the night Selwyn, Higgs, and the rest of the group were apprehended? Clarence shook his head. Well, Bones is under the impression the man in the photo was responsible for their capture. He neutralized around 24 people, single-handedly, in less than a minute. That is impressive, Clarence replied thoughtfully. Fine, I will tell you this much, Albus. I can confirm that he is not one of mine. I've never laid eyes on him, but if he is as capable as he sounds, perhaps I would be interested in recruiting him, so long as he isn't wanted for anything nefarious. Albus believed him, and he shook his head. He is not wanted, but I wish to meet with you to satisfy the curiosity surrounding him and implore you to urge your team to be more careful, if indeed he is known to you. Clarence snorted as he handed back the photo. My team is the very best at what we do, Albus. I can assure you, none would ever know we were there if we did not wish them to. If you do discover who this man is, I may be interested in speaking with him if you believe it is worth my time. I will bear that in mind. Clarence nodded as he headed towards the door. This meeting never happened, Albus. If it were anyone else, I would be wiping your memory as we speak. Albus chuckled amusedly. Despite the truth behind the threat, Clarence always did have a flair for dramatics. Nonetheless, Albus had learned what he'd come here for, and though it was perhaps not the news Alastair was hopping for, it was a better conclusion. It would not do to provoke the ire of the Unspeakables by looking too closely in their direction. They did not take kindly to such, and Albus would be certain to pass on that very message to Alastair at the earliest convenience. Break. Harry knew that it was perhaps against his better judgment to do so, but running a legitimate business meant that he needed to have a business account. Unfortunately for him, it meant dealing with the goblins once more, something he was loath to do given his history with the deeply unpleasant creatures. The one saving grace he did have was that there would be no animosity on their part towards him, though that meant little, considering goblins despised all magical folk. Nonetheless, with no other option, it was into Diagon Alley he'd ventured, where he came upon a scene that gave him pause. A large crowd had gathered outside the bank, many holding signs whilst they cheered loudly. It was inaudible until Harry drew closer, and he could hear the words and read the signs. What's going on? He asked one of the vendors selling copies of the Daily Prophet. The man rolled his eyes. Some of the purebloods aren't happy that Gringotts lowered the interest rates for Muggleborns, he explained. They didn't really have a choice. No one was taking out loans with how much they were charging. Idiots, Harry muttered, shaking his head at the sizable group. Most pureblood families were rich enough that they'd never need a loan nor concern themselves with the interest rates of the bank. This demonstration was little more than principality and prejudice against those who had the option of using Muggle banks. It is the gold of our FAMILIES that funds GRINGOTTS, and it should be US that reap the BNEFITS. The man who'd placed his wand to his throat was rodent-like, his beady eyes, pointed nose, and weak chin somehow inspiring the other purebloods around him. Our bank, our rates. The group echoed the sentiment, cheering it repeatedly. Harry didn't know what they expected to achieve. The goblins would not be pressured by them, knowing there was no alternative, so they were wasting their time unless the ministry intervened. Harry frowned at the thought and realized just how alarming this development truly was. It was clear to see that the gathered purebloods already harbored ill will towards Muggleborns, and it wouldn't take much stoking of the embers to ignite the fire of hatred. Instinctively, Harry reached for his wand as his gaze swept over the crowd. Was Voldemort amongst them? Pondering that troubling possibility, he realized that it was likely the man was already fostering relationships with many of the purebloods. It wasn't as though they simply decided to follow him overnight and on a whim. No, Tom was either in Britain already, or was in contact with some of the more prominent families who were naive enough to believe in his ideology. With that unsettling thought permeating, Harry carefully backed away from the crowd and navigated his way back into Nocturne Alley. Gringotts could wait for another day when it was quieter. He'd vowed not to involve himself in the conflict to come, and Harry had no intention of breaking that promise to himself. The war had brought him nothing but misery, and he wanted no part of it. Break. Dealing with spoilt purebloods was not what Alastor had envisioned his day entailing, but the somewhat sporadic protest had swelled in numbers, meaning the stronger presence of the Aurors was required. It wasn't that they were being violent, but the disruption could take a sudden turn with little provocation. "Get back," Moody growled, shoving one of the more eager protesters who were attempting to get past him. Thankfully, they were to be relieved soon. "Get your filthy hands off me," the man snarled. "My uncle is Lord Goyle." And I'd put my foot up his arse just the same if he was acting like you. Shut up and enjoy your whinging." The man gaped at him in disbelief, but was quickly swallowed up by the crowd. "Idiot," Alastor grumbled, pausing as he caught sight of a familiar face a short distance away. "Bones, isn't that?" Amelia squinted in the direction Alastor had nodded in, her eyes widening as she nodded. "I think it is," she replied as he headed towards Nocturne Alley. "Go on, get after him," Alastor urged. Amelia did so, pushing her way through the crowd and entering the adjoining alley herself, catching a glimpse of the man as he vanished amongst the swathes of people. "Bugger," she groaned as she made it through to the other side. There was no sign of him. It was as though, once again, he'd simply vanished. She'd not heard anyone apparate, nor felt the use of a portkey being activated nearby. So where had he gone? Once more, Amelia was stumped, and giving a final glance around Nocturne Alley, she released a breath of frustration. He was gone, and try as she might, she was still unable to remember exactly what he looked like. Break. He peered carefully through the curtains of the living room above the pub, shaking his head as he watched the Auror searching for him. Harry had immediately sensed he was being followed by the tenacious redhead and had quickly navigated his way through the throngs of people, entering the pub via the back door. Thankfully, she'd not been quick enough to spot him, and with the building still boarded up whilst the renovation was being completed, she'd not looked twice in this direction. Still, it was becoming rather irksome that the woman simply would not quit, and Harry knew he would have to address the problem lest he spent the rest of his life playing this game of cat and mouse. No, he couldn't do that, and with a nod to himself, he decided he would take the matter into his own hands. If the Auror wanted to speak with him so badly, she would get her wish, though not on terms that would favor her. Chapter 4. "Are you sure about this?" Harry asked uncertainly. Thomas nodded. "The rich covet exclusivity," he explained. "If you invite the upper echelons of society and make it known that it is limited to a select few, they will come. They won't turn down a free meal. Whatever the rich have, the regular folk want a taste of it too. Trust me, sir, this will work." Harry wouldn't profess to understand how such things worked, but Thomas seemed certain it was the approach to take. "All right, we will give it a go," he agreed, eliciting a brilliant smile from the man. "Thank you, sir. I promise you won't regret it. Would you like to try some of the menu I've put together?" Thomas was excited for the venture, and Harry couldn't bring himself to curb the enthusiasm. What was supposed to be a simple bar had become a restaurant, and one of rather high class, something that was lacking, according to his manager. "I'll be right back with some appetizers," Thomas informed him excitedly, all but skipping to his recently finished kitchen. Harry chuckled to himself as he took in the Daker. The floor was of hard, dark wood, and the table covers were pristine white, topped with more knives and forks than Harry knew existed, along with an assortment of glassware. The chairs were of very high-quality leather, and the walls were white with various photos of places of interest in Wizarding Britain. For Harry, the chandelier was a little gaudy, but it fit with the feel of business, so he'd not pass comment on it. "Here we go, sir, a French onion soup with Gruyere and freshly baked croutons," Thomas explained, placing a bowl of piping hot broth in front of him. "And then we have a tuna nisses salad. How would you like your steak?" "My steak." Harry had never eaten a steak. In truth, his culinary experiences had been limited to what Mrs. Weasley had cooked him and the limited fare offered at Hogwarts. When he'd graduated, he lived mostly on convenience food, having never enjoyed cooking. "Most say medium rare is best," Thomas replied. He vanished into the kitchen once more, and Harry helped himself to some of the soup. The decadent and rich flavor took him aback, and Harry could not think of a time he'd enjoyed food so much. The tuna salad was equally enjoyable, and he'd cleared both the bowl and plate by the time Thomas returned. "What do you think?" the man asked nervously. "Honestly, this is probably the best food I've ever tasted." Thomas beamed with pride. "Thank you, sir," he replied emotionally, placing another plate in front of Harry before taking the empty ones away. Cutting into the steak, Harry tentatively took a bite, unsure if it had been cooked fully with how pink it was in the center. His concern, however, proved to be unfounded. Once more, Thomas had provided something rather splendid. And a meal pie for dessert. Harry finished off his steak, potatoes, and vegetables hungrily, tucking into the dessert when he was done. Thomas stood by nervously, fidgeting with a tea towel in his hands. "Well, you've definitely convinced me," Harry chuckled, patting his stomach. He couldn't remember when he'd last felt so full, but if such food was available to him now, he didn't think he'd ever be hungry again. "Shall I send the invitations?" Harry nodded. "I will leave it in your capable hands," he replied with a satisfied smile. "Have you managed to hire enough staff?" 8 waitresses, 5 kitchen staff, and a host. I'm interviewing for bar staff this afternoon." "You've done very well, Thomas," Harry praised. "What am I paying you?" The man rubbed the back of his neck nervously. "Well, it's not something we've really discussed, sir." "What does a manager usually make?" Thomas shrugged. "Around 50 galleons a month." "I will pay you 75, and the flat above is yours rent-free. Make this place a success, and we can discuss pay increases and bonuses moving forward." "That's very generous, sir. I don't know what to say." "Then don't say anything," Harry urged. "Don't you have invitations to write?" "Yes, sir," Thomas replied, offering Harry a salute. He laughed once more at the excitement of the man, having no doubts that he'd chosen wisely. With a shake of his head, Harry decided he would make sure he was present for the opening night. Even if it were to enjoy some more of the food Thomas would prepare. Perhaps he could even find a way to address the problem that was irking him. He'd not seen the red-headed Auror around recently, much to his relief, but he had no doubt she was looking out for him. It made him paranoid whenever he needed to be somewhere in public, and it was almost as though he could feel her keen eyes on him. It was no wonder Amelia Bones had garnered the reputation for herself she had, but Harry could do without her focus being on him, even if it were sporadic. "Break." "Come in, Alistair," Albus called as the familiar knock sounded at the door to his office. The tired Auror entered and flopped himself down in the seat on the opposite side of the desk. "Apologies for the delay, Albus," he sighed. "These bloody protests have kept us at it all hours." Albus waved the apology off. "I have heard of them," he murmured. "Have they gotten ugly?" Alistair shook his head. "No, but it's gotten close a few times. They're trying to stop people from conducting business, and even the goblins are growing tired of them. If Leech doesn't do something about it soon, we could have a problem with them on our hands." "I will raise it with him as a matter of urgency," Albus assured him. "I expect he knows, but you know what he's like." "A spineless git who can't wipe his own nose," Alistair returned. "Perhaps a little harsh," Albus chuckled, "but I fear you're not far off the mark. Now I have spoken with an associate of mine pertaining to your other problem." Bones still won't let it go," Alistair huffed. "She almost caught up with him the other day, but he vanished into thin air again." Albus frowned before releasing a deep sigh. "Well, I have it on good authority that he is not an unspeakable," he informed the man. "With that being said, It is paramount that Amelia does not put herself in danger. If what you've told me of him is indeed true, he is not bound to the rules of the Department of Mysteries. He could be a very unpleasant person, or he wishes to retain his privacy. Regardless, it would be best if she left him. Has he broken any laws? Moody shook his head. No. Then my advice stands, Albus replied firmly. Some things are best left alone unless they are unavoidable. I fear Amelia could be picking a poor battle. Moody agreed. I will relay that to her for what good it will do. Albus nodded his approval. Good now, do you have time to join me a drink? That's the best offer I've had all week, Alistair chuckled. Break. Long day, Edgar asked amusedly as Amelia sunk into the sofa in his study. Long week, she groaned. Hopefully that's it for the blood protests. Edgar chuckled as he shook his head. I doubt it. Amelia released a deep breath. I don't understand their problem. Most of them come from rich families who have no need of loans from Gringotts. True, but I expect the ones that are protesting are those who have a prominent name, but are not connected closely enough with the lord of the family to benefit from the wealth. They do take out loans to keep up the facade of being an important member of the family. It's mostly about principle. They want preferential treatment for Muggle-borns. To them, lowering interest rates is a slap in the face. Well, it's doing my head in, Amelia grumbled. Edgar chuckled once more and shook his head. You chose this life, he pointed out. You are one of the fortunate ones who have no need to work if you don't want to. Did you really expect being an Auror would be fast-paced, catching murderers and dueling with criminals? Amelia glared at her brother. No, she huffed, but I didn't expect to be standing outside Gringotts for a week stopping people making prats of themselves. It sounds to me as though you could do with some cheering up, Edgar declared as he stood and handed Amelia 2 rather expensive-looking tickets. It just so happens that I received these today. I've never heard of this place, she murmured. It's new, Edgar explained. Funnily enough, it used to be the pub you were attacked in. Apparently, it has a new owner and the place has been revamped. Come on, it's got to be better than eating a sandwich at your desk. Amelia nodded. What about Eliza? She is busy. Besides, it's been too long since we spent some time together without you rushing off or being too tired to talk. Fine, Amelia sighed. I'll go with you. There's a good girl, Edgar said with a grin, ruffling her hair. Don't do that again, Amelia warned. I might be your little sister, but I haven't been sitting behind a desk for the past few years. Oh, you think you can take me? Edgar teased. I know I can. Edgar quirked an eyebrow at her, snapping his wand into his hand only to duck as a spell was fired towards him. Throwing himself through the open door of his study, he rolled behind the wall into the next corridor for cover. Bloody hell, she's quick, he groaned, wincing as he heard the footsteps of his stalking sister approaching. I'm too old for this shit. Too slow, more like, Amelia countered, hurling another string of spells towards him. Edgar barely managed to avoid them, and as he ran for all he was worth, he vowed to spend some time getting fitter and working on his dueling. It wouldn't do to be bested by his younger sister. He didn't think his ego could handle that. Break. Harry cursed under his breath as he took his leave from Gringotts. With the protesters having disbanded, for now, he'd taken the opportunity to finally open an account. As ever, the goblins had proven to be perhaps the most unpleasant creatures Harry had encountered, even more so than the basilisk that had injected him with deadly venom. Nonetheless, the account was now active, so he had a legitimate paper trail for some of his income. It wasn't as though he would be declaring what gold he made from his finds, not when the ministry would somehow take it from him. He'd like to see them try. He'd never been in the goods books of the wizarding government. Even when he'd defeated Voldemort, the goodwill hadn't lasted when it was discovered what he'd done during his venture into Gringotts. That incident alone had almost caused a war, and Kingsley had chosen to side with the goblins instead of Harry. As such, Harry had no intention of having anything to do with the government if it could be avoided. He was much happier owning businesses and having more experienced people run them on his behalf. It gave him something he'd never had before: freedom. He could walk the streets as he pleased, visit any shop without being accosted, and do anything he wished with the gold he earned or took for himself. Harry grinned at the memory of relieving Corvus Lestrange of his gold. It had gone a long way in funding the refurbishment of the restaurant, hearing staff, and purchasing the needed produce. The next thing it would pay for was some suitable robes for himself. He didn't enjoy dressing up as such. He'd not worn dress robes since he'd been awarded the Order of Merlin, first class, for his defeat of Voldemort, but the occasion called for it, and he'd only stand out if he weren't dressed appropriately. As such, he made his way towards Madame Malkin's, a shop he was pleased to see. The familiar tinkling of the bell announced his arrival, and Harry remembered his very first visit here, where he'd made the acquaintance of one Draco Malfoy. He snorted at the thought of the man. Draco's crimes had been mostly forgiven after the war. He'd spent only 1 year in Azkaban, much less than he deserved. Many seemed to forget he'd been responsible for Dumbledore's death. He may not have cast the curse that had killed the headmaster, but it was Draco's actions that had led to it. "I'll be just one moment," a friendly voice called. Harry waited patiently, offering the young woman who greeted him a smile as she stepped onto the shop floor. "What can I do for you, my dear?" she asked. Were it not for the familiar way she'd addressed him, Harry wouldn't be able to tell that this was Madame Malkin herself, the woman he remembered much older. "I need some dress robes," he answered. The woman hummed as she walked around him, scrutinizing his frame and taking in his features. "Do you have a preference for color?" "Black, please." Madame Malkin nodded. "Please, come this way and I will measure you." Harry did so, only to find he wasn't the only one in the shop. Another man, considerably older than him, was also being fitted for robes, and when Harry caught sight of his steely gray eyes, high cheekbones, and refined features, he couldn't help but think he'd seen him before. It took a moment for him to realize that this man somewhat resembled his godfather. This wasn't serious, however. "If you could stand here for me," Madame Malkin instructed, placing Harry in front of a mirror. Taking in his reflection, he realized he needed to shave and properly have his hair cut. That would have to wait. For now, he needed his robes. "Slim waist, broader shoulders," Madame Malkin commented. "Stand up straight, dear. I cannot stand someone who slouches." "Ah, you would have hated my friend. He always slouched," Harry replied. His shoes were always neatly tied, but his buttocks tended to be on show. It was certainly enough to put you off your breakfast when you could almost see what he'd eaten the day before. Madame Malkin tutted, but the man next to him chuckled amusedly. "I'll be right back with a portfolio of designs you can choose from," the woman declared, shooting him a pointed look. "Wow, she didn't even grin," Harry muttered. "Maybe groping people's legs for a living isn't all it's cracked up to be." "I don't expect so," the man snorted. "Goyle was in here before us. Touching his leg would be enough to sour anyone's mood. Poor woman, I don't think she anticipated handling a part troll today." "He's part troll?" Harry asked curiously. The man shrugged. "I have no idea, but the argument can be made. He's certainly as dumb as one and has the table manners to match. It's just a shame I have to be within 50 feet of the Wally when I'm eating tonight." The restaurant opening." The man nodded. "My wife is insisting we go," he sighed. "Are you married?" "No, I've not met anyone I could tolerate to spend so much time with." The man laughed. "Well, it will happen, and when you least expect it. You're not a pureblood then." "Half," Harry answered. "The best of both worlds," the man commented thoughtfully. "I'm not so prejudiced, not anymore. I've met some good muggle-borns and half-bloods over the years. Between you and me, most were better than the purebloods I know." "Here we go," Madame Malkin said as she arrived, handing Harry a booklet to thumb through. "Lord Black, if you give me 30 minutes, your robes will be ready." Lord Black. Was this Sirius's father? No, Harry had seen a portrait of Orion Black, And this was not him, though when he cast his mind back to the time he'd spent in Grimmauld Place, he remembered only one man who looked like this one. Arcturus Black, Sirius's grandfather. Sirius had not been so flattering when speaking of anyone in his family, but he'd only mentioned Arcturus in passing once or twice. The man nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Madam Malkin. Your service is most appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your day, and you, young man." "You too," Harry replied as Arcturus took his leave of the shop. It had certainly been a surreal moment, meeting Sirius's grandfather, and the encounter made him once more consider what his life would have been like had his godfather survived. Sirius wouldn't have allowed Harry to be treated the way he had, and maybe he would have had a lasting relationship of substance with someone who had no interest in his fame or money. Still, as much as Harry often pondered it, nothing would change, other than he'd be living a much more different life than he'd anticipated. He shook his head at the maudlin thoughts. "Nothing to your liking, dear?" Madam Malkin asked. "I'm afraid I have poor taste in clothing. What would you recommend?" She hummed thoughtfully as she took the portfolio, flipping through the pages and sometimes pausing, evidently envisioning what Harry would look like in a particular set of robes. "I think these will suit you best," she declared after several minutes. "Yes, these will be perfect for you." "Then I will trust your judgment," Harry replied with a smile. "A wise move," Madam Malkin praised. "Your robes will take around 40 minutes to finish. You may return then to collect them." "Thank you," Harry said gratefully, deciding that he would indeed use the time to get his hair cut for the first time in a few months. He certainly needed it. Break. She couldn't remember the last time she'd worn a dress. Perhaps it had been for her parents' funeral, but it was not something Amelia did often. Much of her time was spent in her red aura robes, and even when she wore her own clothes, she usually opted for a similar garb, just of a different color. "What do you think?" she asked Edgar as she entered his study. "I'm thinking, what the hell happened to my sister?" the man snorted. Amelia rolled her eyes at him. "Will it do for the dinner?" Edgar offered her a smile as he nodded. "It will do." "Good, because I wasn't going to change anyway," Amelia replied with a smirk. Edgar shook his head amusedly. "So why ask?" She shrugged. "Sometimes it's nice to be complimented. If you want compliments, maybe you should consider dating." "I have dated." "One French idiot who could barely string a sentence together in his own language," Edgar retorted. "How he ever became an Auror, I'll never know." Claude wasn't so bad. Edgar quirked an eyebrow at her. "If that is your taste in men, maybe you should stay single," he urged. "Honestly, if I had to hear his phlegmy, snooty voice once more, I would have put my foot up his arse." "Now you're being dramatic," Amelia huffed. "Who would you have me date?" "Someone who hasn't got shit between his ears for a start," Edgar answered immediately. "And someone who cares for you and don't want to change you." "You think there's a man who wants to date an Auror who could kick his arse?" "Some people are sadists," Edgar said thoughtfully. "Don't be vulgar." "I'm being honest. Anyway, enough about your dating history. I'd like to keep my appetite intact. Are you ready?" Amelia nodded, holding up the black bag she'd chosen to keep her essentials in: Auror identification, wand, and purse. "Good, then let's go before Crabbe gets there and eats everything." Amelia grimaced at the thought of the large man. She'd only ever shared one meal with him for a business opportunity he was discussing with Edgar, and that one occasion was enough to put her off doing so again. He was slovenly, rude, and lacked even the most basic of manners. Hopefully, they would not be seated near him. Amelia vividly remembered that being within 10 feet of him when he was chewing was hazardous for one's health. Break. Harry watched nervously as the first of the guests began to arrive. Much of the restaurant was comprised for tables of 2, but there were some for larger parties who would wish to dine together. Not that such a thing was a problem. Adjustments could be made with little more than a flick of a wand, if necessary. "Your plan seems to be working," he commented to Thomas as the building began to fill. I know these people, Thomas murmured. They wouldn't turn down a free meal, and if you run the place right, they will return, even if it's just to show off to their peers. Harry nodded thoughtfully as his gaze drifted over the guests, pausing on many that were familiar, even if he did not know them personally. Amongst them, he could see who was undoubtedly a Malfoy Arcturus Black, whom he'd met earlier in the day, and even someone with a familiar crop of messy black hair, just as his had been before it had been cut. Harry's own was much shorter now, textured but tidier. He didn't know how he felt about it, but little could be done now. His hair would always grow back. It looks as though everyone accepted the invitation, Thomas observed as each seat was occupied. I shall check to see how the first courses are coming along. He sounded nervous, but Harry had every confidence in the man. If the food was of the same quality he'd sampled, Thomas had nothing to concern himself with. The same couldn't be said for Harry, however. As he once more looked around the room, he caught sight of a red-headed woman, and though he had to look twice to be certain it was the Auror that had been attempting to follow him, there was no doubt in his mind it was indeed her. Casting a simple notice-me-not charm on himself, he began circulating the room to listen in on the thoughts of the guests. It is certainly an improvement on what it was before, one man commented. Harry noticed the resemblance to a fellow student during his own time at Hogwarts, and Lord Boot sounded strikingly similar to Terry in the way he spoke. I'll say, his wife agreed, it's just what Nocturne Alley needs to take away from the usual dreariness. It's a bold move to open here, but it could pay off. Well, that depends on the food, doesn't it? That remains to be seen, after all. It was only a moment later that the waiters and waitresses began serving the starter, and the two barmen Thomas had hired were levitating trays of drinks to the tables. The serving was completed quickly and efficiently, and Harry circled the room to hear any comments made. This is very good, a man Harry did not recognize declared as he scrutinized the soup. It's just like we had in Paris on our honeymoon, Augusta Longbottom gushed. It was strange to see the stern woman he'd met on a few occasions so relaxed, and thankfully, without a stuffed vulture resting atop her head. Harry nodded satisfactorily, though he frowned as one of the tables seating a group grew steadily more raucous as the main course was served. Who are those people, Thomas? He asked, nodding subtly towards them. I don't know, sir, he answered, scanning the room. Lord Yaxley is not here, so I suspect he gave his tickets away as well as Lord Lestrange. Harry hummed as he watched the group of 8. Would you like me to have them removed? Harry shook his head. I'll keep an eye on them. You just focus on the food. It's going down rather well with most, he added with another frown towards the table. He hoped they wouldn't cause trouble, but given his luck, it was possible they would. Here we go, he muttered as the group was served, and some of them simply could not exercise simple politeness. Here we bloody go. Break. What do you think? Edgar asked. Amelia nodded, swallowing a mouthful of the steak she'd been working on. Not that she'd had to chew it much. It was as though it melted in her mouth. It's fantastic, she declared. It is, Edgar agreed. I just wish it wasn't being ruined by that lot, he grumbled, nodding towards where Stan Yaxley was sitting with his friends. Amelia remembered the man from school. He was a year above her in Slytherin and had always been something of a lout. Stan was the nephew of Lord Yaxley, though the way he spoke, you'd think he himself was head of the family. Idiot, she sighed, looking on as he leered at the young waitress who was pouring him a refill of wine. Amelia watched as he purposely knocked her elbow, and the girls spilled wine all over the table. The group laughed, but Yaxley looked to be rather furious. You stupid, clumsy cow, he berated as he stood. You spilled wine all over my robes. I'm so sorry, the girl replied fearfully. You're sorry. That doesn't fix my robes, and our meal is bloody ruined because of you. Is there a problem here? Amelia gasped as the man seemingly appeared from nowhere, and though his hair was shorter now and he was clean-shaven, she recognized him immediately. Yeah, there is a problem, Yaxley snarled, prodding the man in the chest. Your stupid bint of a waitress has ruined my robes. Oh, this could get ugly, Edgar sighed. Everyone in the restaurant was looking on to see how this would play out. You have no idea, Amelia said worriedly. Edgar shot her a questioning look. That's the man who helped me, she whispered. Is that so? The man questioned, seemingly unfazed by Yaxley. Well, then let me remedy that. How much were your robes, sir? 20 galleons, only the best. Then allow me to compensate you adequately, the man offered, counting out some coins from a small bag he carried. There we go, no harm done. Yaxley nodded as he took his seat once more. Aren't you forgetting something? The man asked. Excuse me. The robes, the man replied. I just paid for them, so they are my property. I'm asking you kindly to hand them over. Yaxley was taken aback by the request. Are you taking the piss? I can assure you I am not, the man replied. I paid for the robes, they are my property. Yaxley blinked as a few snickers sounded around the room. You must be a simpleton, he snorted, shaking his head. Do you have any idea who I am? Honestly, I couldn't care less, the man replied. You have come into my restaurant free of charge, I might add, and you have been deeply rude to one of my waitresses. Now you are trying to rescind a deal. We can always discuss it in my office if you prefer. Let us not ruin the evening of the other guests. Yaxley quickly became aware that everyone was watching him. He's going to make a prat of himself, Amelia murmured. Maybe I will send for my uncle, Yaxley threatened. Excellent, the man declared. Perhaps he will be interested to hear of how you have comported yourself in front of many other prominent members of society. Send for him. I am happy to wait, but I will tell your uncle the very same thing. Now, we can either discuss this like gentlemen, or we can make a simple situation much worse. It is your choice. He did not flinch, and Yaxley was once more taken aback by how unaffected he was by the threat he'd made. For Merlin's sake, Yaxley, if you spoil my dinner any more than you already have, you'll get my foot up your arse. Arcturus Black broke in irritably. Either give him your robes or get out of here and discuss it. Any amusement that was felt around the room suddenly dissipated, and the atmosphere became tense. None wished to find themselves on the wrong side of Lord Black, a man known for his ruthlessness both politically and in his personal life. His wife placed a calming hand on his forearm, but his glare aimed at Yaxley remained. We can discuss it, Yaxley murmured, his demeanor suddenly changing as he was led from the room. He soon changed his mind. Edgar snorted when the conversation picked up again. Amelia nodded, though she was distracted by the unexpected appearance of the man. From what he'd said, he owned the restaurant, which was odd in itself as he'd been the one to destroy the premises the night he'd assisted her. To Amelia, it didn't add up, but even stranger was when Yaxley returned from the discussion wearing a white apron in lieu of his robes. Snickering could be heard around the room as the man approached Arcturus Black, his cheeks red from the embarrassment he was experiencing. Lord Black, I would like to apologize for interrupting your meal and would like to assure you it won't happen again, Yaxley declared. The corner of Lord Black's lips twitched in amusement as he nodded, and the cowed, apron-clad man shuffled back to his table and retook his seat. What do you think he said to him? Edgar chuckled. Amelia shook her head. I don't know, but I'm going to find out, she murmured as the man entered the dining area once more and shot her a pointed look. He held up his hand to stall her as he approached Yaxley. Your bill, Mr. Yaxley, he announced, snapping his fingers and placing a piece of parchment in front of the man. I hope that if you grace us with your presence again, you will do so politely and respectfully. Oh, and you will apologize to Matilda before you leave. Yaxley merely nodded, shaking his head at the friends who seemed so willing to defend him. The man's stony gaze drifted over them before he left the room once more, and Amelia followed shortly after, keen to speak with him, the conversations she caught snippets of revolving around what had just occurred. Break. He released a deep breath as he threw the robes into the fireplace. This was not how he'd hoped the evening would go, but Harry couldn't change what had been done. Still, he'd resolved the issue in a way that he'd been polite enough whilst making an example of Yaxley. It seemed that the other guests did not disapprove, and he was appreciative of Arcturus Black intervening. "Come in," he called as a knock sounded at the door. He didn't even need to turn to greet the person who entered. Amelia Bones had not taken her eyes off him the moment she realized who he was. "Auror Bones," he addressed her. "Usually," the woman returned, "I'm not on duty." "So, you're not going to attempt to arrest me?" "Arrest you?" Harry nodded. "You've taken a rather keen interest in me recently." "You helped me." Harry shook his head. "I did what was right, nothing more, and I'd rather what happened didn't become known outside of these four walls." She was frowning when he did turn to look at her. "Who are you?" she asked. "Harry Jameson, owner of this fine establishment," Harry replied with a smile. "You're a restaurateur." "I am." "I've never met a restaurateur who can take down an entire bar full of people, nor one who can treat a pureblood the way you did and get away with it." Harry shrugged indifferently. "What can I say? I have a knack for people's skills." An amused grin tugged at the corner of her lips. "And for dealing with them, if necessary." Harry shook his head as Amelia smiled. "Not really," he said dismissively, "but you should smile more. You're quite beautiful when you do." The woman blushed slightly before scowling at him. "Are you trying to disarm me?" "An Auror, I would never dream of it," Harry denied. She hummed. "Well, for what it is worth, I'd like to thank you for helping me that night." "You're very welcome," Harry replied. "Do try to avoid those situations. You won't always have me around to get you out of them." She quirked an eyebrow at him. "What makes you think I would need you? I am capable." "I didn't think for one moment you aren't," Harry assured her, "but you were not prepared for what could have happened." "I won't be caught out again." "Good," Harry declared. "It means that you learned from that experience." "You speak as though you've experienced that kind of thing more than once." "Working in the restaurant business can be hazardous." "That's your story." Harry nodded. "And I'm sticking to it." "Of course you are," Amelia sighed. "I'm going to choose not to believe you. Even when you were dealing with Yaxley, you were ready to defend yourself. If I didn't know any better, I would say you've trained as an Auror yourself. I did think you might have been an Unspeakable." Harry didn't even wince at the mention of his former role in life. "You are or were," Amelia mused aloud, trying to catch him out. "Nothing of the sort." "It's not as though you would tell me, is it?" "I'm just a business owner," Harry pointed out. "Nothing more and nothing less." Amelia eyed him speculatively for a moment before shaking her head. "Fine, you're a business owner." "That's better. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make sure we don't have any more unpleasantness." "How did you convince Yaxley to come back like that?" Amelia asked curiously. "I appealed to his better nature." "He doesn't have a better nature." "Well, what you can find when you peek below the surface is surprising. I don't expect you're just a stuffy, boring Auror." "Excuse me, what makes you think I'm a stuffy, boring Auror?" "All you do is work," Harry pointed out. "I take an interest in those that take an interest in me," he added conspiratorially. "I must say you're rather dull, not even a fine for drunken, lewd behavior." "And you have." Harry shrugged. "I don't remember." Amelia narrowed her eyes at him as he grinned, and she took her leave of the room without saying another word. Harry followed only a moment later, and was pleased to see that the desserts had been served. Soon enough, the night would come to an end, but not before he spoke to a few other guests to receive feedback on the food and service they'd received. "Break. How did your conversation go?" Edgar asked airily as Amelia returned. He stared at his dessert, but she did not miss the smirk gracing his lips. "What's that look for?" she demanded. Edgar merely held up his hands, and Amelia narrowed her eyes at him. "I don't know what you're insinuating, but it did not go how you think." "Was it him?" "It was," Amelia confirmed, "but he was just dismissive of the entire thing." Maybe he just doesn't want to make a big deal of it. Maybe, Amelia murmured. Do you think I'm boring? Very. Edgar, Amelia huffed, do you think I'm just a dull orer? Why are you asking? Edgar inquired, placing his spoon in his bowl. Amelia shrugged. That's what he said. Edgar released a deep breath. Well, he's not wrong, he said apologetically. I wouldn't say dull, but all you do is work and sleep. I always say myself that you lack fun. I have fun. When? Amelia frowned. She pondered the question. I don't know, but I'm never bored. Edgar offered her a smile. You live for your job, Amelia. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you're happy. She nodded. How did he say it? What do you mean? How did he say you're boring? Did he say it in an insulting way? Amelia shook her head. No, he was teasing me. Or flirting with you. I don't think so, Amelia snorted. Was he? Maybe, Edgar said with a shrug. I wasn't there, but if he was joking, he was probably flirting. Merlin, you can't even tell when someone is flirting. He wasn't flirting, Amelia denied. He was mocking me, but not in a way to offend me. He was polite enough. But there's just something about him I can't put my finger on, Amelia murmured. He denied being an unspeakable, but I don't quite believe him. He can't be any older than me, and he managed to open this place. That couldn't have been cheap. Maybe he took out a loan. No, I don't think so, Amelia mused aloud. There's something familiar about him. I'm not sure what, but so many things just aren't adding up. She stilled as Edgar placed a hand on her shoulder. Amelia, I think you should leave it be, he urged. You know it was him that helped you, and to me it sounds as though he prefers his privacy. Don't push it. He did you a favor. Let it go. Amelia deflated as she watched Harry Jameson sharing a brief conversation with Lord Black. Maybe Edgar was right. Perhaps she should just let it go, but Amelia had never been good at doing such. Not when she was either baffled by something or intrigued. His gaze flickered to hers before he left the room, and Amelia decided that she would continue to unearth the mystery surrounding Harry Jameson. She would just need to be more careful doing so. Chapter 5. You really are a damned fool, Titus Yaxley grumbled as he paced back and forth in front of his nephew. Not only did you make a show of yourself, but you also pissed off Arcturus Black in the process. Stan opened his mouth to speak, and Titus slapped him with a letter he'd received from Black late the night before. Before you say anything, I want you to choose your words very carefully, he warned. Stan nodded. The owner, he spat. The owner couldn't just let it go. The owner. His waitress spilt wine on me, and he made it a bigger deal than it needed to be. I just wanted an apology and for my robes to be cleaned. Titus hummed. Despite Arcturus's irritation with Stan, he could not allow a member of his family to be disrespected in such a way by a simple restaurant owner, even if his idiot nephew deserved it. I will handle it, he murmured. Thank you, Uncle. Now get out of my sight, Titus demanded. I gave you those tickets and you have shown me up. If you do it again, it will be you I deal with. Understood? He added in a whisper, leaning closely enough that Stan could not mishear him. The man swallowed deeply as he nodded before fleeing. He knew it was not wise to push his luck, not when Titus was in such a terrible mood. Now, not only did he have to appease Arcturus, he needed to deal with the restaurant owner for his lack of respect for a member of his family. With a shake of his head, Titus took a seat behind his desk, pondering just how he could achieve both problems he faced. Break. She thumbed through the small amount of paperwork in the file she had pulled, shaking her head at the lack of information it contained. Slamming it on her desk in frustration, Amelia placed her head in her hands. Hard night? Alistair asked as he arrived for their shift. Not so much, Amelia sighed. Well, I have news, sort of, he murmured quietly. I tried to reach you last night, but you weren't home. No, Edgar took me to the opening of the new restaurant in Nocturne Alley. How lovely, Alistair mocked. Anyway, I had Albus look into our mystery man. In not so many words, his advice was to leave it alone. He had a word with a contact who confirmed he is not one of the Greycloaks. Jameson told me the same. Jameson. Amelia slid the file towards Alistair. His name is Harry Jameson, and he is the owner of the new restaurant. I spoke with him last night. And, Moody asked interestedly, he claims to be a simple restaurateur. You don't believe him? Amelia shook her head. Well, he owns the restaurant. He made a prat of one of the Yaxleys, but no, there's more to him than that. I know what I saw that night, Alistair, and you know you meet a certain type of person when you're talking to them. Auror's instinct. Exactly, Amelia concurred. There's something about him. Something unsettling. No, and that's what I find most odd. I can't explain the feeling I get from him, but it's not like the lot we bring in here. I mean, if he was like them, he wouldn't have risked helping me, would he? I suppose not, Alistair agreed. Anyway, I spoke with him and thanked him. But you still pulled his file. I was curious, Amelia replied with a shrug. Wait, he's the same age as you, just about. Don't you remember him from Hogwarts? No, he's not familiar from school. With these grades, he would have stood out, Alistair said thoughtfully. Should I check with Albus? Would it make a difference? I don't remember him from Hogwarts. But someone as skilled as he seems to be is someone who is remembered by those he meets. Maybe there's a trail here. Maybe. All right, you two, a body has been found in Nocturne Alley. It smells funny, and I want you to look into it, Grim instructed as he entered the room. Who's smelling dead bodies to know it smells funny? Moody asked with a straight face. The bloody circumstances, Moody, Grim snapped. It's a young woman and she's well dressed. 2 of our lot are already there, but this is your case. Well, get on with it. Grim left the room, and Alistair nudged her shoulder. Come on, lass, let's have a look. Amelia nodded and followed the man, placing the file belonging to Harry Jameson in the drawer of her desk. Something still did not add up to her, but for now, she needed to focus on the case at hand. She would peruse the file again later, just in case she missed something. Break. The food was excellent, with the service following suit, and the mid-meal entertainment will not soon be forgotten, Harry read, aloud from the morning edition of the Daily Prophet to the nervous Thomas. She liked it. She loved it, Harry assured the man, clapping him smartly on the shoulder. Thomas positively beamed, relieved that the food critic from the newspaper had enjoyed her experience here. How many bookings do we have for tonight? Harry asked. Only 6, Thomas answered uneasily. It's all right, Harry replied, assuaging his concerns. It will pick up, especially with a review like this. Thomas nodded, frowning as the bell rang above the door rang. They weren't open for several hours yet, so they weren't expecting anyone. Hello, I'd like to make a booking for this evening, the voice of a gentleman sounded. See, Harry chuckled. Thomas tutted amusedly and made his way to the reception area whilst Harry continued reading the newspaper. There was little else of note, though Harry had come to enjoy the mundane. He'd had more than enough excitement to last him a lifetime in only his first 2 decades. No, the somewhat dull and quiet life had yet to lose its novelty. Harry, there's someone here to see you, Thomas whispered worriedly. Who is it? Lord Yaxley. Harry nodded as he stood. Don't worry, Thomas, I'll deal with him. The man took him by the arm. You should be careful with him. He's not the friendliest of men. Harry offered him a reassuring look, smiling as he entered the reception area. Ah, Lord Yaxley, he greeted the scowling man. I expect you are here to apologize on behalf of your nephew. I was skeptical that you would come, but consider me humble in my wrongness. Apologize, Yaxley snarled through gritted teeth. He was taller than Harry, his slightly graying hair slicked back with an oil that smelt of an unpleasant musk. His brown, beady eyes were rather unwelcoming, but it was the pencil-thin mustache that completed his almost villainous look. Harry did indeed get the impression that Yaxley was not a man to be taken lightly, but having dealt with the likes of Voldemort, he would not be intimidated easily. Yaxley may not know it, but he was out of his depth here, even if Harry would sooner see an amicable conclusion to the impending unpleasantness. You think I'm here to apologize to you? I can't think of any other reason you would be here. Yaxley laughed humorlessly, evidently wondering if Harry had taken leave of his senses. I am here to get my nephew the gold back that you charged him for his meal. Is that so? Harry snorted. Well, Mr. Yaxley, I will tell you the same thing I told him. Anyone who comes here will do so respectfully. This is a nice establishment, and I intend to keep it that way. Your nephew was an absolute prick and got considerably less than he deserved. Now, if you would kindly leave, I have other things that require my attention. Yaxley looked at Harry in disbelief, though the expression lasted only a moment before he drew his wand. You are going to return the gold, you little shit. Harry released a deep breath. I really wish you hadn't done that, he sighed. Break. All right, make room, Moody barked as they pushed through the crowd that had formed. The Aurors already on the scene had the sense to erect a tent around the body and keep everyone back to preserve the area. Merlin, Alistair gasped as they entered the tent. There was blood splashed across the ground and up the brickwork from the horrific injuries the victim had received. Alistair was taken aback, but it was Amelia who was in shock. She was at the restaurant last night, she whispered. I recognized the blue dress. She was a part of Stan Yaxley's group. Are you sure? Alistair asked. They were the first lot to leave, she explained with a frown. After what happened to Stan, they didn't stay long after dessert. And now she's dead, murdered by the looks of it, Alistair grumbled. Amelia nodded. What happened? She whispered as she took in the bloody sight before her. It was clear that she'd been bludgeoned, the wounds so severe that her skull had been split open. And her face was an unrecognizable mess. It had been a vicious attack, and one that appeared to have been done without magic. Blunt object, Moody grunted. Someone's clobbered the poor lass. Amelia had reached the same conclusion, but that didn't bring them much closer to piecing together what had happened to her after she'd left the restaurant. Well, we need to speak to who she was with last night, Alistair declared. I'll do that. You ask around to see if anyone. He was cut off by the sound of a loud bang a short distance away, and some screams from the gathered crowd. What the hell was that? Moody asked, drawing his wand and pushing his way through the throngs of people. Another disturbance sounded much louder this time. Get out of the way, Alistair barked. They broke through in time to see the doors of the restaurant Amelia had attended last night, and a man being hurled into the street, his robes and hair in disarray. Harry Jameson stalked out after him, leveling his wand at who Amelia recognized as Titus Yaxley. This was not good. That's enough, Alistair snapped, stepping between the two men. The next one of you to cast a spell will be coming in with us. Jameson shrugged as he slid his wand into a holster, and Yaxley pushed himself to his feet. You'll pay for this, he hissed, pointing a trembling finger at Jameson. Oh, shut up, you idiot, the other man snorted. What is going on? Moody demanded to know. This prat came in and tried to threaten me, Jameson answered. He drew his wand on me, and I defended myself. Is this true? Yaxley continued to glare, though his cheeks had reddened from embarrassment. I want this filthy mudblood arrested. I came here to discuss what happened last night, and he attacked me. Did he now? Alistair sighed. Well, I'm putting an end to it now. I've got more important things to do than deal with your petty squabble. Yaxley, bugger off, and Jameson, we want a word with you. I'm all ears, Jameson replied with a grin. You'll pay for this, Yaxley warned. Mark my words, boy, you'll regret what you did. Of course, I will, Jameson said dismissively. Why don't you pucker up and kiss my arse, you inbred ape? Yaxley snarled, his hand twitching as though he would attack, but he thought better of it. He'd already made enough of a fool of himself in front of the gathered crowd. Instead, he turned sharply on his heel and stalked away, shoving people aside as he did so. What a pleasant chap, Jameson commented, his gaze following Yaxley until he vanished. Well, if you want to talk to me, you'd better come inside. He entered the restaurant, followed by Amelia and a bemused Alistair. He did all right handling Yaxley, Moody murmured. Not an enemy most would want to make. Amelia nodded. What can I do for the two of you? Jameson asked as they entered the dining area. With nary a flick of his wand, the tables that were strewn about the room from the confrontation were righted, and Amelia took note of how casual such a piece of magic had been for him. A woman has been murdered, Moody informed him. She was here last night as part of Stan Yaxley's group. Jameson's expression fell. I am sorry to hear that, he murmured. He seemed to mean it. Do you have a list of all the guests? Alistair asked. Jameson nodded. Everyone was required to give their names when they entered, he explained. I'll fetch it for you. Moody watched him as he left the room. I get what you mean, he said quietly. There's something about him not so unsettling, but he can handle himself. You saw what he did to Yaxley. And in here when it was the pub, Amelia added. Alistair hummed. Jameson returned only a moment later and handed him the list. Everyone in Yaxley's party is here, he explained, pointing to the names of the group of 8. Thank you, Mr. Jameson, Alistair said gratefully as he stood. I'll check this out, and Amelia Bones will have just a few more questions for you. Oh, and thank you for what you did that night. I appreciate you stepping in. Jameson merely nodded, and Alistair took his leave to look into the names provided. Did you hear anything at all? No, we closed just before midnight, and I was the last to leave at around 1, Jameson explained as he took a seat. He seemed genuinely upset by what had happened, and though Amelia had not suspected him of being involved in the first place, even a recruit could see he wouldn't have harmed the woman. Yaxley, on the other hand. You should be careful of Yaxley, she warned. He's a dangerous man. Jameson smirked. Are you worried about me, Amelia Bones? Do I need to be? No, I'm not looking to cause trouble, but if Yaxley tries to make good on his threat, then, well, he will see that I'm not so easily bullied. What about the young woman? What happened to her? Amelia grimaced at the memory of the crime, seen only a short distance away. It appears as though she was bludgeoned to death with a blunt object, but we won't know for certain until the report is received when the body is investigated. Jameson nodded. Well, if there is anything I can do for you, you just need to let me know. I will keep my ear to the ground. If I hear anything, I'll come straight to you. Thank you, Amelia said as she stood. For the record, the food here was great. It's not often I get time to eat away from my desk. Then you should do so more often, Jameson urged. There's another free dinner here for you and a guest at your convenience. I'll remember that, Amelia replied with a smile. Anyway, back to work I go. Good luck, Amelia Bones. Amelia nodded and took her leave of the restaurant, returning to the rather grim sight of the blood and corpse that was in the process of being prepared to be moved. What a mess, she murmured to herself, taking some notes of what she'd observed here and the conversation she'd shared with Harry Jameson. Break. Harry slammed his fist on the table, his temper momentarily getting the better of him. He was already irritated by the arrival of Lord Yaxley, but learning that one of the young women who'd been with his nephew had been murdered had truly irked him. It was likely that the last place she'd been seen was in his own restaurant, and not only was it bad for business, he took it as a personal insult that it had happened at all. No, this wouldn't do at all, and having no faith in the Ministry of Magic to do what was necessary, especially with such a prominent figure possibly involved, Harry decided it was something he would look into himself. Thomas? Yes, sir. How many tables do we have? We are fully booked, sir, Thomas answered, holding up the stack of letters that had evidently arrived with the morning post. That's good, Harry said proudly. Do you think you manage on your own for tonight and maybe tomorrow? I won't be far, but there is something that requires my attention. You can rely on me, sir, Thomas assured him. Thank you, Harry replied, taking one of the salt shakers from the bar and tapping it with his wand. Just give this a firm shake if you need me, and I'll be here as quickly as possible. Thomas nodded. What if anyone comes looking for you? Then send for me, Harry instructed. If it helps, hire some private security for tonight. I will, sir. With that, Harry took his leave of the restaurant to return home briefly. He needed a few things he'd been neglecting to keep with him at all times, but that would change now. Of course, he didn't know the motivation behind the murder of the woman, but it seemed that Yaxley would not let what had happened between them lie, and if the man decided to pursue whatever grudge he had, Harry would ensure it would be Yaxley who regretted it. Break. How many times do I have to tell you? When we left the restaurant, I went straight home. I don't know what happened to Imelda after that. She liked to party, so she might have stayed in the alley. All I know is that she wasn't with me, Stan Yaxley groaned. So, it is just a coincidence she was in your company shortly before she was killed? Alistair questioned. Yes. Alistair hummed as he took some notes. Take him back to the cell. He instructed the third Auror in the room. You're not letting me go. Not until we have verified what you've told us, Moody answered. Stan released a huff of frustration as he was led away. What do you think, Bones? I think he's telling the truth, Amelia replied. He's unpleasant, but he's not a murderer. I agree with you, Alistair grumbled. We'll check out his story anyway, and then I suppose we should bring the rest of them in. Amelia nodded. Stan had not deviated from his explanation, and he seemed to be genuinely affected by the death of the woman. No, he'd not killed her, but that didn't rule out his entire group, of which 6 more remained to be interviewed. Go on, Alistair urged. Take a break for an hour or so. I've got paperwork to process, and then we'll round the others up before we let him go. Amelia nodded gratefully. If they were to conduct another half-dozen interviews, it would be a long day, especially if they couldn't garner anything of note from the group, who would reluctantly tell them anything. Coffee, she asked. Aye, thanks, lass, Alistair sighed. Amelia took her leave of the room, lamenting that a large part of her job was waiting around for paperwork, medical reports, and anything else that could be caught up in the red tape of the law. Still, she remained confident they would solve this murder. It wasn't often one slipped through the net, but if none were willing to speak, Imelda Smith could be another name to add to the very same pile of Mr. Anderson, a case that continued to confound Amelia and her colleagues. No, she wouldn't allow that to happen, and for a woman to be bludgeoned to death and her body cast aside so haphazardly, the public would demand justice. Every move they made would be scrutinized, and Amelia gave it only a matter of hours before Grimm would demand answers from them. She only hoped they had them to give. Break. Are you sure about this, sir? Thomas asked nervously. I know of a place that even the Aurors haven't found out about, but the people that go there. He broke off as he shook his head. Thomas, I can handle myself. I know, sir, but these are the worst of the worst. My place was considered too friendly for them, if you understand what I mean. I just think this is a bad idea, sir. Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. I promise, I'm not going to do anything dangerous. I just need to get in. Thomas released a sigh as he nodded. All right, he conceded. You need to go to the Troll's Rest. When you go to the bar, place exactly 1 galleon, 2 sickles, and 3 nuts in front of the barman. Then you scratch your ear and order a John Collins. Isn't it a Tom Collins? Harry asked with a frown. It is, but you ask for a John Collins, Thomas explained. Be careful, sir. I went once out of curiosity and have no desire to return. Thank you, Thomas. Having gone home to fetch his cloak and a few other useful items, Harry returned to the restaurant to oversee the setting up of the tables and to ensure he was not needed for anything else before having the conversation with Thomas. Now he found himself approaching the Troll's Rest, a small, dank, and unwelcoming bar if what Thomas had told him was to be believed. Entering, the smell of stale alcohol and tobacco assaulted his senses, and he could scarcely see for the thick fog of smoke that filled the air. Nonetheless, he did as he'd been instructed to and placed the coins on the bar. "A John Collins," he requested, scratching his ear. The barman, a bald, plump, and scarred older man, eyed him suspiciously for a moment before merely grunting and nodding towards a door to the left of the bar. The worn sign on the door indicated it was a restroom, but as Harry entered, it was little more than a hole in the ground, and a filthy one at that. Before he could change his mind, however, a disturbing sucking sound was heard, and one of the largest men Harry had ever seen emerged from the hole. "Who gave you the password?" he demanded. With the girth of the man pressing him up against the door, Harry met his gaze. "None of your bloody business." The man's nostrils flared, and he chuckled, much to Harry's relief. "All right, come on." With a protest dying on his lips, he felt a firm grip squeeze his shoulders before being hurled into the most unpleasant voids, and when he arrived at his destination, Harry did his utmost not to vomit. "Fun, eh?" the large man grunted, and Harry wondered if he, like Hagrid, had giant's blood. He was certainly big and ugly enough, too. Not that Harry had to spend much time in his company. Only a moment later, he vanished again, and Harry was free to explore the venue. He did so beneath the cloak, slipping behind a large pot plant to conceal himself. What he noticed immediately was that it was a fine establishment. The curtains around the room were of a deep red velvet, and the tables were made of solid oak. The chairs around each were leather upholstered wingbacks, and the men and women here were drinking the finest of spirits from the finest of glasses. Each was dressed opulently, but that was where the class seemed to end. The waitresses were all nude, and some women were dancing atop some of the tables for the entertainment of the customers. What caught his attention, other than the women, was a man circling the room, offering bottles containing liquids of various colors in small measures. Potions. The people here were ingesting them recreationally. Harry didn't know what any of the concoctions were, but judging by the state of some of the clients, they weren't simple pain relievers. As he carefully circled the room, he noticed many were simply unresponsive, their eyes wide and bloodshot from the effects of the potions. Those that were not dabbling in potions were holding private get-togethers, though Harry couldn't say he recognized any of them. He found it odd that Thomas seemed to be so concerned about him being here, but as he entered the next room, Harry understood the man's reservations. The other had been rather sophisticated in comparison. Here, loud music was playing, and dozens of small fires floating above lit the room in an array of colors. Harry had been taken aback by the nudity of the waitresses in the other, but what he saw here could only be described as a den of debauchery. Most of the clientele were men who were mostly indulging in acts that should not be seen in decent company, no less in a public setting. There were others here, seated within private booths and simply drinking with their associates, but much of the room was dedicated to the most adult of entertainment. Harry looked on as a woman twirled her wand, tearing the robes off one of the patrons before beckoning him to approach. She then mounted him in front of everyone, much to the delight of the onlookers. Realizing he would learn nothing of worth from those clients, Harry began listening in on the conversations of those within the private booths. Much of what he heard was discussions pertaining to businesses some of the men owned, and how they managed to avoid paying a higher premium on tax by exploiting loopholes in the law. Others discussed things of a more sinister nature, the trade of the potions Harry had seen, women, and other illegal items they would not wish to be caught with. It was when he reached another of the booths that he came across a familiar face, and one he was not surprised to see here. Yaxley. Placing himself as closely as he could to the man, Harry listened in to the conversation he was having with a man with his hood up, so that his face was hidden by the shadow. "The Aurors took Stan in for it," Yaxley growled. "You need to be more careful. It's all well and good you living out your detestable fantasies, but I will not have my family dragged into it." "Relax, Yaxley," the other man chuckled. "Your nephew has been released without charge, hasn't he?" "That's not the point. He shouldn't have been arrested in the first place." "She was with him," the other man pointed out. "I just so happened to come across her later in the evening and couldn't help myself. She was grateful at first, until you bloody killed her. The other man said nothing else, though Harry could almost feel the feral grin coming from beneath his hood. Was there something else you wanted from me? Yaxley shook his head. No, I can handle the rest of my own affairs. That damned restaurant owner will pay for humiliating me. I'm already working on it. Just say the word, and I'll arrange for an unpleasant accident. Don't be stupid, Yaxley hissed. If the ministry get wind that you're even in Britain, none of us will get a moment of rest. For Merlin's sake, exercise some self-control. I will do what I can to throw them off, but tread carefully. It would be foolish for anyone to learn of your presence. Now, take the portkey and get out of here. You've done enough damage, and keep your head down. Fine, the other man huffed irritably. I'll keep my head down, well, until the full moon at least. Before Yaxley could say anything else, the other man vanished, and Harry took a step backwards. The voice was familiar, and he'd been racking his brain to figure out who it was beneath the hood. At the utterance of his last words, it all fell into place. Fenrir Greyback. The werewolf was behind the seemingly senseless murder of the young woman. The fact alone that he was in Britain was indeed a cause for concern. And though Harry had his own score to settle with the werewolf, he couldn't help but wonder why he was here. Had he been summoned by Voldemort? Harry didn't know. What he did know, however, was that the Ministry of Magic was looking for an exceedingly dangerous man, and if they were to find themselves on Greyback's trail, they were in more danger than they could fathom. Harry was not aware of how large the man's pack currently was, but if he'd garnered a big enough reputation that a mere mention of his name would send the Ministry into a panic, it was safe to say it was already large, ferocious, and had already carved a reputation for themselves across the continent. As much as he was loath to involve himself further, Harry couldn't merely keep the information to himself. Bynes and Moody needed to be warned, and though he did not doubt the capability of either, it was of the utmost importance they understood what it was they were getting themselves into. Break. Alistair slammed his hand atop his desk and swept the contents onto the floor before dragging a hand through his hair. The interviews had not gone as intended, and the man was irate with their lack of results. Nothing, he snapped. None of them know a damned thing. You believe them? Alistair nodded reluctantly. I do, he muttered. They're scumbags, but not killers. None of them would be able to keep it together when pressed. They'd been interviewing into the small hours, and Amelia was as exhausted as her partner looked. It had been a difficult night, with next to nothing to show for their efforts. None of the group who'd been seen with Imelda Smith had been involved, all giving the same version of events of the woman leaving them when they exited the restaurant to attend a party, though none knew where it was being hosted. Only a matter of hours later, she'd been found dead in Nocturne Alley. Back to square one, Moody sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Sleep first. Aye, Alistair agreed. We should rest for a few hours at least. Go on, get home. I'll clean this mess up. Amelia nodded and yawned as she fastened her cloak. She could think of little more than the paltry sleep she would manage before picking up where they left off, which was not very far from where they'd been that morning. Long day. Amelia almost jumped out of her skin at the sound of the voice, and she scowled as Harry Jameson stepped out of the shadows in the atrium. Don't you have a restaurant to run? I do, he murmured, but considering one of my guests was murdered last night, I thought my time was best served looking into that. Amelia's frown deepened. You've been investigating an active murder case, she whispered, dragging him into a nearby visitor's room. At this hour, it was empty, but that did not prevent Jameson from casting several privacy charms, some of which Amelia did not recognize. Yes, he answered simply. What have you found? I'm not going to tell you that. Of course not, he snorted. I'm guessing it is a big fat nothing, but that is beside the point. You need to be careful with this one. What do you know? Amelia asked curiously. More than you, I will tell you, he assured her. There's something I need to check first. No, Amelia said firmly. I can't allow a civilian to investigate an horror case. I don't know what you've done already, but it is too much." Jameson merely hummed in response, opening the door to leave. "Where are you going?" Amelia asked. "Home, if you must know," he replied. "Aren't you going to tell me what you know? You do realize keeping information pertaining to a case from me is against the law." "Bloody hell, you really don't know how to have any fun, do you? I bet you were a prefect at Hogwarts." "And head girl," Amelia said proudly. "I don't remember you at Hogwarts." "Because I didn't go to Hogwarts," Jameson said with a shrug. "I completed my education elsewhere." "Elsewhere?" He smirked at her, not falling into the trap of giving Amelia any more information. "You know, you're really frustrating." "I've been told," Jameson said with a grin. "I will tell you what you need to know. Come to the restaurant tomorrow after closing. I will have definitive evidence for you." Amelia was on the verge of losing her temper, and she took hold of his forearm to prevent him from leaving. "Don't make me arrest you." "Oh, that could be fun," Jameson returned, his full of mirth. Amelia glared at him. "All right, honestly, are you allergic to fun?" "I don't see any fun in someone's death." Jameson's expression fell. "You know, you're quite right," he conceded apologetically. "Maybe I get too much of a kick out of irritating you. Anyway, I'm not carrying out an unlawful investigation." He removed a roll of parchment sealed with a purple ribbon and offered it to Amelia. She balked as she unfurled it and saw the seal of the International Confederation of Warlocks. "You're a hit wizard," she whispered. Jameson's expression was stony when she tore her eyes away from the document to look at him. Hit wizards of the ICW were amongst the best-trained wizards in the world, and just like the Unspeakables, very little was known about them, even amongst themselves. They operated using nicknames and carried out their work wherever they were required within the allied countries of the ICW. All Amelia knew was that the work they did was dangerous and not for the faint at heart. "How?" she asked in disbelief. "You can't be any older than me." "Extenuating circumstances," Jameson answered, not elaborating further. "This is classified. No one is to know about this," he added, taking back the document. "Understood." Amelia nodded. "Why do you own a restaurant? Is it a cover?" "No, it is my restaurant. The life I've lived has not been a glamorous one, and for once, I just want something simple. The young lady was killed after visiting my restaurant, so I have a vested interest in getting justice for her." "Justice? Why else would I be doing this?" Amelia didn't have an answer for him, and he seemed to be sincere. "All right, I will allow you to consult on this case," she offered, "but this is still my case." "Of course," Jameson assured her. "Now what do you know?" Before Amelia could answer, her aura identification vibrated in her pocket, and she retrieved it to find a message from the lady who investigated the bodies when they were brought in. "If you're still here, I have an update for you. It's strange but could be important." "Jennifer, you can send instant messages," Jameson asked, peering over her shoulder. Amelia hid her card from him and scowled as he grinned innocently. "Yes. Can I get one of those cards?" "No." Jameson pouted petulantly. "Fine, then I'm not going to tell you how I can send messages, and it's better than how you do it," he replied in a teasing tone. Amelia shrugged as she pushed the door open, pausing after she had taken a dozen steps. "Are you coming?" Jameson beamed at her, and Amelia shook her head. She was already regretting allowing him to help her. "Break." Harry nodded as he inspected the items that were carefully laid out on the table. Many of them seemed rather primitive to him in design, especially compared to those he'd had access to in the Department of Mysteries. "Do you have to touch everything?" Bones huffed, taking a pair of forceps from him. "Who's this?" the lady who investigated the bodies asked. "Harry Jameson." Harry introduced himself with a smile, offering his hand. "It's fine," Bones sighed when the woman gave her a questioning look. "Jennifer Roberts," the woman replied, returning the gesture. "Are you an expert in the field?" "He's an expert in irritating me," Bones grumbled. taking another instrument from Harry that he'd picked up to take a closer look at. "Honestly, you're like a child." Harry frowned at the woman as he looked at the syringe she'd taken from him longingly. It seemed interesting. "What do you have, Jenny?" Bones asked. "Well, whoever killed her was strong," Jennifer replied as she gestured to the mangled skull of the woman. "The killing blow was a single strike with a rounded object. I can't say what it was, but the force was more than any normal man could muster. Judging by the angle, her attacker was around a foot taller than her." "A big man, then." Harry nodded. "And strong," Jennifer reiterated. "When I did the internal investigation, I found traces of spermicide. She had protected sex within 2 hours of being killed." "Sex?" Bones asked. "I can explain how that works to you later," Harry whispered, eliciting another glare from the woman. "Yes, and there's a lack of bruising to suggest it was forced." Bones hummed, and Harry remained silent, all the evidence thus far only adding credence to what he already knew. "More importantly is this," Jennifer continued, holding up a glass tube containing a single hair. "It's not hers, and honestly, I don't know where it came from. It's almost human, but not quite. I couldn't tell you where it came from." "How strange," Bones murmured as she inspected the hair before turning to Harry. "Any idea?" Harry nodded. "I know exactly where it is from," he sighed. "It's not quite human, but it's not fully animal either. It's from a werewolf." "A werewolf? It wasn't even a full moon last night," Bones pointed out. "It wasn't," Harry agreed, "but some werewolves adopt more of their feral nature, especially if they embrace what they are. It begins to manifest itself, even when they're not transformed. As such, you end up with an odd hybrid of sorts, a man with the traits of his inner wolf, even in his human form." "Is that true?" Bones asked. "I've never heard of it," Jennifer replied, "but it makes sense." "Jameson," Bones pressed. "Well, there's absolutely no doubt of my suspicions now," Harry mused aloud, even if he already knew who was behind the murder. "Greyback! Fenrir Greyback killed this woman." Bones' eyes widened. "Are you certain?" "That was what I was going to tell you tomorrow when I looked into it further. I heard Greyback himself admit to it, but I didn't see his face. I wanted to be sure it was him without any doubt before telling you." "Merlin," Amelia whispered worriedly. "Greyback is in Britain." "He is," Harry confirmed. "That's why I told you to be careful." Bones nodded, evidently pondering what she would do next. "I can't keep that from my colleagues," she decided. "They need to know what it is we're up against." "I agree," Harry replied. "Just leave my name out of it. I'll keep looking into what I can and keep you informed." "Are you sure about this?" Bones questioned. "If you do this and I can't tell anyone of your involvement, you'll be alone." Harry shrugged. "That's nothing new for me," he snorted. "I'll be in touch." With that, he vanished, returning home for some much-needed rest. He'd not intended to use the hit wizard license, but Bones was being difficult, and Harry felt he had no choice. Still, it was amusing to see her reaction. He just hoped that doing so would not come back to haunt him in the future. Why could he not just keep himself out of trouble? He had his restaurant and the simple life he'd always yearned for, and yet there always seemed to be something to drag him back towards the lurking danger. No, after Greyback had been dealt with, he'd keep himself out of anything else that may arise. For him, this one was personal for what the werewolf had done to one of his customers, and to Remus. Maybe now the werewolf he'd known, what felt to be many years ago, would live a life without being infected with the disease that plagued him so. Or maybe Harry was indeed involving himself in something better left alone. Regardless, he was already involved and would see it through before returning to the easy life he still wished to live. Chapter 6. She tapped her quill restlessly atop her desk, pondering what she'd learned in the very early hours of the morning. Of all those she could have suspected being involved, Fenrir Greyback had not crossed her mind. The werewolf had last been sighted in Germany a few years prior, and had fallen suddenly silent from what could only be considered a rampage across mainland Europe. His pack was said to number close to 100, each of them sharing his vision for their kind to feed freely and without prejudice. Greyback had quickly garnered a reputation for being particularly vicious, purposely targeting children in the hope they would be cast out by their families. He would then add them to his pack, grooming them to be as violent as him. If he was truly in Britain, it was the most unwelcome of developments. "What's happened?" Alistair asked, pausing before he stepped into the office. "What makes you think something has happened?" "Bones, I have worked with you day in and day out since you walked in this hellhole. I can tell when something is bothering you, someone has annoyed you, and definitely when something is troubling you. What is it?" Amelia released a deep breath. "Close the door," she requested. A frowning Alistair did so and took a seat. "I got the examiner's report in the early hours," Amelia explained. "Imelda Smith was bludgeoned to death, but it's worse than we thought, much worse." "Go on," Moody urged when she paused. "I have to be careful what I say," she murmured. "I need you to trust me, Alistair. I have it from what I believe is a reliable source that Fenrir Greyback killed her." Moody blinked before shaking his head. "Well, shite," he grumbled, frowning once more. "What aren't you telling me, Bones? This reliable source, who is it?" "That's what I can't say," Amelia groaned. "But as much as I wish it didn't, the evidence adds up. Jenny found a hair that was neither human nor animal. My source told me they heard Greyback admit to the murder whilst listening in on a conversation. All I can say is that the source is not an unspeakable, but someone of equal standing." "Equal standing," Moody murmured. "A bloody hit wizard." Amelia nodded and held up a hand. "That cannot be made known to anyone," she said firmly. "They are going to be assisting us from the shadows." Alistair was not pleased with the revelation, but he nodded his understanding. "We keep your source a secret, Bones, but we can't keep Greyback from Grimm and Jones. It's more than our jobs are worth not to tell them." "I know," Amelia sighed. "We tell them what we have to, but no more." "Aye," Moody agreed. "Well, there's no time like the present. Grimm is in his office now. Let's see how quickly he cacks his pants." "I can't say I'm best pleased by him being here," Amelia murmured. "Do you think he'll have his whole pack with him?" "If he does, that begs the question of how the hell that got into the country in the first place, without anyone knowing." "Muggle transport." "Monitored? No, I would bet my life on it they had help, but from who?" Alistair asked. "Only someone in the Department of Magical Transportation could have facilitated it." "That will be a problem for Grimm to solve," Amelia pointed out. "We can't go around pointing fingers and doing internal investigations." "Aye, it's a delicate situation," Alistair conceded. "Not unless your source can help us." Amelia frowned thoughtfully. "Maybe. They did manage to get the information on the killer for us. I'll see what I can do. For now, we should probably speak with Grimm." "Aye," Moody agreed. "After you," he added amusedly. Amelia led the way, knocking on the door to the office only a short walk from her own. "Ah, if it isn't an impending headache," Grimm sighed as he leaned back in his chair. "Now, how do you two plan to ruin my day today? You haven't happened to curse a pensioner on your way in, have you?" "It's worse than that," Alistair said amusedly. "Tell him, Bones." Amelia shot him a glare before turning back towards the expectant Grimm, his mustache already twitching irritably. "I received a partial report from the medical examiner as to what happened to Imelda Smith." "Well, it was bloody obvious what happened," Grimm huffed. "Someone gave her a nasty blow to the head. Blood and bones splattered all over Nocturne Alley." Amelia nodded at the crass description. "She was killed by a single blow," she explained. "Jenny says it has to be someone much larger than her and stronger than any human." Grimm frowned as he nodded. "Well, what is the theory we are working on?" "A werewolf." "A werewolf," Grimm repeated. "One in particular." "So, you have a name. Well, don't stand on ceremony, Bones. I'm not getting any prettier." Amelia released a deep breath. "Fenrir Greyback." Grimm shot to his feet and immediately began packing back and forth in front of the fireplace, digesting what he'd been told. I'm missing something, he muttered to himself. How did you come to that ludicrous outcome? Oh, you're going to love this, sir, Moody responded. Bleeding hell, I can already feel the headache coming. Out with it, Bones. There is a licensed hit wizard who gave me the information with the understanding their involvement is to remain unknown to those who do not need to know about it. A hit wizard, Grim scoffed. Amelia nodded solemnly. I checked his license myself, sir. He has been personally ratified by the ICW. Oh, this just gets better. Well, how did he discover it was Greyback? He overheard Greyback telling someone whilst he was following up on a lead. Grim scowled. He got close enough to Greyback without being detected, he murmured, impressed by the feat. Well, I will have to fill Jones in on this, but I expect he will want to keep it quiet. I want you two to focus on this case and finding Greyback. When you do, we strike hard and fast. I will not have any fannying about when it comes to him. I have enough of that to deal with. How is the wife, sir? Grim's expression fell. Have you ever had a boil on your arse, Moody? I can't say that I have. Well, I would sooner live with that than my wife, and now she's angling for her mother to move in. Honestly, her mustache is more luscious than my own, and the sound of her toenails scratching across my living room floor gives me the willies. If you ever want a semblance of happiness, never get married. Noted, sir, Moody replied with a nod. Grim released a huff of frustration. Go on, get on with it. I will speak to Jones. Both Amelia and Alastair took their leave of the office, leaving the rest to Grim to deal with. Well, where to first? I'm going to speak with Jenny again to see if she has anything else for us. Maybe there's something that can point us in the wrong direction. Aye, Moody agreed. I'm going to go through the transcripts from the interviews yesterday, just in case there's any indication any of them know about Greyback being here. You'll speak with your contact about how he got into the country. Amelia nodded. I will, she promised. I'll meet you in the office in around an hour or so. With that, they headed in opposite directions, both hoping they would find a lead of sorts in the evidence they'd already gathered. Amelia wasn't hopeful, but where Greyback was concerned, it was better to be thorough than come undone by neglecting the basics. Break. And just a little to the left, Harry muttered to himself, grinning as he heard the click. Thank you, Grindelwald. He'd paid a brief visit to the continent to retrieve another of the treasure troves. This one he'd read of in the archives he'd studied whilst completing his training as an Unspeakable. It was a stash of gold and other valuables, though it was for one of them in particular Harry had come for. They had likely been donated to Grindelwald sometime before or during Grindelwald's uprising. War was an expensive commodity and something the former Dark Lord had not been exempt from. As such, he'd seen fit to stash some of his valuables across Europe, this one being one of the more challenging to obtain but the worthiest to Harry. How the department had learned of it remained a mystery to him, but they wouldn't be getting their hands on it now. Why Grindelwald had chosen Belgium, of all places, was lost on Harry. All he knew now was that it was his and would use it wisely. Ensuring he left no trace of his presence behind, he climbed his way out of the deep hole before filling it in once more, relieved he'd learned to read and follow coordinates. He wondered how angry Grindelwald would be that he'd stolen it, though being locked in Nurmengard, a prison of his own creation, it wasn't as though he had use of it. Still, Harry would need to find somewhere to exchange the valuables for usable currency, but that was a problem for another day. For now, he would keep them at home, within the safety of his own protections. Most of them, at least. He had a use in mind for some of them, the very thought causing his expression to darken. With Greyback lurking around, and having Harry somewhat in his own thoughts, he was taking no chances. Yaxley was evidently another matter entirely, and an eventuality Harry was preparing for. So much for keeping well out of it, he grumbled to himself before activating his portkey. He arrived home a moment later and looked around at the large land expanse surrounding his home. Harry had considered purchasing some creatures, both for company and additional protection, but he was not certain what he wanted. He'd thought about a herd of Thestrals and even some hippogriffs, but he needed to give it some more thought. A basilisk had even crossed his mind, but such a dangerous creature could be problematic, and if he were caught with it, a lengthy spell in Azkaban would be the outcome. No, not a basilisk, and Thestrals and hippogriffs only served to remind him of Sirius. No nearer to deciding, he entered the house where he concealed much of his loot in the hidden basement he'd created with the other stuff he'd already obtained. When he wasn't at the restaurant or playing the fool by sticking his nose into affairs he truly had no desire to be a part of, he was here, turning his home into a fortress that not even Voldemort could enter. His time on the run had taught him the basics, but his training with the Unspeakables had made him an expert at hiding, among other things. There was still work to be done, arduous labor that would indeed be time-consuming, but Harry was determined to make his home safer than both Gringotts and Hogwarts. Maybe he would get a dragon or two. He shook his head at the thought, his hand going to the scar left behind by the horntail. No, not a dragon. That would truly be problematic, especially as the nearest properties to his own were other farms, and dragons were not known for their restraint when it came to feasting on any livestock they could find. Humming to himself, he decided to shower the dirt off from his latest adventure and head to the restaurant. Thomas would need some help setting up, and Harry had a few things he wished to attend to while he was there. Finally being free of the grit, he dressed and arrived at the restaurant. It was mid-afternoon, between the lunch and dinner service that would begin in a few hours. "How was it?" Harry asked Thomas. "A good one, sir," the man answered happily. "We did 32 covers. Business is booming." "That's brilliant," Harry declared. "Go on, take a couple of hours off. I'll be here." Thomas nodded appreciatively. "It will give me time to get some orders in. I'll see you soon, boss." Gathering his coat, Thomas left, and Harry locked the door behind him before setting to work on what he'd come here for. It would take some time, but additional security around the place was evidently needed. Break. The smell of the chemicals in the examination room was rather pungent, but to Amelia, they were something of a comfort. It often meant that she would soon get a break in the case, though this visit was merely circumstantial. Already knowing who it was they were seeking, anything else Jenny had discovered was little more than a formality that needed to be addressed. "Back again already?" the woman asked with a smile. Jenny was a beautiful woman, not often seen outside of this room. Her expertise was required at all hours, just as Amelia was. "I was wondering if there was anything else you could tell me." Jenny nodded and beckoned for Amelia to join her. The object she was struck with was metal, likely old iron, based on residue of rust found on some of the broken fragments of her skull. "I can't say for certain what the object is, but it certainly had a rounded end. It could be a club of sorts, or even the blunt end of a poker. The only other thing I can confirm is that she definitely died between 3 and 4 a.m. Amelia hummed thoughtfully. "Well, that means the alibis the others she was with beforehand check out. All of them were at home and in bed by then." "Do you really think it is Greyback?" Jenny asked worriedly. Amelia nodded. "I do," she sighed. "It's worrying, but I have spoken to Alastair and Grimm. It is to be kept under the strictest confidence whilst this is being investigated." "My lips are sealed," Jenny assured her. "What about the man who was with you last night, Harry Jameson, was it?" "You cannot mention him to anyone," Amelia said firmly. "Strictly speaking, he is not involved in any of this. He was never here." "That sounds ominous," Jenny said with a frown. "Who is he?" "I can't say much, but he owns the new restaurant that opened in Nocturne Alley." "He's a restaurant owner?" Jenny asked skeptically. "Officially, yes." "But he's not." "No, he is," Amelia assured her. "It's complicated." "Oh, do tell." "Not like that," Amelia said firmly. "Why not? He was handsome." "He's annoying." Jenny laughed as she shook her head. "How do you know him?" "It's complicated." "Bones." Amelia huffed. He saved me from a dangerous situation I found myself in, she explained. I didn't know it was him, and I tried to track him down. And he tracked me down and told me to leave him alone, Amelia answered with a shrug. The same night, Greyback killed Smith, who was a guest at his restaurant, and it was Jameson who looked into it. He was with me when you sent your message. So, you brought him along. He wouldn't tell me what he knew if I didn't. Jenny laughed once more at Amelia's frustration. Now what? She asked. He wants to help with this case, Amelia explained. He says that he's taken it personally, and honestly, I'm not in any position to stop him. You can't tell a restaurant owner to keep his nose out. Come on, there's more to it than that. It's like I said, it's complicated. I can't say any more than that. Jenny nodded as she took a few more notes on her clipboard. Would you introduce me to him, away from here? Amelia frowned. Why? He seemed nice, Jenny said with a shrug. You don't meet many nice people like him often. He's like a child. So he likes to have fun. What's wrong with that? You know, you could do with some fun in your life. I have plenty of fun, Amelia protested. Jenny hummed. Then you won't mind introducing me. Is he single? I have no idea. Well, he wasn't wearing a ring, Jenny pointed out. You were looking. Not all of us live only for our jobs, Amelia. Besides, it's not as though I want anything too serious. There's nothing wrong with enjoying ourselves away from what we do. Amelia wouldn't deny that Harry Jameson was attractive, but for someone as seemingly talented and brilliant with magic as him, she couldn't fathom how he was so casual and laid back. Fine, I'll introduce you to him away from here. I need to speak with him later anyway to warn him not to show his face around the office or anywhere else he might be seen. Jenny grinned. Dinner on me then. Amelia shook her head. He said there's a free meal waiting for me, and a guest whenever I want it. Well, we can't turn away a free meal, can we? Jenny chuckled, beaming happily. Amelia didn't know what to say. She'd come here for an update on Imelda Smith, and would now be leaving with the knowledge that she was to introduce her friend to a man she barely knew, but who had become rather frustrating in the short time he'd been around. Had Jenny taken leave of her senses, or was Amelia missing something? She didn't know, but the sooner this case was over with, the sooner she could return to her life without the clandestine nature of a hit wizard/restaurateur unwittingly, for the most part, injecting himself into her life. Break. How is everything, Lord Boot? Harry asked the man. He'd been present for the first night of service as a guest, and had returned for 2 other dinners. Both nights they'd been welcoming paying guests thus far. It is wonderful, Mr. Jameson. Please do pass on my compliments to the chef. Thomas will be pleased to hear it, Harry chuckled, offering the man a respectful nod before continuing to make his rounds of the other clients. They were once again fully booked for the evening, and even the paying customers were not exercising restraint when it came to the luxury items they ordered. Harry wouldn't pretend to know much about such things, but Thomas did, and assured them they were turning a very tidy profit each service. Whether or not this was just an initial boom remained to be seen, but he was hopeful the popularity would remain. I can't say I expected you to take up my offer so quickly, he chuckled as he bumped into Amelia Bones in the reception area. Well, I do need to speak with you about a couple of things, Bones answered. Harry nodded. Dinner first for you and your guest, he added amusedly. Amelia shot him a glare. I managed to coax Jenny out of her examination room, for once. It was only then that Harry recognized the blonde woman accompanying the Auror. Without her hair pulled back in a ponytail, the white coat and glasses she had worn, Jenny looked like a different person. You can say it, I don't look the same, the woman said with a grin. No, it's not that. It's more the lack of chemical smell that is throwing me off, Harry replied with a playful smile. Is that so? Jenny asked. Now I'm wondering why I bothered to dress up. She gave him a twirl in the red dress she had chosen, and Harry nodded appreciatively. I cannot find the words that would be a suitable compliment, he declared. Jenny quirked an eyebrow at him. I see you do not lack charm. That could bode well for you. Well, aren't you going to show us to our table, Mr. Jameson? Amelia broke in. Her tone was not as demanding as it was amused, though the woman hid it well. Did you make a booking? Did I have to? Well, we are fully booked, Harry sighed, but I'm sure I can find something for you, if you would follow me. He led them into the dining area, where he managed to find an area he could set up a small table with only a few waves of his wand. When it was in place, he held out a chair for each of them so they could be seated. Menus, he murmured, snatching two out of thin air. You can do wandless magic, Bones asked. A little, Harry answered. I'll have a waitress come over. When you're finished eating, come to the kitchen and Thomas will show you a quieter entrance to my office. Why would you need a quiet entrance to your office? Jenny asked almost suggestively. Harry leaned closer, with a grin before he spoke. I have a business in Nocturne Alley. It's best if I keep my association with the Aurors to a minimum. I don't want people thinking I'm a grass. Enjoy your meal. With that, he left them to do so, and stopped one of his waitresses whilst he was on his way to his office to wait for them. Annabel, I've just seated a table for two. Their meal is on the house. Please look after them. He placed 2 galleons in her hand, a sizable bonus for the additional table she would be waitressing. Of course, she complied. Harry offered her a grateful smile. When they are finished, show them through to Thomas, please. Annabel nodded and went about her work, leaving Harry to gaze around the dining area a final time before deciding everything seemed to be in hand. Break. He stalked towards the time room, eager to hear the results of the investigation, which had been ongoing for the better part of 3 weeks now. Anomalies were not so unusual in his line of work, but to experience such in his own department from something they could not identify was troubling, to say the least. Clarence Croker may have only been promoted a few years prior, but he ran his teams with the utmost efficiency, and each of them was amongst the most competent witches and wizards in the magical world. What have you found? He barked. The man he addressed released a deep sigh and shook his head. Nothing, he answered simply. The disturbance did not come from any of the time-turners, and every grain of sound has been accounted for. Whatever set the alarm off was something else, and that troubles me more than if one of the devices had malfunctioned. Go on, Croker urged. There are no traces of anything happening, the man answered. With a disturbance strong enough to have set off the alarm, I would expect traces. There are none, nor were there any that night. I am loath to admit it, but I'm stumped. There is no evidence, no traces, and no sign of tampering or malfunctioning. What of the alarms? All in perfect working order, the man assured him. The one that was set off recorded a severe incident. I had considered that the alarm had merely blipped, but it did not. It caught something, sir. I just can't figure out what. Clarence cursed under his breath. And there have been no incidents since. Not a thing, only the disturbance in Cornwall. Clarence hummed. It couldn't be a coincidence that the incident here and the one in Cornwall showed no signs of foreign magic. The site in which something had been taken continued to emit traces of powerful protection charms that had been placed an inordinate amount of time ago, but nothing else. Whoever had been there knew what they were looking for and how to cover their presence, and yet Clarence had discovered nothing. They're good, he murmured. Very good. What shall we do, sir? Clarence shook his head in irritation. Nothing for now, he returned. We've invested enough time into the matter. So long as nothing is missing, there is little else we can do. None of this is to be discussed with any other. Of course, the man complied as Clarence left the room, a deep frown marring his features. With nothing to go on, it would be like chasing air. It would achieve nothing, and Clarence was not one to waste his time on such things. Nonetheless, he would remain vigilant. If any other occurrences were to take place, he would be ready. Break. It's a nice place, Jenny commented, and the food is amazing. You do realize he doesn't actually make the food, Amelia pointed out. Jenny frowned at her. Do you have a problem with him? No, but I won't be sorry when this case is over, Amelia murmured. I have my way of doing things, and he. He what? Amelia shrugged. I don't know. He's just so unserious about things. Or could it be that you take everything too seriously? Jenny returned. My job is serious. It is, Jenny agreed. But you don't have to be so uptight all the time, especially when someone is helping you. He's even giving you a free meal. You could at least be nice to him. I'm not unkind to him, and I'm grateful for his help, Amelia sighed. I'm just set in my ways, I suppose. For someone like him, I'd think he would be more, I don't know, intense. Jenny shook her head. Even for an Auror, you're overly intense. I get that what you do is hard, and you encounter some unpleasant things, but wouldn't it be easier if you had some lighter moments in your life? And you think Harry Jameson is the one to do that? Maybe, maybe not, Jenny replied. This isn't about him, it's about you. Now, what shall we have for dessert? The sticky toffee pudding is good. Then we will have that. Their attentive waitress took the order and returned only a moment later with the last of their food. When she'd finished the final morsel, Amelia leaned back in her chair. I could get used to eating like this, Jenny declared, satisfied. I'll need some bigger robes if I keep eating like this, Amelia added. Seeing that they were finished, their waitress approached once more, offering both a warm smile. Was everything to your liking? She asked. It was, Jenny replied. There's not many places like this you can get food so good. The waitress's smile widened. I know, but I am going to be waddling to my tables at this rate, the waitress groaned. We get free food here. You get to eat like this every day. The waitress nodded. Mr. Jameson insists, the waitress replied. What's Mr. Jameson like? Jenny inquired curiously. He's really nice. I didn't have any experience and he gave me a job. He pays us really well and he makes sure all of us get home safely when we work late. I like it here. It's hard work, but I have no complaints. I might quit my job and work here, Jenny snorted. Well, you can always discuss it with him, the waitress offered. He has asked for me to show you through to the kitchen when you are done. Will there be anything else? No, thank you, Jenny offered, taking some coins from her purse and offering them to the girl, who shook her head. Mr. Jameson has taken care of everything. Please follow me. They did so and quickly found themselves in the busy kitchen, which was being overseen by a man familiar to Amelia. However, before she could place the face, they were led into one of the fridges and then through a hidden door. Mr. Jameson, the waitress called. Another door appeared before them, and when they crossed the next threshold, they were in an office where Harry Jameson was seated behind a desk. Your guests, the waitress announced. Thank you, Annabel, Jameson said with a smile. That will be all. The young woman took her leave, offering the man a wave before closing the door behind her. Please take a seat, he invited when they were alone. You had something you wished to discuss with me. Amelia nodded. A couple of things, she replied, taking one of the chairs. The first thing is that no one is to know you are working with me on this case. My partner is aware of what you are. As is our superior and his. Jenny knows who you are, but not what you are, she added for clarification. That could get complicated, Jameson sighed. Can I not just wipe her memory of her existence? That's something else I've been meaning to speak with you about, Amelia grumbled. The night you helped me, do you wipe my memory? I tried to view it in a pensive and couldn't. Jameson grinned. I didn't wipe the memory as such. You can remember what you saw in the moment, but not view the memory outside of your own mind. You can do that, Jenny asked, impressed. I can. Jenny beamed, and Amelia rolled her eyes. Well, I'd rather you didn't do that to me again, she huffed. Now, the other thing I need to speak with you about is Greyback. Harry's expression darkened at the mention of the notorious werewolf, and Amelia caught a glimpse of a more focused side to the man. What about him? I need to know how he got into the country, Amelia explained. There is no fathomable way he got here without help, not unnoticed at least. That's not true, Harry replied thoughtfully. There are certain portkeys that can be used to avoid detection, but I do not think he would have gotten access to one, let alone enough to bring his pack. You think he brought his pack? Harry nodded. He wouldn't come without them, and the conversation I overheard certainly suggested he had them here. You think someone in the Department of Magical Transportation helped him? I think it is a possibility we can't ignore, Amelia confirmed. I don't want to think that anyone would help him, but I'd rather be certain. I was hoping you might be able to shed some light on whether that is the case or not. Harry frowned before nodding, though a knock at the door interrupted them. Who is it? He called. It's Thomas, sir. The last of the guests have left, and we are now closing. Harry nodded as he stood. Excuse me for just a moment, he requested. I just need to make sure my staff get home safely. And you said he's not serious, Jenny murmured once he'd left. Amelia did not reply, taking the opportunity to look around the office. It was not decorated as lavishly as the restaurant. The desk was of height quality, but much of the rest of the room was rather sparse. There were a few hanging photos similar to those in the dining area, but little else of note. On the desk, however, were around half a dozen magazines and a couple of books on creatures. You don't think he's considering adding something different to the menu? Jenny asked jokingly. Nothing like this, Amelia replied as she thumbed through one of the volumes. Most of the featured beasts were of dangerous species, and not ones any would risk tackling for the sake of feeding people. Found something interesting. Amelia was startled by the voice that sounded behind her. How did you? I have my ways, Harry replied amusedly. Are you interested in creatures? Some, Amelia answered cautiously, still taken aback by his sudden return. I assume you are. He smiled a genuine smile as he nodded. I am, he confirmed. If you're interested, I'm thinking of setting up some of my land as a sanctuary. I'm just trying to work out the best way of doing so and what creatures will coexist with one another. Amelia quirked an eyebrow at him, surprised by the revelation. Even if they are dangerous. Most creatures are just misunderstood, Harry said dismissively. Some aren't, he added, rubbing his right arm close to the elbow. I think it's wonderful, Jenny piped up. I have a Kneasel at home. Does it look like it's been hit in the face with a frying pan? Harry asked. Why would it look like that? Harry shook his head. A friend of mine had a half Kneasel. It was evil. Kneasels are wonderful, Jenny defended. Harry held his hands up placatingly. I'll take your word for it. Says the man who has circled a hydra as a potential pet, Amelia scoffed. Do you realize how rare and dangerous they are? And how protective they are of their territory, Harry pointed out with a grin. If I didn't know better that you had to be of sound mind to do what you have, I would question your sanity. Is that even legal? You're the Auror, you tell me. Amelia flared her nostrils at the man. That would be the Department for the Control and Regulation of Magical Creatures' remit. Harry hummed. Then, I suppose, I shall have to discuss any options I decide on with them. Why do I have the feeling you will do no such thing? He merely winked in response, and Amelia decided to drop the subject. What she didn't know didn't hurt her, after all. Anyway, where were we before you decided to snoop through my personal things? I did not snoop. It was on your desk for everyone to see. Always the Auror, I see, Harry commented. You were saying that you want me to look into the Department of Magical Transportation. Can you manage it without being detected? If you're caught, I can't help you. I can do it, Harry assured her. Is there anyone in particular you want me to look into? Amelia shrugged. There are almost 200 people who work in that department in some capacity. I can pull the files of each of them for you. I can manage that. Harry nodded. It's something, I suppose, he sighed, stiffening suddenly and placing a finger to his lips. What is it? Amelia asked, drawing her wand. Something just tripped the first line of my security, Harry answered, sliding his own wand into his hand. He began tracing an array of runes in the air, in what appeared to be a black smog. Cutting across his palm, he snatched at them with his bloody hand and hurled them through the wall. "Blood magic is illegal," Amelia hissed. "Frowned upon," Harry corrected darkly. Where there was always an air of joviality to his demeanor, it was all but absent now, his green eyes burning intensely before he closed them. "There's 13 of them," he murmured. "Unlucky for some." Before Amelia could question him, an almighty crash sounded from within the dining area, and it was quickly followed by another. A loud screeching filled the air, and both Amelia and Jenny covered their ears. "What is that?" Harry's response was lost, and Amelia followed him as he took his leave of the office. He reached the dining room only a few seconds before her, but as she entered, she found him pinning one of the intruders against the wall while the others cried out in pain, each nursing various wounds. "What was the plan?" Harry growled. "Fuck you." "Fuck me, how about fuck you?" The man groaned as Harry rammed his knee into his groin, and Amelia looked on, pondering whether she should intervene. Legally speaking, Jameson had done nothing wrong. These men had broken into his premises, and the magical law gave him the right to defend his property. "Shall we try again?" The man wheezed, grunting as he was slammed into the wall forcefully. "We were paid to burn the place down," he gasped. "A man in a pub a few doors down paid us 10 galleons each to burn it down. I don't know who it was." "Do not lie to me," Harry snapped. "It was Yaxley, wasn't it?" The man's expression became fearful, and his lip trembled as he nodded. "Good. See, it's good to tell the truth. Now I have a message for Yaxley that you are going to pass on, yes?" The man nodded, and Harry leaned in. Amelia did not hear what he said, but it evidently had the desired effect, causing him to swallow deeply and offer a pleading look. "I can't tell him that." "Of course you can," Harry encouraged. "It will do him good to know that he has pissed me off. Tell him, and then we are even for what you tried to do. It's simple. Do we have a deal?" The man hesitated only briefly before nodding, and Harry clapped him on the shoulder. "Good. Now you and your friends can be on your way." With a flick of his wand, all of the intruders vanished, leaving Amelia alone with Harry and Jenny, who had arrived in the interim. "I'm sorry about that," the former offered. "If you don't mind, I have some things to do. I will look into how Greyback got here." "Why didn't you let me arrest them?" Amelia asked. "Because we need to keep our association to a minimum. It would be a little strange if you were here waiting for them and out of your uniform. Besides, I can handle Yaxley." Amelia could only shake her head. "Don't do anything that will cause me to have to arrest you," she sighed. Harry merely grinned in response as he led them to a door near his office. "Would I do something like that?" he added, closing it behind them when they'd passed through. "And you said he wasn't serious," Jenny snorted. "He seemed quite serious then." Amelia said nothing as she pondered what had happened. Yaxley evidently had a grudge against Harry, but it seemed the Lord may have bitten off more than he could chew this time. Edgar would say it was about time Yaxley was put in his place. Amelia, however, could do without the additional worry of what Harry Jameson would do to him. "What do you think the message was he asked to pass on?" "I have no idea," Amelia grumbled. "Whatever it was, I don't expect it will be happily received." Chapter 7. "Master, there is a Mr. Rosier to see you," Bobbin, Lord Yaxley's personal elf, announced. "Would Master like me to send him in?" Yaxley nodded, before dismissing the creature with a wave of his hand. Leaning forward, he waited for the man to appear, and when he did so, his lip curled in distaste. "It was a little over a week ago that I gave you a rather tidy sum to complete a job for me, and yet Jameson's business remains open. Would you care to explain yourself, Rosier?" Rosier looked terrible, his skin pale and eyes bloodshot. "He was there, Lord Yaxley," he answered hoarsely. "He caught us just as we broke in." Yaxley stood and slammed his fists on the table. "He caught you," he hissed, his anger rising. Rosier nodded again. "He asked me to pass on a message to you before he dumped us all in a rainforest in South America." Yaxley frowned. 13 of you, he snapped. I sent 13 of you and you couldn't get the damned job done. Are you truly so incompetent? Rosier merely glared in response, and Yaxley returned the expression. I greatly respect your uncle, boy, but that does not translate to you. When I pay for something to be done, I expect it to be done. Then why don't you find your fucking balls and do it yourself? Rosier retorted. That was the message I was asked to pass on, well, part of it. And what was the rest? Yaxley asked curiously. That you should watch your step, Rosier replied with a grin. You're prodding someone you do not wish to prod. This Harry Jameson has invited you to speak as gentlemen to resolve the matter, or it can be resolved with continued, escalating violence you cannot fathom. The words were unsettling, but Yaxley did not allow it to show. He threatened me, he said angrily. He has the unmitigated gall to threaten me. His fury became palpable, and the smirk of Rosier only served to grate on him further. Get out, Yaxley roared. Rosier did so, and one of the most prominent lords in wizarding Britain began to pace in front, swearing bloody vengeance on the up-jumped restaurant owner who dared speak so boldly. I'll remove his bastard tongue, Yaxley declared. Jameson was either stupid or deluded. To Lord Yaxley, it mattered not which was true. Neither was an excuse to speak so freely when the consequences would be so dire. No, Jameson had already crossed a line more than once, and instead of having the decency to accept his comeuppance, he decided to toe a path of foolishness. For that, he would learn what happened when one did so. Of that, Lord Yaxley was in no doubt. Break. Having received the personnel files from Amelia Bones a few days after their conversation in his office, Harry had begun to undertake the arduous task of vetting the Department of Magical Transportation staff. For the most part, it was tedious work, but necessary if they wished to discover just how Fenrir Greyback had made it to the shores of Great Britain undetected, and with a large pack of werewolves. At this point, Harry didn't know the number that had been smuggled into the country, and in truth, it was perhaps the least odd thing he was attempting to process. Although he'd been here for some weeks now, his life had changed so drastically, even more than he could have comprehended. Already, he'd opened a business, which was proving to be successful, become acquainted with people he'd only ever heard of, and was now somehow assisting Amelia Bones, of all people, with a murder investigation. He would be lying to himself if he said he wasn't enjoying it, even if he did wish he could live out the rest of his years peacefully, without death and violence following him wherever he went. Perhaps he needed the chaos in his life in some capacity. For as long as he could remember, Harry had lived with a dark cloud of sorts hanging over him, and maybe it had been there so long that he just didn't know how to live without it. It was a sobering thought, though not one he could ignore. Maybe he was just a glutton for punishment, or he simply thrived whilst he was in danger. Regardless, it made him question the kind of man he was. He'd always liked the idea of peace, of being able to live without a threat against him, but it seemed the very same thing that had thrust his and Voldemort's destinies together had left quite the imprint on him. Harry shook his head of his musings. They would do him no good, not when he'd had the opportunity to leave it all behind, and he'd intervened something that was not his concern. Bones. He'd gotten to know Susan well enough during their 5th year at Hogwarts, and interacted very briefly with Amelia during his trial beforehand. Even then, the woman had been rather stiff and professional, but not unfriendly towards him when much of the Wisengamot would have seen him expelled at Fudge's behest. She had stood up for him and had earned his respect. Seeing her at a similar age to himself was strange and something he'd not given much thought to. But whilst he sat vigil in the Ministry of Magic beneath his cloak at all hours, if nothing else, he had time to ponder these usually wayward musings. Amelia was unusually uptight for someone so young. Harry couldn't deny that he had been during his teenage years, whilst the prospect of facing Voldemort plagued him, but to see it in another was rather odd. Why she was such a way, Harry didn't know. Perhaps it was just her natural disposition, but he didn't think so. Not that he had an answer for the question as to why she this way. Thinking back on what he knew of the Bones family, his knowledge proved to be limited. He knew that Amelia raised Susan from when she was a baby, but nothing of the former's own circumstances. Maybe Amelia was the Hermione Granger of the Auror world. Maybe she had always envisioned being an Auror. That is, was just in her nature to want to arrest criminals and balance a world of injustice. Again, Harry was stumped, and now was no longer the time to ponder the woman. Another shift change was about to commence, and he had a list of another 10 people he would be observing throughout the small hours as they went about their work. Thus far, none had raised suspicion, but if Bones was right in her belief, then someone within the department had indeed assisted Greyback. Who that was, Harry didn't know, but his observations would continue until all were above suspicion. He watched as the evening staff began arriving. The 10 names he'd highlighted were those who were connected to others of interest to him. Of course, Bones would not have considered them the same way Harry had, giving him an advantage, though there were no guarantees he was right in his assumption. He knew of those who'd become prolific followers of the Dark Lord and would risk their jobs to help Greyback enter the country. But he remembered what both Sirius and Moody had told him what felt to be so many years ago. Neighbors became suspicious of neighbors, and no one knew who they could trust anymore. Someone you thought you knew could be in league with him. Just look at Wormtail. There was a time I would have trusted him with my life, so much so that I trusted him with your parents. Look how that turned out. Harry knew those who had staunchly opposed Voldemort and his ilk, but the same could not be said for those who had allied themselves with him. Those he didn't know well enough to eliminate would remain under suspicion. Perhaps he was paranoid, but he'd lived through a war and seen those he'd thought he could trust be nothing but puppets for Voldemort. Harry had no intention of fighting the Dark Lord, and he had no intention of being duped or misled as he had been before. Releasing a quiet breath, he carefully made his way to the first person of interest. Although they'd officially been disowned from the Selwyn family for being a half-blood, even a man who thought so much of blood purity was not beyond using any as a tool if they could serve him well enough. "Break. You seem to be troubled, Alistair. What's on your mind?" Albus asked. The Auror shook his head. "Not troubled as much as concerned," he murmured. "If I tell you something, Albus, it must remain between us." "You have my confidence, Alistair," Albus assured him. Alistair nodded, choosing his words carefully. "Did you hear of the Imelda Smith murder?" "I did," the headmaster confirmed. "A terrible business." "Aye, it is," Alistair agreed. "Well, Bones and I were given the case to work." "Any leads?" Alistair's expression became rather grim. "Aye, according to a source Bones is working with. It was Fenrir Greyback." "Surely not," Albus gasped, taken aback by the mention of the infamous werewolf. "It's true, and there is evidence to back it up," Alistair explained. "A source Amelia is working with?" Albus asked with a frown. "A hit wizard." Albus hummed and tugged at his beard thoughtfully before nodding. "It would make sense that the hit wizards are hunting him. He is wanted in several countries for his exploits." "Do you know any of the hit wizards?" Albus shook his head. "I know the head of the department only because of his presence in the meetings. They are as secretive as they come and are perhaps the best trained living witches and wizards. I often learn of their exploits after the fact, of course. I must say, they are deeply impressive." "Is it likely there is one here helping Bones?" "If Greyback is here, then it is indeed a distinct possibility that one or even a team of them have followed. You are worried about Amelia." "No, she is not foolish," Alistair returned. "I just wanted to be sure this person is who they say they are. She's seen their papers with the seal of the ICW. I just needed to hear it from you for my peace of mind." "I would not give it much thought beyond being grateful for the assistance," Albus urged. "Greyback is an exceedingly dangerous man with a large pack at his disposal. If the hit wizards are assisting you, it can only be positive." Alistair nodded. "I am grateful," he replied. "Even here, we've heard of Greyback and the things he's done. I just don't want to see Bones get hurt. She's a damned good orer, Albus, and I expect she will go all the way to the top." "You really believe so?" I do," Alistair said fondly. "In only a few months, she'll be fully signed off, and she'll be working alone or with another partner, and I'll get lumbered with a new trainee. You know they always partner you with one of them, because you're the best at what you do." Alistair chuckled. "I'm good, Albus, but I'm always learning. You never finish your training in this job, much like your own. Have you managed to find a new defense professor yet?" Albus shook his head tiredly. "The search continues." "Well, maybe you should have a word with Harry Jameson." "Harry Jameson?" He's the owner of the new restaurant in Nocturne Alley and the man who helped Bones the night we arrested the Selwyn group. He can handle himself. I watched him throw Yaxley out on his arse without too much trouble, and Bones is impressed by him, even if she won't say it. If he's just opened a restaurant, I don't think he will be seeking employment," Albus pointed out. "From what I know, he owns it, but it is managed by someone else. He must know his stuff if he took down that many at once, and Bones showed me his record. His defense, charms, and transfiguration scores are off the charts. I'm just saying, if you're low on options, it could prove to be a worthwhile conversation." Albus hummed thoughtfully. "Perhaps I will," he mused aloud. "I must admit I'm rather curious to meet him at the very least." Break. Although the murder of Imelda Smith was a priority case, others that came in could not be ignored. As such, Amelia found herself pulled in several directions, splitting her time between trying to locate Fenrir Greyback and attending to her other duties as required. She was exhausted, but with so many open investigations, she was unlikely to get a reprieve in the coming days. For once, she was grateful that someone else was assisting her outside of the usual help she could rely on Alistair for. Amelia certainly did not have the time to look into the possibility that someone in the Department of Magical Transportation had assisted Greyback in entering the country. She didn't know him well, but Amelia got the impression she could rely on Harry Jameson. After all, the man had been, or still was, a hit wizard. It granted her the needed time to focus on a particularly violent mugging that had occurred 2 days prior. A young woman had been viciously assaulted and remained in St. Mungo's. Unfortunately, she remembered little of her attacker, only that he was around 4 inches taller than her, thickly built, and smelled of fire whiskey. It wasn't much to go on, but Amelia was determined, if nothing else, to ensure the victim got the justice she deserved. Thus far, she had no suspects, and as ever, it would be a frustrating process trying to get any information from anyone who may have something useful. As ever, getting anyone to speak with the Aurors willingly was no easy feat. Most merely wished not to involve themselves in such matters, meaning many went unresolved until a breakthrough was made. Often, that wouldn't happen until someone was arrested for an unrelated crime and suddenly wished to make a deal for a reduced punishment, with the understanding the information they gave remained unknown to the public. There truly was no honor amongst thieves, something Amelia had learned quickly upon becoming an Auror. "Anything?" Alistair asked as he joined her. Where he'd been all morning, Amelia didn't know, but Alistair was rather coy much of the time, so she didn't question his whereabouts. "Not a thing," she grumbled, hoping Jameson would have some news for her when she met with him shortly. "You." Alistair shook his head. "Someone knows something," he grumbled. "Too many people heard what happened from the screaming, but none saw it. I don't think so. Leave it with me, Bones. I'll get them talking." Amelia nodded appreciatively. "Is something bothering you?" Alistair released a deep breath. "You'll be signed off soon," he reminded her. "That means we won't be working together so much." "Oh," Amelia said sadly. She liked working with Alistair. She couldn't have asked for anyone better to help her these past few years, and she wasn't relishing their partnership coming to an end. "Cheer up, lass," he chuckled. "There's not much more you're going to learn from me. You're doing a damned good job. The department is in good hands with you around." "You'll be getting a new recruit then." I expect so," Alistair sighed. Don't worry, I'll give them just as hard a time as I gave you. Amelia vividly remembered when she first joined up, and the expression of utter disappointment Moody had shown when they'd been introduced. Amelia had taken it personally and vowed that she would impress the man. He didn't offer many compliments, though when he did, they were always given sincerely. She liked to think she'd surprised Moody over the years and proven she was worthy of wearing the uniform. You've done well, Bones, he murmured fondly. Anyway, we're still working together for now. Let's make sure we end this on a high by clearing our caseload. Amelia nodded, his words meaning more to her than if they were to come from any other. Alistair Moody was something of an enigma in the community, even for a man who came from a long line of Aurors and war veterans who had been equally highly thought of. In many ways, Alistair was in a league of his own, a brilliantly talented wizard who was loyal to his work, sometimes to a fault. It was the one they shared in common, and it had held them together since Amelia had been partnered with him the very first day she'd finished her training. Although they were not saying goodbye, it felt as though it was the end of an era and one Amelia would always cherish, along with Moody's friendship. We should get on with it then, she urged. There's a lot to do. Aye, there always is, lass, he replied with a grin. That will never change. Break. Harry looked on indifferently as Yaxley ranted and raved at him, making threats in a blustery manner reminiscent of his Uncle Vernon. The difference between the two men, however, was that Yaxley truly intended to follow through with them. He was indeed a dangerous man, and one whom most would be wary of crossing. Harry almost found him amusing compared to the likes of Voldemort, whom he had not flinched from when they'd met for the final time. Perhaps he had been lucky, but since then, he'd grown from a boy to a man and had put his earlier experiences in life to use. He was no longer a terrified child, cowering in his bed whilst he relived the murder of his mother over again. In his own right, he was a veteran who had survived against the odds. Yaxley would not intimidate him, and as another threat was made against Harry, he'd finally heard enough. You are rather boring, he commented. Let us not forget, it was your idiot nephew that started this. You then tried to attack me and even sent more idiot men to attempt to burn my business down. If you are trying to intimidate me, Yaxley, it isn't going to work, and your threats are as pathetic as your attempts to cause me harm. I've lived my life dealing with bigger and much more powerful than you. And you will find that out if you continue the way you are. Yaxley blinked, as though he was trying to process if the words truly had passed Harry's lips. I have endless resources at M. Yaxley unleashed a scream of surprise as he was hurled across the room. Harry's fraying temper had finally reached its limit, and as he reached for his own wand, Yaxley cried out in pain, having been on the receiving end of Harry driving his heel into his groin. Maybe I should kill you and send your remains to your wife, Lillian, or I could take them to the little home where your mother resides in Venice. I could even come to your house and leave your own still-warm corpse on the bed you share together. The portrait of the lion you sleep below speaks volumes of your ego, Harry murmured quietly. I have tried to be nice, Yaxley, but you are leaving me little choice in the matter. Now, I would heed my next words very carefully. I know where you live, I know how to get in your house, and there's not a damned thing you can do to stop me. If you do not believe me, check the drawer next to your wife's side of the bed. I left a small gift for you in there when I visited. I will say this only once more. If you bother me again in any capacity, I will ruin your life in more ways than you can imagine. It will be those you care for that suffer, and you, in turn, will suffer until I decide to end it. You can either let this go and choose to live or act the fool, and I will wipe your existence off the face of the earth. What's it to be? Yaxley truly looked nervous now, as Harry gazed into the man's eyes. Who are you? Yaxley whispered. Just a restaurateur, Harry answered, but so much worse if you provoke me. Yaxley swallowed, as he begrudgingly nodded. I think it best for us both if it is left alone, he reluctantly agreed. Good, Harry declared, pulling the man to his feet. I really did not wish for this to become so personal and ugly, but you left me no choice. Yaxley eyed him speculatively, before offering a slight bow. Until we meet again, Mr. Jameson, perhaps I will grace your restaurant with my presence. And you and your wife will be greeted with the utmost respect and hospitality if you do so, Harry assured him. With that, Yaxley took his leave of the restaurant, and Harry released a deep breath, relieved that the two had reached an accord for now. Is everything all right, sir? Thomas asked as he peered around the door. Everything is fine, Harry replied with a smile. Is there something you need? Not me, sir, but someone is here to see you, he informed Harry. Who? Harry wasn't expecting anyone until Amelia would arrive once the dinner service had concluded. It's Professor Dumbledore, sir. He's requested a moment of your time. Harry frowned. What would Dumbledore want with him? He'd purposely avoided being anywhere the headmaster would be, even going as far as to check the bookings for each service to ensure the man would not be at the restaurant. Shall I tell him you're busy? Harry shook his head. It's quite all right, Thomas. You can send him in. It would do no good to avoid him. If he did, Dumbledore would only become suspicious and pay more attention to Harry than he was comfortable with. No, it was best they met on Harry's terms and in a place he could control. Still, he wondered what Dumbledore could possibly want with him. It was unsettling and not something Harry wished to have hanging over him by avoiding the headmaster. Break. It was certainly a nice establishment, and whilst Albus waited for the manager to return, he took a look around. The upper echelons of society were here, seated at pristinely presented tables and being waited on by well-dressed young men and women. The fare on offer looked to be of the highest quality at first glance, and Albus could not help but think this was a significant improvement from the pub it once was. Professor, Mr. Jameson will see you now, the manager declared as he returned. If you would follow me. Albus did so, and was led through the kitchen and into a rather humble office. The man seated behind the desk was indeed the very same in the article Alastair had shown him from the Selwyn trial. Harry Jameson was a young man in his early 20s, if Albus was to guess, but his eyes spoke of years of experience, appearing much older than his youthful face. Professor Dumbledore, I'm afraid if you're looking to make a booking for this evening, we are full. I can, however, fit you in tomorrow. Albus offered the man a smile as he shook his head. Although I have heard only the best about your food, it is something else that brings me here this evening. May I? He requested, gesturing to one of the seats. Jameson nodded, and Albus did not miss the slight frown that creased his brow. You already know who I am, so I can only assume that you know of my position. Which one? Jameson asked. Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, or one of the dozen others you currently have? It was not asked mockingly, nor with any hint of envy. It was merely an amused observation, and Albus's lips twitched similarly. For the purposes of this discussion, I am just the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The worthiest of the titles, Jameson returned sincerely. I fully agree, Albus replied. Now, your name was given to me by an acquaintance we share, though I believe your association with him is rather loose. Alastair Moody. The Auror. The very same, Albus confirmed. I find myself in need of a professor to teach defense against the dark arts for this coming school year. I see no reason to omit that I know what you did for Amelia Bones, and Alastair speaks highly of your skill. Mr. Jameson, I would like for you to consider coming to Hogwarts for a year to pass on some of the knowledge and experience you possess. Jameson deflated slightly. You need not answer here and now, Albus assured him, sensing a declination. But I would ask you to consider it and give me an answer in around a week. I will consider it, Jameson returned cordially. I will make no promises. I expect none, Albus said with a smile. Please, feel free to come and visit the castle between now and when you have an answer. It would be my honor to show you around, and then I can answer any questions you may have. I understand this has come as rather a shock. He turned to take his leave, and paused at the door to the office when Jameson spoke once more. You don't know me, he pointed out. Why would you offer me the job? Albus turned and offered the man a smile. It takes a certain type of man to do what you did for Amelia Bones. You put yourself in mortal danger to help someone in need when you could have done nothing. That tells me all I need to know about you, Mr. Jameson. Besides, before I came, I made the relevant checks. I think the students can learn a lot from you and you from being at Hogwarts. I find it a shame that you never graced our halls. I expect you would have been an exceptional student. Until we meet again, Mr. Jameson. The man was curious, and that was good enough for Albus. If Harry Jameson did consent to join them, even for a year, it would give the headmaster time to find a permanent solution. For some reason or other, it had been impossible to keep a professor in post for more than a year, ever since Tom Riddle had returned to stake his own interest in the job. Albus's expression darkened at the memory. It had been 13 years since he'd last laid eyes on his former student, and if he did so ever again, it would be too soon. Break. Harry dragged a hand through his hair and released a deep breath. The last thing he'd wanted was to attract the attention of the likes of Dumbledore, and already he'd failed in that regard. Still, he could not deny that being at Hogwarts for a year was appealing. There were many things within the castle he could put to use, and others he could use to mitigate the inevitable devastation Tom Riddle would cause in the coming years. Even so, he was torn. He'd set up a business, which was proving to be successful, and he'd managed to maintain his anonymity somewhat. He truly needed to ponder how he would navigate this particular conundrum. If he accepted, he would be under Dumbledore's scrutiny, and if he refused, it would unlikely be any different. Would it be better for Dumbledore to see him as just a normal person, rather than the enigmatic restaurateur the man believed him to be? Harry didn't know, but he preferred to be in control of the situations he found himself in, and when it came to Albus Dumbledore, that was no easy feat. He could leave. There were many other wizarding communities within which he could assimilate himself. Once more, he could start again. He shook his head tiredly as he looked around his office. He'd become fond of being a simple restaurant owner, but it seemed that fate once more had other ideas. "Sir, are you okay?" Thomas questioned worriedly as he peered around the door again. "I'm fine, Tomas," Harry assured him with a smile. "Is there something you need?" "We are now ready to close, sir." Harry nodded his understanding. "You go ahead," he urged. "I have a few things to do." What did Professor Dumbledore want? "To offer me a job," Harry snorted. "He wants me to think about being his defense against the dark arts professor for a year." Thomas seemed surprised by the revelation. "Are you going to accept it?" "I don't think so," Harry murmured. "I have this place to think about." "I'm more than capable of running it," Thomas pointed out. "Not many people ever get to teach at Hogwarts. I think you'd be good at it. You handled Yaxley well enough, sir, and those that broke in." "You're not trying to get rid of me, are you, Thomas?" "No, of course not, sir," Thomas spluttered, eliciting a chuckle from Harry, who held up a hand to placate his manager. "I told him I'll think about it." Thomas nodded. "Well, whatever you decide will be best for you, sir. Good night." "Good night, Thomas," Harry returned, wishing he could see things as simply as the man. Harry had been jaded by years of manipulation, abuse, and even his own fame to an extent. He always looked for the ulterior motive of others when there may be no such thing. It was likely Dumbledore simply wanted him to work as the defense professor, but after everything he'd endured throughout his life with Dumbledore often at the center, it was difficult for Harry to forget and take the headmaster on face value. "Bloody hell," he grumbled. "A bad time," a voice interrupted his thoughts. Harry shook his head at Amelia Bones. "No, come in," he invited with a smile. "Busy day." The redhead sank into the chair and stretched her legs with a groan. "Aren't all days busy?" Harry chuckled. "Coffee?" Amelia nodded gratefully. "Please tell me you have some good news." "I might have. Well, good and not so good, really." "Why is nothing ever easy?" Amelia huffed as Harry made the woman her drink. She accepted it and sipped the brew, allowing herself to relax in the chair. "If it were so easy, you wouldn't have a job," Harry pointed out. Amelia conceded the point and placed her cup on the desk. So the bad news first, she urged. Whoever created the portkeys that brought Greyback and his pack here do not work in the Department of Magical Transportation. Impossible, Amelia declared. No one outside of the department has the authority to create them. True, but that doesn't mean it can't be done, Harry replied. If you can get into the department undetected, you can authorize many things by forging some of the documents or changing them. I managed to get into the records room, not for long, but I did locate the paperwork pertaining to 12 portkeys that were used to bring 120 people here from Poland. Delving into it a little further, the person who signed the document does not exist. So, someone working there used a fake name. It's not impossible, but I do not think so, Harry said dismissively. The magical traces on the document do not match any of the workers. Then who could have done it? I have an idea, but I will need a few days to be certain. Can you give me that? Or you could give me the name, and I can look into it myself. Harry shrugged indifferently. The man you are looking for is Augustus Rookwood. He is 23 and a very talented wizard. He will be almost impossible to find, and even when you do, he is as dangerous as they come. Rookwood. Harry nodded. What makes him so dangerous? He is an expert in espionage and has been trained by the very best in Britain, Harry explained. He is an unspeakable. Amelia's eyes widened, and Harry grinned amusedly. We cannot go after him without being completely certain, she murmured. Do you have any evidence? Only what I've told you. That is why I asked for a few more days to get it. Amelia's nostrils flared. Going after him is more than my job is worth if you're wrong. It is, Harry agreed. That is why I would suggest you focus more on finding Greyback rather than Rookwood. He has connections, and even if we could find evidence, he would likely get away with it. It is unlikely he has left a direct trail to himself. He is not a fool. So I should just forget it. I didn't say that, Harry replied. I'm saying that bringing him in would serve no purpose other than to alert him and those he is working with that you are onto them. I'm suggesting you retain what you know for when it becomes useful to you. Who he's working with? Harry nodded grimly. It hadn't taken him long to connect the dots in front of him. Although not a whisper had been uttered about Tom Riddle or his moniker, Harry was in no doubt that the man was behind this. It would still be some years before he made himself known, but already he was placing his pieces across the chessboard that was wizarding Britain, preparing for his grasp for power. Can you think of any reason why an unspeakable would orchestrate the arrival of the most notorious werewolf pack in Britain? Amelia frowned and shook her head. No, she murmured. Can you? There isn't one, not unless he is acting on someone else's behalf. Who could have that kind of hold over an unspeakable? Harry shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine, he sighed. For now, I think it is best to put Rookwood to the back of your mind. You mean so I can use him as bait when necessary? Harry nodded. I know it is not what you want to do, but it will be the right thing in the long run. For now, Augustus was all but untouchable, but that would not remain so, especially when he inevitably became marked by the arrogant Dark Lord. Not that Harry would have any involvement in his apprehension. Despite uncovering what he had thus far, he still had no intention of throwing himself into the mix. He was in the process of creating a safe haven away from it all, and he would not deviate from his own carefully laid plans. Reluctantly, Amelia nodded. I hate to admit it, but you're right, she huffed. I'll focus on Greyback for now, but the moment the opportunity comes to take this Rookwood down, I will take it. Of course, you will. You're like a dog with a bone. Amelia quirked an eyebrow at him. A name joke. I thought you were better than that. It's late, Harry protested. Amelia hummed amusedly as she stood. Maybe next time you'll do better, she comforted. Anyway, have you spoken with Jenny? Harry frowned. Why would I speak with Jenny? Amelia rolled her eyes at him. She's interested in you. I thought that was obvious. That was news to Harry. though he never had been good at realizing women were interested in him. After splitting with Ginny, he'd avoided witches, worried they were only interested in him for his fame or to run to the press with the story of a night they'd spent together. That was not something he'd had to ponder when meeting Muggle women. He'd not considered that was something he no longer needed to worry about with his own kind. You should write to her. Harry shook his head. I'm not looking for a relationship. Neither is she, Amelia explained as she put her cloak on. She's just as busy as you are. She's just looking for some company. Harry frowned at the woman. She hadn't said as much, but it seemed she disapproved. Maybe it was just ingrained into her not to have casual relationships. Amelia was a pureblood, after all, and such things were usually frowned upon. I'll think about it, Harry conceded, already thinking of a way to avoid it. Amelia shot him a look of curiosity before shrugging. Suit yourself, she replied easily enough. Good night, Mr. Jameson. She almost seemed relieved by his answer, even if she hit it well. Why that was, Harry didn't know, nor did he give it much thought. He had more than enough to occupy his mind, and the unsolvable mystery of the opposite sex was not one of them. Already, both Dumbledore and Voldemort had somehow appeared in his periphery, the two men he'd wished to avoid at all costs. Groaning in irritation, he took the leave of his office and returned home, pondering just how he'd already found himself embroiled in another mess. Chapter 8. Amelia had never seen anything like it. She'd spent her career thus far in many violent altercations and had seen wounds that would make those of a weak stomach void its contents. She'd been on the receiving end of vomit, covered in blood, and had endured her own fair share of injuries, but had never witnessed such slaughter that was laid out before her. An entire village. In the space of one night, an entire village in the west of England had been decimated. Werewolves, Alistair said darkly, nudging a dismembered arm with the tip of his boot. I'll give you one guess who is responsible. Amelia didn't need it. There was only one pack on her mind big enough to do this, and as she caught sight of the bloody corpse of a young girl, the reality of what she faced truly set in. It was one thing to hear of the atrocities Greyback had caused across the continent, but to see it for herself was not something she'd been prepared for. So much for keeping his presence quiet, she murmured. When the media inevitably learned what happened, they would have a field day. The Auror office would come under heavy scrutiny and be branded incompetent for failing to prevent the attack. Amelia couldn't blame them, and it would only be worse if they learned they knew of Greyback's presence and had seemingly done nothing of note, or inform the public at the very least. It's going to be a shitstorm, Moody muttered as though he'd read her thoughts. And that storm is just beginning, he added, nodding towards the approaching, red-faced head Auror Grimm. Well, I think we can say that this went completely tits up, didn't it? He asked rhetorically. I can only imagine the state of my arse after it's been chewed out by Smith, let alone the minister. Ah, bollocks. You're not wrong, Alistair grumbled. Anything we can do. Find him, Grimm huffed. Find Greyback and do whatever is necessary to stop him. Alistair nodded, and Auror Grimm returned to surveying the scene, leaving them to do the same. They can't be far from here, Amelia murmured. How far can a pack of werewolves get after something like this? Not far, Moody agreed. They must be close. There must be a trail, Amelia mused aloud. They could only have fled on foot. Then let us find it, Alistair urged. The trees in the distance would be a good place to start. That's where the moon would have been brightest. Amelia nodded and followed as the man led the way, using the trail of destruction and canine footprints as a guide. For almost an hour, they tracked the pack into the woodlands, pausing as they came into a clearing where they'd evidently stopped to rest. They were here, Alistair murmured. But not anymore. Alistair concurred, using his wand to cast a series of detection charms. Portkeys. They waited until they turned back and used portkeys. There's a trail, but it is faint. I don't think I'll be able to follow it. Can you preserve it? Amelia asked. Alistair nodded. I can. Do it. I know someone who might be able to help us. Your hit wizard friend. You sound a little jealous, Alistair. No, just curious, the man replied with a smirk. I knew there was more to Jameson. Jameson. Don't be coy, Bones. Even an idiot could have figured it out. Jameson is the hit wizard. Your secret is safe with me, as they have always been. Amelia scowled at the man, but couldn't bring herself to lie to him. You know how it is, Alistair. I couldn't tell you. And you didn't, he pointed out. Go on, I'll send for a few others to help guard whilst you get him. Amelia nodded and apparated to Diagon Alley to speak with the man who'd helped her considerably in recent days, to ask for his assistance once more. Break. It had been so long since he'd last looked up at Hogwarts, and when he'd done so in his most recent of memories, the castle had been different, irrevocably changed from the battle that had taken place there. Now, it was as Harry chose to remember it in its former glory before Voldemort, and his Death Eaters had destroyed much of it in his own time. It almost brought a tear to his eye to see it again, and Harry could not deny that it felt like home. Hogwarts had been the first place he'd felt wanted, or that he truly belonged. The Dursley had despised his presence, and at best, he'd been a tolerated trespasser. The castle had been his escape from that, where he could enjoy something of a childhood, even if the threat of the Dark Lord baying for his blood had always been present. Somehow, against the odds, Harry had survived, and though life had not been so kind to him since he yet breathed whilst Voldemort was dead. Well, he had been dead, at least. Somewhere here, the Dark Lord lived and was plotting an uprising that wizarding Britain was unprepared for. Breathing a labored sigh, Harry tapped the gate with his wand and waited until a familiar, large figure approached with his crossbow in hand. He fought the urge to smile at the sight of the man who'd introduced him to the wizarding world. Perhaps Hagrid had not been the best choice to do so, but Harry had always been grateful it had been him. Who are you? What do you want? Hello, Harry greeted the man, saddened he did not recognize him. I have an appointment with Professor Dumbledore. My name is Harry Jameson. Hagrid lowered his crossbow as he nodded. He mentioned you to me, he rumbled. You best come on in. I can take you to I.M. Thank you, Mr. Rubeus Hagrid, gamekeeper and keeper of the keys at Hogwarts. Hagrid introduced himself as he unlocked the gate and gestured for Harry to enter. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Hagrid, Harry replied, offering his hand. Hagrid's own enveloped his, and he almost tore Harry's arm as he shook it. And you, Mr. Jameson. You can call me Harry. Mr. Jameson makes me feel old. Hagrid chuckled a familiar chuckle that warmed Harry. Right it is. Are you here to apply for the defense job? I'm here to see if I want to accept it, Harry answered, following Hagrid towards the castle. Professor Dumbledore has already offered me the job. He's a great man, Dumbledore. He gave me my job when he didn't have to. Harry nodded. He knew Hagrid's story better than anyone else. Having been expelled and being half-giant, his prospects in Britain were grim at best, but Dumbledore had somewhat remedied the injustice by giving Hagrid a job and a place to call home. I met him briefly when he came to visit me. He seemed very nice. Hagrid smiled and nodded before a frown formed on his brow. You didn't come to Hogwarts. Harry shook his head. No, I had a private education. I missed out on the Hogwarts experience. It was a story Harry had decided on. He would give half the truth of what his life had been like, but of course, he would omit much of it. It was not as though he could explain away how he found himself here when his own parents could barely be a year old or two at most. It's quite the sight, ain't it? Hagrid asked, pulling him from his thoughts. It is, Harry agreed as they ascended the steps into the entrance hall. This was a part of the castle that had been destroyed during the battle, and the newer version of it had not quite captured the castle's former magic. Professor Dumbledore's office is on the 5th floor, Hagrid explained. Harry nodded as he followed the man, enjoying the memories that flooded his mind as they made their way there. They passed the trophy room, where Malfoy was supposed to meet him for their midnight duel during the first year, the 3rd floor, which had housed the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry even caught sight of the portrait of the bowl of fruit that led to the kitchens. He had fond memories of visiting Dobby and being inundated with more food than he could eat. It brought a smile to his lips as he looked across the grounds through one of the windows and where the Quidditch stadium was. He'd spent countless hours there, honing his skills on a broom and playing the sport he'd fallen in love with. In recent years, there'd not been much time for Quidditch. He always kept his firebolt with him, but other than sporadic, leisurely flights, it hadn't been used much. "Here we are," Hagrid declared. "Licorice torpedoes." The gargoyle they found themselves before sprang to the side, revealing the staircase that led to the headmaster's office. Once more, following Hagrid, the enormous man knocked on the door and entered when he was bid to do so. "Professor Dumbledore, Har, Mr. Jameson to see you, sir." "Thank you, Hagrid," Dumbledore replied warmly. It was odd to see the headmaster alive again and appearing so young. Harry had been taken aback by the man's arrival at the restaurant and hadn't had time to process his presence before he was gone. Although he had mixed feelings about Dumbledore, there was something comforting about him being here. He wished the man had been more candid with him about what he was expected to do, but he had come to understand his reasoning for keeping Harry in the dark. It had taken time, and perhaps he wasn't fully there yet, but he'd forgiven Dumbledore for his part in the chaotic mess his life had been. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Jameson," he greeted Harry with a smile. "I must say I was surprised that you accepted my invitation. You did not seem so keen on the possibility of working here." "It took me by surprise," Harry answered honestly. "I've only just gotten my business set up and now this." "Does that mean you are considering the post?" "Would I be here if I wasn't?" Harry replied amusedly. Dumbledore chuckled as he stood. "How about I give you a tour of the castle while I explain the job? It is a fair day for us being so far north. I will say that the winters here are rather unforgiving." Harry nodded and gestured for the headmaster to lead the way. Descending the staircase, they remained silent, though that only lasted until they stepped into the corridor below. "There are 7 floors in Hogwarts," Dumbledore explained, "and also the dungeons where the potions classes are held by our esteemed Professor Slughorn. I don't expect you'd need to venture down there much, but that is also where the Slytherin common room is. Are you familiar with the house system?" "I am," Harry confirmed. "I did my research before coming." "Excellent, that will save me explaining it," Dumbledore replied. "Perhaps it would be best if you ask any questions you wish to as I show you around." "How many students are here?" "With the incoming first years, it will be around 1,100 students." That was considerably more than when Harry had attended Hogwarts. The war had evidently dwindled the number of students, and at home just how many must have perished along with his own parents and the others Harry knew of. "The defense against the dark arts classroom is just along this corridor," Dumbledore explained as they reached the 5th floor. "Here we are." It was the very same room Harry had taken his own lessons in with the various professors he had throughout his schooling. Quirrell, who turned out to be possessed by Voldemort, the cowardly Lockhart, Remus, Barty Crouch, J.R. posing as Alastor Moody, Dollars Umbridge, and Severus Snape. When he'd returned to complete his newts after the war, he'd opted to take the exam and had passed with flying colors. Harry had learned much on the run, much more than he'd needed to pass. Just up those stairs is the office, and through there, sleeping quarters should you need them. Whilst you are here, the schoolhouse elves are available to you. I only ask that you treat them with the utmost respect. They may serve those within the castle, but they are as much a part of the castle as the very foundations that holds it up." "Of course," Harry assured the man, eliciting a smile from Dumbledore. "The floor above is where transfiguration is taught by the exceptional Minerva McGonagall. If you've studied the subject in any capacity in the past 10 years, I expect her name is familiar to you." "It is. She is thought of as one of the best in the field." "And we are very fortunate to have her," Dumbledore said proudly. "I expect she would be impressed with your accomplishment in the subject. Not many students achieve an outstanding at Newt level. Transfiguration is one of the most complex subjects to master. Harry nodded his agreement to both observations the man had made. Minerva would be impressed, considering she had taken the time to teach him. He'd spent many hours under the woman's tutelage when he'd returned to Hogwarts, and his effort had shown. Harry's father had been exceedingly talented in transfiguration, and Minerva had refused to allow Harry to achieve anything less than an outstanding. It had not been easy, but with her help, he'd become very proficient in the art. Without the Horcrux hampering his focus, the subject had become easier, and with Minerva's help, the intricacies had fallen into place. Along with charms and defense against the dark arts, which was a combination of several practical magics, transfiguration had become one of his best subjects. "Ah, here she is now," Dumbledore declared. Harry was hard-pressed to associate the approaching woman with the one he'd come to know so well. It was undoubtedly Minerva McGonagall, though younger. Her hair had not grayed yet, and the wrinkled visage Harry was familiar with was much more youthful. "Minerva, I would like you to meet Harry Jameson. He is considering accepting the post of defense against the dark arts professor for the coming year." The woman quirked an eyebrow at Harry as she stared at him speculatively. "Sorry, you looked oddly familiar for a moment," she offered apologetically. "It is nice to meet you, Mr. Jameson." "And you, Professor McGonagall," Harry returned with a smile. "I have read some of your research and found it most fascinating." "You like transfiguration?" she asked, surprised. "I use it a lot for defensive purposes. It is one of the most versatile and useful branches of magic. It takes quite the practitioner to use it effectively in such a way. You must be rather talented." "I had an excellent teacher," Harry said fondly. Minerva smiled. "It is always nice to hear of people being inspired by those they learn from. Please, feel free to come and discuss your opinions on my work. I'd be rather curious to see your own methods for defense against the dark arts and how you use transfiguration." "I will do that," Harry assured her. "It was nice to meet you." "Am I to take it that you are going to accept the post?" Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. "I wasn't entirely decided before I came, but having met Mr. Hagrid and Professor McGonagall, I think I would regret it if I didn't. I'm sure there is much I can learn here, and just as much as I can pass on to the students." Dumbledore nodded, relieved Harry had chosen to accept the position. "Well, then perhaps we should return to my office, and I can fill you in on the curriculum and any other details you will need to be aware of," he suggested. "Lead the way," Harry urged. He'd been honest about not having decided before arriving, and perhaps it was a mistake to have come at all. Harry should have known that having been back in Hogwarts in the way he remembered most fondly, it would be all but impossible to decline the post here, but he had no regrets. Yes, he wished to live a peaceful life free from war, but that didn't mean he had to deny himself of everything he'd once held so dear. Hogwarts always had a place in his heart, and even if he spent 1 year teaching, he would never consider it to be a waste of his time. Break. She felt almost like a pauper with hat in hand as she approached the restaurant to ask Harry Jameson once more for his help. Were it not for his demonstrable, innate ability to detect magic, Amelia would not do so, but for something this important, she would, as difficult as it was, put her pride aside for the sake of finding Fenrir Greyback. Much to her relief, she found the door to the establishment unlocked, and as she entered, she was greeted by the manager. "Sorry, miss, we won't be open for a couple of hours yet for lunch. Oh, it's you, Amelia Bones," he acknowledged with a frown. "How can I help you?" Amelia found his attitude to be rather flippant towards her, but she chose not to comment on it. "I need to speak with Jameson. Is he here?" "I'm afraid not. He's away on business and has asked not to be disturbed unless the restaurant is burning down." His words, not mine. "Do you know where I can find him? It is a rather urgent matter I must discuss with him." The man put the glass he was polishing on the bar and released a deep sigh. "I don't know where he is." "Would he be at his house?" The man shrugged. "If he is, I have no idea where he lives." "Is there anything you can tell me?" Mr. Jameson is a private man. I work for him, and I don't ask about his personal life. It's not my business. Amelia nodded. Well, when you see him, can you tell him to get in touch immediately, please? The man nodded reluctantly. I'll pass on the message, he assured her. There'll be no need for that, a welcome voice declared. Or Bones, is there something you need me for? Amelia's gaze flitted between Jameson and his manager before she nodded, remembering his wish for their association to be kept to a minimum. There's been a development pertaining to the murder of Imelda Smith. I was hopping to access the list of guests that night. You have my apologies. I should have requested a copy before now. It's quite all right, Jameson sighed. That book has been filled, I believe, Thomas. It has, sir, Thomas confirmed. I gave it to you. You did, Harry confirmed. I can bring it to your office in, say, 15 minutes. I expect it is with the rest of my paperwork at home. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Jameson. Anything for our Aurors, Jameson replied sweetly. Amelia nodded and took her leave of the restaurant, doubting that Thomas fell for the charade. Nonetheless, she was grateful that Jameson had agreed to play along and was hopeful that he would indeed help with the investigation into Greyback, even if he didn't seem to be pleased by her appearance. Amelia frowned at the thought and shook her head. He didn't have to be pleased, so long as he did help them. Break. Harry scowled at Amelia's retreating form and shook his head in frustration. He'd not expected her to return so soon, and certainly not so brazenly, not when Thomas was here. Are you all right, sir? Harry nodded. I could do without the Aurors sniffing around, he huffed, but it is easier to cooperate with something so simple rather than give them a reason to pay any more attention to us than necessary. I agree, sir, Thomas replied. You wouldn't want people thinking you were, well, on great terms with them. I would not, Harry agreed. I'll take her the list, and then I have a few things to look into. We can catch up this evening when we close if you have a moment. Of course, sir, Thomas replied with an easy smile, any concern he felt by Bones' presence being assuaged. Good, and thank you for all of your help with this place. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you. It's my pleasure, Thomas said sincerely. This is much nicer than my place, and you pay me more gold than I was making. Harry hummed thoughtfully. Maybe we should discuss your wages. You seem too happy for my liking. Thomas grinned in response, and Harry chuckled. Send a message if you need me before tonight. Thomas offered Harry a salute, and he activated his portkey to return home, where he donned his cloak before vanishing once more. Appearing a short distance from the entrance to the Ministry of Magic, he made his way into the building made his way through the swathes of people going about their business. Bypassing the guard working the security desk, he took the golden lift up to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and found himself in the Auror office only a moment later. Amelia Bones wasn't difficult to spot. Her deep red hair in the sea of browns and blondes stood out easily enough, and Harry took no small amount of joy in sneaking up on her. Stashing his cloak in his bag, he leaned closely over her shoulder and caught the faint scent of honey as something pressed into his chest. Looking down, he saw it was the tip of a wand. You'll have to do better than that to catch me off guard, Jameson. Is that a challenge, Auror Bones? I do like a challenge. The woman sighed as she shook her head and removed her wand. Why am I already regretting asking for your help? Because you have no idea how to have fun. Amelia scowled at him. Well, what I need you for is not going to be much fun. Last night, Greyback and his pack tore through an entire village, she explained. We found where they waited to transform, and from there they took portkeys. I need you to see if you can trace where it took them. Harry nodded. I can give it a go, he agreed, not expecting such news this morning. Lead the way. Without warning, Amelia took him by the arm, and the two of them vanished from the Ministry of Magic. When Harry managed to open his eyes, he was surrounded by trees in a clearing where he could sense a myriad of magics at play. I'd usually expect dinner before such an intimate experience, he sighed wistfully. Is that too much to ask? Amelia rolled her eyes at him. Can you help us or not? She asked. Why do I feel so used? Harry grumbled. You make me think you only want me for my skills. Jameson, Amelia groaned. Harry smirked at the woman as he drew his wand and held up a hand. I have other talents, you know. I'm not just a piece of meat for you to use. I have feelings. The woman's nostrils flared, and Harry realized he was beginning to push his luck. With a final grin, he set to work identifying the magic. He was relieved that the portkeys were not created by Voldemort. Harry would know the feel of that magic anywhere. What he did find, however, was that the magic was not familiar to him at all, though he could sense a faint trace. Whether it would be enough to follow remained to be seen, but he would do his utmost. Having Greyback on the loose was not desirable, after all. What do you think? Amelia asked curiously. Harry finished his analysis before releasing a deep breath. Greyback was here, he confirmed. He had around 50 other werewolves, half of his pack with him. I expect you'll receive a report of another attack soon enough. They used 6 portkeys between them here. Where did it take them? Harry frowned at the question and laughed humorlessly. Scotland. Scotland is a big area, Amelia pointed out. It is, Harry agreed, but there's only one place where so many werewolves can hide and go unnoticed. I'd best send a warning to Dumbledore. You think they're at Hogwarts? Amelia choked. Harry shook his head. Not Hogwarts, but the Forbidden Forest. Only a fool would go in there after them. Merlin, Amelia whispered as the realization of what they faced dawned on her. What can we do? Harry shrugged. That depends on how quickly you want to be killed. You went to Hogwarts. You know what is in there. What's rumored to be in there? Amelia returned. People like to exaggerate. Harry shook his head. You can't go into the forest with that attitude. It will get you killed. You speak as though you've been there. No, but I have been to places that were much worse than even the most unpleasant tales told of them. In my experience, the reality is much more harrowing than any story. Those who tell the stories are those who live. It is the stories of the dead we never hear we should heed. How do dead people have stories to tell? A story which was cut short by their demise, Harry replied. Just because dead men tell no tales, that doesn't mean those tales do not exist. Remember that. It might just save your life one day. Amelia frowned before nodding. So what next? What is next is that I will discuss the matter with Dumbledore. We will decide what we will do from there. What you will do? Amelia asked pointedly. Harry nodded. I suppose it is partly my responsibility now, he sighed. As of this morning, I'm the new defense against the dark arts professor. You're going to teach at Hogwarts, Amelia gasped. What about the restaurant? Thomas can manage it just fine, Harry said dismissively. Dumbledore offered me the job, and I accepted. Well, for this year, at least. I suppose my first task will be to remove the werewolves from the forest. On your own. I expect Dumbledore will help. Amelia could only shake her head, evidently digesting what she'd learned. The Aurors should help. They should, Harry agreed, but how many of them do you think will volunteer for it? I will, and I know Alastor will, Amelia declared. I need to speak with my superiors about this. You speak with Dumbledore, and I will speak with Head Auror Grim. Don't do anything until we have met. I will come to the restaurant when you're closed. No, you need to stop coming there so much, Harry denied. We need to find somewhere else to meet. Any suggestions? Harry shook his head. I'll send a message to you. How? You'll see, Harry assured her with a grin, vanishing from the wooded area to return home. It was a most unwelcome development that he now had to contend with, but having Greyback in the Forbidden Forest was not something he could allow. In only a matter of a few weeks, the students would return to the castle, and having a rampaging pack of werewolves on the grounds was the last thing Hogwarts needed. Break. What was your impression of Mr. Jameson, Minerva? Albus asked curiously. The staff that remained in the castle for the holidays had gathered in the Great Hall for their evening meal. In all, there were only 4 of them: Albus, Minerva, Hagrid, and Phileas Flitwick, the charms professor. "Do you not think him to be a little young?" Minerva questioned. "He is only a little younger than you when you took up your post," Albus pointed out. "I can assure you, he is most qualified. To assuage my own concerns, I assessed him myself. I can safely say I have seldom met one so young who is as talented as him. He would impress you, Minerva, and you, Phileas." "What did you have him do?" Minerva queried. "I questioned him mostly and found his knowledge to be exceptional," Albus explained. "We then discussed the syllabus, and I had him perform the most difficult of spells he'll be expected to teach, and some far beyond a standard education. He did not falter once." "Where was he educated?" Phileas broke in. "Privately," Albus informed the small group. "He told me he was orphaned at a very young age and that he was raised by an aunt and uncle. They moved around a lot, and Harry learned along the way. I suspect his parents and perhaps the other relatives he mentioned were exceptional witches and wizards. For him to know what he does, he has been extensively trained. Did any of you hear what happened in Nocturne Alley the night the Selwyn group was arrested?" Evidently, none had, and Albus placed his fork on the table. "I have it on good authority that Mr. Jameson apprehended the group, along with many others, on his own. He did so quickly and wished to remain anonymous. His identity was uncovered when he opened his restaurant and was recognized by the very Auror he saved that night." "He did it alone?" Phileas asked, impressed. "Indeed," Albus confirmed. "It would take a wizard of exceptional skill to do so, especially without being injured himself. Our students will learn much from him." He was confident he'd made the right appointment and was eager to see the impact Professor Jameson would have on the students throughout the upcoming school year. "Well, Phileas, it seems as though you will be meeting him sooner than intended," Albus declared. "I will." Albus nodded. He just entered the school grounds. The headmaster was curious as to why Harry was here. Unless he was having second thoughts, which he hoped was not the case, he couldn't imagine what would prompt the visit. It was only a few moments later that the young man entered the hall, his expression lacking the warmth and joviality that had been present earlier in the day. It was the first glimpse Albus had seen of Jameson's intensity, and he could quite believe the man walking purposely towards him was certainly capable of handling himself, as he'd heard from Alastair. "Headmaster, you have my apologies for the intrusion," Harry offered, "but something has been brought to my attention that should be made aware of." "That sounds ominous," Albus replied worriedly. "It is," Harry murmured, "and equally troubling." "Well, anything you need to tell me can be shared with our colleagues. I can assure you, they are all trustworthy." Harry's gaze swept across them speculatively, and he nodded. "I won't insult your intelligence by pretending you're not already partially aware of what I'm about to tell you," he sighed. "This is about Greyback." "Greyback," Minerva interjected. "Fenrir Greyback." "The very same," Harry said darkly. "What of him?" Minerva pressed. "He is in Britain," Harry revealed. "The news hasn't broken yet, but his pack wiped out an entire village last night in the West Country." "Merlin," Minerva gasped. "That is most unwelcome news," Albus said sadly. "But not the end of it," Harry huffed. "The portkey they used shortly after sunrise brought them to Scotland, only a short journey away from the Forbidden Forest." Albus stood at the revelation. "They are in the forest." Harry nodded. "They are, and that is far too close for comfort." "Indeed," Albus agreed, pondering how to tackle the situation. Werewolves were difficult to deal with, and as large a pack as the one commanded by Greyback was deeply problematic. "What are we going to do, Albus?" Minerva asked, an unusual expression of concern marring her features. "They cannot remain," Albus mused aloud. "Those are my thoughts exactly," Harry broke in. "It must be handled carefully. I have a few ideas if you would be willing to listen." "You wish to tackle Greyback and his pack?" Phileas questioned. "I'd be a rather poor defense against the dark arts professor if I shied away," Harry chuckled. "Do you have experience with werewolves?" "More than I'd like," Harry answered cryptically. "Give me 3 days to track them down, and I will know what to do. Mr. Hagrid, I imagine you know the forest better than any. If you have some insight into places to look and equally avoid, your input would be most valuable." "I can do that," Hagrid agreed, surprised he was being included. "Thank you," Harry said gratefully. "You surely do not intend to do this alone," Minerva interjected disbelievingly. "No, I will take one person with me," Harry revealed. "Any more than that until we know exactly what we are facing, we risk being discovered. This will require the utmost care." "Who do you intend on taking with you?" Albus asked curiously. "An Auror," Harry informed him. "I would not bring someone I did not believe was capable. I will, of course, keep you informed of my progress as and when I can." Albus was taken aback by his willingness to undertake such a risky task. Perhaps he felt the need to prove himself, or maybe it was that he saw it as part of his duty. Regardless, Albus felt that Harry Jameson knew exactly what he was doing. How the man knew was a mystery to him, though one he hoped would be revealed in time. Break. The meeting with Grimm and Jones had gone as well as Amelia had expected. Both men were furious and demanding that they double their efforts to track down Greyback and his pack, and had instructed her and Moody to do so by any means necessary. Having explained involving Jameson, without nomming him, they had agreed that he could once more assist them, even if they didn't have much of a choice in the matter. Jameson was not answerable to them, and in truth, Amelia didn't know whom it was he did answer to. Nonetheless, without him, she was unsure if she would have been able to trace the whereabouts of the location, the portkey that had taken the werewolves. If Moody couldn't do it, Amelia knew her own chances of success were low. She was still working on the intricacies of such magic, and would focus on it more from now on. Maybe she would ask Jameson for some pointers, if he was allowed to show her. Amelia frowned as she looked towards the clock. Almost 6 hours had passed since Jameson had left the clearing in the woods, and she wondered what was taking him so long. As though she had willed his presence into existence, she screamed as a brilliant light filled her office, and she found herself staring into the eyes of an enormous, ethereal stag. "The Hogshead, room 8, be discreet," it spoke in Jameson's voice. Amelia could only stare at the spot where the stag had stood for some time after it had vanished. It had been a patroness, of that Amelia had no doubt, but she'd never heard of being able to use one to send messages in such a way. Shaking her head in disbelief, she took the necessary measures so that she would not be recognized and took her leave of the ministry. Arriving in Hogsmeade, she quickly made her way to the pub she usually avoided here, and when she entered, she found it busy enough that she could slip through without garnering any attention. "Room 8, she murmured, tapping lightly on the door when she reached it. When it opened, she was pulled in, and a plethora of charms were cast. "You weren't followed?" Jameson asked. "No, I came straight here," Amelia assured him. "Good," Jameson murmured. "Well, I've spoken to Dumbledore, and he's on board with my plan." "Your plan?" Jameson nodded, a slight grin tugging at his lips. "How would you like to help me with some field work?" "Field work?" "Well, forest work," Jameson corrected. "We need to track the pack down before we can do anything else. What happens after depends on what we find. If the opportunity to take Greyback presents itself, we will take it. If not, we will have the information we need before proceeding." Amelia nodded. "Who else is helping?" "It will be just you and me," Jameson answered. "We can't take a large party. I would bet my life Greyback has scouts in the forest, and we can't be discovered. You can say no, but your help would be appreciated." "Merlin," Amelia whispered, "you're not joking, are you?" Jameson shook his head. "I'm afraid not," he said, and Amelia got the impression he was enjoying this more than any had the right to. "How dangerous is this going to be?" she asked. "Oh, I doubt you'll do much else as dangerous as this," Jameson said dismissively. "The werewolves are one thing, but we must contend with everything else in the forest. I've been assured that we will not be welcomed by most of the creatures in there." Jameson seemed to be excited by the task, and Amelia wondered if he'd taken leave of his senses, or if he had perhaps escaped the Janus Thicky ward in St. Mungo's. "All right, I'll do it," she agreed, unable to turn down the opportunity and look weak in front of him. "When do we leave?" "That's the spirit," Jameson declared. "You have 2 hours to gather your things and inform who you need to. We will meet at Hagrid's hut. He is expecting us." With that, he vanished, and Amelia felt a sense of dread fill her. Perhaps she should have declined the invitation, but her curiosity had gotten the better of her. She hoped she would not live to regret her decision to go along with him, though the alternative was certainly worse. As she tried to find a way to explain to Edgar that she would be away for some time, and to Grim what she would be doing, Amelia could only shake her head in disbelief. This was going to be quite the adventure, and she could not help but think this was one of those things that she would never forget. Chapter 9. Lord Yaxley glared at the werewolf, his knuckles white from how tightly he gripped the newspaper clutched in his hand. With a growl, he slammed it onto the desk before the grinning grayback. "Subtle," he whispered dangerously. "You were told to be subtle. Decimating an entire village is not subtle." "My people need to eat," Grayback replied carelessly, baring his yellow, blood-stained teeth. Yaxley shook his head and looked towards Rosier for assistance. "He did not bring you here to draw attention to yourself," the man reminded the werewolf. "Then what the fuck did he bring me here for?" Grayback snapped. "We will not be neutered, and I will not see my people starve." "They will not starve," Rosier assured him. "We will find an alternative, but you must keep your head down. It would be best if the Aurors believed you had moved on. That is why we are sending you back to the continent, just for a few days so you can be seen. Your pack will remain here in the safety of the forest." Grayback growled unhappily, but Yaxley held up a hand to prevent the inevitable outburst. "These are his orders," he said firmly. "You mean you ran to him and blabbed?" Grayback snarled. "This is a delicate operation, and we cannot have it scuppered because you cannot rein in your tendencies, you fool," Yaxley snapped. "Besides, he wishes to speak with you in person. This portkey will take you where you need to be, and he will meet you in 3 days." For the first time since the discussion began, Grayback appeared to be distinctly uncomfortable. "In person." Yaxley nodded. He was quite insistent. The werewolf snorted as he snatched the portkey and vanished. "Idiot," Yaxley snarled. "What are we going to do about him?" Rosier shook his head. "We must mitigate this," he sighed. "Speak with Mulciber and explain what has happened. I'll do the same with Avery, Dolohov, and Knott." "What about Lestrange?" "He's already on the continent and will be ensuring Grayback does what is needed," Rosier explained. Yaxley nodded. "We cannot afford for this to happen again," he pointed out. "We have a strong block, but not strong enough to prevent the others from taking action. And that is why we are handling it this way until others can be brought into the fold. It will take time, but when he arrives, we will be strong enough." "When will that be?" Rosier shrugged. "I would not expect him so soon," he sighed. "He has reiterated and urged patience, but we will be the first to know when he is ready." "It still sounds like a crock," Yaxley huffed. "I'll believe it when he's here." "I am inclined to agree, but you know who he is and what he is," Rosier reminded his companion. "It would not do us well to be on the wrong side of him. Remember what happened to the others who did way back when. He has only become more dangerous, and it just so happens that his values align with our own. We would be foolish not to take the opportunity that has been presented to us. I'm not throwing all of my eggs in one basket, but if there is any I have met that can change things, it is him." "Would you stand against him?" Yaxley shook his head. "No," he murmured, "but there are those who will. Dumbledore will." "Dumbledore is old," Rosier said dismissively. "The others are cowards, and the Aurors are already weak." Yaxley nodded, though he did not seem to be entirely convinced. "Caution, my friend," Rosier comforted. "So long as we are cautious and take necessary steps, we cannot lose even if he does." "You're right," Yaxley conceded. "I always am," Rosier replied with a grin. "Break." It had been perhaps the strangest 36 hours of her life since she and Jameson had embarked on their adventure into the forbidden forest. The only other time she'd seen him so serious was the very first time they'd met. But here, in the field, he'd barely cracked anything resembling a smile. Amelia hadn't known what to expect from this excursion, but Jameson had made it very clear that he was leading it. Flashback. I've informed only my superiors of what we are doing, she explained. Jameson nodded as he continued packing his trunk in silence. Is there anything you need me to do? Amelia asked. He said nothing for several moments until he'd finished and closed the trunk lid before casting several charms on it. What we are dealing with is about as dangerous as it comes, he said severely. Even when they are not transformed, werewolves retain their pack mentality. If there are indeed as many as I think, this could get very ugly very quickly. I appreciate that, He held up a hand to cut her off. Have you ever faced a werewolf, Bones? Amelia shook her head. Then you do not appreciate it, Jameson sighed. They are faster than you would believe, can tear you limb from limb, and are highly resistant to curses, charms, and many other types of magic. I am not trying to make you feel inferior or incompetent. I am just being honest. These are not wizards. Even in their human form, werewolves are exceedingly dangerous. I need you to really understand that before we leave. Amelia nodded solemnly, taken aback by the intensity of the usually jovial man. Good, Jameson declared. Now take a shower, he instructed, pointing towards the bathroom. Amelia frowned. We are going into the forbidden forest, she pointed out. I don't think. He held his hand up once more. You need to remove any unnatural scent from your body, he explained. No hair products, no perfume, no deodorant, and no makeup. We have sent masking charms. They mask the scent on you, Jameson returned. They do not mask anything left behind on anything you touch. Werewolves will smell anything within a few miles, further on the wind. Amelia nodded her understanding. I will be back shortly. No soap, Jameson added, as she entered the dingy bathroom and grimaced at the state of it. There are some robes in there for you to use. It wasn't unclean, but it hadn't been maintained to a high standard by the landlord of the Hog's Head. Showering quickly and removing the light makeup she wore, Amelia dried herself off and dressed in the oddly silky brown robe hanging on the back of the door. She'd never felt material like it, and though the color would not be one she chose, it was comfortable enough. There, she announced as she entered the room. No perfume, no makeup, and no deodorant. Jameson nodded. He was now dressed in a similar robe to hers, his expression impassive as he took in her appearance. Of course, you're an expert in the mind arts, Amelia snorted, recognizing the merest of glints in his eyes. As are you. How long have you been practicing? Since I was 12, Amelia revealed. My brother thought it would be useful and started to teach me. You. 16. And you've already perfected it. Jameson shook his head. Not perfect, but effective for my own purposes, he said, offering her a slight smile. It was somewhat comforting, given what they would soon be undertaking. Is there anything else I need to know? Amelia asked. What remained of Jameson's smile vanished, and his expression became grim again. We must be silent as we move through the forest. A series of charms connect the robes we are wearing, so even though you won't be able to see me, you'll know where I am. No talking until we set up a secure camp. How long are you expecting this to take? Amelia asked curiously. The forest is big, and the magic there will not be on our side, he said gravely. We might find ourselves walking in circles, and it would not be in our best interest to attract the attention of some of what lives in there. We must tread carefully. What does live in the forest? Among the centaurs, the strals, unicorns, and acromantula, no one knows. I'd rather not find out. Acromantula, Amelia asked worriedly. How many? Scared of spiders or bones. I don't like them, Amelia admitted. Then we should avoid their den. There are thousands in there. Thousands. Jameson nodded. So are you ready? End flashback. Fortunately, they had not run into any acromantula, nor any other unpleasant creature, though Amelia could not rid herself of the feeling that they were being watched. When she'd mentioned this to Jameson the previous night, he'd said it was likely something was watching them, but whatever it was wasn't a threat. Not yet, at least. Amelia had not expected it would be easy, but having spent the entire day walking through the thick trees on uneven ground, she'd been exhausted and had fallen asleep soon after the camp had been set up. Jameson had woken her at the crack of dawn, and onwards they had continued. It was getting dark again now, and Amelia had no idea how deep in the forest they were, but here it was eerily silent, and she breathed a sigh of relief as she felt Jameson come to a stop and begin casting the charms to conceal their presence. "There," he declared a few moments later, "we can rest now." He lit a fire, and Amelia removed her boots once she had taken a seat on a large fallen tree. Her feet were blistered from all the walking, and her legs ached. "Here," Jameson called, throwing her a vial containing some thick orange salve. "For your blisters." Amelia nodded gratefully and applied it to the soles and heel of her feet, sighing contentedly as the sores vanished. "Have you done this kind of thing a lot?" she asked curiously. "You mean hunting down the most notorious werewolf pack on the continent in the forest? I can't say I have." Amelia rolled her eyes at him. "You're not very forthcoming, are you?" "And you are." He had a point. Amelia was a private person by nature, and she rarely divulged much to anyone outside her older brother and Alistair. "Touché," she replied. "I don't suppose you'll tell me how you became what you are." "Circumstances," Jameson answered simply. "Everything we do is shaped by our circumstances, isn't it? Why did you become an Auror? It's not as though your family isn't rich enough that you need to do this." "Perceptive," Amelia acknowledged. "I suppose you have to be in your line of work." "A perceptive restaurant owner," Jameson returned with a grin. "Are you going to continue to pretend that's what you are?" Amelia huffed. "It is what I am," Jameson said firmly. "What I may once have been, I am no longer." "Then why are you here?" Jameson frowned at the questions. "I have my reasons," he murmured. Amelia could only shake her head. Jameson was more secretive than her, though she couldn't blame him. Any job such as the one he did, or previously, as he was determined to ascertain, required absolute discretion. "Fine," Amelia sighed. "So why a restaurant?" "I suppose I have you to thank for that," Jameson chuckled. "If you hadn't shown up that night at the pub, I wouldn't have bought it." "You didn't plan on owning a restaurant?" "No, I just took an opportunity that came along. I hate cooking, and I don't like people very much." "Sounds as though you are in the wrong business." Jameson shrugged. "Honestly, Thomas does everything, and he will run the place on his own come September." "Why September?" "I'll be teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts." Amelia was surprised by the revelation, though from what she had seen of Jameson thus far, he was certainly qualified to do so. "I did wonder how you knew Dumbledore." "Again, I have you to thank for that," Jameson grumbled. "He somehow heard about what happened that night and decided to offer me the job." Amelia frowned. She'd not mentioned anything to Dumbledore, which meant only one other person could have. Alistair. The man was a friend of the headmaster, and had evidently confided what he knew in Dumbledore. "He didn't hear it from me," Amelia assured him. "No, that would be moody," Jameson said with a shrug. "It doesn't matter, it's done now." "You could have turned the job down." "True, but maybe it's a change I need." His words were as ominous as ever, and Amelia took the opportunity to watch him for a moment. For someone so young, he seemed to have experienced so much, not unlike herself. Still, she didn't know what it was that made him tick. Why had he trodden the path he had? Had he just been a talented wizard who had been noticed and drawn into such a life, or was there more to it? Amelia didn't know, and though attempting to delve into his life had not exactly worked out for her, he continued to be a mystery she wished to unravel. Perhaps she would get the chance to whilst they continued to navigate the forbidden forest, but she knew better than to push too hard. If she did, Jameson would shut down. No, she needed to earn his trust, but how? Wait, why would you not ask Dumbledore to help you with this? Amelia asked, gesturing to the trees around them. I'm not too proud to admit he'd be better than me. Jameson shook his head. Dumbledore is an incredible wizard, but he is not cut out for things like this. He's too passive and won't do what needs to be done in the moment. What does that mean? Amelia asked with a frown. Jameson's expression sobered, and his gaze hardened. What we are doing here may need decisive action. As much as you would love to apprehend Greyback, it may not be possible. You don't just expect him to come quietly, do you? You mean to kill him? If necessary, Jameson confirmed. Dumbledore would do everything he could to stop that. He would sooner appease Greyback than do what is needed. What makes you think I wouldn't stop you? I don't know you won't, but I'd sooner take the chance that you won't than know that Dumbledore will. Oddly, his logic made sense, and Amelia nodded. So what about you? Jameson asked. Why did you become an Auror? Circumstances, Amelia parroted, a smirk tugging at her lips. Two can play your game, Jameson. He smiled, and it changed his entire expression to one of warmth. Well, I could always take a guess, he suggested. Let me see. I'm guessing you grew bored of the dull pureblood life and wanted some excitement. What better way is there than to hunt down the dregs of society with only your wit and your wand in hand? No, Amelia denied. Nothing so trivial. Jameson eyed her speculatively before nodding. Tragedy, then, he murmured. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him. Excuse me. It's a tragedy that motivated you to become an Auror. What makes you so sure? You're not denying it, Jameson pointed out. Now, don't get me wrong, I know you're motivated and committed to what you do, but you wouldn't have considered doing it if you weren't rebelling against something or hadn't suffered a personal tragedy. You denied the first, so the second is the only viable option. Amelia did not like how close to the truth he was becoming, so she chose to remain silent. Your parents, he sighed. What makes you think that? Amelia snapped, swallowing the lump that formed in her throat. Jameson held up a placating hand. You told me your brother introduced you to the mind arts thinking it would help. Someone so young would only be introduced to them if they are an heir to a lordship or they are dealing with significant trauma. Both occlumency and legilimency are dangerous, and your brother would not have done so unless he was in a position of authority over you. Amelia's nostrils flared. They died, Amelia hissed. Jameson merely nodded in response and said nothing else. Amelia, however, felt insulted that he'd mentioned it so casually. Just because you can deduce things, sometimes it's better to keep your mouth shut, she urged, especially when you cannot understand what other people have endured. She didn't realize she'd stood. Her hands were balled into fists at her side, and her breathing had become labored. What had happened to her parents had been, and always would be, a sore point for Amelia. Jameson looked at her impassively for a moment. And perhaps you should learn that you're not the only one who has endured the shit things that happen in life, he replied. What do you know about it? Amelia growled. I know that holding on to that anger will not do you any good. It will fester and create something so dark within you that you won't believe it until it manifests itself. The anger and the pain, you can let go of those. When that darkness creeps into you, that stays. It stains your soul, and there is no ridding yourself of it. Amelia didn't know why, but she'd wanted him to be angry with her for the way she responded. He'd not taken the bait, and now she didn't know what to do. Just sit down and take a minute, Jameson urged, not unkindly. I'm not your enemy, even if I do annoy you. Amelia swallowed deeply and did as he suggested, despite not wanting to. It took several moments for her to calm herself, and when she did, she didn't feel great about losing her composure. It happens to the best of us, Jameson spoke quietly. We all lose it, some of us worse than others. Amelia nodded. They were murdered, she blurted, unsure why she was divulging what had happened. They left for what was supposed to be a business trip and never came home. They were found tortured, and murdered in an abandoned warehouse on the continent. And you never got closure, Jameson said sympathetically as he handed her a cup of tea. It eats away at you, and that is why you do what you do. You never want anyone to experience what you have without being given the justice they deserve. Exactly, Amelia whispered, gazing into the flames. Even now, I wake up and can't believe what happened to them. My mother and father were the sweetest people. I can't imagine anyone wanting to hurt them. The world is full of monsters, Bones. They prey on the brightest of lights to keep the world in darkness. Sometimes there is no reason, and others, they are unfathomable until the truth is found. I never found out the truth, Amelia sighed. Whatever happened to them was covered up by someone powerful enough to do so. Not even the minister at the time could get any information, and neither could Dumbledore. He tried, but there was no evidence of anything archived by any authorities. Jameson hummed. Corruption, he huffed. It always comes down to corruption. Oh, there's evidence somewhere. Someone knows something, they always do. I know, Amelia replied. I'll find it one day. I have no doubt you will, Jameson assured her. What matters is what you think you can do with it. If it is someone powerful, you'll never see them in prison, and if they are as powerful as you believe, you have to ask if you want to find that evidence. These people are clearly not the type to take these things kindly. They killed your parents, and they will not hesitate to kill you and the rest of your family if necessary. So, you think I should give up? Jameson shook his head. No, that's impossible when you're already so set on your path. I think you should be prepared for whatever may come for you when you find what you're looking for. You sound as though you are speaking from experience. Jameson nodded darkly, and Amelia caught a glimpse of something so raw in his eyes. My parents were murdered before I was 2, he revealed. I watched as my mother was killed in front of me. Even now, the dreams still haunt me. Amelia felt guilty for snapping at him. If anyone understood what she'd gone through, Harry Jameson did. How do you cope with it? Jameson shrugged. I didn't learn to until I caught up with the man that did it, Jameson murmured. I killed many along the way to get to him, and even his screams of agony I tore from his lungs weren't enough. I did things to him you wouldn't imagine. In that moment, it was the greatest feeling in the world, a relief I cannot put into words. When it was done, there was nothing. When the euphoria faded, I was left with the same feelings I had before, knowing that nothing I could have done to him would ever make up for the torment I went through. Amelia was almost enthralled by his words, but it was the way he said it that she couldn't ignore. He spoke so hollowly, as though it no longer meant anything to him to have got the man who had killed his mother and father. Do you regret it? Jameson shook his head. Not a single second, he said firmly, but I would not expect some great lasting relief or for their suffering to bring you the closure you're seeking. You will never get that, and the knowledge you enacted a fitting justice will not alleviate your pain. That will always be there. He meant it, and felt that she finally had gotten a glimpse into what made Harry Jameson the man he was. In many ways, they were alike, but he was on the other side of the very thing she sought. What she saw wasn't promising. Even if she wished he could offer something to assure her she was doing the right thing by pursuing it, Amelia knew she wouldn't get it. I'm sorry, she offered sincerely, for what happened to your parents and everything you went through. Jameson nodded. As am I, he returned. Come on, we should get some rest before we continue. If we are fortunate, we can get out of here soon enough. Good night, Auror Bones. With that, he entered his tent, and Amelia followed suit. Despite the grim turn the conversation had taken, she found that she was enjoying the field work with Jameson. She was learning a lot from the man and about him, even if it turned out that his life had not been a picture of serenity. Such brilliant witches and wizards tended to come from difficult circumstances, and it seemed that Harry Jameson was no different. Break. He peered across the grounds and towards the forest from the window of his office, wondering just where Harry Jameson was. It had been the better part of 2 days now since the man had entered, and Albus had received no update as yet. Are you worried for him? Minerva asked. Oddly, I am not, Albus answered. He is a capable wizard, and he does not strike me as the type to volunteer for such a thing if he did not believe he would be successful. Minerva nodded as she joined him. I always forget how vast it is, she murmured. Made only bigger by the magic within, Albus said thoughtfully. It is a dangerous place for any, even Greyback and his pack if they do not tread carefully. I am wondering why you did not volunteer to go with him. I am curious why he did not ask, Albus replied. Perhaps Mr. Jameson is unlike most others who sees me as a means to solve all the problems in the world. Albus had indeed wondered why Jameson had not asked for his assistance. Perhaps the observation he'd made was correct, or he just did not feel the need for Albus's involvement. Regardless, so long as the issue was remedied, it mattered not. With the new school year approaching, Albus had much to keep himself occupied with. How long do you expect it will take? Minerva asked, pulling him from his thoughts. It is difficult to say, Albus murmured thoughtfully. It could be only another day or so, or perhaps a week. I have faith Harry will find them and ensure they are not a threat to those within the castle long before we welcome the students back. Minerva nodded, and the two continued to watch for any sign of disturbance within the trees. The forest, however, remained as peaceful as it always did, and were it not for Harry informing him, there would be no suggestion that anything was out of the ordinary. Break. He did not appreciate being summoned to the continent, and spending almost 3 days waiting around for a conversation he had little interest in being a part of. Fenrir answered to no man, even if he did claim to be descended from one of the most influential families in wizarding history. Albania. The country was a filthy cesspit of poor people and poor food. It had no redeeming qualities, and Fenrir wondered what the man was doing here at all. He will see you now. Greyback bared his teeth at the lickspittle who'd addressed him, his fine robes and cologne wrinkling the werewolf's nose in disgust. The grin the man aimed at him would be enough to see his throat torn out with Fenrir's bare hands in any other circumstance. But for now, he had other things on his mind. Entering the room, the door was slammed behind him, and Fenrir found himself staring at a shadowy figure sitting beside a roaring fireplace, his face obscured by the hooded robes he wore. When I sent you to Britain, it was done so with the specific instruction of you keeping a low profile. My people must eat, Greyback snarled. The man nodded. They will be fed, he assured him. I will personally see to it that you are given your fill of fresh meat, but there will be no repeat of what you did in the village, not until I give you my blessing to do so. Greyback snarled irritably. You do not command me. The man shook his head, almost disappointedly. That is where you are wrong, Crucio. The pain that lanced through every fiber of his being was unlike anything else he'd ever experienced, and was much worse than even his very first transformation. Fenrir didn't remember screaming, but he heard it well enough over the din, and even when he was released from the curse, the pain continued. He found himself twitching uncontrollably on the ground, his mouth full of blood, and the man standing over him. The magic pouring off him was vile, much worse than the lycanthropy Fenrir had come to know so well and embraced freely. Whatever this man had delved into was unnatural, and yet he was all the more powerful for it. I had hoped this could be an amenable discussion, he murmured, that you would see the error of your ways without it devolving into such unnecessary violence against you. Fenrir spat out the blood, but before he could speak, he was slammed against the wall by an unseen force, and his limbs were splayed so wide he thought they might come away from his torso. You are in Britain because I am allowing you to be there, the man whispered dangerously. You have taken advantage of my hospitality in a way I do not appreciate. Now I can replace you so easily, or you can follow the simplest of orders. It is your choice, Greyback. Fenrir said nothing, and the man stepped into the light. His skin was unnaturally pale, his cheekbones high, and his hair as dark as night. Fenrir suspected that he was once a handsome man, but his skin was waxen and taut, and his eyes were blood red, adding to his sinister appearance. Who are you?" Fenrir managed to stammer. The man offered him a smile, though there was no warmth to it. "My name is Lord Voldemort," he introduced himself. "You will hear it spoken often enough in the years to come." Break. They'd said little whilst they'd readied themselves for the day and had continued hiking through the forest, coming across only tracks from various creatures, some of which were familiar to Amelia, though she had no desire to meet them. Thus far, there was no sign of the pack of werewolves, and she absent-mindedly wondered how they'd managed to conceal themselves so well. With the light fading, they'd be stopping soon, but as they rounded another thicket of trees, Amelia felt the air leave her lungs in a gasp of surprise. Even Jameson stilled and placed a hand on her arm, and she was pleased to spend it steady, much unlike her own. They remained unmoving as the hundreds of enormous spiders passed them by, some of them carrying deer, badgers, and even foxes in their mandibles. Evidently, they'd had a successful hunt and were returning to their lair to devour it. Amelia breathed a sigh of relief when the last of them had vanished, and she shook her head in disbelief. She didn't know acromantula could grow so large, and certainly not be so plentiful so close to a school full of children. "We will stop here for the night." Jameson's voice pulled her from her thoughts, and she nodded gratefully. It wasn't though they were able to see much more than a dozen or so feet in front of them now, and even during the daylight hours, the visibility was limited. As he had the past 2 evenings, Jameson went about the process of setting up their camp, and Amelia watched him closely, trying to decipher the magic he was using. "You weren't joking when you said about the hundreds of spiders." Jameson nodded. "Those were just the smaller ones." Amelia's eyes widened. "They get bigger." "Considerably," Jameson chuckled. "Don't worry, they didn't notice us." "How can you be so sure?" "Because we'd either be dead or running for our lives." Amelia shook her head. "You say it so casually." "We are in the Forbidden Forest," he reminded her. "I expect there's worse here than the acromantula. I found some worrying feline fur today, and I don't think it came from a Kneazle." "What else could it be?" Amelia asked worriedly, her gaze shifting towards the trees. Jameson shrugged. "Could be a wumpus cat or an undu," he said thoughtfully, "or maybe even another magical cat. Who knows?" "Well, I'm sure I'll sleep well tonight," Amelia grumbled. "And I stink. It's been almost 3 days since I've washed." "That just means your scent won't stand out when we get close to the werewolves." Amelia snorted at how little he cared about such a thing. Neither of them smelled great, but he seemed so unbothered by it. "My brother would say it is unbecoming of a woman of my station to be in this state." "He would be right," Jameson commented, the corner of his lips tugging upwards in amusement. "You do stink." Amelia glared at him, and he laughed, handing her a cup of coffee he'd been preparing on the fire. "Is all this really necessary?" she asked. "Believe me, I want nothing more than to have a bath myself," Jameson assured her. "The wind can change in a moment, and then we, as the hunters, would become the hunted. I don't fancy being chased through the woods by dozens of werewolves. It's much better if we retain some kind of advantage. We certainly don't have the numbers on our side." Amelia nodded as she sipped the coffee, allowing it to warm her insides. Despite it being summer, there was a persistent chill in the air within the trees. "Do you think we are close?" Jameson nodded. "They've been here," he murmured. "They may have only passed through, but they've been here." "How can you tell?" He looked at her curiously for a moment before sitting opposite her. Removing the cup from her hand, he took one of hers in his own. "Close your eyes," he urged. Amelia did so, wondering what he was going to do, and it was a moment later that she felt a trickle of his magic seep into her skin. Again, another moment passed, and there it was. It was only the merest hint, but the very same magic she'd sensed back in the village made itself known. It was all around them, almost indiscernible but undoubtedly present. "How did you do that?" Amelia asked when she opened her eyes. "I just shared a little of my magical experience with you," Jameson explained. "It's a more advanced way of showing without trying to explain certain things." Amelia, nodded her understanding. "You're really good with magic, aren't you?" "Certain kinds," Jameson replied. "All of us have things we are naturally better at, and others we have to work at more. I have a proclivity towards sensing and identifying magic. I was subjected to some very damaging magic when I was younger, and it afforded me a unique sensitivity to magic. It's more useful than I'd anticipated." "And charms," Amelia blurted. "You're good with them, too. How did you use a patroness to send me a message?" "It's not as difficult as you'd think," Jameson assured her. "Maybe one day I will teach you." "Maybe you'll teach me," Amelia replied, quirking an eyebrow at him. "I make no promises," Jameson snorted, his eyes twinkling in amusement. "Go on, get some rest. I expect we will have another long day ahead. They're close, but not as close as I was hopping." Amelia nodded and headed towards her tent, pausing before she entered. "Good night, Jameson," she offered. He was proving to be an interesting man, beyond what she already knew about him. He was quiet for the most part, guarded but with a sharp wit that Amelia did not doubt had gotten him in trouble in the past. More than that, he was just rather normal for someone who had seemingly lived such an interesting life, or he was trying to be. He was talented with magic. Even without his proclaimed sensitivity, Amelia could see he'd dedicated himself for years towards his craft and had become rather brilliant. Still, he could be rather annoying at times, more than enough that she'd wanted to strangle him. That was unlikely to change, but having spent a few days with him now, she knew she could at least tolerate his presence. Well, for the most part. Break. He managed to snatch only a couple of hours of sleep for himself before he woke. Harry had learned that resting deeply in the field could be detrimental to one's health at the expense of a local guide in Guatemala who had vanished in the night. They'd found his remains a day later, amounting to a single leg, his scalp, and a few teeth, which had not been eaten by whatever had claimed him. It was never discovered what the creature had been, but Harry had learned a harsh lesson from that grim experience. He'd not allowed himself to be so vulnerable whilst on assignment since, and though he was longing for his own bed, hot water, and better food, he couldn't deny he was enjoying being in his element once more. "Is it time to get up already?" Amelia groaned as she exited her tent, her red mane of her in disarray. Harry nodded as he handed her a coffee. The woman always started the day with a strong brew. "What?" she asked as Harry watched her. "Nothing," he said amusedly, not commenting on her comical appearance. "Never seen a woman first thing in the morning, Jameson." Harry was taken aback by the comment, and he chuckled. "I'm usually gone before they wake." Amelia shot him a look of disapproval. "Of course you are," she grumbled. "Not even decent enough to get breakfast, I suppose." "I got you coffee," Harry returned. "And I didn't even have to sleep with you. Aren't I lucky?" "You could be," Harry said with a teasing wink. Amelia rolled her eyes at him and finished her drink. "Come on, Jameson. I don't need my innocent ears filled with tales of your debauchery." "Innocent? I don't quite believe that." "You can believe what you like. Not all of us are like you." "Like me." Amelia hummed as she began readying herself for the day ahead. "You're a charmer," she declared. "I bet many young and naive witches have fallen for it." Harry snorted as he shook his head. "I avoid witches," he said with a shrug. "Magical people are annoyingly complicated." Amelia seemed surprised by the revelation, but before she could press the matter, Harry undid his spell work, ensuring she had to remain silent. That didn't stop her from shooting him a glare as they once more began traipsing through the forbidden forest in search of what was believed to be the biggest werewolf pack in the world. It seemed rather ridiculous when he pondered what they were doing. What had been a tragedy for Harry was supposed to be a fresh start to a peaceful life, and yet, no matter how hard he tried to resist being dragged into such things, he somehow managed to find himself embroiled in them. He shook his head, vowing to perhaps move abroad when he'd taught the next year at Hogwarts. Maybe he would like to see the Americas outside of being an unspeakable, or maybe he would visit Asia. Harry didn't know what he would do, but if he wished to avoid the coming storm, he could not continue on the path he was currently on. It was a subtle but sudden surge of energy that pulled Harry from his thoughts, and he frowned as he placed a hand on Bones' shoulder to prevent her from proceeding. Edging forward carefully, his eyebrows rose in surprise as he took in the sight before him. It appeared that the werewolves had been closer than he'd expected. Whomever it was who had brought them here had the foresight to adopt a similar approach to his own by attempting to hide their presence. They'd not been meticulous enough, however, and Harry could see the magnitude of the task before them. The werewolves were there, but they were not alone. Cursing under his breath, Harry led Amelia away, far enough that they could set up another camp and not be discovered. "Did you see that?" she asked once the protections were in place. Harry nodded darkly. "I saw it," he murmured, pondering how best to approach the problem. "Well, it seems as though we may be here a little longer," he sighed. The werewolves had not been alone. How long they'd been here was not lost on Harry. They'd all but built an entire village within the trees, but that was not what concerned him most. Amongst them, Harry saw the dozens upon dozens of acromantula and mountain trolls. Whether Aragog had consented to assist the werewolves, or if they'd reached an accord of sorts, he didn't know. What he did know, however, was that the creatures presented a new problem. The werewolves could be cowed with the death or capture of their leader, and the trolls and acromantula would be unaffected by such an occurrence. No, another approach would have to be taken, and as Harry considered what options were available to them, he cursed once more. "What are we going to do, Jameson?" Amelia asked. "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. "I'll think of something." "That's it, you'll think of something," Amelia snorted. Harry nodded. "Believe it or not, some of my better ideas have been formulated on the fly," he chuckled. "Enjoying your time on the field, or Bones?" Amelia narrowed her eyes at him, though Harry could see she was relishing the challenge just as much as he was. He'd always heard that Amelia had been a gifted and relentless witch, and now he was seeing that for himself. She was an interesting woman, and not like any he'd met before. How they would deal with this, Harry remained unsure, but oddly, he was excited to see what they would come up with. Chapter 10. Being fearful was not something he was accustomed to. Fenrir prided himself on his ability to instill it within others, but he'd never been on the receiving end of it, not until he'd made the acquaintance of Lord Voldemort. He would not deny the man was a brilliant wizard, undoubtedly the most powerful Fenrir had ever met, and he could do things that the werewolf had never seen before. Begrudgingly, he admitted he was terrified of Voldemort, but more than that, he respected him as a fellow alpha. He could give no higher praise to the budding Dark Lord, and Fenrir anticipated some very interesting years ahead, even if he was put out that he would have to curb the violence of his pack whilst they were here. In a way, he was glad that they would simply be able to live in the safety of the Forbidden Forest. Their victims were to be delivered to them shortly before the full moon every month, so they would not starve when they were at their hungriest. Nonetheless, the urge to hunt would not be easy to ignore, but Fenrir would keep his own in line, so long as Voldemort made good on his promise by allowing them to hunt when he eventually returned to Britain. What he was doing on the continent was a mystery, and Fenrir had gotten the impression it was best that he didn't ask. As yet, he did not trust Voldemort, and it was clear the man didn't trust him. He'd promised the pack would be supervised closely, and if they indulged in such violence again without his permission, they would be slaughtered. Fenrir did not take kindly to threats, but he did not doubt for a moment that Voldemort meant it. After what he'd endured at the man's hands, he could not bring himself to push the boundaries set out for him and his whilst they resided in Britain. Still, he knew his lot in life could be worse. His pack had never had a permanent home, and now they could build a community and houses they could reside in without fear of persecution. Fenrir bared his teeth at the thought of how many times he'd been forced to leave cities across the continent when what he was had been discovered. Werewolves were universally despised, and knowing he would never be allowed to live in relative peace whilst he embraced what he was, he'd decided to form his pack. Over the years, it had grown exponentially. Some of those he'd welcomed had been sick with other debilitating diseases and had chosen lycanthropy over a long and painful death. Others had merely been turned and disowned from their families, and some he'd had turned to swell their numbers so that they could be safer. In a matter of only a decade, he'd created the largest pack perhaps in the world, and they looked to him to lead them. Even so, they'd eventually been driven out of anywhere they'd tried to make a home, and they'd had nothing to lose by coming to Britain. Yaxley. Rosier and Lestrange had assured him the forest here was not frequented by humans, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, Fenrir was hopeful of a real home for his people. It wasn't until he'd informed them of the move that he'd made the acquaintance of Lord Voldemort, and now Fenrir found himself at the behest of a human, though one who had earned his respect. Despite the painful encounter with the man, he was pleased with his decision, and as he entered the dwelling they were creating, he nodded satisfactorily. In his absence, the pack had been busy, and the trolls and acromantula he had struck a bargain with were proving to be useful allies. Already, a few dozen houses had been erected, and in only a few more weeks, every one of his people would have a roof over their heads. Fenrir nodded to himself. The trolls had been easy enough to bring into the fold. Simply providing them with some vegetables had been enough to sway them, but the acromantula had been a little more difficult. What they could possibly need protecting from was beyond Fenrir. They numbered in their hundreds, and he could think of nothing that would pose a threat to such a large gathering of enormous spiders. He'd readily agreed, and they'd provided their webs willingly, and were ably assisting with supplying building materials. They were proving to be an excellent resource. Werewolves were strong but grew weaker as the full moon approached, particularly those that were not magical. Less than a fifth of the pack carried wands, and even they suffered in the days leading up to their transformations. With the assistance of the trolls and acromantula, the building work would not slow as much as it would without them. "Good work," he murmured, praising one of the men who was assembling a frame. He received a smile of gratitude in response. "Anything to report?" he barked at another, one of the females that had been with him from the very beginning of forming the pack. She bared her yellow teeth at him. "Progress is good," she declared. "We have not been bothered by anything here." Fenrir nodded. Only something foolish would attempt to do so. There was no creature or even group of creatures within the forest that would confront them in the hope of moving the pack on. It would mean their death. It brought a smile to Fenrir's lips. Home. This would become their home. Break. Amelia remained clueless as to what plan Jameson had formulated. After they'd discovered the werewolves, he'd sat and stared into the fire for close to an hour before standing suddenly and snuffing it. Jameson had only instructed her to follow him, and Amelia had done so. For the better part of 2 days, they'd been trekking through the forest once more, evidently in search of something. What that was, Amelia didn't know, but Jameson seemed torn on the matter, almost as though his hand had been forced. What they faced was not what was expected, and it seemed that Harry was thinking on his feet. Amelia watched as he stopped suddenly and went about setting a camp, an odd occurrence as the sun had yet to set. "We are almost there," he explained. "I want you to wait here. This could be dangerous in more ways than one, and it is better if you remain ignorant of certain things." Amelia frowned unhappily. "It's not that I don't think you capable," Jameson assured her. "It is that I have my secrets that I wish to remain that way." It was seldom that he spoke with such severity, and Amelia reluctantly nodded. "What if you don't come back?" she asked. "Would you really miss me?" Jameson asked with a smirk. "You're so sweet." Amelia narrowed her eyes at him. "You know what I mean." Jameson nodded. "Well, if you see a hell of a commotion, it's best that you get the hell out of here. That will mean it's gone tits up, and the shit has hit the cauldron." "You're not exactly filling me with confidence," Amelia grumbled. Well, I'm not feeling particularly confident myself, Jameson admitted, but there's no point in both of us possibly dying if it comes to that. I don't think it will, but I'd rather not risk it. Besides, I might well end up burning the entire forest down if necessary to escape. You wouldn't. Oh, I would, Jameson snorted. Just wait here. I'm not expecting to be long, and if I am, I will get a message to you. Fine, Amelia sighed, not liking being left out of whatever scheme the man was plotting. Jameson offered her a nod of gratitude before vanishing into the shadows, and Amelia was left to wait for him to either return or receive a message. It was not what she wanted, but she got the impression that Jameson had meant every word he'd said. If he did, indeed, burn the entire forest down, she did not want to be a part of it. Only a lengthy spell in Azkaban could follow such destruction, after all. Break. It had been a rather tense wait for the headmaster since Harry Jameson had ventured into the forest. It had been 5 days without word, and Albus could not deny that he was growing more concerned with each one that passed. He had expected it to be a few days before there was news, but almost a week he'd not been prepared for. As he prodded some potatoes around his plate, he wondered if his newest addition to the staff here was faring well. Albus hoped he was, and had not fallen victim to any of the unpleasant things that lurked in the forbidden forest other than the werewolves. He looked towards Hagrid questioningly, and the large man shrugged, his own expression mirroring Albus's. It had been Hagrid who'd provided as detailed a map as he could, along with anything he could tell Harry Jameson about what to expect in the forest. Now, the rest was in the hands of the defense against the dark arts professor. Albus only wished he'd insisted on going along with the man, but before he could ponder that maudlin thought too deeply, he was startled by the arrival of an ethereal stag. It was a magnificent Patronus, as strong as any Albus had produced himself. What took him and the rest of the staff sharing a meal aback, however, was when it began to speak in Harry Jameson's voice. There has been a rather unpleasant development. We have located the werewolves, but they are not alone. They have somehow convinced the trolls and acromantula to help them. I am working on a plan to remedy this and will inform you of further developments. For a moment, the stag pawed at the ground, the hooves scraping audibly across the stone. When it dissipated, Albus could only shake his head as he looked towards Phileas. I've never seen a Patronus like it, the diminutive man whispered, impressed by the spell. How did he make it speak? Albus didn't know, though he had a theory or two of how such a thing was possible. He would explore them in his leisure time. What was important was that he'd received an update, and though the news was not as welcome as he'd hoped, it was better than the silence that had hung over them. Aragog, no, he would never, Hagrid whispered sadly. I need to go to him. Do you think it wise, Hagrid? Albus asked gently. If he has aligned with the werewolves, it is unlikely that he will be swayed by you. I have to try, Hagrid replied, taking his leave of the Great Hall. Albus released a deep sigh. The acromantula had been the cause of Hagrid's expulsion. Albus knew the population had been steadily growing since the gamekeeper had allowed the spiders to live in the forest. He did not wish for Hagrid to be upset, but it would not do for them to continue to breed so freely. Perhaps he would raise it with his friend when the opportunity presented itself. For now, he found that he would be playing the waiting game once more and hoped to hear from Professor Jameson sooner rather than later. Break. This was not how Harry had envisioned dealing with the werewolves playing out. He'd expected to locate the pack, capture or kill Greyback, and send the rest on their way without much deviation from his intention. The trolls and acromantula, however, had forced him to adapt and overcome 2 new problems. It would be risky to tackle them alone, and having pondered how to do so, he'd reluctantly decided upon a course of action. He only hoped he would not come to regret it. Having left Bones at the campsite, he ventured further into the forest on the hunt for the help they needed. Where he would find it, he wasn't sure, but he'd removed his cloak and ensured he could be found. A risky move, but a necessary one, given the unexpected and unpleasant development. Shaking his head, he continued on his way through the forest, pausing some time later as he entered a familiar clearing. Although he wasn't here now, and there was a lack of uprooted trees, this was where Hagrid had left Grop. Harry's memories were not fond ones of the giant. Grop never seemed to like him or Ron, not the way he did Hermione. Nonetheless, this was undoubtedly the place, and with that in mind and no other plan, he flicked his wand into his hand and began casting some subtle spells. It was only a few moments later that he heard the distant sound he'd been anticipating, and in a matter of seconds, Harry found himself being encircled by a group of irritable centaurs with their bows drawn. The forest is a dangerous place for humans, especially now, the largest of them, a muscular palomino, warned. The others murmured their agreement, eyeing Harry with suspicion. "And you do not belong here," the palomino continued, his gaze shifting towards the starry sky above. "Mars grows brighter. Do you know what that means?" "War is coming," Harry answered quietly. "Yes," the centaur agreed, staring at him curiously. "You know of war, Harry Potter, and what is to come." "How do you know who I am?" "The stars tell us all we need to know. They decided we should know your true name and not the veil you hide beneath. Mars grows brighter, Harry Potter." "You've already said that." The entire group stared towards the stars once more, and Harry fought the urge to curse under his breath. He'd forgot how easily distracted the centaurs could be by the night sky. "It's perilous to be here," the palomino eventually spoke. "You cannot fathom what is within the trees." "The werewolves," Harry replied. "Among many other things," the centaur said ominously. "You know of the threat." "Are they a threat to your herd?" The centaur nodded. "We fend off the spiders and even the trolls. Perhaps we could fend off the werewolves, but not altogether. We have spent these past days in our own lands. We felt your magic and thought you were the headmaster. We were to inform him." "I am here on Dumbledore's behalf," Harry explained. "I am the defense against the dark arts professor." The centaurs murmured amongst themselves for a moment before the palomino addressed him once more. "My name is Morrigan. I am the head of the centaur herd." "Well, Morrigan, I am pleased to meet you," Harry offered with a respectful bow. "I am here to rid you of the werewolves." "Yes, you are," Morrigan replied. "Tell me, Harry Potter, why do you not belong here?" "Have the stars not told you?" "They have not," Morrigan grumbled. "They speak of you as a man who does not belong but perhaps will. Your fate is tied to Mars and has been since birth. It burns brighter now, but not as bright as you have seen it. It will grow brighter, and maybe it will be you to dim it." Harry shook his head. "Not this time," he denied. "I will assist you with your threat, as is my duty as the defense against the dark arts professor. Will you help me?" Morrigan looked towards his companions, and then towards a foal amongst them that Harry hadn't noticed. "It would do us no good to involve ourselves. We will protect our lands, but we cannot protect the entire forest from them, Harry Potter. They will come for our young and our mares. Even with your help, it will not be enough. The spiders alone will be a match for us." Harry nodded his understanding. He would ask no father to leave their children to fight when there was a high probability they wouldn't return. "Then I will do what I can," he murmured, turning to leave before an even wilder thought than convincing the centaurs to help entered his mind. "What if I could ensure the spiders would not fight?" "Can you do that?" Morrigan asked curiously. Harry nodded. "I might be able to, but you will need to trust me." The centaurs spoke quietly amongst themselves once more before Morrigan turned back towards Harry. "Tell us of your plan, Harry Potter." "Break." Somehow, the forest felt less welcoming than it usually did, and it had never been so in the first place. Something was wrong, something unsettling, and Rubeus clutched his crossbow tightly to his chest as he followed the familiar path he had taken dozens of times over the years. He remembered the very night he'd brought Aragog here, the very same he'd been expelled for something he'd not done. Riddle. Rubeus would never forget how quickly Tom Riddle had pointed the finger at him, and Aragog for the death of Myrtle Warren. His faithful pet wouldn't have hurt anyone, and Rubius wouldn't either. Despite his parentage, he'd inherited his father's kindly nature and not the bloodthirsty alternative that was his mother. Rubius missed his father. The man had died shortly after he'd begun his 4th year at Hogwarts from dragonpox, and he'd been alone since. Well, not alone entirely. Professor Dumbledore had been good to him, had looked out for him when he'd still been a boy, and had given him a job when he'd become headmaster. Rubius would forever be grateful to Dumbledore. Tonight, however, thoughts of his childhood and what had gone wrong were far from his thoughts. His mind was occupied with the news he'd learned, and as he approached the lair that Aragog had spent years building with the wife Hagrid and provided him, he hoped it was not true that the acromantula was helping the invading werewolves. "Aragog, are you there?" Rubius called as he reached the hollow of the den. "Aragog," he repeated when he received no response. It was the sound of scuttling that did eventually greet him, and cautiously he entered, finding himself in the large cavern after a short walk through a sloping tunnel. "Hagrid," a gravelly voice greeted him. Aragog had grown bigger than Rubius had ever anticipated. Acromantula were large creatures, but as big as Aragog had ever been documented. "I had to see ya," Hagrid rumbled. "Something bad is happening in the forest." "Ah, it is so," Aragog acknowledged. "My own children, I fear, a part of it, some of them who no longer respect our ways. Out of respect for you, we remain within the part of the forest we have claimed for ourselves. We venture further if food is scarce, but not as far as they have gone. I am afraid, friend, it is no longer in my control." Rubius nodded. "I didn't think it would be you," he soothed. "Your children, Dumbledore knows about what they have done." "Then they have sealed their own fate," Aragog returned matter-of-factly. "They aligned themselves with creatures darker than us, all in the hope of food they will not receive. We are slaves to none, and yet they sell themselves so cheaply. Is there anything I can do?" "Go home, friend Hagrid. I'm afraid they no longer listen to reason," Aragog urged. "If they were to find you, they would kill you. The sons that remain with me will see you out of the forest safely, as you saw me to safety when I was but a hatchling." "Will you be all right?" Rubius asked worriedly. Aragog chuckled. "They defy me, but they fear me still. They will not return knowing the punishment that awaits them. They are no longer my children, but traitors. Leave now, friend Hagrid, and only return when it is safe. I would not see you harmed." Rubius nodded and scratched the enormous spider close to his eyes, just the way he'd liked it when he'd emerged from his egg. "Be safe, Aragog. I'll be seeing you soon, and I'll bring your favorite food." "Your kindness has never been forgotten, Hagrid," Aragog said fondly, climbing up into his web. With a relieved smile, Hagrid left the hollow with dozens of acromantula in his wake to see him back to his hut. He was pleased to know that Aragog had not joined the werewolves, but he knew his oldest friend would be sad that his children had done so. To most, Aragog was a monster, but to Rubius, who had raised him, he was a gentle soul, a misunderstood creature that had shown him nothing but loyalty, even when others had turned their backs on him. Break. Amelia was beginning to worry. Checking her watch for the umpteenth time since Jameson had left, she realized it had been 17 hours ago that he'd done so. Whatever he was doing surely could not take this long. Had he been captured by the werewolves or fallen victim to something else within the forest? Amelia didn't know, but if he took much longer, she would have no choice but to cut her losses here. Jameson hadn't specified how long he'd be, but she'd slept in his absence, had breakfast, and was just finishing her lunch. It wasn't like her to worry whilst on the job, but now she could not deny her own concern for herself and for the man who had left her here. "Bugger," she muttered to herself, scanning the tree line for any sign of Jameson. "It's nice to see you so concerned." Amelia yelped as she all but jumped out of her skin and rounded on Jameson with her wand drawn. "You stupid, bloody prat," she hissed. He merely grinned in response, and though he looked tired, he seemed to be in high spirits. "Where have you been?" "You weren't worried about me, were you, or Bones?" "Not likely," Amelia growled. Come on, out with it. Where have you been? I wonder if my mother would have been as terrifying as you if I stepped out of line. Jameson asked absent-mindedly, scratching the scruff on his chin. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him, and he held up a hand to placate her. I'm sorry that it took so long, he said sincerely. I had to make an unexpected detour, but I think we can make our move when we are ready. Are you going to tell me what you've done? Jameson nodded. I've employed the help of the centaurs. The centaurs? Amelia asked, surprised he'd managed to do so. How did you manage that? The creatures were not known for their friendliness towards humans, and certainly not for their cooperation. Mars is bright, Jameson answered. Amelia huffed irritably. What does that mean? Jameson shrugged. I'm not entirely sure, but they mentioned it enough times, and it was that, and some assurances from me, that convinced them. I just need to send a signal when we are ready, and they will get the party started. Get the party started, Amelia scoffed. If I didn't know you better, I'd say you have a death wish. Jameson frowned. That's not the first time I've heard that, he mused aloud. Besides, the centaurs aren't so bad when you know how to speak with them. They will help us, and we should be good. Amelia was not convinced, but Jameson was confident, and for someone who had undoubtedly been in countless life-threatening situations, she knew she needed to put her faith in him, even if it was not easy. So what's the plan? He frowned thoughtfully for a moment. If we can get the trolls and the acromantula to disperse, that would be for the best, he murmured. We then need to eliminate Greyback as a threat either by killing him or subduing him. That will be your task. Me, Amelia gasped. You want me to do it? Jameson nodded soberly. It's going to get messy in there, and I need to mitigate the collateral damage as best I can. Come on, Bones. I know you can handle him. I have every confidence in you. Amelia was taken aback by the monumental task she'd been set, but she would not shy away from it. Okay, she agreed. I'll handle Greyback. That's my girl, Jameson beamed. You'll be fine. I'm not sure if you're patronizing me or... Jameson cut her off with a shake of his head. I'm not patronizing you, he said sincerely. I'm relying on you to get this done. It will take both of us. Amelia hummed. Well, then I will give it my all. And take all the credit, Jameson insisted. I do not want my involvement mentioned or known in any way. Why not? Amelia asked. This would make you famous across most of the wizarding world. Jameson shuddered and shook his head frantically. Absolutely not, he said firmly. This will be all yours or Bones. Maybe it was the nature of the job he'd done, but he truly seemed against the idea of taking any credit for what they were about to do, should everything go according to plan, of course. He was an odd man in some regards, but Amelia wouldn't question it. Although he was open about some things, others he kept very close to his chest. It made her more curious than ever about the man, but for now, she would not press the matter. The task ahead required their full attention, and Amelia could not be distracted by wandering thoughts. So, when do we leave? Right now, Jameson declared. If we are to reach them by nightfall, that is. Amelia nodded her understanding and packed her things away whilst Jameson undid the charms. Ready, she informed him. Then let's not waste any time, Jameson said severely, his expression shifting to one of the utmost focus. Once again, they began trekking through the forest, neither speaking nor leaving any sign of their presence as they followed the same route they'd taken the previous day towards where the werewolves had installed themselves. It was an eerie tension that filled Amelia. She'd been on raids, on stakeouts, and even in her fair share of firefights, but she'd never come up against such an eclectic group of creatures headed by one of the most notorious and violent criminals in the wizarding world. Her gaze shifted towards where Harry Jameson was walking just ahead of her. If he was nervous, he did not show it, and Amelia detected no discomfort in his magic, which in itself was like nothing she'd experienced before. She'd been paying close attention to it whenever he cast a spell. His magic was not warm nor welcoming. If anything, It was rather cold and foreboding in nature. What that meant, she didn't know, but it was as though it was attuned to dark magic, that it had taken on something darker than was natural for any human to wield. Amelia gasped as Jameson suddenly took her arm and spoke to her in a whisper. "They're just up ahead," he informed her. "I'll send the signal to the centaurs, and you take Greyback when the opportunity presents itself." "How will I know when that is?" Amelia asked. She could almost feel his grin, and the tension within her grew stronger. "Oh, you'll know, or her bones," Jameson assured her, that grin evidently widening as he spoke. Whatever he was planning, Amelia had no doubt that it went against everything in the rule book she abided by each time she put her aura robes on. But as he'd pointed out, this wasn't a ministry of magic operation. Harry Jameson was in control, and Amelia found it to be as terrifying as it was exciting. Both increased as they neared the werewolves, and only more so when she could hear their voices in the distance. One in particular stood out, a gruff, authoritative voice that was barking instructions, and then Amelia spotted him near one of the few large fires that was burning. She'd only ever seen him in photos that would occasionally surface in the office, but there was no mistaking the hulking man that was Fenrir Greyback. Very few had seen him in person, and those who did and lived to speak of it were fortunate to do so. Greyback was not known for taking prisoners. To him, they were just another mouth to feed. An inconvenience at best and an absolute hindrance at worst. Regardless, those who found themselves at his mercy were not long for the world, and Amelia hoped she would not become just another victim of the monster who had plagued the continent for so many years. The very thought sent a shiver down her spine, but as she always did when confronted with such adversity, she took a deep breath, knowing she would tackle it head-on. All she needed to do was wait for the opportune moment, and it appeared that would come sooner than she'd expected. It started off as a distant, rhythmic thudding, and it grew louder with each passing second. The werewolves noticed it too, and as the ground began to tremble beneath her feet, Amelia looked on as they were ushered into positions behind the acromantula and mountain trolls, who readied themselves to face the approaching threat. She hoped Jameson knew what he was doing. The assembled forces of the creatures before them were formidable. Nonetheless, the thudding of hooves continued, yet the centaurs did not appear, and it was a sudden, ear-piercing screeching that filled the air that caught the attention of the werewolves. Amelia, too, wondered what could have caused such a blood-curdling sound, and her eyes widened as an enormous mass burst through the trees. The screeching continued, but it wasn't from the creature that arrived unexpectedly, but from the acromantula, all of whom began fleeing into trees from abject fear. "It's a basilisk, cover your eyes." A basilisk, Amelia choked. She'd heard of the feared serpents. Merely meeting the gaze of one of them was fatal, and the venom was amongst the most potent known to men. What one was doing here, she didn't know, and even more confusing was the sight of Harry Jameson riding it as though it was a tame horse. Before Amelia could ponder the unbelievable feat, the centaurs galloped into the clearing, some with swords drawn and others with arrows aimed towards the trolls and panicking werewolves. Several of the former collapsed lifelessly to the ground from their foolish eyes fixing on the basilisks, and more followed as it lashed out with its tail. The werewolves were helpless as they were herded into a large group by the centaurs, and those that attempted to resist were felled quickly. Amelia was pulled from her observations by a guttural roar, as one of the werewolves lunged forward with his wand in hand. Greyback. In a matter of seconds, he killed two of the centaurs with a pair of curses she did not recognize, but she sprang into action whilst the rest of the chaos ensued around her. Much to her relief, the werewolves seemed to be frozen in place, not knowing what to do whilst the trolls tried to fight back against the basilisk, to no avail. Their greater numbers were the only advantage they possessed, but lacking the intelligence to combat such a creature meant they were doomed for failure. Still, they kept Jameson busy enough that he could not focus on anything else, and Amelia struck as Greyback drew his wand backwards, readying another curse. He screamed in a mixture of agony and anger as the severing curse tore through his fingers, removing them from the hand and cleaving his wand in two. Greyback had moved at the last second, and his wounds proved to be minor enough for him to charge towards her, disarmed but scarcely less dangerous. Where many would freeze at being confronted by a rampaging murderer, Amelia retained her composure, her next spell sending the werewolf careening into a nearby tree. Before Greyback could right himself, he was bound in thick black chains, which he struggled against, though his efforts were in vain. "Help me," he demanded of his pack. They didn't move, and as the last of the trolls fell, they found themselves under the scrutiny of what was likely the biggest snake in the country. Amelia didn't know where Jameson had found it, or how he was controlling it, but once again, he'd managed to surprise her beyond any expectations she could have had. He continued to intrigue her, to be an enigmatic puzzle Amelia felt no closer to solving. When she felt that she was making progress, he did something so out of the ordinary that it pushed her straight back to the very beginning. It was frustrating, and yet she couldn't stop herself from pushing back to learn more about him. "All right, so long as none of you try anything. No one else needs to be hurt," Jameson called to the werewolves. "You have my word that I do not mean any of you any harm." The werewolves murmured amongst themselves, but with little choice, they offered no further resistance and waited for Jameson, who turned his attention to a large centaur. The two shared a brief conversation and even shook hands before the centaurs retreated, though only to the tree line where they could observe what was to follow. With Greyback secured, Amelia approached, giving the coiled-up basilisk a wide berth, still in a state of utter disbelief at having seen one of the creatures in person. She remembered her training on dark creatures vividly. They'd covered the likes of the Dementors, werewolves, vampires, and even basilisks, and what Moody had said to her pertaining to such had stuck with her. You might come across a werewolf or two, and you'll get to know the Dementors well enough. We don't get much else in Britain since the vampires were ousted, and most creatures of higher classifications aren't native. It's highly illegal to own them. You've got more of a chance of shitting galleons than seeing anything you need to worry about when it comes to beasts. Evidently, he'd been quite wrong, and the shock of what Amelia had witnessed set in just as she reached Jameson. She was simply lost for words, and all he could do was grin at her in the same irritating way he always did. "A basilisk," she whispered harshly. "Where the hell did you find that?" Jameson shrugged, his smile unwavering. "Around," he answered coyly. Amelia didn't believe him for one moment, but it seemed he was not going to elaborate on how he'd found it or how he managed to get it to cooperate with him. I just don't know what to say," she huffed irritably. "Then don't say anything," Jameson urged. "You got Greyback." Amelia looked towards the still struggling werewolf and nodded. "Your plan worked," she replied, "even if it was completely insane. Sometimes you have to think outside of the box." "Outside of the box," Amelia snorted. "This is outside of an entirely different box. How do I even begin to explain what happened here?" "You don't," Jameson answered simply. "You don't mention anything that happened, not the centaurs, not the basilisk, and certainly not me. I told you, I want to be kept out of it." Amelia frowned at him. "I don't think I can cover all of this up," she murmured. "What about them?" She nodded towards the gathered werewolves, and Jameson waved her off dismissively. "I will handle everything else. All you need to do is take Greyback in, but not until I've modified his memory. All anyone needs to know is that you arrested him." Amelia was not convinced, but she did not want to go against his wishes, not when he'd done the entire country such a service. "Besides," Jameson continued, his eyes all but sparkling in amusement, "who would believe a word of any of this?" Chapter 11. His fingers twitched irritably as he waited for his guest to arrive. It had been 3 days since he summoned the man, and he'd received a response only this morning informing him of Lestrange's imminent visit. He needed to find a better way of communicating with his agents, particularly whilst he was so far away and out of the loop as to what had happened. It had been a report in a local newspaper, where he had learned of Greyback's arrest in Britain. How the pack had been discovered, he knew not, but he was keen to get the answers to the many questions he had. His finger began to tap rapidly atop the table he was seated at irritably, and he took a breath to calm himself. His temper had been shorter than usual recently, ever since he'd created another of his Horcruxes. It seemed the more he created, the less patient he became. He'd been documenting the changes he felt within himself, and thus far, the pros undoubtedly outweighed the cons. He was as able as ever to perform his magic, and he felt stronger and more confident knowing he truly was as close to immortal as can be. "Ah, Lord Lestrange," he greeted his guest jovially enough, hiding the stab of annoyance at the nonchalant smile the man graced him with. "What happened with Greyback?" Lestrange's expression darkened, and he shook his head. "All we know is that he has been arrested," he murmured quietly. "I have no idea how they were found in the forest, not unless the damned gamekeeper spotted them." "Gamekeeper? The gamekeeper ventures into the forest." Lestrange snorted derisively. "This one isn't like the ones we had at school," he huffed. "He goes into the forest for fun. He's not all there if you know what I mean. His name is Hagrid, a damned oaf by all accounts." "Hagrid? You mean Rubeus Hagrid?" he asked, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. "You know him?" "Once upon a time," Voldemort grumbled. "He is an oaf and spent half of his life in the forest whilst we were at school." "It's a shame you didn't get the defense job when you applied with Dippet," Lestrange sighed. Voldemort hummed irritably. "What of this Amelia Bones?" "An Auror, and one that is proving to be good at her job," Lestrange explained. "I don't know how she got Greyback, but it was her who took him in." "And what of the pack?" "That is what is confusing," Lestrange replied with a frown. "There's been no mention of the pack." "So they're still there." Lestrange shook his head. "McNair went in and found where they were. Whatever happened in there caused a hell of a mess. Trees were uprooted, and the ground was disturbed by something big. What is strange is that even though there was a fight of some sort, there was no trace of magic left behind. Bones either cleared up after herself really well. Or she wasn't alone," Voldemort broke in thoughtfully before shaking his head. "It doesn't matter. I want the pack found and Greyback freed." Lestrange released a deep breath. "He's in Azkaban and going to trial," he explained. "It would be impossible to get to him, even if we had Malfoy or Black on side. For now, until we know what is going to be done with him, Fenrir is beyond our reach." Voldemort's fists closed tightly beneath the table, his anger surfacing. He did his utmost to rein it in and nodded. "That is disappointing," he replied. "I would be kept informed of any update on him. He will prove to be an invaluable asset to us in the years to come. For now, keep watching and working on bringing more people to our side." "Of course," Lestrange replied as he stood. "My own children will be at your behest, as will many others. Our numbers will swell, and we will be ready when you arrive." "You have my gratitude, Lord Lestrange," Voldemort said under his breath as the man left the cafe. "You have my gratitude." Break. She breathed a sigh of relief as the front page of the morning edition of the Daily Prophet did not mention her and her apprehension of Fenrir Greyback. It had been a week ago now that Amelia had brought him in, and she'd not been granted a moment of peace since. If only it were the British media she'd had to contend with, it wouldn't have been so bad, but it seemed that every news outlet in Europe had arrived to get the scoop. Word of Greyback's arrest had spread quickly, and Amelia's life had been invaded by journalists who wished to get an interview. She declined all of them, and somehow it only made them more determined. When she was on duty, she would be followed until Alastor stepped in, and the one time she'd made the mistake of leaving the Ministry of Magic via the main entrance, she'd been bombarded by them. It wasn't any wonder why Jameson hadn't wanted to take any of the credit, and Amelia wondered if he'd done it intentionally for his own amusement. She knew it would be big news, but she hadn't expected such an invasion of her privacy. Still, it appeared as though she was finally yesterday's news, and Amelia allowed herself to relax for the first time in several days. "Ready for today?" Alastor asked as he entered her office. "Today, Amelia replied confusedly before groaning and placing her head in her hands. It's going to start again, isn't it? Alistair unleashed a bark of laughter, and Amelia glared at him. He'd found the entire ordeal all too amusing for her liking, and had been ribbing her all week. It will all blow over, he assured her. You should be proud it's a big arrest. Amelia quirked an eyebrow at him and peered over his shoulder to ensure no one was listening in. It wasn't my arrest, and you know it. I don't know it, Alistair replied pointedly. I know Jameson was involved, but you've been very coy about exactly what happened. Amelia deflated and nodded her understanding. I don't think you'd believe me if I did tell you. Alistair frowned and eyed her speculatively. Try me. Would you believe it if I told you Jameson employed the help of the centaurs to fight against trolls, acromantula, and the werewolves? Moody's expression was impassive for a moment before he chuckled. Is that the best you can come up with? Come on, Bones, pull the other one. Well, if you didn't believe that, you'd never believe what really happened, Amelia sighed. Does the trial start at 2? It does, Alistair confirmed. They've got your statement, so they won't likely ask for you to give evidence, but you should be there. Grimm has already cleared it. I'll be there, Amelia declared. What do you think will happen? Moody shrugged. I don't know, but I wouldn't expect him to see another day inside Azkaban. You think they'll execute him? Alistair shook his head. No, I think he'll be extradited so the ICW can have the final say what happens to him. He's wanted in so many countries that they'll all want their pound of flesh. As long as he gets what he deserves, I suppose it doesn't matter. Today will probably be a formality. Amelia nodded. Then it will finally be the end of it all, she murmured, anticipating this chapter of her career coming to an end. She was grateful for Jameson allowing her to take the credit, even if she'd done very little in the scheme of things. Worse yet, she'd not seen the man since they'd left the forest. He'd not been at the restaurant when she tried to give him a piece of her mind for the attention she was receiving, and Thomas had not heard from him either. It was as though he'd vanished into the wind, and Amelia didn't even know what he'd done with the werewolves. Jameson had assured her he'd handle the problem, but had said nothing else on the matter. Regardless, after the trial today, it would all be over with, and Amelia was looking forward to getting back to normality, whatever that amounted to for an Auror. Break. What's going to happen to us? One of the female werewolves asked worriedly. Her hands were placed on the shoulders of a little girl, her daughter, judging by the resemblance they shared. Harry took in the large group, pondering the very same thing the woman had asked. I promised that no harm would come to you, and I meant it, he assured them. What would be best for you? The woman was taken aback by the question. We are not bad people, she answered. Most of us banded together because it is the only way to be safe. Wherever we go, we're not welcome. We are persecuted against for what we are, and we've never been given much choice. For us, there is safety in numbers. Harry nodded his understanding. Having gotten to know Remus so many years prior, he knew of the plight that werewolves faced. Maybe it was his saving people thing rearing its head, but he could not bring himself to abandon them. What he could do, he wasn't sure, but he knew something had to be done quickly. You can't stay in the forest, and staying in Britain is not an option after what happened, he said pointedly. Is there any country where you are tolerated? Canada, the woman answered. The Canadians are quite tolerant of us, so long as we take measures to ensure we cannot attack anyone when the full moon comes. Harry nodded thoughtfully. You can stay here whilst I make some arrangements for you, he decided. I will be back in 36 hours. How can we trust you? One of the men asked. You don't know you can, Harry said with a shrug, but what choice do you have? Fortunately, with as vast as Canada was, it had not been difficult to find a secluded spot to house the werewolves. He knew he would need to go down the official channels of purchasing some land soon, but for now, so long as they were away from Greyback and out of Britain, it would do. Harry had hastily erected some temporary shelters for the pack and cages for the full moon. They had been grateful for his assistance, and as much as he wished that would be all for his involvement with them, Harry knew that was not the case. He needed to provide them with a meaningful way of life, and a way they could be self-sufficient. Securing regular employment was more difficult now than it had been during his own time, so he needed to come up with something feasible and long-term. He was considering buying a farm that they could live on and work. The produce could supply the restaurant, and the surplus sold to other businesses. It was something he was looking into. "Mr. Jameson, are you in there?" "Come in, Thomas," Harry called. The man entered and seemed to be relieved to see him. "Where have you been all week, sir?" "Just busy." Harry answered. "I'm sorry, Thomas, for leaving you to run the place. I've been looking over the books. You've done a fine job." "Thank you, sir," Thomas replied with a smile. "Which is why it makes my decision much easier," Harry continued. "Decision?" Harry nodded. "I would like you to run the place permanently. I've been offered the defense against the dark arts post at Hogwarts for the coming school year, so I will need you here to manage this place if you think you are able to." "Of course," the man assured him. "I won't let you down." "Good," Harry declared as he stood. "If you need me, you can send for me any time, but the place is yours. Just keep the gold rolling in and I will be happy." "I'll do my best." "I know you will," Harry said with a smile, clapping Thomas on the shoulder. "Oh, sir, Amelia Bones has been looking for you." Harry released a deep breath. "I thought she might be," he sighed. "Don't worry, I'm sure she'll catch up with me soon enough." "Would you like me to tell her I've not seen you?" "No, just tell her I've been away, and she knows where my new office is." "Will do, sir." "Good. If there's nothing else, I have a few things to do before I go to Hogwarts." "Nothing I can think of, sir. Good luck." "And to you," Harry offered sincerely as Thomas left the office. He took a final, fond look around the place before ensuring he'd left nothing he'd be needing. Harry was confident the restaurant was in good hands, and though he'd anticipated immersing himself in the world of such a business, his venture into the forbidden forest with Amelia Bones had served to remind him of the kind of man he was. Harry was no restaurateur. Perhaps against his wishes and often better judgment, he was an adventurer, the life he'd lived having shaped him into such. He didn't yearn for his formative years nor for war, but there was something that attracted him to risky situations, and he could no longer deny it. Being an unspeakable had filled that void after Voldemort had been defeated, and as much as he wished to be different, that wasn't who he was. The approaching school year at Hogwarts would give him time to decide what it was he truly wished to pursue. He found he was looking forward to it. It gave him a sense of freedom, of fulfillment he knew he would not get from anything else. Shaking his head at his own hubris, he released a deep sigh before extinguishing the lights in his office. Once again, he found he would be beginning a new chapter in his life, though this time, he felt as though he was on the path to doing what he'd always been destined for. Break. The message he'd received from Professor Jameson, informing him of Greyback's capture, had been brief, and the following meeting with the man some 4 days later, only a little more informative. Albus felt as though he'd been kept out of the loop as to what had truly transpired in the Forbidden Forest, and as he watched as Fenrir Greyback was led into the chambers of the Wisengamot, his suspicions only grew. Although he tried to appear to be imposing, the pale, ragged man with 4 missing fingers scarcely cut the fearful figure he'd become across the continent in recent years. His gaze was furtive, though he managed to snarl at the onlooking Amelia Bones, who remained unmoved by the gesture. Albus had not been granted the time to speak with the woman credited for the arrest, and he'd found it odd that Jameson had not wished to claim the credit for his part in the endeavor. Perhaps Jameson merely wished to avoid the publicity, and if that was so, he'd done a fine job. Albus often wished he'd been able to do the same upon the conclusion of his infamous duel with Gellert, but it had been all but impossible. The confrontation had been well documented, and, as such, Albus had been lauded a hero by the wizarding community at large. He had little time for heroes, especially when such a word was used to describe him. It belittled the efforts of every other man and woman who died during the struggle. They'd become overlooked by his feet and often forgotten. Clearing his throat, Albus took his place behind his podium as he addressed the room at large. "Ladies and gentlemen, I call this trial of Fenrir Greyback to order," he announced grimly. The camera flashes from the media gallery were blinding, and Albus chose to ignore them in favor of continuing with his duties. The outcome had already been discussed and insisted upon by the members of the ICW, who had reached out to him shortly after the news had broken of Greyback's capture. This trial was a mere formality, and by the end of the day, the werewolf would be in an undisclosed location and would likely be executed before the weekend. Having heard of Greyback's exploits over the years, Albus did not expect anything less, and he found it difficult to find even a modicum of sympathy for Fenrir. Still, he wondered what had happened to the large pack that had been at his command. Professor Jameson had not been very forthcoming with information outside of Greyback's fate, and Albus did not believe for a moment the man would have harmed the others. Maybe he would become privy to what had become of them, but for now, it was their leader who required his attention until the official verdict was given, and Fenrir Greyback would become little more than a footnote in the annals of history. "Before we discuss the crimes you have been accused of, Mr. Greyback, is there anything you wish to say?" The werewolf's gaze drifted around the room, coming to rest on Amelia Bones, and Albus noted an expression of confusion passing across his features briefly before he shook his head. "I have nothing to say," he replied in a hoarse voice. Albus nodded his understanding before gesturing to Minister Leach to begin his part in the proceedings and taking his seat. If he wasn't mistaken, it appeared as though Greyback's memory had been altered in some capacity, though he would never be able to prove it. However, it only added credence to his belief that he was rather ignorant as to what truly transpired in the forest, and Albus could not help but think that it was perhaps for the best. Amelia Bones certainly seemed relieved that Fenrir had nothing to say on the matter, and she visibly relaxed in her seat as the trial unfolded. Albus continued to watch her closely, yet the young woman gave nothing away. He didn't doubt her ability to apprehend Greyback, only the means by which she had done so. The report he'd received from Professor Jameson, informing him of the acromantula and troll involvement, had been ominous, but evidently proved to be less concerning than he'd anticipated. Especially because little evidence of their presence had been found upon his own investigation. It seemed that whatever happened in the forest would remain a mystery, and Albus wasn't sure if that was such a bad thing after all. Break. There had been such little satisfaction in seeing Greyback being led out of the chambers by the Aurors accompanying him. What Amelia had endured to bring the notorious werewolf in seemed to be for nothing, and she couldn't help but feel disappointed that she would not see the justice served the man deserved. "This is all because of you," Alistair said firmly. "You shouldn't feel so dejected. He's going to get what he has coming. The ICW will see to that. Believe me, they will treat him much more harshly than Leach would, and you saw Yaxley and the others. They would have found a way to mitigate any punishment he got here." "Why would they do that?" Amelia asked with a frown. "I don't know," Moody replied thoughtfully. "I can't think of any reason, which only makes me more suspicious." Amelia nodded her agreement. "Anyway, I have some things I must do," Alistair declared. "I'll be back in the office before the end of the day. Forget about all of this. It won't do you any good dwelling on it." "I won't," Amelia sighed. "I have something I want to do too." "Jameson," Moody chuckled, "still not found him." "No," Amelia huffed. "If I would have known what all of this would have done to me, I never would have agreed to do it." You would," Moody snorted. "You care about people, Bones, and you would have done whatever it takes to get Greyback." "I just about did," Amelia grumbled. "I'm still going to strangle Jameson. He knew this would happen." Alistair grinned in amusement. "He's a smart man," he offered. "And a brilliant wizard," Amelia added. "He surprises me more and more, and I don't feel like I even scratched the surface yet." "You're not wrong," Alistair murmured. I've spent years around some of the most dangerous men and women you will ever meet, and Jameson is one of them. He might come across as a charismatic, charming restaurant owner, but beneath that, I would bet there is more to him. You have no idea, Amelia mused aloud. Alistair grunted as he rested a hand on her shoulder. Do you think it is wise to dig any deeper into him? He asked, his tone concerned. You know what he is or was, and I can't imagine him tolerating intrusions on his privacy indefinitely. I'm not telling you what to do, Bones, just be careful. Amelia nodded. I will be. She didn't quite understand what her fascination with Harry Jameson was. She couldn't deny he was an interesting man simply because of what he'd been and done, but there was more to it than that. When he wasn't making jokes, teasing her, or demonstrating his ability with magic, he was rather introverted, pensive, and quieter than she'd expected. If anything, her time with him in the forest had only increased her curiosity, and though Amelia knew she should curb it, it was easier said than done. Break. He nodded satisfactorily at the bookshelf he'd finished arranging, eyeing the dog-eared volumes Sirius and Remus had gifted him for Christmas during his 5th year of Hogwarts. Those had been his introduction to truly advanced defensive magic and had become the sturdy foundation on which he built his skill. Having learned the Patronus charm, Harry had known that magic was not as simple as muttering a few incantations and waving his wand in specific patterns. It was so much more than that. To become truly great, he needed to become one with his wand and the very magic that coursed through every fiber of his being. Perhaps he'd learned that a little too late, but he knew it now, and he attributed that to his success. He'd become a diligent wizard since defeating Voldemort, worked tirelessly, and still did, to fulfill his potential. I must say, I wasn't expecting you to arrive until a few days before term started. I like to be prepared, Professor, Harry replied. When I dedicate myself to something, I do so fully. The students here will rely on me to provide the best education I can, and I will not fail them. Dumbledore's presence, as ever, was comforting, assuaging any doubts Harry may have been harboring about whether he'd made a mistake in accepting the post. He wouldn't profess to fully trust the man standing beside him, but he knew Albus had never wished harm upon him and had never caused it with malicious intent. That did not, however, change that he'd caused it, and whether that had been intentional or not, Harry would never forget it. There had been so much Dumbledore could have done for him, but for reasons only known to him, he'd not. Albus had taken many secrets to the grave, detrimental secrets, that could have cost Harry the war and his life. Nonetheless, although it was difficult to let go of that art of his past, he knew he could not hold it against the man now, not when he had no knowledge of what Harry had endured throughout his years. I am pleased to hear it, Dumbledore murmured. You have quite the collection of texts. Harry nodded. Knowledge is as paramount as the practical application. Without the former, the latter will always be lacking, and without the latter, the former means little. Wise words, Dumbledore acknowledged with a bow. You've demonstrated both competently already with what you did in the forest. Is this the part where you ask me what happened? Albus shook his head. You have your reasons for your secrecy, and I will respect that. I wish only to know what happened to the rest of the werewolves. There has been no mention or sighting of them. Harry shot a glance towards the headmaster and nodded. He seemed concerned, not only for the danger they posed to the public, but also for the werewolves themselves. I took them somewhere safe out of Britain, Harry revealed. Somewhere they can live in peace and without the likes of Greyback to lead them astray. Most followed him because they didn't have any choice. Dumbledore offered him a smile. That was most kind and noble of you. I don't think anyone should be persecuted for something they cannot control, Harry replied. I knew a werewolf once. He was far from a perfect man, but he was much a product of the world around us. He was jaded when having someone fighting his corner would have made all the difference. I would sooner help them than cast them aside and see them suffer or return to a life of crime. Albus's smile widened. I am very much in a similar position to yourself, he responded. I only wish those who could make a difference saw it in such a way. You have my personal gratitude for helping them, Harry. Truly, I admire your empathy." Harry nodded as Dumbledore left the office, seemingly lighter than when he'd entered. He'd not told the man the entire truth, but had given him enough to be assured the werewolves were both being taken care of and would no longer be a danger to Britain. Still, he hadn't made the easiest choice. It would have indeed been easier to simply send the werewolves away from Britain, but he couldn't bring himself to do that. No, it was much better for him and them that they were given an opportunity to live a life of peace, though if they did step out of line after he'd helped them, he would not be pleased. "I suppose I should have expected you to catch up with me," he chuckled, becoming aware of a familiar presence in the doorway to his office. "What can I do for you, Amelia Bones?" Harry turned to meet the gaze of the woman. She seemed to be torn on what she wanted to say. Her expression cycled through several emotions before she settled on irritation. "I should throttle you," she huffed. "What for?" Harry asked with a grin. "Don't smirk at me like that," she grumbled. "You knew this would happen." "Knew what would happen?" "All the attention," Amelia huffed. "I've not had a moment of peace since Greyback's arrest was reported." "It will be quite the boost to your career," Harry pointed out. "One that I didn't earn." Harry frowned. "Didn't earn?" he asked. "You were there with me from the very beginning. It was you that got the arrest." "You made it possible with whatever it was you did," Amelia whispered. "You rode in on a basilisk." "I'd rather you never mentioned that again," Harry requested. "I made use of an asset as you would too, and that's all." "A basilisk, Jameson? They don't just appear from nowhere, and certainly not that big. I looked into it. The largest recorded specimen was 35 feet. The one you happened to find was almost double that. Where did you find it?" Harry shrugged. "It was around," he answered coyly. Amelia shot him a look of disbelief. "Jameson, don't insult my intelligence." "I'm not," Harry assured her. "I have my secrets, and I prefer to keep them that way. Believe me, if there were another way of tackling that situation, I would have taken it. Just drop it, please." "Fine," Amelia agreed. "Fine." "Thank you." "You still haven't written to Jenny. If I'm going to drop that, I'll need to hound you about something else, won't I?" she asked with a playful grin. "No, not that either." "Oh, come on, Jameson, what's wrong with her? She's smart, she's funny, and she's nice." "I don't date," Harry sighed. "It doesn't end well, and I have no interest in that kind of drama in my life, especially not with magicals." "You never struck me as a bigot." "I'm not a bigot. I just have bad experiences with dating witches." "How many have you dated to feel that way?" Amelia snorted. "I'm guessing a lot." Harry shook his head. "2," he answered. "Only 2." Harry nodded. "And you have decided to judge the rest of us by the 2 you've dated. Really, Jameson?" Harry shrugged. "Both were bad enough to put me off," he said dismissively. "Maybe Jenny is a nice woman, but I have no interest in dating her. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen." "Not a romantic, then." "Are you?" Amelia frowned as she shook her head. "I've dated, but it's never ended well. That doesn't mean I think all men are disgusting pigs who are only after one thing." Harry chuckled amusedly. "What went wrong?" "I don't know. Maybe men are intimidated by me because of what I do." "You are quite terrifying." Amelia rolled her eyes at him. "Look who's talking," she snorted. "I'm just a woman like any other. I would like to maybe get married one day and have children. Just because I'm an Auror, that doesn't mean I don't want those things." "Well, I am surprised," Harry chuckled. "You strike me as a career woman. Not that I think having a family is a bad thing. When I was younger, it was all I ever wanted." "What changed?" Harry shrugged. "I suppose you can't miss what you never had," he replied morosely. "Anyway, I have a few things I need to do before I head home. Was there anything else you needed?" Amelia shook her head. "Just to thank you for the opportunity to work with you. I learned a lot from it." "You're welcome," Harry said with a smile. "Maybe our paths will cross again." Amelia looked at him, questioningly, for a moment before nodding. "Maybe they will," she murmured. "Take care, Jameson." "You too, Aura Bones." She left, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy Amelia's company. He just found that, when he was with her, he ended up in the kind of situations he vowed to avoid. Keeping his distance was for the best, particularly with her choice of career. Break. Albus watched as Aleister paced back and forth in front of the fireplace in his office. He was troubled, unusual demeanor for the man, but when it came to his friendship with Amelia Bones, it was most understandable. "I just don't like it, Albus," Moody grumbled. "She never keeps anything from me. Whatever happened in that forest has changed her. She's not herself." "I expect it was quite the ordeal," Albus mused aloud. "What is it that bothers you so? Is it not knowing or perhaps something else?" "I don't know," Aleister sighed. "I get it. Sometimes things have to be kept a secret in our line of work for various reasons, but this Jameson. Between you and me, I have it on good authority that he is or was a hit wizard. Do you not think it strange for someone so young?" Albus had been harboring his own suspicions as to how Jameson was so well trained, and if Aleister believed he'd been among the elite of the ICW forces, then he would not doubt his friend. "It isn't unheard of," he replied. "If someone is young but they show competence and talent, they can begin training upon their graduation. From what I have seen of Harry, he certainly fits the criteria, though I cannot comment on whether or not he is or was a hit wizard. Their identities are kept in the strictest of confidence. What I can tell you, however, is that since I have been the supreme mugwump, none have been brought before the ICW for disciplinary action." Aleister nodded, though he did not seem convinced. "I don't know, Albus. My gut is telling me that something isn't right about him," he grumbled. "I'm not saying he's bad or that I expect he's going to become a criminal mastermind, but there's something." "Well, he will be here for the school year," Albus pointed out. "I expect I will come to know him well enough." "You'll keep an eye on him." "I do not think that is necessary, Aleister. He's a good man," Albus assured him. "He even went to the trouble to take the werewolves away to safety. I don't expect that was easy to do, and he did so because he cares. You can't say that about many." Aleister was taken aback by the revelation, and he deflated. "That's what I mean. I do not think ill of him, I just can't quite put my finger on what it is that has me so concerned." "Then do not allow him to plague your thoughts unnecessarily," Albus urged. "If it makes you feel better, I will look out for anything undesirable, but I believe it will be a wasted effort." "Thank you," Aleister sighed in relief. Albus offered him a smile. "Any idea when you will be assigned your new protégé?" Moody shook his head. "I expect around Christmas, or maybe during next summer. It depends on how well the training goes and if Grimm decides he wants to split our partnership up. I expect he will eventually, but he doesn't seem eager to for the time being." "Then you have a little longer to work with her." "Aye, she's a good lass. A little too eager at times, but she will go all the way to the top. Mark my words, Albus, she'll be my boss one day." "How does that make you feel?" Albus asked amusedly. "Bloody terrified for my future," Moody chuckled. "Break. What news, Corvus?" The Lord Lestrain shook his head as he took a seat. Knott's Manor was among the most prestigious in the entire country, and the man never let any forget it. He'd often host their gatherings, offering the very best food and wine for his guests. Despite his rather sullen mood, Corvus poured himself a glass of sweet red and leaned back in his chair. "He's not happy about Greyback," he sighed. "He wants him freed and the pack found." "Impossible," Yaxley declared. "He's now in the custody of the ICW. We have no contacts to make it happen." "And it will be our heads if we attempted it," Rosier added. "Greyback is gone and Riddle will have to accept it. What happened to the pack?" "No one knows," Yaxley muttered irritably. "I spoke with Leech and he told me he has people looking into it. He doesn't want a repeat of what happened to that village." "Muggle lover," Lestrange snorted. "Are we going to continue to tolerate him?" "For now," Corvus answered. "The more he shows deference to the filth, the more likely it is we will gain allies. It is a game of patience and letting the cards fall where they will. Whilst he remains on the continent, Not interjected. Does we even know what he is doing or why it will take so long? None spoke, reiterating the secrecy with which their former classmate operated. So what now? Not questioned. I will speak with some of my contacts about possible places the werewolves could have gone. My guess is that they fled and have gone to ground. Without Greyback, they'll fall apart. Corvus hummed thoughtfully. What about the Auror, Bones? She might have an idea of where they've gone. It was her who brought Greyback in. We can look into it, Rosier suggested. Let a little time go by where so much attention won't be on her, and we can stage an intervention of sorts when her guard is down. With all the damned press still sniffing around, we don't want to be caught short or let her become suspicious. She's handy with her wand by all accounts. So we wait, Not asked. For now, until the dust settles, Corvus decided. When the time is right, we will get our answers. Chapter 12. So, we will spend the rest of the lesson working on your essays that are to be submitted to me before you return home for the holidays tomorrow, Harry explained. Yes, Mr. Rosier. I didn't raise my hand, Professor. The seventh-year Slytherin replied with a frown. Oh, I assumed that because you were talking when I was. You had something more important to say. No, Professor. Good, now get on with it. He found he needed to take a firm hand with some of the older students. For some reason, they often did not feel the need to pay attention and thought they knew best. More than once, Harry had caught them off guard and had watched as they'd fumbled given tasks. Some were good enough to do well on the NEWTS, whilst others were not as adept as they believed to be. Those who could be considered the latter were the very same who thought themselves above the lessons bestowed upon them. Other professors had mentioned they shared the same problem with the same students in their own classes throughout the 3 months he'd been here. Mr. Montague, I would suggest you put your wand away. If you cast a single spell, I will personally ensure Mr. Pringle has an able assistant for the rest of the year, Harry warned, catching sight of the boy pointing his wand towards a Hufflepuff student. Montague shot him a challenging glare, and Harry met it until the young man looked away. He was as unpleasant as any other Montague he'd met. He liked to bully and belittle students from other houses, but only those who couldn't defend themselves. In many ways, he reminded Harry of Draco, only without such a powerful father to back him up. Much to his relief, not all of the Slytherins were like him, nor did they follow him as they did Draco during his own time. There were those who were similar to Darryl Montague, but thankfully only a few. That will be all for today, Harry announced as the end of the lesson arrived. Remember, on my desk tomorrow, or you will receive an automatic T. No excuses. The students grumbled amongst themselves as they packed up their things and took their leave of the room, giving Harry a few minutes before his second-year Slytherin and Gryffindors would arrive. Another problematic group in some ways. The most glaring one was the first to enter the classroom, and she greeted Harry with a sweet smile. Hello, Professor Jameson. Miss Black, please take your seat. We will begin when the others arrive. Bellatrix did so, and Harry busied himself with some parchment on his desk. He'd been surprised to see her, and had done his utmost to be professional despite their turbulent past. The Bellatrix he knew was dead, but Harry still harbored a deep loathing of the woman. Nonetheless, he wouldn't punish the young girl before him, not when she hadn't joined the Dark Lord or murdered his godfather yet. Still, he was not entirely comfortable being alone with Bellatrix, especially when her gaze barely left him. He wouldn't deny she was a talented witch, perhaps the very best in the school, even at her young age. She learned quickly, had an unmatched aptitude for practical magic, and had the intelligence to complement it. It was no wonder she went on to become Voldemort's most valued and dangerous follower. Harry frowned as his thoughts drifted from Bellatrix to the Dark Lord, and then to the werewolves. They had been in Canada for 3 months now, and fortunately, he'd provided them with suitable accommodation during their transformations. As an extra precaution, The land he'd placed them on was hundreds of miles from civilization. It was perfect, and he was in the process of purchasing it so they could begin to farm. Once a week, he would visit to bring them food and anything else they needed. They'd already built temporary homes, which would be replaced by permanent dwellings once the land was in his possession. "Mr. Weasley, come here," Harry sighed as the young redhead entered the classroom sporting a familiar mischievous grin. "What is it, Professor?" Arthur asked innocently. Harry held out an expectant hand. "Give it to me." "Give what to you, Professor?" His tone was laced with feigned confusion, and Harry released a deep sigh. With a nod, he leaned forward. "Do I really have to dangle you upside down to empty your pockets?" Arthur's eyes widened in horror, and he shook his head. "Fine," he huffed, placing a box of dung bombs in Harry's waiting hand. "How did you know?" Harry's lips quirked in amusement. He knew Arthur was up to something the very same way he'd learned the habits of Fred and George. It was clear to see where the twins had inherited their own penchant for trouble. They wore the same grin, had that same twinkle in their eyes, and the very same air of unbelievable innocence about them as their father. "Call it intuition," Harry replied. "Now take your seat, and if I get even a whiff of anything unpleasant or any other disruption, I will ensure you spend your entire Christmas break completing additional assignments. Understood?" Arthur nodded and made his way to his seat. Harry fought the urge to grin as his eyes drifted over the rest of the class. "As this is your last lesson with me before your holiday, I thought we would do something a little more fun," he announced, eliciting a bout of excited whispering amongst the students. "You have done well this term, and we are ahead of where we need to be, so I thought I would teach you some festive charms. Now, who wants to learn how to do this?" With a flourish of his wand, several colored orbs shot from the end and filled the room, lighting it with an array of golds, greens, and reds. As benign as these appear, they can also be manipulated to serve a defensive purpose, as such. With a flick of his wand, one of the red balls shot across the room and tore the closed door from the frame, crumbling it into a pile of splinters. "No, I will not be teaching you how to do that today," Harry said firmly, "but it is something you can look forward to in the years to come." The students stared at him in awe, and even when he swept the desks aside to make space for them to work, he had to herd them into the center of the room. "Who wants to go first?" he asked, chuckling as every hand was raised in response. "Break." "So this is it then?" Jenny asked. "You won't be working with Moody anymore." Amelia shrugged. "We will still work together occasionally, but we won't be permanent partners. He has a new mentee." "And what about you?" "I've not been assigned anyone. Grim seems to think I'll do well enough on my own." Jenny hummed. "What do you think?" "I don't know," Amelia murmured. "Maybe I'm just not ready to do it without Alastair because it's all I've known for these past few years. He seems to think I'm capable." "You're more than capable," Jenny assured her. "When was the last time you relied on him for something?" "I can't remember," Amelia answered with a frown. "Then that should tell you all you need to know." Amelia nodded, though she wasn't convinced. It would be strange working without Moody, but it was something she would need to get used to. He was moving on, and she would have to do the same. "What about Jameson?" Jenny pressed, taking a sip of her coffee. "What about him?" Jenny raised an eyebrow at her. "You've not seen him." Amelia shook her head. "Not since I visited him before the start of term. He made it clear that any association we had was over. He's teaching at Hogwarts and left Thomas in charge of the restaurant." "That's a shame," Jenny commented. "You seemed to have fun when he was around." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Just that he made you laugh." "He got on my nerves," Amelia retorted. Jenny grinned amusedly. "Anyway, I should head home. I have an early start in the morning," Amelia announced, not wanting to dwell on Harry Jameson. He had indeed made it clear that there was nothing else unresolved after they'd arrested Greyback. Not that Amelia had anticipated much, but to be cut off entirely as though they were strangers had come as quite a surprise. She wasn't hurt by it, but but she wouldn't deny it had irked her. As far as she could remember, she'd not done anything to warrant being cast aside by him, but it wasn't as though they'd become fast friends either. If anything, she was confused about why he'd been so dismissive of what they'd endured together in the forest. It was as though he wished to forget the entire escapade, and for him, that was fine. Given the life he'd lived, it was likely just one of many such experiences he'd had, but for Amelia, it had been first and remained a unique encounter. "Dinner tomorrow night?" Jenny asked as both put their coats on. Winter had truly set in now, and a layer of ice coated the streets outside. "That sounds good," Amelia agreed. "Where?" "I already made reservations at Jameson's restaurant." Jenny informed her with a grin. 8 p.m., don't be late." Amelia scowled at the smirking woman as she left the cafe. She didn't want to go to Jameson's restaurant, even if he wouldn't be there. Nonetheless, she wouldn't turn down the opportunity for a good meal. Eating sandwiches and food on the go had again grown dull and repetitive. Still, Jenny could have picked somewhere else, and Amelia sighed as she followed her friend. She'd done it on purpose. Of that, Amelia had no doubt. "Break. According to my list, it appears we have 11 students remaining in the castle over the Christmas holidays," Albus informed the staff members. 4 from Hufflepuff, 2 from Ravenclaw, 2 from Gryffindor, and 3 from Slytherin. "I will be here," Minerva assured him. Albus nodded appreciatively. "As will I," Phileas added. "And me," Hagrid declared. "Thank you all," Albus said gratefully. It was much easier to keep an eye on the students when other professors were available. During the summer, it was not an issue as all were required to vacate the castle, but the school remained open throughout the duration of the Christmas break. "Professor Jameson," Albus pressed. He shook his head. "Apologies, but I have a few things to attend to during the second week," he explained. "I am available for the first half of the break." "It would be most appreciated," Albus replied. "You've managed to build quite the rapport with many, and without Horace here, I would have you around to watch Messrs. Montague and Rosier." "Did they give any reason why they will not be returning home, Horace?" "Both of their parents are going away on a business trip," the potions master replied. "I will remind them that they are expected to be on their best behavior." "Please do so," Albus urged. "Any further incidents, as we have seen from both already, will not be tolerated." "I will reiterate that to both," Horace assured him. "Thank you," Albus replied. "If there is nothing else, then we will end the meeting. The express will depart at 1 p.m. tomorrow, and I would appreciate all of you being available to see the students off." Murmuring their agreement, each left the office, and the headmaster returned to his desk to check the progress made by the students. It took but a glance over the defense against the dark arts grades to see that he'd made the right choice in appointing Harry Jameson to the post. The students' grades reflected the good things he'd heard from them as they went about their day. Professor Jameson was proving to be as popular as he was competent, and Albus hoped he would be able to convince the man to retain the post the following year should he continue as he'd begun. He was, however, still something of an enigma. Harry was polite and courteous to the other professors, but he tended to keep himself to himself outside of his teaching hours. Albus had hoped he'd open up, but it didn't seem he was interested in doing so. Phileas had met with him a few times, as had Minerva, though neither had much to say about those occasions. Perhaps Albus would make a point to meet with him once the students were back from their Christmas break. It was a shame to see Harry isolate himself so, especially for one so young who should not be as introverted as he was. Break. It wasn't often Amelia wore her hair down, nor did she tend to put so much effort into styling it in such elaborate waves that it fell loosely around her face. Whilst working, she usually kept it in a simple ponytail, or at least in another way without danger of it blocking her vision. "Well, I must say, you've made an effort," Edgar commented amusedly. "Any reason?" "I'm going to dinner at the restaurant you took me to." That was the excuse she had used for herself to spend that little extra time ensuring she was looking her best. It was flimsy, but she was sticking to it. "Oh, a date then," Edgar said with a teasing smile. "Not a date," Amelia denied. "I'm meeting Jenny." Edgar frowned, but didn't press the matter further. "Well, have fun," he encouraged. "Will you be late?" "No, I'll be back early enough." Edgar nodded and left Amelia in the hallway, where she checked her appearance for a final time. She'd opted to wear a form-fitting dark green dress. It was one of only a few cut in such an impractical way that she owned, and her wand was stashed within easy reach in a holster she'd stitched near one of the slits that ended at the thigh. With a nod to her reflection, she picked up her purse from the sideboard and apparated to Diagon Alley. It wasn't far to walk to the restaurant, and she reached it after a few moments of navigating her way through the evening revelers, most already worse for wear from drink and whatever other substances they could ingest. Not being on duty, Amelia wouldn't trouble herself with such a frivolous matter. It wasn't as though it would prove to be worth her time. Even on duty, none would tell her where they obtained their vices, so she entered the restaurant to find it as busy as it had been the first time she had eaten there. She spotted Jenny sitting at one of the smaller tables not far from one of the large windows, and though the woman waved her over, Amelia's gaze drifted across the length and breadth of the room. She recognized many of the people dining as prominent members of the community, but didn't spot the one person she'd been looking for. "He's not here," Jenny informed her with a knowing grin. "I already asked." "I wasn't looking for him," Amelia denied. "Of course not," Jenny snorted. "Is that why you made an extra effort tonight?" Amelia narrowed her eyes at her friend. "I haven't." Jenny cut her off with a pointed stare. "I've known you since you joined up, and I've never seen you go to so much effort, not even for the men you have dated. Why won't you admit you like him?" "Because I don't." Jenny hummed as she picked up the menu. "Keep telling yourself that." Amelia rolled her eyes at the woman. "He's annoying, smug, self-centered, and stopped talking to me for no reason." "How much of that is true?" Amelia deflated and shook her head. "Fine, he's not self-centered, but the rest of it I meant." "If he's all of those things, why do you care?" Jenny asked, grinning victoriously. "I don't," Amelia denied as she picked up her own menu. Jenny didn't believe her, but Amelia felt no need to justify herself to her friend. It wasn't as though she was lying. She didn't like Jameson, she just didn't appreciate being cast aside as she had been. She felt used, and in truth, she didn't know why she felt such a way. "What are you having then?" she asked. "I think I'll try the scallops," Jenny decided. "They sound good." Amelia nodded as she perused her own menu. She didn't feel particularly hungry, but she knew how difficult it could be to get a reservation here. Her thoughts on Harry Jameson were not so good, but she wouldn't deny the man had something of a flair for business amongst his other apparent talents. "Merlin, what is going on out there?" Jenny gasped, pulling Amelia from her thoughts. She turned to look where her friend was pointing, only for her eyes to widen at the sight of a brawl taking place outside the restaurant. Two of her colleagues were already there, but were unable to break through the large crowd which had formed around the fighting. It had yet to turn ugly, but in her experience, it was only a matter of time before wands were drawn, and it did. Releasing a deep sigh, Amelia stood. "I'll be back in a minute," she assured Jenny, who nodded, and Amelia made her way outside to intervene before the inevitable happened. "All right, that's enough," she snapped, drawing her wand and separating the scrapping men with a simple banishing hex. "Now, all of you, on your way unless you want to spend a night in the cells." The street fell oddly silent as around the 24 gathered people turned to look at her, the two Aurors with them, whom Amelia realized were not familiar. It was as though everything slowed as they raised their wands as one, and although Amelia managed to conjure a powerful shield, it collapsed under the onslaught of stunning spells. Her rebuttal fell two of the attackers, but Amelia knew her efforts were in vain. She managed to block another trio of spells before a screaming filled her ears, and the world darkened around her. "Break! Get out of the way," Alistair barked as he forced himself through the crowd. He'd been readying himself for bed when he'd received the message from Grim, who was talking to the shaken Jenny outside Jameson's restaurant. His expression flitted between concern and anger, and as Alistair approached, it was the latter that coursed through his veins. "What the bloody hell happened?" he demanded. "They took her," Jenny croaked. "She went out to break up a fight and they all turned on her, a portkey. They took her away, using a portkey." Alistair ground his teeth. "How many?" "I don't know," Jenny answered. "Too many." Alistair shook his head as he shared a knowing look with his superior, who gestured for Alistair to follow. "Bones took 2 of them out before they got her," Grim murmured. "Not that they're in any fit state to talk. Both are dead, Moody." "What did she get them with?" Grim shrugged. "I don't know, but the fact both have curse wounds in the front and out through the back means she wasn't fannying about." "Good girl," Alistair muttered. "This was planned." "It was," Grim agreed. "Calculated, they must have been watching her closely." "Aye," Moody grumbled. "That means whoever did this is connected." "And if they're connected, we won't find her easily," Grim pointed out. "If they're on the Wisengamot or have close enough connections, they'll block the warrants under the guise of retaining their privacy. This stinks, Moody, but we need to be careful." Alistair nodded his agreement, rifling through the several names of who could be involved as they came to mind. Amelia being taken was one thing, but for someone to be able to accomplish it in such a way only made it more worrying. This wasn't good, and short of forcing his way into every prominent home he could find in what would be a fruitless endeavor, he was at a loss as to what he could do. Alistair could not remember a time he'd felt so helpless, and the sentiment was shared by Grim. "Off the record, Moody, what do we do?" "Off the record." Grim nodded. "She's one of ours, time is limited, and I want her found no matter what it takes." "Aye, me too," Alistair murmured, his eyes drifting towards the restaurant, a glimmer of hope making itself known. "Off the record, you say?" "Whatever it takes, Moody." "Then I might know someone who can help us." Break. With the students having left in the early afternoon, Albus felt as though he could truly relax for the first time since they'd arrived back at the beginning of September. He didn't dislike teaching. On the contrary, he'd never found anything else he'd been so passionate about. However, being in charge of a castle full of curious children and young adults was not the easiest of responsibilities to bear. Nonetheless, he wouldn't trade it for anything else in the world. If choosing between Hogwarts and retaining his other various positions was presented to him, there was no doubt in his mind that he would be in the very office he was seated in now, amongst the portraits of his predecessors and Fawkes. "Who can that be?" he asked tiredly as an alert sounded from the fireplace. He hoped that a parent didn't already have need of him. The students would all be home now, after all, but as he allowed the visitor access, it wasn't the visage of a parent that greeted him, but the grave expression of Alistair Moody. "Alistair, to what do I owe the pleasure?" "Are you available, Albus?" Moody requested. "Of course." Alistair said nothing else, and he stepped through the fireplace only a moment later with another man Albus recognized as the head of the Auror department. "Shall I assume that this isn't a social call?" "Aye, it isn't," Alistair sighed. "Just a short while ago, Amelia Bones was abducted from Nocturne Alley. We are in no doubt that this was a calculated incident, and you know what that means. There's not many that would dare take an Auror." Albus stood, his own expression becoming troubled. "Do you have any idea who it is?" Alistair shook his head. "No, and you know the resistance we will face if we take the official channels." "Indeed," Albus acknowledged. "What can I do for you, Alistair?" "Actually, it is Jameson we need to speak to. Is he here?" "I expect he will be in his office. Come, we can't afford to waste time." This was a most unexpected and unwelcome development. Given what Harry had achieved in the Forbidden Forest, Albus was not surprised Alistair would request his assistance. Albus would not pretend to know the entire extent of the man's skill, but if he could help find Amelia Bones, that was all that mattered. It didn't take someone of a particularly high intellect to deduce the danger she was in. Once whoever had taken her got what they wanted, she would no longer be of any use to them, and it was exceedingly unlikely she would simply be released. No, her fate was all but sealed, unless she was found quickly. With that in mind, the headmaster's pace quickened towards the defense against the dark arts classroom, and he hoped beyond hope that Harry Jameson would indeed be able to help them. Break. Harry shook his head as he made some notes on one of the essays provided to him by one of the Slytherin students. If the work Montague provided were such a low quality when it came to his newts, he would be fortunate to earn himself a dreadful. How he'd been approved to study defense against the dark arts beyond owl level was a mystery. This essay was worse than the work submitted by some second years. Adding it to the pile he'd already given feedback on, Harry leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes tiredly. It was nearing 10 p.m., and he'd been working all day. However, the sudden sound of rushing footsteps outside the classroom meant that it was unlikely to be over, and he hoped that the students who had opted to remain in the castle for Christmas hadn't already caused trouble. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him. "I'm pleased to see you're still here." Harry stood as Alastor Moody entered behind him, and both men wore troubled expressions, the latter uncharacteristically alarmed. "What's happened?" Harry asked. "They've taken her," Moody growled. "Taken who?" "Bones. She was kidnapped from Knockturn Alley by a large group of wizards. We know it was meticulously planned. But you don't know who's behind it." "Exactly." Harry released a deep breath and nodded. "Take me to where it happened." "Break." Albus watched as Jameson worked. His attention to detail was phenomenal, and he picked up on the minutest of details. He began by investigating where Amelia was taken from and traced several paths across the length and breadth of Knockturn Alley, casting a variety of spells as he muttered under his breath. Albus would have taken a similar approach, but it was interesting to see how Harry operated. What the headmaster did learn was that the man had an acute propensity for detecting magical traces and following them accurately. "She was being watched closely for days, maybe even weeks," he declared as he approached Albus and Alastor. "They've been here, the Ministry, Diagon Alley, and prominently, Wandsworth." "That's where her family home is," Alastor explained. "How could they skulk around without being noticed?" "Because they're good at it," Harry murmured thoughtfully as he looked up and down the alleyway. "They're professionals, and professionals don't come cheap. Someone wanted her, and I don't think for anything good." "Can you find her?" Alastor asked. Jameson nodded. "I can, but finding her is the easy part. It is getting her out of wherever they've taken her that'll be hard," he added with a deep frown marring his features. "Well, what's going on?" Auror Grimm demanded as he arrived. "Jameson here thinks he can find Bones." "All right, what are you waiting for?" Grimm asked. "Assurances," Harry replied. "No one is to know of my involvement, and I want immunity from anything I may have to do to get her. I will do my best to operate within the law, but I expect I will have to bend it more than once." "Done," Grimm agreed without hesitation. "Whatever it takes, Jameson." Harry nodded. "I'll be back in 36 hours at most. Have St. Mungo's ready just in case they're needed." With that, he vanished from Knockturn Alley, and Albus turned towards Alastor and Auror Grimm. "Why do I get the feeling I just made a terrible error?" the latter asked. "No," Alastor disagreed. "You haven't." Although Albus did not like the idea of his defense against the dark arts professor going rogue on a mission he had no business being a part of, his respect for the man increased exponentially. What Harry was doing would undoubtedly be dangerous, and yet he hadn't hesitated to throw himself in harm's way to help Amelia Bones in her hour of need. "I agree with Alastor," Albus offered. "If anyone can find her and bring her back alive, it is Harry Jameson." Already he'd proven himself with what he'd done in the Forbidden Forest, and though Albus still lacked the details of what exactly took place, He had every faith that Harry would be successful. He just hoped he found Amelia before it was too late. "Well, our own investigation will continue," Grim declared. "Moody, I want you on this as a priority. Anything you find, bring it to me. I want her found, and I will not rely on just one man to do it. Go on, get on with it, Moody." Alistair growled. "I am at your disposal, Alistair," Albus offered. "If there is anything I can assist you with, you know where to find me." Moody nodded gratefully before he apparated away. "This Jameson," Grim spoke. "What's his chances?" "He'll find her," Albus said confidently. "My only concern is the state she will be in when he does." "Mine too," Grim murmured worriedly. "Mine too." Break. Although he knew he could not control the actions of others, Harry couldn't help but feel partly responsible for what had happened to Amelia. He'd expected her to be inundated with attention after Greyback's arrest, but not what had happened this evening. Perhaps he should have anticipated the backlash, but he hadn't. Not such an extreme response, at least. His nostrils flared as he finished gathering, and he apparated away from his home. Wherever Amelia was would be dangerous, and he would not rush in so foolishly. He was no longer the same 17-year-old who had largely relied on luck and somehow fumbled his way to winning a war. Now he was a grown man, and though he'd vowed not to involve himself in such matters, this one was different. He knew there was only one place to begin, and as he made his towards the dingy bar Thomas had told him about the night he'd learned Greyback was here, he made another vow, one that would see him tear the place down brick by brick, if necessary, to get Amelia Bones back. Break. She couldn't move, and panic set in as she tried to remember how she found herself bound in a seated position with a blindfold tied tightly over her eyes. Amelia struggled against the ropes holding her, to no avail, and her breathing became labored. Try as she might to alleviate the pressure around her wrists, it was hopeless. After several moments of silence, she managed to control her breathing and calm her turbulent thoughts. She was not in a favorable position, tied up, without her wand, and had no idea where she was. The only saving grace was that there had been witnesses to her abduction, and Amelia knew her colleagues would be looking for her. It was a small comfort, but one she clung to as she heard the sound of approaching footsteps descending a wooden, creaky staircase. She was in a basement or a cellar. A door opened, and Amelia remained still, listening to the heavy breathing of a man who was evidently checking on her. After a moment, he left, closing the door behind him before climbing the stairs and leaving her alone once more. From above, she heard muttered voices, but they were incoherent. They were male voices, though with how muted they were, she could not detect any accents nor any familiarity. Musty. Wherever she was smelled musty with a hint of fruitiness, but it wasn't damp. A wine cellar, perhaps. Amelia didn't know, but her observations meant little when she was so helpless to do anything to remedy the situation she found herself in. She could only wait and hope she was found. She'd always despised feeling helpless, but what was worse were the thoughts that began to plague her. What did these men intend to do to her? She fell still again as the sound of the stairs echoed around her, and 2 steps of footsteps approached this time. Once more, the door opened, and Amelia felt a shiver run down her spine as the 2 men spoke. "Do we wake her?" "What for?" "Maybe we can get the information from her." "No," the other man said firmly. "Our instructions are that she is to be left until he comes. He wants to speak with her personally." "When will that be?" "Whenever he gets here. I'm going to meet with our employer tomorrow evening. She is not to be harmed unless she gives you a reason. Got it?" "Got it," the first man sighed. "Oh, and just in case you get any ideas, the others will be here. I will not have a repeat of what happened to the last one." Amelia could almost feel the grin of the first man. "Can you really blame me? She was a looker, and the redhead isn't so bad either." Amelia flinched as a dull thud echoed around the room, and one of the men gasped for air. "If you touch this one, I will personally cut your bollocks off and feed them to you. Now get out." The other man fled the room, his retreating footsteps scrambling up the stairs as he did so, but it was the ones that followed that concerned Amelia. They were slower, purposeful, and drawing closer to her. "I know you're awake," the man murmured. "I suggest you cooperate with us, Crucio." Amelia only felt the effects of the curse for a few seconds, but the pain was enough for her to draw blood from her bottom lip to prevent herself from screaming out. "If you think that was bad, just wait until he does it to you. It makes mine feel like a tickle." He chuckled, and Amelia caught a whiff of fire whiskey on his breath, but he stepped back and left the room, closing the door gently behind before ascending the staircase. When he was gone, Amelia exhaled a ragged breath. She didn't know who the man was referring to, but she knew she did not wish to meet him, and for the first time in a very long time, Amelia Bones felt scared for her life. "Moody," she whispered. Moody would be looking for her, and that thought alone gave her the comfort she needed to somewhat calm her thoughts once more. Chapter 13. Aleister cursed under his breath as he stalked towards Grimm's office. There wasn't a hellhole that served booze or catered to the scum of society that he had not visited, nor any of the usual suspects he hadn't hunted down and interrogated for information. He had nothing to show for his efforts, which only gave credence to his initial thought that Amelia's abduction was orchestrated by professionals. "Any news?" Grimm asked as he entered the office. Aleister shook his head and sunk into one of the unoccupied chairs before rubbing his eyes tiredly. He'd not slept and knew he wouldn't be able to until Bones was back with them. "Anything from Jameson?" "Not a word," Grimm sighed. "Is he always so aloof?" "He works alone and in secrecy, other than when he took Bones along with him." Grimm nodded. "I don't like it, Moody," he grumbled. "I want her back, and I'd prefer to be kept in the loop." Me too, but this is how he works. We have to have faith in him. He's not let us down yet." "I know," Grimm conceded. "I just hope he doesn't now, and that he doesn't make a hell of a mess for me to clean up." "The mess we can live with," Aleister pointed out. "Losing Bones is not an option." "It is not," Grimm agreed. "Go on, get back out there. Someone knows something, Moody." Aleister nodded as he stood. "I'll let you know as soon as I find something," he promised. Grimm waved him off, and Aleister left the office, exhausted but no less determined to make some progress. His superior was right. Someone knew something, and Moody would find them, no matter what it took. Break. Amelia realized how quickly the track of time was lost being in the dark, with only the sound of creaking floorboards from above being the only thing she heard. She didn't know how long she'd been held captive. Maybe it had only been a matter of a few hours or even a day or so. All Amelia knew was that she was hungry and needed to use the facilities. Twice more during her broken sleep, she'd been interrupted by someone coming to check on her. They said nothing both times and left quickly, leaving Amelia to deduce it was the man who had been ushered from the room shortly after she'd arrived. Nonetheless, it was the second man that concerned her more. He knew she was an Auror, and he'd not hesitated in using the Cruciatus curse on her. That could only mean he was not concerned about being identified or found. He faced life in prison for what he'd done, and Amelia realized the severity of the situation she found herself in. Unless, by nothing short of a miracle, she was found, they would get what they wanted before killing her. She shook her head at the thought. This was not how it was supposed to be. There was so much she wanted from life, and now it seemed what little she'd had and experienced would be it. When she pondered it, it all seemed so meager. She'd never had a meaningful relationship and had certainly never gotten married or had children. She'd seen very little of the world and the thing that had hung over her for the past decade, the death of her parents. Before she could be overwhelmed by the myriad of emotions that filled her, she was pulled from her musings by the sound of approaching footsteps. These ones were heavier than the last 2 times she'd been checked on, and Amelia suddenly felt a trickle of fear run down her spine. The moment the door opened, she knew it was the man who had cursed her, and she fought the urge to shudder. She would not show him she was scared. Food, he grunted, dropping something at her feet. I need to use the bathroom. She felt him kneel down in front of her, and his breath on her neck. I will tie your hands at your front, but if you misbehave, young lady, I will dangle you upside down. Understood. Amelia nodded, knowing it was useless to offer any resistance. He would only curse her again, and she had no doubt he would follow through with his threat. I just want to use the bathroom. Then we will have no problems. Come. He hauled her to her feet, and all but dragged her from the room. Amelia's feet were tied together, just loosely enough that she could navigate the stairs. Toilet is in there, the man explained, turning her to her left. Be quick, and don't do anything stupid. You are wearing a tracker around your ankle so you won't get far. Blindfold stays on. She was shoved in the back, and she fell heavily into a solid wall. Being in the dark, she felt around for the toilet, which didn't take long. It was more of a cupboard than a bathroom, with only the addition of a sink to complete the fixtures. Come on, I don't have all day. Finishing her ablutions, Amelia washed her hands with the cold water that was available from both taps. She was somewhere that was not often inhabited. If it were, it would have running hot water. Still, she was no closer to deciphering where she was, and knowing her time was up, she left the bathroom to be led back to the cellar she was being kept in. Eat, the man urged gruffly. When he gets here, you will need your strength. The door slammed behind him as he left, and Amelia immediately felt around for the food at her feet. She was ravenous, and though the food was not familiar to her, she ate it nonetheless. A sandwich, some crisps, and a bottle of water were not enough to satisfy her hunger, but it was better than nothing. It could be her last meal, after all. Break. It had been a trying 24 hours for Harry. The club had been devoid of those who had attended the last time he'd visited, so he'd found no solid lead, but he'd not been idle. Having left, he'd taken a tour of Nocturne Alley in the hopes of spotting anyone of interest. It had not been a successful venture, but as he entered the club for the second time in less than a day, he was relieved to see Lord Yaxley seated with a few others unfamiliar to him, surrounded by the debauchery on display. Harry edged closer to the men, and one in particular caught his attention. He did not recognize his features, but his presence was unmistakable. He'd been in the alley the night before, and Harry nodded to himself beneath the cloak. This was the lead he'd hoped to find, but he knew he needed to be cautious. Amelia's life hung in the balance. When is he coming? The longer we keep her, the riskier it is. I am meeting him at midday, Yaxley answered. I expect he will not want to waste time. He is only coming to see her, and then he will leave for the continent. The man Harry was watching closely frowned. I do not like the vagueness. I can assure you, it is better for your own health that you are kept in the dark. Your employer will not hesitate to kill you if you compromise his delicate operation. This is much bigger than you can comprehend. This isn't about one Auror. Then what is it about? If I told you, I would have to kill you, Yaxley returned with a grin. As I said, it is better for you to remain in the dark. Do the job you are being paid for, and paid well, I might add, and it will all be over soon enough. You can disappear, and none will ever know of your involvement. The man nodded. Very well, midday you say. Midday. I expect to see you shortly after, the man murmured as he stood. I hope he knows what he's doing. If she dies, well, I don't need to tell you the hornet nest you will be kicking up. The Aurors take this kind of thing personally, and I wouldn't want to be around when they catch up with our employer. Yaxley snorted amusedly as he waved the man off. It is the Aurors who should be worried about him. They will find that out soon enough. Harry released a deep breath beneath the cloak. There was only one man Yaxley could be discussing with such admiration, and now more than ever, time truly was of the essence. Harry knew he needed to get to Amelia before Voldemort did, and that meant he would be pulling no punches. Following the man as he made his way towards the exit, he stayed barely a few inches away, ensuring he could not suddenly apparate or activate a portkey. Doing so was risky, but given what he'd just learned, he could not afford to lose track of him. They made their way onto the streets of Nocturne Alley, and instead of heading towards the apparition point as Harry had expected, he turned instead towards Diagon Alley and walked towards Gringotts. What business the man had there, Harry didn't know, but he could not allow him to make it inside. He remembered vividly his last experience of having to escape the bank, and it was not something he wished to repeat. No, the time to strike was now. The man collapsed limply into his arms before he could hit the floor as Harry caught him with a swift spell, vanishing via portkey from the empty London street. They arrived at his home a moment later, where Harry placed him in a chair in the basement, securing him and taking a moment to compose himself. When he was ready, he woke his confused prisoner, who panicked. "Where am I?" he demanded. "The last place you want to be," Harry muttered. "Now, where is Amelia Bones?" The man peered at him before laughing and shaking his head. "I'm not telling you anything. In a few hours, I'll be a very rich man, and she'll be dead." Harry snorted as he took a step towards him. "In a few minutes, you'll be screaming for mercy, and there is no one around to hear it." The man frowned at him as he took in Harry's appearance. "You're not an Auror." "Not an Auror," Harry confirmed with a grin as he removed a long, rusty blade from the inside pocket of his jacket. "If I were you, I'd tell me exactly what I want to know. I'm not feeling particularly patient." "They'll kill you," the man replied. "You'll never get out of there alive." "Is that so?" The man nodded, though it was clear he was becoming nervous. Evidently, he'd not considered he'd be discovered by someone, not an Auror. Were he to be arrested, he could remain silent until Voldemort had arrived and done what he intended with the knowledge he wouldn't be harmed. As Harry had pointed out, he wasn't an Auror and was not restricted by their expected conduct. "You wouldn't dare," the man spat as Harry raised the blade. "I wouldn't dare." "You have no idea who is behind this. He will get you, just like he did the Auror." Harry chuckled darkly as he leaned in closer. "Oh, I know exactly who he is," he whispered. "He is a monster like nothing even your worst nightmares could conjure, but I am not so different from him in many ways. Now, are you going to tell me what I want to know, or am I going to have to inflict more pain on you than you can imagine? Your decision will decide how many limbs are with you whilst you spend the rest of your life in Azkaban if you make it out of here at all. So, what's it going to be?" "Fuck you," the man retorted, spitting in Harry's face. Harry wiped it from his face and shook his head disappointedly. "I really wish you hadn't done that, CRUCIO." Usually, he wouldn't take such a crude approach. Harry was quite able to ignore the compromised part of his mind and magic that Voldemort had left behind. It hadn't always been easy to control his temper, but with the help of the mind arts, he did it well enough. In the moment, however, he felt no need to. He didn't know what Amelia had endured, but he did know that she had such little time before the Dark Lord, who'd plagued much of his own life, was coming for her, and she was not long for the world when he did. Releasing the curse, he stared at the man, waiting for him to recover as he reigned in his anger. Even the best of occlumency practitioners will break under the Cruciatus curse. You may hold out for some minutes, but you will crack, and you won't fully recover. Do not think for a moment that I won't break you. I'm going to ask you one more time, where is she? The man shook his head, and Harry released a sigh of disappointment. "So be it," he muttered. "Break." "I swear to you, Moody, I don't know anything," Robinson choked. He was a petty criminal for the most part, but somehow seemed to know something about everything that happened in and around Nocturne Alley. Aleister had arrested him more than a dozen times throughout his career, and the two had reached something of an understanding. Usually, Robinson could be bribed with a bottle of whiskey, but this time, he refused to speak. Aleister knew he knew something. He always did. "I'm not fucking around, Robinson. They took an Auror. And if I don't find her quickly, she will be dead." "An Auror," Robinson wheezed. "I didn't know it was one of your lot. Bugger, this will end badly." It will, and for you too, if you don't start talking." "All right," Robinson conceded. "Listen, I don't know much, but I heard two blokes mentioning something about a job, a woman, and a house outside Blackburn whilst I was having a slash in there," he explained, nodding towards one of the pubs he frequented. "I swear to you, that's all I know." "What about the two men?" "One of them spoke nicely, like the toffs who go to that posh restaurant. I didn't see his face." "Was he northern, southern, west country?" "Londoner," Robinson said confidently. "He was definitely a Londoner." Alistair nodded and released Robinson. There wasn't much to go on, but it was more than he'd had a few minutes prior. "I didn't know it was one of your lot, Moody." Alistair grunted. "I go on, bugger off then." Robinson didn't need telling twice, and with a nod, he vanished down a nearby alleyway. "Near Blackburn," Alistair murmured. It was still a large area of the country to search, and they didn't have the numbers to do it. Besides, wherever Bones was would likely be defended well and couldn't be found without knowing where the property was. No, he would need more information, and the clues Robinson had given him might just be enough to narrow down the search. He would need to pay a visit to the records room of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. There, he could see if any of the purebloods owned property in that area, and if they did, he would know where to look next. "Hold on, Bones," he murmured as he vanished from Nocturne Alley, still fighting against the clock ticking against him. "Break." She listened intently, trying to count the footsteps that sounded above her but could not do so due to how many pairs of feet there were. Amelia didn't know how many others had arrived. What she did know, however, was that her nervousness only grew since they'd entered the building. She flinched at the sudden laughter of the men. Did they find her plight so amusing? It angered her as much as it filled her with terror. They were not nervous about what they'd done, and Amelia idly wondered who they were to be so callous and calculated at not only kidnapping an Auror, but a woman from a highly respected magical family. Was the man she'd been warned about here already? She drifted into another uneasy sleep and had no way of telling whether it was morning, afternoon, or night. She cursed herself for doing so, but the perpetual darkness made it impossible to know much of anything. Death. That was all that awaited her here, and though she continued to cling onto the slither of hope she'd be found, she knew it grew less likely with each passing hour. Her captor's comfort only made Amelia more nervous, and with the knowledge that a man who seemed to terrify the one who'd cast the Cruciatus curse on her was coming for her, Amelia knew her chances of escape were all but non-existent. Once more, she found herself lost in thoughts of all the things she'd not gotten to experience, and hoped that whatever her fate was to be, it would be over quickly. At the very least, this ordeal would then be all over, and she would be with her parents once more. Break. It had taken longer than he'd anticipated, but eventually, Harry had managed to tear through the ma'am's mind and relieve him of the information he needed. Moody had been right. The man and his companions were professionals and were responsible for no less than 50 kidnappings over the span of 2 decades. When Harry caught up with them, the world would be a better place soon after. Nonetheless, he still needed to be careful. These men were indeed dangerous, well-connected, and numbered 24, all of whom would likely be guarding Amelia Bones. Shaking his head, he stunned the man and bound him tighter to the chair. If he died before Harry returned, so be it. The fate that awaited him, if he yet lived, was scarcely better. Spending what remained of his pitiful life in the Janus Thicky ward of St. Mungo's would be deeply unpleasant, and likely short when Voldemort learned of what he had divulged. "Prick," Harry muttered before vanishing from his basement. He had all he needed, and a few additional items if his efforts went awry. No matter what, however, he would get Amelia out of there. He owed her that much, at the very least. Appearing on the outskirts of Blackburn, he kept himself concealed within the folds of his cloak as he carefully made his way towards where the small home was located. It belonged to Lord Yaxley, though he had purchased it through the man Harry had captured almost 2 months before they'd kidnapped Amelia, meaning they'd been watching her closely since shortly after Greyback had been captured. They'd been calculated in their approach and patiently waited to strike. Their success spoke volumes of how well planned the abduction had been carried out, and even now, Harry suspected they were content they wouldn't be discovered. They were in for a rather rude awakening. Unable to forget what was at stake, Harry pressed on, navigating through the woodland he found himself in. A few miles west of him was a village, but the building he was looking for was further to the north of it. It had once been a Muggle home belonging to one of the farmers who'd died a few years prior, but with no one to inherit the land, it had been auctioned off to a developer who'd been convinced to sell it. Yaxley's gold had been used to purchase the property, and he'd paid considerably above its value. Why Yaxley wanted to abduct Bones would have been puzzling were it not for Voldemort's involvement. The Dark Lord was still some years off from beginning his campaign in Britain, but evidently he'd spent many years before he'd returned preparing for it. Where Amelia was concerned, Harry knew his old adversary was simply furious for Greyback's apprehension, but it wasn't lost on him that he would want to know how she'd managed to arrest him. Whether she wanted to tell him or not, Tom would learn of what had happened, along with Harry's involvement. That would have been enough to spur Harry into action. His primary reason for helping Amelia, however, was because he knew it was the right thing to do. She was an exceptional witch, and though they hadn't spoken recently after he'd made it clear he wished to distance himself from her, he still considered her a friend after all they'd been through. No, he wouldn't see her needlessly murdered by anyone, let alone the man who had made Harry's own life miserable throughout his childhood. It was that very thought that resonated with him the most as felt the first signs of magic nearby. Already, it felt powerful, and he wondered if it would be possible to breach the defenses without being detected. The closer he got to the source, the more he realized that it was unlikely. The moment he placed even a fingernail outside of the cloak, he would trigger whatever defenses were in place, and Harry suspected there were more than those he could initially feel. Frowning to himself, he knew he needed to make a decision. Firstly, he could throw caution to the wind and simply blast his way through in the hope he was not confronted by more than he could handle on his own. That did not seem to be the appropriate course of action. It was reckless, dangerous, and it could get both him and Amelia killed. Worse yet, the men holding her could have a contingency in place, for if they were found and had arranged another location, she could be immediately taken to. No, that wouldn't do, and though Harry was eager to get her out of there, he knew he needed to be more calculated in his approach. A slight grin tugged at the corner of his lips as he reached a conclusion, one that would have Amelia returned as she was and ensure the men who had taken her paid the price for the act. With a nod, he set to work, chuckling at his own genius. "Break." "Nothing," Alistair growled as he threw the box of files across the room. There was no record of any pureblood family owning property on the outskirts of Blackburn, and he wondered if Robinson had fed him a lie to get Alistair off his back. He wouldn't put it past him, but he didn't believe it was the case. Robinson was terrified of Alistair arresting him for any of the many petty crimes he committed, and he knew if he lied, it would be discovered. No, the crook had told the truth. Alistair was just missing something. What that was, he didn't know, and having seemingly hit another dead end, he hoped Jameson was having better luck than him. "Come on, Jameson," he murmured as he picked the folders up, pondering his next move. Break. It was rather precarious operating within such magical protections. And though Harry was no stranger to doing so, he'd never been in a situation where he was surrounded by so many hostile people. He wasn't sure how many there were here, but he knew he was heavily outnumbered. Usually, it wouldn't be such a problem, but with Amelia caught up in what he was doing, his options were limited. Already, he'd deduced the anticipated outcome was inevitable. First, he needed to reach that foregone conclusion. Toiling away, he edged his way closer, nervous but equally excited to see the fruits of his labor. Despite not being raised by James Potter, there was no denying Harry had inherited the man's proclivity for creative chaos. Break. With how cold it had gotten where she was being kept, it could only be the dead of night, and yet the activity above her had not slowed. Amelia shivered from the chill in the air and shuffled in her seat as much as she could to stay warm. It was no good, and she wondered if she would freeze to death before her visitor even arrived. Still, the men holding her did not seem to be effective and had probably lit a fire to stave off the cold. It was December, after all. Attempting to loosen her bonds once more, Amelia huffed in frustration as they remained as unyielding as when they'd been tied. More food had been dropped at her feet some hours prior, but she hadn't touched it. She had already accepted she'd eaten her last meal, and she had no intention of relinquishing the very limited control she still had over her life. Releasing a deep sigh, Amelia leaned forward and shook her head. Coming to terms with her own mortality was not something she'd expected to do so young, and though she knew her life was already all but forfeit, it felt so surreal to consider accepting what was to come. No, she knew she couldn't give up hope, not until she felt the final breath torn from her lungs. Amelia shuddered once more as another wave of coldness washed over her, the draft blowing into the room adding to her discomfort. She involuntarily whimpered a moment later as she felt her blindfold being removed, and as her eyes adjusted to the small amount of light being let into the room through the ill-fitted door, her eyes widened at the sight of Harry Jameson. He pressed a finger to his lips and pointed towards the ceiling with the other. How he knew where to find her, Amelia didn't know, but she'd never been happier to see the man. She remained still as he cut away her bindings with a knife, and from both relief and the numbness of her legs, she collapsed into his arms as he helped her to her feet. He tried to usher her through a tunnel he'd carved into the basement, and Amelia shook her head as she pointed to her ankle. Frowning, Jameson lifted her dress, and Amelia blushed in embarrassment as he did so. She didn't know how long it was since she'd washed, and she was far from looking her best. Reading the runes on the band that had been placed on her, Jameson nodded his understanding and released a deep breath. Drawing his wand, he waved it in an intricate pattern before placing a metallic stag in her hand. "Don't speak, just listen and do what I say," he whispered firmly. "I've managed to create a small pocket in the defenses, but it will last around another 30 seconds, he explained. "I'm going to shrink your foot to remove the band, and then you need to activate the port key. Whatever you do, don't leave the room you arrive in." "What about you?" Amelia asked. He shook his head. "This lot needs to be dealt with. They will only come after you again, and I suspect it won't be to kidnap you. Don't argue, Bones, just get out and let me handle it." Amelia could only nod. She was in no fit state to help Jameson, and he was assertive as he was certain. "Ready." "Ready," Amelia whispered. "Go." The port key activated, and Amelia screamed into the void as a sudden, shooting pain shot up her left leg. Before she could register what happened, however, she arrived at her destination with a dull thud as she hit the ground. For a moment, she thought the port key had failed, but realized she was in another basement entirely and to safety. She sobbed in relief for a moment before remembering that Jameson was still where she'd been held. Amelia felt a new sense of dread fill her. They'd not spoken for months, and yet he'd come for her once again in her moment of need. What Jameson was going to do, Amelia didn't know. All she could do was wait and hope that he would arrive in due course. Until then, it seemed she was stuck somewhere else, though now she did not have the threat of further torture and death hanging over her. Break. The moment Amelia vanished, the magical backlash reverberated throughout the house, and everything above him fell immediately still and silent. Harry had planned so meticulously to get the aura out, and now, as it had been many times, he would be relying purely on his instincts to see him through. The first thing he needed to do was ensure he had control of the environment, and with the formidable defenses still intact, he knew he would not get that here. No, he needed to clear the proximity of the house, but also ensure he had the opportunity to eliminate the threat. That had been a lesson he'd learned during his training as an Unspeakable. Never leave anything in question when it comes to combat, Potter. If there is even the slightest of chances of further danger, remove it, and then remove it again. Harry nodded to himself, clutching the odd anklet Bones had been wearing as the thudding of footsteps sounded from above. Without hesitation, he sprinted into the tunnel he'd created to enter the property beneath the defenses and withdrew his firebolt. Mounting it, he couldn't help but grin as he made short work of the journey that had taken him hours to take. As the winter wind brushed his cheeks, he laughed into it joyously. He'd missed flying, and had only stopped to avoid the memories doing it evoked. Now, however, was not the time to focus on them. Circling around, his wand became a blur as he began laying traps for those pursuing him. Harry, as ever, found himself against the odds, and these moments would be invaluable to his success. When he spotted the light in the tunnel of the approaching captors, he used the last of his time to discard the anklet somewhere they would find it within the confines of the defenses. He needed them to believe that Amelia was still close enough to catch. With the anklet gone, he concealed himself within the cloak and waited. "She can't have gotten far," a voice growled as a large group emerged. "How did she even get out?" Harry counted around 20 lit wand tips. Was she checked for an extra wand? Of course she bloody was. Then someone found her. Where's Adrian? He left the day before yesterday. Idiots. He was supposed to be back by yesterday morning. You've really fucked this up. Stop bickering, you tossers, and get looking. She's nearby, I can feel it. Groups of 4 move. Harry grinned as the men spread out, and he began stalking the first of them, the one with the man giving the orders. Without a leader, any organization would crumble. "The tracker is close. Just in there," one of the men whispered, pointing towards the bush Harry had concealed it in when they came upon it a few moments later. The leader made a gesture, and the 4 men surrounded it. Raising his hand, he counted back from 3, and as one they pounced. It was an error on their part, and their screams of surprise lasted but a second as they were hurled in various directions by the explosion that rent the air. One of the men was slammed into a tree, with the unpleasant sound of his spine snapping. Not that he'd experienced the pain. He was already dead before the collision. What was that, DRCY? As expected, the other men were in a panic, and as Harry ensured the first group was indeed dead, he lay in wait for the others, like a viper preparing to strike down his prey. DRCY. Harry placed his hand over the man's mouth as he drove the blade through his spine. He struggled briefly, but soon fell limp, and he too collapsed to the ground, twitching in his final throes of life. With 5 down, there were only 15 left, and already their fate had been sealed. By the time Harry was finished, none would remain, and the house they'd kept Amelia in would be reduced to ashes. Yaxley had lost this round. Voldemort had lost this round, but Harry knew it was far from over. If the Dark Lord decided he wanted someone dead, he usually got his way. Unfortunately for Tom, Harry was the one person who'd unwittingly become adept at surviving against the odds, and he was adamant that Amelia would not fall victim to him. How he would manage that, he was unsure, but he would not see her killed if he could help it. Break. In the several moments she had been alone and finally free from her hellacious experience, Amelia had managed to calm herself enough to understand what had just happened. Jameson had come for her. She had many questions she wished to ask the man, but for now, she was content to revel in her liberation, though she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The experience had been surreal and terrifying, and yet Amelia had endured it. Nonetheless, she idly wondered where Jameson was and what he was doing. Moreover, she was wondering how she could ever repay him for what he was doing for her. He was risking his life, and he'd already saved hers. Amelia was in no doubt that she would have been killed if Jameson had not found her. Harry. He'd appeared whilst she was pondering the past hours of her life, and without thinking, she threw her arms around him. She'd never looked to anyone to make her feel safe. Amelia had always prided herself on her ability to handle any situation she found herself in, but being in his presence, and with him holding her tightly after such an ordeal, she realized this was what she needed in the moment. "Are you hurt?" Jameson asked. She shook her head against his chest. "Nothing I won't recover from," she sighed. "How did you find me?" "Moody came to me," Jameson explained. "Speaking of which..." With a flourish of his wand, he sent off his patroness before taking in Amelia's appearance. She once again became very conscious that she hadn't washed, that her dress was torn, and that her hair was a mess. It was a ridiculous thought given how they'd spent the better part of a week in the forest with one another, but this felt decidedly different. "Here," he murmured, resizing her foot. "Would you like a shower?" "Do I smell that bad?" "Dreadful," Harry replied with a grin. "Come on, I'll get some food ready for you whilst you get cleaned up." Amelia nodded as he led her from the basement. "Where are we?" "My home," Jameson answered. "I'll give you a tour in the morning." "I'm staying." He nodded solemnly. "I expect there will still be people looking for you," Harry sighed. "I will need a little time to deal with it." "You don't have to." He cut her off with a shake of his head. "It's easier to do that than have to find you again," he snorted. Amelia frowned, but nodded when she realized he wouldn't change his mind. "Could you get a message to my brother? He must be worried." "Of course. What's his name?" "Edgar." He sent off another patroness and showed Amelia into a beautifully decorated bathroom. "You'll find everything you need in there, and I'll fetch you some clothes. I'll be able to pick up something more suitable in the morning." Amelia nodded and took him by the arm as he made to leave. "Thank you, Jameson," she said gratefully, "for coming for me." He offered her a smile as he deflated. "Don't thank me yet," he urged. "There's still work to do. Anyway, forget about that for now. That's something for me to handle. I'm just glad you're all right. You are, aren't you?" Amelia swallowed deeply as she nodded, though a few tears managed to break free. She wouldn't deny she was traumatized by what had happened, but as Harry wrapped her in his arms once more, she knew she was safe. "Take as long as you need," he urged. "The kitchen is just through the hall at the bottom of the stairs. Is there anything else you need?" Amelia shook her head. "No," she answered. "I don't think so. What happened?" Harry's expression darkened at the question. "They won't be bothering you again," he answered ominously. With that, he left her to take a much-needed bath, and Amelia found her thoughts drifting to exactly what Harry had done after he'd sent her away. Chapter 14. "I have Bones, and she as well, given the circumstances. I will keep her with me for a few days until I can guarantee her safety. She is still in danger for now, but it will be remedied soon. Meet me in Albus's office later this afternoon around 4, and I will explain what I can." He'd found her. Somehow, against all odds, Jameson had found and rescued Amelia. Alistair could not think of a time in his life when he'd felt so relieved, and as he knocked on the door to Bones Manor, it was opened quickly, revealing an exhausted yet smiling Edgar. "Is it true?" the man asked. "Jameson wouldn't say he's got her if he didn't," Alistair assured him. "From what little he said, she's fine, Ede. She'll be in touch as soon as she can. You know what she's like." Edgar nodded and gestured for Moody to enter the home. He'd only been here a handful of times over the years. Alistair would consider the friendship they shared amongst his closest. When they'd first met, Amelia had been eager to prove herself, and she'd done so, becoming perhaps the most exceptional orer in the department. Alistair had respected her talents, her grit, and dedication to the job. Soon enough, he'd come to see her as more than just a work colleague, but a friend, a circle of people he kept exclusive. "This Jameson, isn't he the restaurant owner?" Edgar asked, pulling Alistair from his thoughts. He nodded. "Restaurant owner, and now the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts," Alistair chuckled. "There's more to him than that, but mum's the word. It's best you don't mention to anyone you know him outside of being what you do know." "I don't know him," Edgar snorted. "Amelia mentioned him once or twice, but she's very evasive about how she knows him." Alistair leaned back in his chair and unleashed a bark of laughter. I expect she is, he replied amusedly. Well, I can't say I know him, but what I do know is he's more than earned my respect. He's a good man, Ede, and he's helped us more than I can tell you. She's safe with him, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters, Edgar agreed. Drink. I could use a sip, Alistair murmured gratefully as Edgar poured them both a generous measure. And some sleep, he added. You and me both, Edgar said tiredly. Looking towards the clock the man kept on his desk, Alistair realized he'd been awake for the better part of 2 days, and knowing now that Bones was safe, the exhaustion he was suffering from had truly set in. Break. It was a sudden shiver that woke her, and Amelia gasped as she buried herself into the thick duvet she found herself under. She took a few moments to calm her breathing, reminding herself that she was no longer a captive of the men who had kidnapped her. No, she was not in the musty basement anymore. Even stranger, perhaps, she found herself within the home of Harry Jameson, the enigmatic mystery of a man Amelia had failed to unravel. Whenever she felt as though she'd made progress in understanding him, Harry seemed to change the rules of the one-sided game they were playing. In many ways, it was frustrating, but the auror in her was still enthralled by the idea of piecing the puzzle together. Even more so now, after what he'd done for her. Stepping in at the pub when she'd made a poor judgment was one thing, but to go out of his way to hunt her down was another matter entirely. Still, Amelia could not comprehend how it was she would thank him, but the smell of food cooking wafting up from the kitchen below turned her thoughts to only one thing. She'd not been able to eat much the previous night. Although she was still in a state of shock at what happened, she now had the wherewithal to appreciate how hungry she was. Nonetheless, it was with something of a shamed tentativeness that she got out of bed and groaned at the sight of herself in the mirror. Amelia looked exhausted. The bags under her eyes were dark, her hair was in disarray, and she was dressed in a pair of Jameson's pajamas, which were baggy and unflattering on her. Without a wand, there was little she could about the former, but a brush had been left for her on the bedside table. Working it through her thick locks, Amelia couldn't help but appreciate that she was now able to complete what she had always seen as a mundane task. In a way, it was both calming and therapeutic. When she was done, she shook her head. Her hair looked decidedly better, but there was nothing else to be done about the rest of her appearance. Not that it mattered. It wasn't as though Harry hadn't seen her in worse states of dress. Knowing she couldn't avoid doing so forever, and with the smell of breakfast impossible to ignore, Amelia left the room and made her way downstairs. Entering the kitchen, she came upon the sight of Harry reading the morning paper as he picked at some toast. "Help yourself," he urged, gesturing to the spread of food he'd prepared. "I didn't know what you'd like, so I did some of everything." "Toast would have been fine, but thank you," Amelia replied gratefully, taking a seat at the scrubbed table. Harry continued to read, so she ate her fill, and when she was done, she leaned back in her chair and released a deep breath. "Full?" he asked with a playful grin. Amelia nodded. "I've not had much for 2 days," she reminded him. "I wasn't judging," Jameson chuckled amusedly. "Oh, before I forget." He slid something across the table to her, and Amelia reveled in the feeling of having her wand back in her hand. "One of the men had it in his pocket. I figured you'd want it back." Amelia nodded, unable to find the words to show her gratitude. "If you're ready, would you like me to show you around? You'll be here for a few days, at least," he added apologetically. "A few days. There are still some things I must do to ensure your safety moving forward. The danger hasn't passed yet. But last night was just men acting on the wishes of someone else. The real threat is still out there." "Who is it?" Jameson's expression shifted. "I don't know his name yet," he murmured, "but he's the reason Greyback was here in the first place, and all of this is partly my responsibility. I didn't expect what happened to you to happen after you arrested him." Amelia shook her head. She didn't blame Jameson for what happened. "Is that why you came?" "Not entirely," he answered sincerely. I don't want your death on my conscience, of course, but I came because you needed help. Come on, I'll give you a tour of the place. His words warmed her exponentially, and Amelia used her wand to transfigure her clothes into something more suitable as Harry led her from the kitchen. I expect you've had your fill of basements for the past few days, he said dryly, nodding towards a door as they made their way through the entrance hall. For someone so seemingly complex, everything was rather mundane in comparison to the man who lived here. It was by no means dull, and everything was of a spectacular quality, just not quite what Amelia had expected. In truth, she didn't know what to expect, but the house was designed to be both functional and cozy, despite it being much larger than one man needed. We have a living room, a dining room I don't use much, and 2 parlors along with a bathroom, utility room, and a games room on the lower floor, Harry explained. A game room. He shrugged as he smirked. Maybe I'll find a hobby other than getting myself into trouble, he chuckled. Is that likely? Jameson shrugged. I'd like it to be, he murmured. Anyway, there are 7 bedrooms upstairs. Mine, yours, and one I use for a study. The other 4 are unoccupied. If you find one you prefer, you can switch. There are also 2 other bathrooms upstairs, along with my own ensuite. You are free to roam wherever you like, just not in my study. I have things in there that are private. Amelia nodded her understanding, and Jameson led her out of the back door via the kitchen. Wow, she whispered as she looked across a large expanse of snowy fields. As they walked the perimeter of the house, she realized they extended in all directions. You really like your privacy, don't you? She teased. I do, Harry confirmed. Can you see the wall in the distance? I can, Amelia replied. It was a tall, thick, gray wall, and in the center of the driveway was an equally large, wrought iron gate. That is where the property ends, Harry explained. You'll be safe within the boundaries. Amelia nodded. Thank you, Jameson, she whispered. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come. It's best not to dwell on that, he sighed. I know it's not easy, but it won't help. Anyway, I have a few things to do this morning. Is there anything I can get for you? Clothes would be nice, if you can manage it. Is that all? I need to let my boss know I'll be away. I'm meeting Moody this afternoon, Jameson informed her. I've already passed the message on, but I'll remind him. Don't worry, you'll be out of here before you know it, he smirked. Before Amelia could respond, he was gone, and she returned to the house out of the cold. He'd already lit the fireplaces for her, and she simply sat in front of the one in the living room, doing her utmost not to relive the experience she'd endured, but unable to ignore it entirely. Amelia was lucky to be alive, and for that, she had Harry Jameson to thank. Break. Corbin Yaxley could only stare in disbelief at the scene they came upon. All that remained of the house was a pile of ashes, with some chunks of wood still smoldering. What was worse, however, was the pile of bodies stacked morbidly in front of it. Many of the men had died screaming, the pained expressions most wore speaking only of suffering in their final moments. How this had occurred, Lord Yaxley could not fathom, but the woodland reeked of death, of blood and violence. The sound of a throat clearing pulled him from his thoughts, and as he turned towards his former classmate, he swallowed deeply. Lestrange, not, and Montague were just as shocked as him, but Lord Voldemort, as he preferred to be addressed now, merely looked around curiously. I would like to know what happened, he said quietly. It was never a good sign when he spoke so softly. This was when he was at his angriest. Corbin remembered the very first time he'd witnessed it for himself. Riddle had been a 3rd year. For not being from an old or noble house, he was either ostracized or outright bullied during his first 2 years at Hogwarts. But that changed when they'd returned to Hogwarts from the summer break after their 2nd term. Milo Goyle, a 7th year, had made a joke at Riddle's expense. What followed had been brief but violent. Riddle had cursed Goyle, along with several others who'd victimized him, and from then on, there was never any question who was very best in Slytherin. Goyle had spent almost 2 weeks in the hospital wing recovering from his injuries, and he'd not dared tell Dippet who was responsible. Riddle had gotten away with it when he should have been expelled. It was strange to see the dynamic shift so quickly, even more so when Tom had revealed he was a descendant of Slytherin, proving it with a display of his Parseltongue ability. None had crossed him after that, and many had flocked to him, some of whom were present, bearing witness to the aftermath of whatever had transpired here. "I don't know what to say," Corbin murmured. "I put every defense possible in place. She wore a tracker, and none knew of this location other than me and those I paid to take her." Riddle hummed as he inspected the corpses before moving on to the remains of the house. From there, he vanished into the woods and returned around 10 minutes later, a frown marring his features. "There was one man," he said thoughtfully. "He dug a tunnel outside of the defenses and sent Bones away with a portkey. He then lured your men out of the house and slaughtered them. He's good," Riddle acknowledged. "He's very good." "One man," Corbin gasped. "One man did this. A powerful wizard, and one gifted enough to cover his tracks. He left no trace of himself, cleaning everything before he left. He is a professional." "Who could it be?" Lestrange asked. "Just the very question I was going to propose to you," Riddle answered. "Any ideas?" "Dumbledore," Montague suggested. "The fool would not do this," Riddle grumbled. "No, this is not Dumbledore's work, but someone even more dangerous. I want them found and the name provided to me. I will not tolerate any further failure." Before any could speak, the man vanished, and the four lords simply stared at one another, lost to how they to proceed. "Any ideas?" Corbin asked. Nott shook his head. "You heard him. He left no trace," he pointed out. "How can we find someone who has left no trace?" "Maybe he will forget about it when his mind is occupied by something else," Montague mused aloud. "We can just tell him we're looking into it if he asks." Corbin nodded his agreement. "I think that's for the best," he murmured. "If he's as dangerous as Riddle thinks, why risk getting ourselves killed?" The decision seemed to be unanimous. Corbin had not been pleased about killing an Auror in the first place. For now, at least, it was best left to lie until the opportunity to get to Bones presented itself once more. She could probably lead them to whomever it was who had rescued her, but with how vigilant she would be moving forward, it was difficult to say when such an opportunity would come again, after all. Break. Harry despised shopping and hadn't realized exactly what doing so for Amelia would entail. He had no idea of the type of casual clothes she wore. Outside of her Auror robes, he'd only seen her wearing dresses at the restaurant. As such, he'd faced quite a conundrum in what to purchase, so he had gotten a little of everything just to ensure there was something suitable. With that rather arduous task behind him, he'd checked in on Thomas to see how the restaurant was faring, and as expected, the man was doing a great job being in charge. After a brief stop at Gringotts and a few other places for additional food, he found himself walking towards Hogwarts, where he would meet with Moody in the coming moments. He expected the man would have a plethora of questions he wanted answered, but until Harry was left in no doubt that Amelia was safe, he had very few of them to give. It wasn't that he didn't trust Moody. On the contrary, he'd been one of the very few he'd never doubted the loyalty of. He could just never forget that the man had been compromised once before. For an entire year, someone else had posed as the Auror, and although Harry didn't believe this was the case now, he wasn't leaving anything to chance, no matter how slim the odds were. "Dolly Mixture," he murmured as he reached the statue of the gargoyle. Ascending the staircase, he could already hear voices coming from within the office, and when he knocked on the door, it was immediately flung open. Standing before him was the very man he'd been pondering, and Moody stepped aside to let him in. Even now, having been for several months, it wasn't easy to come to terms with an Alastor Moody without the magical eye and wooden leg Harry had known him for. "She's all right," Moody asked. Harry nodded. "She's as well as can be expected," he assured him. "Only a few cuts and bruises, but it will be the emotional trauma that will take some time." "Aye," Moody agreed. "What the hell happened, Jameson?" Harry shook his head. "We've not had much time to talk," he explained. "She was exhausted when I got her out of there, and I gave her some space today to start coming to terms with what she went through." Moody nodded his understanding. "Any idea who was behind it?" "I have a few clues to follow up on, and when I've done that, it will be safe for her to leave. The men who took her won't be trying again." Moody shot him a look of surprise, though he nodded his approval. It's better to take a permanent solution if you're in doubt." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "Well, thanks, Jameson," Moody said gruffly. "I hit a dead end in my investigation. I owe you one. The entire department owes you one." Harry waved the man off. "No, it was partly my fault this happened in the first place," he sighed. "She'll be all right, Moody. Give her time and she'll be back to herself." It was only then that Harry noticed the other man sitting in one of the chairs in front of Dumbledore's desk. The headmaster was present, but had remained silent. The other man, however, had been listening intently, and there was an air of familiarity about him. Seeing that Harry had noticed him, he stood and approached, nodding in greeting. "Amelia has mentioned you, Mr. Jameson. My name is Edgar Bones, Amelia's older brother," he introduced himself, offering his hand. Harry accepted the proffered limb. "It's nice to meet you, Edgar," he replied. Edgar smiled tensely. "My sister is fine," Harry assured him. Edgar nodded, but he didn't relax, and Harry could understand his plight. "Oh, I brought these for her," Edgar declared, removing a bag from his pocket and enlarging it. "It's just some clothes and other things she'll probably want. If she complains, tell her Eliza, my wife, picked them out." Harry dragged a hand through his hair and groaned. "I spent the better part of 3 hours getting her clothes. I should have just got a message to you." Edgar chuckled amusedly before sobering. "Tell her we've all been worried about her," he requested. "When Alistair told us what had happened, we feared the worst." Harry took pity on the man. He'd never had a family to worry about if anything untoward happened to him. The Dursleys would have likely had a party if Harry had vanished. "Why don't you tell her yourself?" he offered. "It would do her good to see you and you, Moody." "I'd really appreciate it," Edgar sighed in relief. "Thank you, Mr. Jameson." "Harry is fine. It's been hard enough to adjust to being called Professor. It was much the same when people started addressing me as Lord Bones. I still don't think I'm used to that yet." Harry hadn't considered the upheaval it must have caused for Amelia's brother, having lost their parents. He'd had to step up at a young age and likely put the pieces of what remained of his family back together. If Amelia was anything to go by, he'd done a fine job. "Well, if you give me a few minutes, I just need to make some adjustments to the protections of my house, and then I will send for you." "Of course," Edgar replied gratefully. "We will wait here." Harry nodded as he turned towards Dumbledore. "Is there anything you will need me for, Headmaster?" "No, no," Dumbledore said dismissively. "It has been a rather peaceful start to the holiday here. If anything changes, I will send for you, Harry, and thank you for once again showing just the kind of man I know you to be. I expect without your assistance, this could be a very different conversation." Harry nodded before taking his leave of the office. Things certainly had not gone as intended since he'd arrived here. "So much for living in peace," he snorted to himself. Break. There was something calming and comforting about being in Harry's home. Amelia couldn't quite put her finger on it, but everything just felt so serene and far away from the stresses of everyday life. Since he'd left this morning, she'd spent much of the day in front of the fire simply enjoying her newfound freedom. It was strange to think she'd only been held for a little less than 2 days, and yet it had felt much longer. Not wanting to dwell on it so much, she'd watched the sunset from the patio and had enjoyed the sight of the stars in the night sky. The constellations were so easy to see from here, and only the sounds of the wildlife interrupted her. Jameson, it turned out, had good taste when it came to choosing somewhere to live. Although Amelia lived in her family manor, it was still close to the center of London, and places like the one she found herself now simply didn't exist in the metropolis. "Harry, is that you?" she called when she heard movement in the house behind her. Entering, she paused as she came upon Edgar and Moody in the entrance hall. Without hesitation, her brother swept Amelia into his arms and squeezed her tightly. "I can't tell you how glad I am to see you're okay," he whispered. "Edgar, I can't breathe," Amelia chuckled. He released her and offered a look of apology. "You are okay, aren't you?" Amelia nodded and swallowed the lump that formed in her throat. "Thanks to Harry." Edgar smiled as he turned towards Jameson, giving Alistair the opportunity to greet her. "You're all in one piece," he commented. "Just about." Alistair nodded and gave her shoulder a squeeze. "You're made of stern stuff, lass. I wouldn't expect anything less." "This is a nice place," Edgar commented as he looked around. "Did you decorate this?" Harry nodded. "It needed some work when I bought it," he explained. "I like it. No one bothers me here." "A man who appreciates his privacy," Edgar mused aloud. "You don't celebrate Christmas." "I can't say I ever enjoyed it, and with being at Hogwarts, it seemed a waste to decorate." Edgar seemed saddened by the statement. Christmas was sacrosanct in the Bones household. Even after their parents had been killed, no matter how busy life was, the family always came together to celebrate Christmas. It was the one time of year that no excuses were accepted for being absent. "Your family wasn't big on it." "I'm an orphan," Harry explained. "Bloody hell talk about putting my foot in it," Edgar sighed. "It's fine," Harry said with a smile. "I never knew my parents, not really." Edgar nodded. "Well, I would like to invite you to share Christmas with us. It is the least we can do after everything you've done for us. It will just be me, my wife, Amelia, and Chris. You teach him. He speaks highly of you." "I do," Harry confirmed. "He's quite the talented wizard." Edgar beamed at the assessment. "So, what do you say, Harry? Will you join us?" Harry shook his head. "I wouldn't intrude on your celebration." "Nonsense," Edgar said dismissively. "It would be an honor to host you, wouldn't it, Amelia?" She nodded. "It would." Jameson seemed to ponder it for a moment before nodding his agreement. "Then it would be rude of me to refuse." "It would," Edgar said with a grin. "How long do you think you'll need to keep her?" he added, gesturing towards Amelia. "I'll have her home in a few days," Harry assured him. "Could you make it a week?" Edgar chuckled. Amelia glared at her brother and Jameson as they laughed, and her brother held up a placating hand. "I was joking," he defended. Amelia hummed and slid her wand back up her sleeve. "Here," Edgar offered, handing her a bag. "Eliza packed it for you." "Thank Merlin," Amelia sighed appreciatively. "No offense, but living in your pajamas isn't exactly ideal," she said to Harry. "I'm not complaining," he returned. "At least I'll get them back. They're my favorite pair." "She used to steal mine," Edgar piped up. Amelia rolled her eyes at them both. "I gave them back. It's a little sister's prerogative to take from her brother." "Isn't that theft? And from an Auror, too," Jameson tutted. "She was an Auror when she took them," Edgar revealed, "and they were worn around the hems." "You're taller than me." "Are they always like this?" Harry asked Moody, who nodded. "I and Auror and the lord of a prominent family," he sighed. "You'd think they'd conduct themselves better. You don't have any siblings." Harry shook his head. "You should be grateful," Edgar quipped. Amelia narrowed her eyes at her brother, and he merely grinned in response. "Anyway, I should get back and let Eliza know I've seen you. If you need anything else, I'm sure Harry can get a message to me." "Thank you," Amelia said gratefully, wrapping her arms around Edgar once more. He offered her a brilliant smile, and Alistair a simple nod. "You can take the flu," Harry offered. "Portkeys and apparition won't work for you here." "That's some good defenses you have," Alistair praised as they made their way towards the fireplace. Only a moment later, they vanished into the flames, and somehow Amelia felt considerably better having seen the two men. "Thank you for bringing them, Jameson," she said sincerely. "You're welcome," he replied. "Hungry." "Starving." Come on, I'll make some dinner. I think it's my turn, Amelia replied. You can cook, Jameson asked skeptically. Yes, I can cook. Good, because I bloody hate cooking, he muttered amusedly, handing her the bag he was carrying. They entered the kitchen, and Harry took a seat at the table. Stretching his tired legs, he released a groan. You brought me clothes, Amelia asked, pulling him from his thoughts. Harry nodded. I wasn't expecting your brother to be with Moody when I met him, he explained. He'd already had a bag packed for you. Amelia began pulling them out of the bag, nodding approvingly at his choice of dresses, blouses, and casual trousers, though she frowned as she delved deeper into his selection. Jameson. What is it? Amelia held up a pair of underwear she'd removed and quirked an eyebrow at him. Do I really come across as though I'd wear these? Jameson shrugged as Amelia showed him the flowery, large briefs. I have no idea what kind of underwear you prefer, he protested. I've never bought underwear for anyone else, let alone you. I'm offended you think I wear something you'd see a grandmother in, Amelia grumbled, throwing the underwear at him. Merlin, you think I'm a spinster already. It had crossed my mind, he commented amusedly. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him. They weren't the only ones I got, Jameson said quickly. Bloody hell, it was an embarrassing experience. Amelia laughed and took pity on him, placing a cup of coffee on the table. I appreciate your efforts, she assured him. I just thought you'd have a higher opinion of me. Now these are much more like it. Amelia grinned as Jameson choked on his drink, spitting coffee across the table. She was holding up something more to her taste, a lacy, much smaller pair of underwear, something a young woman would choose. The lady in the shop had to convince me to buy those, Jameson explained hurriedly. Well, thank Merlin she did, Amelia replied, continuing to inspect them. They were of an exceptional quality. I'll bear that in mind for next time. You plan on buying me more underwear? Amelia asked. Jameson shook his head. I'm too tired for this, he muttered, though he continued to smirk at her. Stop it, Amelia huffed. Stop what? Imagining me in them. Amelia turned away, chiding herself for saying what she had. It was so unlike her, and she didn't even know why she'd done it. Maybe it was that Jameson was usually the one to make such comments, and she wanted to throw him off, or perhaps she was getting too comfortable around him. Well, you could just put me out of my misery and model them for me. And there it was. Amelia blushed at his rebuttal and turned back towards him. He wore that stupid, victorious grin he did whenever he caught her off guard, and Amelia relaxed upon seeing it. Will you ever let me get the last word? No, Jameson chuckled. Where's my dinner? I'm hungry. Amelia leveled a glare at him and shook her head. He was probably the only person who could get away with talking to her in such a way. For some reason, he liked to tease Amelia, and he knew how to press her buttons. Maybe one day she would get the last laugh, but that wouldn't be today. Scowling at him occasionally, she cooked them a simple dinner of chicken, potatoes, and vegetables before serving it at the table. They said little as they ate, and when they were done, Harry set about the task of cleaning up. You can cook, he declared. If you ever get tired of being an Auror, I might consider taking you on as a housekeeper. A housekeeper? I'm so honored, Amelia replied dryly. I can think of nothing else I'd rather do than clean up after you, Jameson. I don't make much mess. No, you don't, Amelia observed. Your home is really peaceful. Exactly. I like peace, Harry murmured. Amelia nodded and watched as he finished cleaning. It was strange to see him in such a setting, and doing something so seemingly mundane. She'd never thought of him outside of what she'd seen. To Amelia, he was a walking mystery that she wanted to figure out, but seeing him doing menial labor made her realize that he was just like every other person, mysterious, but just a man making his way through life. What do you do for fun? She asked curiously. I don't get much time for fun these days, Jameson answered. What about when you were growing up? He frowned thoughtfully for a moment before smiling. I used to play Quidditch. What position? I was a seeker. Were you any good? Jameson shrugged. I know my way around a room. You. I played chaser for my house team, not that I'm bragging. Why did you stop? I enjoyed Quidditch, but I never had any intention of turning pro, Amelia explained. All of my focus was on becoming an Auror, and that never changed. What about you? I don't know, Jameson answered. I suppose life happened and now I'm here. Saving people when they mess up. Jameson chuckled as he shook his head. Still making mistakes and cleaning up after myself, he sighed. I'm sorry that all this happened to you. I knew you'd get the media attention, but I didn't consider the kidnapping. You came for me, Amelia pointed out. If you hadn't. Best not dwell on that, Harry urged as he took a seat next to her. It's not easy, Amelia murmured. I know, Harry comforted, taking her hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. It helped, and as she looked up at him, Amelia felt herself calm. Have you ever been in that kind of situation? Harry's expression darkened, and his eyes became stormy. After a moment, he nodded. More than once, he murmured. The man who murdered my parents managed to get the better of me a few times when I was a stupid kid. How did you escape? Luck, mostly, Harry snorted. I should be dead at least a dozen times over by now, but somehow I survived. I choose to focus on that rather than the alternative. I learned the hard way that focusing on the things that didn't happen doesn't help. You won't get over it, but in time, it will become a distant memory. Amelia nodded. Speaking of which, Harry declared as he stood, I don't imagine you want to be spending more time than necessary here. I have a few things to look into. To do with what happened to me. Jameson nodded. I'll fix it, he assured her. I'll be late, so don't wait up. With that, he vanished, and Amelia stared at the hand he'd been holding. Evidently, he'd had a difficult life, and though she didn't know the ins and outs of it, the experiences he himself had endured had shaped him into who he was now. Despite all of it, he still had a capacity for kindness, and though it seemed he wasn't as mysterious as she'd convinced herself, Amelia still found the man to be fascinatingly intriguing. Break. Draining his glass, he placed it on the table and released a deep breath. The day had not gone as expected, and though the other lords seemed relaxed after the warning Riddle had given, Corbin Yaxley did not count himself amongst them. Riddle had always been strange at Hogwarts, and the eccentricities seemed only to have multiplied in the years since they graduated. Having learned the man had left Britain, Corbin had been pleased and had lived his life rather blissfully. Occasionally, he'd receive a letter, and he cordially replied, but he would never have imagined such menial correspondence would have led to what he found himself mixed up in. Riddle and the others were talking of a full-scale ousting of the British government. Were it any other lord, Corbin would believe it to be little more than hot air with no real intention of following through. Riddle's, however, was another matter entirely. He was fully committed to his plan, and Lord Yaxley feared for what was to come. With the likes of Dumbledore and Leech in positions of power, both of whom rather sympathetic towards the mudbloods, this could turn into a very ugly conflict. Shaking his head, Corbin pushed his glass away. Another Lord Yaxley. No, not for me, he grumbled as he took his leave of the bar. He'd more than drunk his fill for one evening, and his bed awaited him. Perhaps he would wake tomorrow, and all wouldn't seem so grim. He snorted at the thought and apparated to his home. Whatever happened in the future would likely end in violence and bloodshed, and Corbin wanted no part of it. Still, what choice did he have? Riddle would inevitably find a way to convince others to side with him, and then war would ensue. Who's there? Corbin demanded into the darkness, sensing something amiss in the study he'd arrived in. Lighting the tip of his wand, he stepped forward, only for it to be torn from his hand. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he felt something pulled tightly around his throat, and he was slammed hard to the floor. When his blurry vision righted itself, Corbin found himself seated behind his own desk, staring at a robed figure, the features hidden beneath the black hood. "You've been a very silly man, Corbin," a male voice chided. "Kidnapping an Auror is not the brightest move." "I had nothing to do with that," Corbin protested. "Who are you?" His eyes widened as a large snake emerged from the sleeve of the man, and he hissed at it gently. "A much worse enemy to have than Riddle," he whispered. "Much worse for you and your friends. Oh, I know all about him and what he is planning. I would urge you not to be caught up in his foolishness. Do you really think he will succeed?" How do you know?" Corbin was in a state of shock. None outside him, those present today, and Mulciber could possibly know anything. It wasn't possible. Nonetheless, this man seemed to, and he was a Parseltongue just like Riddle. Corbin could almost feel the man's smirk as he raised his wand. "No, wait," he pleaded. The man paused before he laughed. "It would be all too easy to kill you," he said amusedly. "Now, I'm going to allow you to live, but you are going to do something for me." "What?" Corbin asked worriedly. "The Auror Bones. She is not to be touched." "The Auror?" Corbin asked confusedly. "Why?" "That is my business," the man snapped. "Do we have a deal, or are you going to give your life for Tom Riddle?" Corbin swallowed as he nodded frantically. "We have a deal." "Good," the man praised. "Now, I would urge you not to mention this meeting to anyone. I will be watching you very closely, Corbin. If you rescind on our agreement, your entire family will suffer, and your name will become nothing but a footnote in history. Do not doubt my word." Corbin watched as the man vanished with a swish of his cloak, and though the ropes binding him to the chair loosened, he found he could not move. He was rooted to his seat by terror, and though Riddle could elicit the same feeling within him, this had been much worse. Why the man cared so much about a damned Auror of all things? He didn't know, but Corbin was certain he did not wish to cross that man any more than he did Tom Riddle. "Remember, I'm watching Corbin," a voice whispered, echoing around his study. Corbin shuddered and poured himself a large glass of whiskey as he pondered whether he should mention the man to Riddle and the others. Draining the glass, he decided against it. He could only imagine the reaction of Riddle, and he did not wish to be roped into another of the man's undertakings. They had not gone well thus far, and Corbin had no desire to hunt the man down who had so easily gotten to him within his own home. No, he would keep it to himself, honor the agreement he'd made for now, and hope he could survive the coming storm. It was what was best for him, after all. Chapter 15. "I really don't know how to thank you for everything you've done," Amelia said appreciatively. She'd been staying with Jameson for the better of 3 days, but now it was time to leave. Oddly, she felt nervous doing so. Even if Harry was certain she would be safe now, Amelia couldn't shake the feeling of concern about returning to work and walking the streets easily, not after what had happened to her. "There's no need," Jameson assured her with a smile. "I promise it has all been rectified." "You still haven't told me how you did it," Amelia pointed out. "If I did, I expect you'd have to arrest me," he chuckled. Amelia had no idea what he'd done, and in truth, she knew she was probably better off for it. She was an Auror who had to conduct herself within the letter of the law, and Jameson was something of a maverick. He was no less effective in what he did, but she had no doubt he'd probably broken a dozen laws in the process throughout his life. "Are you still coming for Christmas?" she asked hopefully. "I wouldn't miss it," Harry assured her. "Go on, I would bet that your family is waiting for you." Amelia nodded as she approached the fireplace, still uncertain if she was ready to leave. However, with nothing else keeping her here, she offered Harry a final smile as she threw a handful of flue powder into flames. "See you later, Bones," he called. "Goodbye, Jameson." Stepping into the fire, she appeared in her own home a moment later and was immediately enveloped in a tight embrace by her brother. Edgar held her tightly for several moments before releasing her. "Well, he kept you fed," he commented amusedly. "We're glad to have you back." "I'm glad to be back," Amelia replied, though she couldn't deny she'd enjoyed the few days of peace that Jameson's home provided. Amelia. The wind was almost knocked out of her as the boy nestled himself into her midriff, and Amelia gasped for air. I think you're getting too big to be doing that, she groaned. How much are they feeding you at Hogwarts? Chris was now in his 3rd year of school, and he seemed to take after Edgar more with each passing day. That wasn't a bad thing. Edgar was a brilliant wizard in his own right and had done well for himself at school. Are you home for Christmas now? Chris asked. She is, Edgar said firmly. Moody has already said you're not to go back to work until January. He will be joining us for Christmas Day. It seemed that Amelia's plan to throw herself into work had been changed. She would have to find something else to occupy her time. Where's Eliza? She asked. Shopping, Edgar chuckled. I did offer to help, but according to her, I'm more of a hindrance. She's not wrong, Amelia snorted. Edgar scowled at her and shook his head. Well, we are decorating the last tree if you want to help. Amelia nodded eagerly. She loved Christmas, and decorating the 4 trees they had was one of her favorite parts of the holiday. Come on, go get your things unpacked. We will wait, Edgar urged. Will you? Amelia asked skeptically. Maybe. You'd better, Amelia huffed. Is Harry still coming? Edgar asked with a grin. Why wouldn't he be? No reason, Edgar said dismissively. Who's Harry? Chris asked. Amelia shot her older brother a glare before she left the study. Who's Harry? Chris repeated, his words falling on deaf ears. She expected Edgar to tease her. There wasn't much he'd been able to torment her with over the years, and he wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity, even if there was nothing to truly tease her about when it came to Jameson. Not that it mattered, and though she wouldn't deny she was looking forward to seeing him again, Amelia had no doubt the teasing would continue when he arrived. Break. It had been a strange few days, to say the least. With Yaxley and his ilk cowed, for now, and Amelia having returned home, Harry could shift his focus to the things that required his attention. Fortunately, he always ensured he kept up with marking the work of his students, and with Thomas in charge of the restaurant, he needn't be there so often. It still wasn't an apt time to visit the werewolves. With the full moon coming on Boxing Day, that trip couldn't be made until after, but there was something he could do along with completing his Christmas shopping. As ever, he was grateful that he was not such a recognizable figure here, so his trip into Diagon Alley was unhindered by people starring or the braver ones approaching him. As such, he'd managed to buy presents without much trouble, and as Harry made his way towards the magical menagerie, he shivered from the cold. The snow had continued to fall thick and fast, blanketing London thickly. Diagon Alley had not been spared, giving it a most festive feel. Ah, good morning, sir. How may I be of service to you? The shopkeeper asked as he entered. Harry smiled as his gaze traveled around the variety of creatures stocked here. Well, I do need an owl, he replied. As useful as sending messages via a patronus was, it wasn't the most subtle way of communicating, and it tended to draw considerable attention to him. Of course, the man replied with a nod. Did you have a particular breed in mind? No, Harry answered, avoiding looking at the one snowy owl amongst the others. What about that one? Ah, she is a great gray, the shopkeeper answered, putting a large leather glove on before coaxing the bird onto his hand. She is rather feisty, he chuckled. The owl hooted at him and began flapping her wings, smacking the man on the back of the head. He merely chuckled as he chided the bird. As you can see, she is quite the diva. Harry grinned at the owl and held out his hand. I wouldn't do that if I were you, the shopkeeper warned. The owl cautiously stepped onto Harry's extended arm, her amber eyes boring into his own. For a moment, he thought she might bite him, but she decided against doing so. Instead, she began bobbing her head and flapping her wings. Well, she seems to like you, the shopkeeper chuckled. Try and give her one of these. Harry accepted the treat, and when he offered it to the owl, she took it, nipping his finger gently in the process. I'll take her, he declared with a smile. He'd refrained from replacing Hedwig for more than 5 years now, and though he knew he would never have another owl like her, this one reminded him of her in all the best ways. "Excellent," the shopkeeper declared. "Will you need a cage?" Harry shook his head. "She won't be kept in a cage," he replied. Hedwig had been confined to one during his time with the Dursleys, and Harry wouldn't see this one suffer the same. No, he would set up a perch for her in the house, and she could come and go as she pleased. Still, he would need to find a suitable name for her. "Was there anything else, sir?" "There is something, but I'm not sure I'm in the right place." The shopkeeper looked at him curiously. "I have considerable land, and hope to obtain some larger animals." "What do you have in mind?" "I was thinking either some Thestrals or something similar." The shopkeeper hummed. "For something like that, you would need to find a licensed breeder. Mind, they won't just sell their creatures to anyone. You have to prove you have a suitable home for them and can meet their needs. Thestrals require fresh meat, an available water source, and woodland." "I have a woodland with a river," Harry explained. "Then you might be in luck," the shopkeeper replied. "If you leave your contact information, I can pass it on to a friend of mine who breeds a variety of creatures. He comes in regularly enough, so I expect it won't be long until he gets in touch." Harry nodded and wrote his name on a piece of parchment before handing it to the man. "Ah, you must be Professor Jameson, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor," he acknowledged. "I will pass this on to Claude when I see him." "Thank you," Harry said gratefully. "How much for this one?" he asked, nodding towards the now sleeping owl. 3 galleons. Handing over the fee, Harry took his leave from the shop and headed towards the leaky cauldron. As much as he enjoyed having decadent meals at his whim from his own restaurant, sometimes Harry longed for the heartier food served by Tom. Whilst there, he could ponder what he would do for his remaining days of holiday before he made his way to Canada for the remainder of it. He would be returning to Hogwarts this evening, and to the Bones home the next. Amelia had insisted he didn't miss the Christmas Eve festivities. What that entailed, Harry didn't know, but other than with the Weasleys, he'd not experienced a truly magical Christmas. The one he'd spent with Sirius had been marred by what had happened to Arthur in the Department of Mysteries, and had been a rather depressing affair. Since the war ended, Harry had spent Christmas alone mostly. He would visit Teddy and Andromeda, but the woman hadn't had it easy since Ted and Nymphadora had been killed. Harry had ensured she had more than enough gold to last her, and his godson twice what they could ever spend in a single lifetime. But he knew that Andromeda would give every nut to have her husband and daughter back. Teddy was the one thing that kept her going, and she'd become fiercely protective over the boy. Harry couldn't blame her. She'd lost everything during Voldemort's last rise to power, and her grandson was all she had left. Shaking his head of his maudlin thoughts, Harry entered the pub and took a seat before perusing the menu. "What can I get for you today, young man?" Tom asked with a toothy grin. "I'll have the steak and ale pie," Harry decided. "An excellent choice," Tom replied, nodding down his order. "And a drink." "A butterbeer will be fine." With a nod, Tom left Harry to his thoughts once more, and he absent-mindedly considered the past few days. He'd given Amelia her space to come to terms with what had happened to her, but they shared their meals together and had walked the length and breadth of his property several times. Harry learned that she was just as restless as him and preferred to keep her mind occupied. Staying in his home without the option of leaving had not been easy for her, and Harry suspected Amelia was pleased to have her freedom again. Thinking of what had happened to the woman caused a frown to crease his brow. Perhaps it would have been easier to kill Yaxley and the others, though that would have only served to draw unwanted attention. No, he believed he had frightened the man enough that he needn't be concerned. Nonetheless, he would be keeping a very close eye on those he knew would one day become Tom's followers. A very close eye indeed. "Break." "Well, what did you find, Moody?" Grim demanded as Alistair entered his office. "Nothing, sir." "Nothing." Alistair could only shrug in response. A report of considerable magical activity had been detected outside of Blackburn, and yet no trace of anything had been found other than some ash mixed in with the dirt. So whatever happened was covered up, Grim sighed. Alistair nodded. It seems that way, sir. I find it odd that the report came in and there was nothing to be found, he said thoughtfully. Unless what happened was hidden by whatever protections were in place. The alert we received was probably the defenses being collapsed. Do you really think that? I do, Moody replied. Our sensors aren't very good at picking up defenses. It's every British person's right to defend the home as they see fit, so it was never something focused on when installing the sensors around the country. Grim frowned as he nodded. Very well. Any word from Bones? Alistair shook his head. I saw her the night she was retrieved, and Jameson insists she will need some time to recover up here, he explained, tapping the side of his head. I agree, sir. She's tough, but something like that doesn't just go away. That is why I granted her the leave, Grim sighed. Well, for now, I want you to keep working together. The new recruit can be partnered with Perkins, at least until Bones is well enough to go it alone. Aye, sir, Alistair replied. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. Grim grunted. Go on, get yourself home. You're back on duty on Boxing Day. Merry Christmas, sir. Grim chuckled humorlessly. My mother-in-law has currently parked her fat, sweaty arse on my favorite chair and is doing her best impression of a pig with its face in a trough. I keep telling myself that it will get better, but I think the old bag will outlive me out of spite. I don't know, Moody, but I do know I won't be having a merry anything, not with her there. You have my condolences, sir, Alistair said amusedly as he left his superior's office. Grim liked to complain about his wife and her mother. It seemed to have become something of a hobby, and the man had become rather adept at it. Still, there was nothing to be done for him. Alistair now had the joy of a rare couple of days off duty, and he intended to enjoy them, even if Grim couldn't. Break. I've noticed I've been seeing you more dressed up recently, Edgar said nonchalantly, though Amelia did not miss the twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Could this have something to do with a certain professor? She glared at her brother in the mirror, and he grinned in response. I'm sure you're a glutton for punishment, Edgar, Eliza sighed. Leave Amelia alone. If she wants to impress Professor Jameson, that's her business. Is he handsome? She asked Amelia. She rolled her eyes, and Eliza offered her a grin. Never mind. I'm sure I'll see for myself soon enough. It's not like that, Amelia denied. Eliza hummed, evidently not believing her. Amelia and Jameson were little more than passing acquaintances who she liked to think had started a budding friendship. They'd been through too much together to not have grown close in some ways. He had saved her life, after all. Twice at the last count. What is it like then? Eliza asked, pulling her from her thoughts. It's not like anything, Amelia huffed. He's helped me a few times, and I've helped him. So you're friends? Amelia nodded. I think so. What do you mean? Eliza questioned with a frown. Amelia released a deep breath. When he came to get me from where I was, it was the first time I'd seen him in months, she explained. I know he works at Hogwarts, but after the grayback thing, he made it clear he didn't want to see me. But then he came to your rescue, and you stayed with him for a few days, Eliza pointed out. How was that? It was nice, Amelia admitted. We went for walks and ate together. I don't know, he's just so aloof. He said he doesn't date witches. Doesn't date witches? Amelia shrugged. He said he dated too, and they were just horrible experiences. Besides, none of that matters. He doesn't have time to date, and nor do I. Are you just using that as an excuse? It's not an excuse. Eliza hummed again. Of course not, she said with a smirk. You look great, by the way, she added as Edgar returned with the first of their guests in tow. Look what I found lurking, he chuckled, gesturing to Moody. You've made an effort, lass, her partner grumbled. There was no need to do that on my account. If any of you make another comment, I swear I will start cursing people, Amelia warned. Alistair chuckled heartily as he held up a hand. I'm just winding you up, he placated. You look better, Bones. The rest is doing you good, but I wouldn't get used to it. Grim has partnered us back together for a while. He's given Perkins my rookie, so I suppose I'm stuck with you a bit longer. Amelia beamed happily at the thought of continuing to work with Alistair. Is that so bad? I thought I'd be rid of you, Alistair quipped. Now I don't get much time off. Where's the sherry? I've already poured one for you, Edgar informed the man, handing Moody a glass. Ah, I expect that will be our final guest. Amelia, do you need a moment to finish preparing yourself? Edgar laughed, fleeing the room as Amelia drew her wand. He took too much joy in teasing her, though she supposed she'd never given him much to do so over the years. Nonetheless, it was no excuse to try to make up for it now. Especially when there was nothing to tease her about. You can be quiet too, she warned the grinning Moody, who had situated himself in an armchair by the fire. I didn't say a word, lass, he defended. You didn't need to, Amelia grumbled, smiling unwittingly as Jameson entered the room with her brother. Of course I didn't, Moody snorted. Amelia ignored the barb and straightened her dress. Harry Jameson, this is my wife, Lady Eliza Bones, Edgar introduced. Amelia quirked an eyebrow as Jameson took Eliza's hand and placed a kiss on the back of it in the customary pureblood way. It is a pleasure, Lady Bones, he offered warmly. Moody. How's it going? Living the dream, lad, Alistair replied, raising his glass of sherry, eliciting a chuckle from Harry. And you have already met my little sister, Amelia, many times, Edgar continued. You don't need to introduce us, Ede, Amelia sighed. Hello, Jameson. Bones, Harry acknowledged, managing to stay out of trouble. Only because you've not been here, Amelia returned. Oh, straight for the jugular, Jameson snorted. Aye, she's vicious, that one, Alistair commented. I think I'm beginning to learn that, Harry replied amusedly. You look beautiful, he offered to Amelia. The compliment caught her off guard, and Amelia did her utmost not to blush, especially because Jameson was making that stupid smile he did when he knew he'd gotten to her. What's your poison, Harry? Edgar asked, leading him towards the table where several bottles were laid out. He is handsome, isn't he? Eliza murmured with a grin. You could get lost in those eyes. Amelia frowned at the woman. I won't deny he's good-looking, she muttered. Not that you could, Eliza replied. How you lit up when he came and told me everything I needed to know. I didn't light up, Amelia denied. Keep telling yourself that, but I'd sort that blush out if I were you. Before Amelia could respond, Eliza took her by the arm and led her towards the drinks table. What are you having? She asked. Something strong. I think I'll need it to get through this. Amelia accepted a glass of amber liquid and began listening to the conversation Harry, Edgar, and Alistair were sharing. How is it teaching? Edgar asked. It's fun, Harry answered. I suppose I have Moody to thank for it. He's the reason Dumbledore came and offered me the job. I mentioned you to him, Alistair confirmed. After what you did to that lot in the pub that night, I thought you'd have a thing or two to share. I wasn't wrong, was I? You weren't, Amelia interjected. I know you can't really say much, but how did you get so good? I got tired of being lucky, Harry sighed. I found myself in a lot of trouble when I was younger, so I decided to dedicate myself to my magic. You're self-taught? Moody asked. Mostly, Harry answered. I've been lucky enough to meet some great wizards and witches who have helped me, but I started off with a set of books and went from there. Well, I don't doubt you, Jameson, Alistair offered sincerely. You helped Bones out, and she's one of the best I've come across. If I've not already told you, I'm grateful for your help. As am I, Edgar added. Well, I did what I could, Harry said dismissively, and Amelia got the impression he didn't know how to handle praise. Anyway, it's supposed to be Christmas. Let's not dwell on the less pleasant incidents. Hear, hear, Alistair agreed. Harry seemed to relax as the topic of conversation shifted to more mundane things, and Amelia simply sipped her drink, occasionally adding her input but mostly listening to the three men discuss all manner of things, from business to work as an orer and the Wisengamot. "Ah, dinner is ready," Edgar declared as the bell sounded in the room. "Eliza, would you send for Chris?" The woman nodded and left the room to do so, followed by the rest of them, who made their way to the dining room. "How many Christmas trees do you have?" Harry asked amusedly. "We always have 4, Amelia answered. "It's tradition." He nodded and held out a chair for her at the table before taking the one next to her. Amelia frowned at her brother as she realized he'd made name cards and had put them together purposely despite being able to seat at least a dozen. Professor Jameson. Chris had arrived with Eliza, and the boy was staring wide-eyed at Harry, surprised by his presence. "Bones," Jameson greeted. Amelia was taken aback, as her little brother positively beamed at the man. "What are you doing here, Professor?" "I came to check and make sure you've done your homework. What was it again, 3 feet on vampires?" he asked, offering Amelia a discreet wink. 3 feet, Chris gasped. "I thought it was only 1. "Oh dear," Jameson tutted. "I suppose that will be detention for you." Chris looked horrified, and Amelia swatted Harry's arm. "Really, Jameson, at Christmas?" Chris breathed a sigh of relief as he took the seat on the other side of Harry. "You're not funny, Professor," he grumbled when he realized it was a joke. "I've already done the homework." "Of course you have," Harry sighed. "You're too much like your sister, which isn't a bad thing," he added when Amelia shot him a glare. "Just not as scary." "Amelia isn't scary," Chris denied. "Maybe not to you, Bones," Jameson snorted. "To us regular people, she's scary." "And to me," Edgar interjected. "Come on, everyone, help yourselves. There's plenty of food." They did so, and Amelia watched as Chris engaged Harry in conversation. It was odd to see the boy so animated as he spoke. Mostly, he was quiet, but with Harry, he seemed to come out of his shell. "You should try the potatoes, Professor," he urged. "Eliza makes the best ones." "Does she?" Jameson asked interestedly. "In that case, maybe I'll keep the bowl for myself." "Then you won't get any pork," Amelia broke in. Jameson narrowed his eyes at her. "That does look like good pork," he observed, eyeing the plate next to her. "If you want some of this, you'd better hand over the potatoes." Whilst he wasn't paying attention, Chris had already helped himself to the bowl Jameson held, much to Amelia's amusement. "I'll give you the potatoes when you give me the pork." "No deal, Jameson," Amelia returned. "At the same time." "The same time," Amelia agreed. "No tricks," she warned. "For Merlin's sake," Moody growled. "I'm hungry too." With a flick of his wand, Amelia found herself holding the potatoes and Jameson the pork. The man grinned victoriously, then frowned when he realized he hadn't taken any of the former for himself. Amelia rolled her eyes at him. "Here," she huffed, adding some to his plate. "Better." Jameson nodded satisfactorily. "Much better," he agreed, digging into his meal. Amelia could only shake her head. They ate mostly in silence, with Chris being the one to lead the conversation by asking Harry questions, mostly pertaining to his lessons. "Is it true you showed the 4th years the unforgivable curses?" he asked. Jameson nodded. "They are something every witch and wizard should be aware of," he explained. "I'm sure you're aware that using any on another person will land you a one-way ticket to Azkaban." Chris nodded. "Why are they so bad?" "It's not the spells themselves, but mostly the intent behind them," Jameson answered. "The killing curse speaks for itself, but I would say the least worrying. Dying is better than the others." Harry nodded. "It is quick and painless," he pointed out. "With the Imperious Curse, you can control people and have them do whatever you like. Many people have become unwilling killers or done things they never would because of it." "That sounds horrible," Chris declared. "It is," Harry agreed, "and the Cruciatus Curse can cause permanent damage to the mind if someone is subjected to it for too long. What makes them so dangerous is that none of them can be blocked with a magical shield. Anyway, I don't think this is suitable dinner talk. Chris nodded. I'd like to propose a toast, Edgar announced as he stood. To everyone here, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, the rest of the table echoed. Are you all right, Bones? Harry asked. Amelia nodded. The mention of the Cruciatus curse had reminded her of what had happened whilst she was held captive, and though she hadn't mentioned it to anyone, she had no doubt Jameson had recognized the symptoms of the after effects when he'd rescued her. I'm fine, she assured him. He nodded. You will be, he murmured, giving her hand a squeeze under the table. Somehow, she believed him, and though her ordeal continued to haunt her, Amelia got the impression he was speaking from experience. Have you? She asked. More times than I care to count, he answered simply before returning to his meal. His own expression had darkened considerably, and Amelia returned the gesture, squeezing his hand comfortingly, the two of them understanding the damage such a thing could do to someone. Break. He rested the tips of his fingers together as he gazed into the fire, more than a little disturbed by what had been bothering him the past couple of days. Whoever it was who had interfered with his plan, whether knowingly or not, was troubling the Dark Lord. Forgetting the fact they had single-handedly killed around 20 people, simply breaching the defenses deeply enough that they were not detected immediately, was quite the feat. He'd inspected the trace of magic left behind, and no stone had been left unturned when it came to casting the magic. However, the perpetrator had extensive knowledge of such measures and had navigated them expertly. The mere suggestion that it could have been Dumbledore of all people who carried out what had been done to the kidnappers was laughable, though the Dark Lord could scarcely deny that whoever had was undoubtedly a gifted and dangerous wizard. It was troubling, indeed, and the more he pondered it, the more troubling it became. What's more is that the magic of the individual was not familiar to him, but in an odd way, it was at the same time. It was dark and foreboding, and yet there was a glimmer of something quite brilliantly pure within it. Just a glimmer. Still, it was disturbing. Leaning back in his chair, the Dark Lord nodded to himself. He must be cautious in his approach, and although there was no fathomable way the perpetrator could be aware of him and his intention, it would not do to forget what had happened. No, it would be both negligent and foolish to do so. How the house had been found and all that occurred after would remain a mystery, but to Lord Voldemort, it would serve as a reminder of what it was he was up against. Even so, he would not be deterred from his course of action. Britain would be brought under his heel, and would tremble with fear at the mere mention of his name. That day was not today, but it would come in the end, and when he was ready to claim it, there was none who could hope to stop him. Not Dumbledore, not the Ministry of Magic, nor any phantom would-be hero lurking in the shadows. Break. He doesn't look too good, does he? Harry whispered to Amelia as he nodded to the pale Moody. He drank too much sherry, she replied amusedly. So, he's nursing quite the hangover. I'd say so, Amelia sighed. Maybe I should get him something to settle his stomach. Or we should remind him that he shouldn't drink so much, Harry suggested. Let him suffer through it. Besides, I have a plan. Jameson, why is it when you're up to something, you always look gleeful? I have no idea what you mean, Harry replied airily, aiming his wand at one of the empty boxes and summoning it discreetly towards him. He didn't allow Amelia to see what he was doing, but when he was done, he returned it back under the tree. What did you do? Amelia asked. You'll see, Harry replied with a grin. Despite being rudely awoken by an excited Amelia even before the sun had risen, he was in good spirits, though not as much as his host, whom he'd never seen this side to. Amelia Bones had always been rather focused, serious, and at times intense. In the comfort of her own home, however, and surrounded by the festivities, she was relaxed and at ease. He looks pleased, she commented, nodding towards her younger brother. Chris was tearing through his pile of presents with gusto, much to the amusement of Eliza and Edgar. You all make it so special for him, Harry replied. Amelia nodded. He was just a baby when it happened and didn't know them the way we did. Edgar raised him and then Eliza when they met. They both sacrificed so much. Well, from what I've seen, they've done a fine job with him, Harry said sincerely. Amelia smiled and continued to watch Chris opening his presents. Here, Alistair, this one's for you, Edgar called, sliding the box Harry had tampered with towards the Auror. He fought the urge to smirk as Moody fumbled with the bow, and Amelia shook her head. It's light, Moody commented as he lifted the lid, only to splutter as a jet of water gushed out of the box and sent him sprawling with a scream of surprise. Chris laughed uproariously at the sodden man, and Harry pretended not to notice what had happened, though he was shaking with amusement. Got him, he whispered. Amelia huffed, but couldn't hide her grin as she helped the shell-shocked Alistair to his feet. What the bloody hell was that? Moody growled. A pick-me-up, Harry answered. Moody's mouth fell agape as he glared at him, and the others as they fought to hide their own amusement. I'll have you, Jameson, he vowed. It was difficult to take him seriously when he resembled a wet dog, and Harry took mercy on him, drying the man with a wave of his wand. Here, he sighed, offering him his real present. Moody eyed the wrapped package suspiciously and shook it before removing the lid. A boyish grin broke out as he removed the book within, and he began to chuckle. Where did you get this, lad? He asked. Just something I had in my collection, Harry replied. Moody nodded as he thumbed through the volume, his smile widening. Oh, I can't wait to use some of these, he murmured. They're not strictly legal, but they're not specifically illegal either. Thanks, Jameson. He returned to his chair and began studying the book. I hope you know what you've unleashed on the world, Amelia muttered. Jealous? Harry asked. Not at all, Amelia returned. Harry chuckled as the grin Moody wore did not shift. He'd gifted the man a particularly rare book of curses, used to apprehend and restrain people. A century prior, the spells it contained had been used by the Aurors readily, but had fallen out of favor due to their cruel nature. Harry had come across a dozen or so copies in the Department of Mysteries archives, gathering dust. At the time, he'd been at odds with the Ministry and Gringotts, and had decided to sell a few copies if necessary. It hadn't been, and he had 3 remaining in his collection. Oh wow, thank you, Professor, Chris gushed as he unwrapped his own gift. You did register your interest in joining the team, Harry pointed out. Chris nodded as he admired the beater's bat. Although it paled in comparison to the ones available when Harry had played, it was still the top of the line here and a fine bat. Chris gave it a couple of practice swings and nodded satisfactorily. Did you get me a beater's bat? Amelia asked with a grin. Is that what you wanted? It could be useful, Amelia mused aloud. Well then, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Harry sighed as he handed her a gift. Amelia opened it, and her gaze flitted between Harry and the gift. Jameson, this must have cost you a fortune, she whispered as she removed the bracelet. More in time than anything else, Harry said dismissively. The magic only works when you use certain elements together. It just so happens those elements are quite expensive. What magic? Amelia asked curiously. Put it on, Harry urged. She did so, and the silvery chain vanished, along with the stones that adorned it. Where did it go? Amelia asked. You have to want to see it, Harry explained. Amelia frowned, but it appeared once more. It will stay invisible and undetectable until you have need of it, Harry explained. It works as a portkey and as a locator when you activate it. It means that any time you need it, you can be found. If you use it as a portkey, it will take you straight to my home and alert me. I don't know what to say, Amelia said, in awe at his creation. How did you make this? I know things, Harry replied with a grin. Amelia rolled her eyes at him. Thank you, Harry, she said sincerely. The present I got for you is nothing compared to this. He accepted the 2 gifts she handed him, and he chuckled as he opened the first. Payback, he asked amusedly. Amelia nodded. I thought I'd see how you like it when people make assumptions, she huffed. Harry grinned as he held up the white underpants. Not bad, Bones, he praised. At least they're clean. Amelia nudged him with her elbow as she laughed. Now open your real present. He did so and found a watch carefully nestled inside. It was one of my father's favorite watches, Amelia said fondly. Harry shook his head. I can't take this, he denied. Yes, you can, Amelia insisted, closing his hand over it. Edgar and I agreed you should have it. You've done so much for us, and it would be a shame for it to just gather dust with the others. It's not worth much, but it would mean a lot to us if you'd accept it. You're not going to let me say no, are you? No. Harry chuckled as he took the watch out of the box. The leather strap showed signs of wear, and the casing was scratched, the markings showing how much it had been worn by the late Lord Bones. I'll take good care of it, Harry promised. Amelia smiled, though she scowled as Edgar stepped between them and picked up the white underpants. Bloody hell, Jameson, you don't wear these, do you? They are a joke present, idiot, Amelia huffed. You brought him pants as a joke, Edgar asked confusedly. Anyway, we will have breakfast soon. Oh, before I forget, we are having a get-together for New Year's Eve. We'd love for you to come, Harry. He wrapped his arm around Eliza's shoulder as she joined them. Harry offered the man an apologetic look. Unfortunately, I'll be abroad on business. Restaurant business or the other kind of business? Amelia asked. A little of both, Harry answered. Worried about me, Bones. Not even a little bit. Harry chuckled as he shook his head. Apologies. If it weren't important, I'd delay it. No, I understand, Edgar assured him. I know what it's like running businesses. Well, when you're back, you're more than welcome to join us for dinner. Maybe Moody will be sober enough to come. Alastair was currently sleeping in his chair, nursing a bottle of sherry he'd evidently received. There's always one, Harry snorted. Would you like some help with breakfast? Edgar nodded. We can leave this lot to clean the mess up, he chuckled, leading Harry from the room to the sound of the protesting Amelia and Eliza. Break. That's quite some bracelet. Amelia was startled from her observations of the craftsmanship. Jameson had done an excellent job, and though she could not identify everything that was in it, she could feel his cool magic gently pulsing. It is, she agreed. You're disappointed he can't make it for New Year. I'm not. Eliza shot her a pointed look. You did a terrible job at hiding it, and the fact that you're worried about him going away on business, she added. I don't know what it is he does, Amelia, but he found you when the Aurors couldn't. That couldn't have been easy. It wasn't, Amelia murmured. You like him. What? Eliza released a deep sigh. Are you really going to deny it? It's not like that, Amelia replied. I don't think it is. So you're unsure. Amelia shrugged. How could I know if I like him for who he is, or if it is just because of all the things he's done for me? She asked. He saved my life more than once. I can't even put into words how grateful I am for that, but that already complicates things. Well, what about the other times when your life isn't in danger? Amelia frowned thoughtfully. He's quiet, but he makes me laugh a lot, she answered. He has these rare moments when he relaxes, and I get to see the real him. Does that make sense? It does, Eliza replied. He strikes me as someone who hasn't had an easy life, so it's understandable that he's guarded. Amelia nodded. She wouldn't profess to know much about Jameson, but what she did know spoke of a life of trial and tribulation. He hasn't had it easy, she murmured as the memory of him telling her about witnessing the murder of his mother surfaced. Then it seems to me that it will just take time to get past that guard, so you can get to know him. If he lets me, Amelia murmured. Come on, Bones, Jameson called from the doorway. Breakfast is ready. Eliza gave her an encouraging squeeze on the shoulder and headed towards the door. What about Alastair? Amelia asked. The man was snoring in his chair, and someone had put a hat from a cracker on his head. Are you going to wake him? Amelia shook her head and followed the other woman from the room, gasping as a wave of magic washed over her. Her eyes widened at the sight of Eliza, sporting a large red nose and antlers, and realizing she too had fallen victim to the prank. Amelia growled at the laughing Edgar and Harry. "Oh, I'm going to kill your brother," Eliza declared. She sprinted after the man drawing her wand, and Edgar fled. "Where do you think you're going, Jameson?" Amelia called after Harry as he, too, ran. "Jameson, get back here." His laughter rang out around the house, and Amelia continued to chase the man, firing spells whenever she caught sight of him. Chapter 16. She'd been back at work for a few days now, but this was the first time Amelia had been allowed out on patrol. Aura Grimm had insisted she be checked over by a healer, and that she now attend mandatory mind-healing sessions once a week for the foreseeable future, or until he was satisfied that she was indeed fully recovered from her ordeal. "What you experienced is among the worst things any on the job can. Stone the bloody crows, Bones. You might tell me you're doing just fine, but I want a professional to tell me. Now, are you a qualified counselor?" "No, sir." "Exactly," Grimm declared. "Don't argue with me, Bones. I want you out there removing the dregs of society from our streets. Merlin knows it's a forsaken cesspool of shit and scum, but rules are rules, and you will follow them." Grimm wouldn't budge, so Amelia was subjected to a rigorous physical assessment, and then her first of what she hoped to be few mind-healing sessions before she was permitted to be back in the field. "How are you finding it, lass?" Alistair asked. "I'm fine, Moody. You don't need to check every 5 seconds." It was becoming frustrating, and though Amelia was certainly more aware of her surroundings than she'd previously been, she was coping. Still, she kept her hand firmly wrapped around her wand, ready to react immediately should she need to. "I'm fine," she reiterated as Alistair shot her a probing look. He held his hands up placatingly. "I just think you should have taken a little more time before being back out here," he said concernedly. Amelia released a deep breath. Both Grimm and the mind healer had said the same, but Amelia couldn't stand sitting behind her desk any longer. She didn't become an Auror to read reports or sign off on paperwork. She wanted to be out here where she was needed, and she wouldn't let the uneasiness she couldn't deny she was feeling get in the way of that. "Come on, I'd say it's about time for some lunch," Alistair declared when they'd finished another pass of Diagon Alley. "What do you fancy?" "A sandwich will be fine," Amelia replied. Alistair nodded, and the two of them headed towards the deli, only a short walk away. When both had been served, they took a seat inside the shop. With it being January, it was far too cold to be outside and unmoving. "I'm glad you're back, Bones," Alistair offered sincerely. "I'm glad to be back," Amelia snorted. "The time off was nice, but I don't do well being idle for too long." I know. I get restless too." Amelia nodded and began eating her lunch, shooting furtive glances towards the passers-by. She couldn't deny she was much more alert now, perhaps bordering on paranoid, but as the mind healer had pointed out, it was an understandable after-effect of what had happened. "What's going on over there?" Moody asked with a frown, nodding towards where two of their colleagues were ushering the crowd away from one of the side streets. "Come on, let's see if they need any help." Amelia followed Alistair from the shop towards where the other Aurors had blocked the road off. "Need anything, lads?" Moody asked as they reached them. One of the men, Holroyd, nodded. "A body has been dropped here," he sighed. "One of the old dears from the fabric shop found it." "Impossible," Alistair replied with a frown. "We passed through here only 20 minutes ago." "Well, you either missed it, or it's been left since," Holroyd replied with a shrug. Alistair's frown deepened, and he gestured for Amelia to follow. "Like we would have missed this," he grumbled as they came upon the scene. The body was of a young man, and his death had not been untroubled. He had 4 deep gashes in his back, and his skin was pale and clammy. "Killing curse," Moody muttered. "The cuts were done whilst he was alive, but it was the curse that finished him." Amelia swallowed deeply at the sight of the body, remembering vividly that she could have ended up in a similar state if things had been different. Well, we will have to wait for Jenny to confirm it, she replied. And in the meantime, we have a crime scene to locate, Moody sighed. This didn't happen here. Wherever it is, there will be blood and lots of it. The question I have is, why was the body left here and in the middle of the day? It's risky. Maybe the killer panicked and just dropped it off at the first place they could think of, Amelia suggested. Alistair nodded thoughtfully. Maybe, he agreed. You're probably not far off. They've made a bloody mess of it, though. Any idea who it is? Alistair shook his head. I don't recognize him, but Jenny will be able to tell us more. Come on, let's preserve the area from the other side. There's not much else we can do now. He's got no portkey and any trace is cold. Amelia shot the body a final glance and released a calming breath as she did as instructed. It was difficult not to dwell on the thought that it could have been her, and though she knew she was lucky, that feeling of dread that had been with her since she woke in the basement remained as prominent as ever. Break. I was thinking of installing magical greenhouses so we wouldn't just be relying on food production for an income, Harry explained. We could put a dozen or so on that field there. Ivor, the werewolf the others had elected to manage the land, nodded and noted it on his piece of parchment, adding to the many other plans Harry had concocted since arriving. There was so much land here, and it would be wasted if it was not put to use. I think it is a great idea, Mr. Jameson. All of them are great, but I'm not sure we can do all of this, Ivor said apologetically. Most of us aren't blessed with magic, and those of us that are, well, we never went to school. They wouldn't have us, except Durmstrang and our families couldn't afford it. Harry nodded his understanding. We really want to help, Mr. Jameson, and we are grateful for everything you're doing for us. Harry waved the man off. Don't worry, Ivor, I will find a way to make it work, he assured the werewolf. Is there anything else you need at all? Ivor offered him an appreciative smile. Well, we really could use some more healing potions for the little ones. They're always so sore after the full moon, he explained. We have lots of food and shelter now, thanks to you. There's not much else we want for. Harry frowned thoughtfully as he nodded. I will arrange for the potions, he promised. Better yet, I can teach you how to make them yourself. When we get the greenhouses running, you can grow your own ingredients. Harry had known it wouldn't be easy getting the werewolves settled on the land, but he'd not expected it to be as difficult was. They wanted to help him create a thriving community where they could live in peace, have a purpose, and be free from the persecution each of them had faced throughout their lives. But because society had failed them so, they were poorly prepared for it. Harry didn't hold it against the pack. All they'd ever known had been a life on the road or on the run, and they'd simply done what was necessary to survive. As Ivor had pointed out, even those with magic had not received a formal education, so they were not very adept with their wands. Having seen it for himself, their ability was on par with his second years at best, and it simply wouldn't be enough for them to survive without reverting back to their ways or for the farming venture to be a success. They needed Harry, and without him, they would either perish or fail, perhaps even both. He'd been back from Canada for only a week, and yet he could scarcely think of anything else since he'd returned. Harry may have rescued them from Greyback's clutches, but as things were, they were only just a little better off. Releasing a deep sigh, he finished his marking for the day and checked his watch. He had a few hours yet before he was due at the Bones for dinner, and with the knowledge of the task ahead of him, he removed the notebook he'd been writing in since he arrived. As things were, his supply of gold was sufficient, but with much to do to make the farm a profitable business, Harry knew it wouldn't hurt to have more in reserve. Thumbing through the pages, he stopped when he came to one that would provide him with such, and a grin crested his lips. It didn't hurt that it would be a fun excursion. It certainly had been the first time around. Firstly, however, he knew he should speak with Dumbledore. There were things that needed to be discussed, and Harry would rather they were not hanging him over him longer than necessary. Break. The holidays always seemed to go by so quickly, and though so much had happened over the Christmas period, Albus felt he'd not been able to enjoy the break as much as he usually would. Still, the end of the school year would come quickly enough, and he had plenty to keep himself occupied over the next 6 months. The 5th and 7th years were preparing to sit their owls and newts, respectively, and there was always work to be done to ensure the school continued to function. "Come in, Harry," he called as a knock sounded at his door. The man entered, and Albus offered him a smile. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important, headmaster." Albus waved him off. "Nothing that can't wait," he assured Harry. "What can I do for you?" Before he could open his mouth to speak, Albus already knew the direction the conversation was going. He'd been here several times over the years, and he'd hoped that the young man sitting before him would be different. "I just wanted to inform you in advance that I won't be returning to teach next year," Harry said candidly. "It's not that I don't want to be here or that I'm not enjoying it. I would like nothing more than to stay on, but I inadvertently took on more responsibility than I anticipated when we captured Greyback." "The other werewolves?" Albus asked, surprised by the revelation. Harry nodded. "I have purchased some land in Canada where I am settling them," he explained. "My intention is to start a farm and nursery for magical plants. The werewolves are keen to run it, but most of them do not have magic, and those who do are poorly educated. I need to invest some time there to teach them and get the place up and running properly. It is considerable work, as I'm sure you understand, and I cannot just abandon them, not when I displaced them." Albus leaned back in his chair and nodded. "It is a very noble and giving thing you are doing for them, Harry," he praised. "I must say, I am so very proud of you for it. Of course, I regret losing you terribly, but I understand and support your reasons." "Thank you," Harry said as he stood and offered his hand. Albus accepted the proffered limb. "I do hope you will return to the castle when the time is right for you," he said sincerely. "You have proven yourself to be an excellent teacher, and there will always be a place here at Hogwarts for you." "I will bear that in mind," Harry replied with a smile before taking his leave of the office. He meant it, and Albus hoped he would return. Defense against the dark arts had been lacking in professors of such a high caliber as Harry Jameson, and it would be a shame if he never graced the halls here again. He would. Harry may be saying goodbye at the end of the school year, but Albus had every faith he would indeed return to teach once more. Break. It had been a frustrating day at best. With the body having been collected, Amelia and Alastair had done their utmost to find the crime scene where the murder had taken place. However, without a full report on what had happened, they had more chance of finding a demiguise in the woods. "Amelia," Jenny gasped as she entered the examination room. The air was all but squeezed from her lungs as her friend pulled her into a tight embrace. Amelia had written to Jenny to assure the woman she was okay after her ordeal, but this was the first time she'd seen each other. Of course, the letter had been brief and lacking much detail other than she'd been found, and Amelia expected she was going to be grilled when Jenny had finished trying to suffocate her. "You're back at work already?" she asked with a frown. Amelia nodded. "I got tired of doing nothing." Jenny hummed. "Are you sure you should be? You sound like everyone else." "You mean the people who care about you." "Jenny, I'm fine," Amelia reassured her. "I had to have a physical, and now I will be seeing a mind healer once a week to make sure I'm coping." "Are you coping?" Amelia nodded. "I am," she sighed. "I have my moments, but locking myself up at home isn't going to help me. I need to get back into the swing of things." Jenny didn't seem convinced, but she didn't comment on it further. That didn't mean, however, that she would let the entire topic go. "Well, what happened?" she pressed. "All I know is that we were supposed to be having dinner and then you were snatched. How were you found?" "Jameson," Amelia answered. Jenny's eyes widened. "The very same Jameson who disappeared to Hogwarts and you didn't hear from." Amelia nodded. "Moody told him about what happened and he found me," she explained with a shrug. And what? Do you expect me to believe that he found you, freed you, and that's it?" Amelia narrowed her eyes at her friend. Well, I did live with him for a few days after whilst he was making sure it was safe for me, she revealed, scowling as Jenny began to clap. Well, what happened whilst you were shacked up together? We weren't shacked up, Amelia huffed. Jenny quirked an eyebrow at her. Nothing happened, Amelia reiterated. He took care of me, and then he came to our home for Christmas, and he might be coming for dinner tonight, she added, already anticipating the squeal of delight. No, it's not like that. Come on, do you really expect me to believe? After everything, it isn't like that, even just a little bit. Amelia simply shook her head. It's not, well, I don't think it is, she sighed. I don't know. With everything that's happened, I've not thought about it much. But you like him. I don't know. How can you not know? I suppose it's more complicated than it should be, Amelia murmured. Anyway, I didn't come here for you to delve into my non-existent love life. What have you got for me? She asked, nodding towards the body. Jenny pouted, but when she realized that part of the conversation was over, she offered Amelia a pointed look before shifting her attention to her work. He died miserably, she said sadly. 4 deep lacerations to the back and the killing curse just before he would have bled out. Someone wanted to send him a message. Well, I'd say he got it, Amelia replied. Anything else? There's not much to say. Whoever did this cleaned up after themselves, but they did miss one thing, she explained as she lifted one of the dead man's hands. The sand underneath his fingernails is coastal. Given a little more time, I should be able to narrow down the area for you. I'll have an answer by the morning. Amelia nodded gratefully. Thanks, Jenny. It's what I'm here for, the blonde replied. Now, why are you still here? Don't you have dinner with a certain someone to get ready for? You're incorrigible, Amelia huffed, though a smile played at the corner of her lips. But you're right, I am done for the day. Give Jameson my best. Amelia ignored the teasing tone of her friend as she took her leave of the examination room. She should have known better than to tell Jenny anything, but the woman had a knack for finding things out, so it was better it came from Amelia rather than anything being misconstrued. Not that there was anything that could be twisted. Nothing had happened between her and Jameson, and she doubted that would change anytime soon. Nonetheless, she was looking forward to seeing him, and Amelia couldn't be certain if that were a good or a bad thing. Break. Harry smiled as he broke through the final layer of brickwork, and he found himself within an enormous tomb filled with intricately decorated wooden crates surrounding a coffin that seemed too big to be for any single person. He'd been here after another team of Unspeakables had located it as part of his training, but he knew what it had contained prior to his visit. Who goes there? A beery voice demanded. His smile widened at the sight of the ghost of the fat duke. The man had been a squib born in the 16th century and had somehow won favor with the newly crowned Queen Elizabeth. What capacity he'd served Her Majesty under, Harry didn't know, but he suspected the Duke spied on his own people or the Muggle Parliament and fed information back to Elizabeth. The Duke hadn't admitted as much, but he became rather evasive when it was mentioned. Harry had spoken to the ghost at length during his first visit, and he still found the sheer size of the man amusing. It didn't help that he chose to wear such vibrant clothes in the form of a purple and yellow pinstriped ensemble. Just a passerby, Harry answered. Well, you're not welcome. Shoo. Go on off with you, young man. Not until I get what I came here for, Harry returned. You wish to steal my treasure. No, I will not allow it. Guards. Whenever he became animated, as he was wont to do, his several chins and jowls wobbled, and his piggy eyes narrowed, giving him the appearance of a giant, overfed infant. Harry had always believed Dudley to be morbidly obese, but the fat duke took indulgence and gluttony to new heights. You don't have any guards, Harry pointed out. You're dead. Well, I do not believe I have ever been so insulted. I'm of a mind to give you a thrashing and have you whipped in the streets. We don't whip people in the streets anymore, Harry sighed as he began shrinking the crates. Just shut up. If you weren't already dead, I'd be worried you'd have a stroke. The fat duke stared at him with his mouth agape, before puffing himself up to his full, ample size. You are an uncouth peasant, and I will not have you pillaging my things." He swung a meaty fist, and Harry shuddered as it passed through the side of his head. "I'd really appreciate it if you didn't do that again," he huffed. The man did so a few more times, until he could no longer raise his arm. "Just wait, peasant, I'm not done yet," he wheezed. "How is it that a ghost gets tired?" Harry asked curiously. "Has your obesity transcended to the afterlife? I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing." "No, not my doubloons," the Duke wailed as Harry finished shrinking the crates and placed them in his pocket. "Maybe it will bring you some comfort to know that this will all be going to a very good cause," Harry offered. "I thank you and bid you adieu." The fat Duke continued to plead with Harry as he took his leave of the tomb. He'd been laid to rest on the grounds of his own stately home, which had subsequently been ransacked by the locals who had failed to find the considerable wealth the man had arranged to be buried with him. Somewhere along the lines, the house itself had been removed, and a wild grove of trees had grown in its place. The world had forgotten about the fat Duke until this place was discovered in the late 1990s, and even then, less than a handful of people had learned of his existence. Still, it had certainly proven to be a profitable excursion for Harry. The weight of the gold alone would net him a tidy sum, pay for anything needed on the budding farm, and leave him with more money than he would likely ever spend. It seemed a waste for it to be stored by the Unspeakables in the coming years, especially when it could be put to a much better use, after all. Apparating back to his home, Harry checked the watch that Amelia had gifted him for Christmas. He had around an hour before he was due at Bones Manor, so enough time to put away his findings and shower, ready for dinner. In all, it had been a good day, for the most part. He'd meant what he said to Dumbledore about wishing to stay on to teach beyond his current tenure, but with everything that needed to be done in Canada, it just wouldn't be possible. Perhaps he would be able to return in the future. It was something he would have to ponder, though for now, he intended to enjoy his final months at the castle. He couldn't deny he'd missed it, and although it was odd being a professor rather than a student, Harry found it did not take anything away from being at Hogwarts. "Break." "Not a word," Amelia warned as she entered the study. "I wasn't going to say anything," Edgar denied. Amelia hummed in disbelief. "Can I at least compliment you? If it does not involve you telling me I've made the additional effort, or that I clean up well." Edgar shook his head and grinned. "I don't think I'll bother then," he chuckled. "He's not here yet anyway." "I can see that," Amelia huffed. "So, do I need to discuss the possibility of a contract between the two of you?" Amelia narrowed her eyes at her brother, and he knew he'd crossed the line. Holding up his hands in surrender, Edgar chuckled. "I was joking," he assured her. "You'd best keep those jokes to yourself," Amelia warned. "I've told you it's not like that between us." "What's wrong with Jameson?" Edgar asked with a frown. Amelia shrugged. "Nothing," she acknowledged. "It's just not what you think it is." Edgar didn't believe her for a moment, but he didn't comment on it, something Amelia was pleased with. "Ah, that will be him coming through now or Moody," Edgar announced, leaving the parlor, and heading towards the entrance hall both Alistair and Harry would be arriving in. "It's all right, it's just Moody." "Oh, thanks. I didn't realize my arrival would cause such disappointment," Alistair growled amusedly. "We are happy to have you, Moody, as always," Edgar replied, clapping the man smartly on the shoulder as they entered the parlor. "Aye, if you say," Moody chuckled. "Well, lass, you've made an effort." "Best not say that, Alistair," Edgar warned. Moody merely laughed as Amelia glared at him. "You don't have to justify yourself, lass." "I have no intention to," Amelia returned airily. "Honestly, you're such children." "Says the one who won't admit she's putting more effort in because Jameson is coming," Moody snorted under his breath. Amelia heard the man but chose to ignore him. "Ah, that will be our other guest. Amelia, would you like to greet him?" Edgar asked teasingly. "I swear I will swing for you," Amelia huffed as she left the parlor and was at the fireplace to greet Jameson as he arrived. He graced with a rare, unguarded smile, and Amelia returned it. "Bones," he greeted her. "You look—" "Don't do it, Jameson," Amelia cut in. "I've already had it from Edgar and Alistair." "Then I won't tell you how beautiful you look in your dress," he replied as he stepped past her. Amelia was glad he did so. She felt her cheeks redden and took a moment to let it pass before following Harry into the parlor. Why he had such an effect on her, Amelia didn't know, but it was as frustrating as it was warming. "Are you all right there, Amelia?" Edgar asked. "I'm fine." He nodded and continued his conversation with Alistair. "Are you?" Jameson asked quietly. "I'll tell you the same as I told him." She broke off as he raised an eyebrow at her. "I'm fine, mostly," she answered. "It was my first day back on patrol." "And you can't help but think everyone around you is out to get you," Harry said knowingly. Amelia nodded. "It gets easier," he assured her. "Give it time and it will." "How long will that take?" Harry shrugged. "It's impossible to say," he said apologetically, "but it will get better." Amelia nodded gratefully. "Thanks, Jameson." "No worries," he replied with a smile. "Are you working tomorrow?" "Not until after lunchtime," Amelia sighed. "There's not much we can do until Jenny gets back to us with a lead. We found a body today, but we need to locate the murder scene to try and piece together what happened. Why do you ask?" "Sounds ominous," Jameson said with a thoughtful frown. "Well, I was wondering if you would like to come with me to choose some creatures to house on my land." "Are they legal?" Amelia asked. "Come on, would I do something illegal?" Amelia quirked an eyebrow at him. "It's not a question of whether you would or not. It's whether you knew you could get away with it." "You think so little of me," Harry chuckled. "But you're not wrong. I promise, this is all above board and I already have my licenses." Amelia hummed. "Then I would love to. What do you have in mind?" Harry shrugged. "I was considering the Strowls, but the breeder says he has an array of creatures I may want to consider, depending on their purpose." "No basilisks," Amelia whispered. "Not this time," Jameson said with a wink. "What did happen too?" Harry placed a finger on her lips. "She is safe, well, and back where she belongs," he assured her. "It would do you no good knowing more than that." "You know, you are one of the most frustrating people I have met," Amelia muttered. "Well, I do try." Amelia shook her head. "Will I get to choose one?" "That depends on what you choose. I will not have a brigade of Kneazles on my land." "A brigade? What is the collective term for a group of cats?" Harry asked with a frown. "A pride. A bastard." "A bastard of cats," Amelia snorted. "It's as good as anything else I can think of." "You're going to refer to them as a bastard of cats from now on, aren't you?" Harry nodded, and that stupid, boyish grin lit up his face. "It's fitting." Amelia rolled her eyes at him, but his smile was contagious, and she couldn't help but return it. "Honestly, Jameson, what are we going to do with you?" "I expect there's a lot of people who have asked the same thing," he chuckled. Amelia didn't doubt it, and as they made their way towards the dining room, she watched him closely. Again, he seemed to be unguarded and more relaxed around her than she'd seen. She didn't know if it was such a good thing that she felt the same, but she didn't fight it. In a way, it was quite the reprieve from the tension she'd been feeling since she returned to work. And tomorrow, she would be granted another when she accompanied Harry to look at creatures. What he would come away with, Amelia could not fathom, but she had no doubt it would likely be something that would frighten most people. However, that was Harry Jameson all over. He wasn't like anyone else she'd met. "What's wrong?" she asked as he suddenly stiffened. "I don't know," Jameson murmured with a frown. "I suddenly just felt very unsettled." "Does that happen often?" Harry shook his head. "Only when something isn't right." "What is it?" Jameson said nothing, but a troubled frown creased his brow. "I'm sure it's nothing," he said dismissively, though he didn't seem to believe it himself. Amelia wondered what it was that could have unsettled the usually unshakable man, and as they sat down to eat, he seemed somewhat distracted as he seemed to ponder it too. Break. He stared at the locket fondly, remembering how it came to his possession. Hepzibah Smith had merely been unfortunate that she had been the owner of it, and though the Dark Lord had nothing against the woman, on the contrary, he quite liked her, he knew she would not part with it. She simply had to die, and framing the house elf had provided the perfect opportunity to seize his ancestor's locket, along with another belonging to Helga Hufflepuff. All these years since, both had remained with him, closely guarded, until the time would arrive for him to part with one. He'd chosen the locket to protect a part of his soul, and it would do so in this very cave. He peered around the large space and nodded satisfactorily. It would be perfect once he'd added his own protections. For now, the locket would continue to remain with him. His purpose this evening was to find some inspiration for what protections to implement, and being in the cave, he knew exactly what would be sufficient. His plans within plans brought a smile to his lips, and as he removed his wand to create the very first layer, it only became more prominent. Break. He'd woken in a cold sweat. It had been many years since that had happened, and Harry knew there was only one man who could elicit such a reaction from him. Voldemort. Although the Horcrux within him was destroyed when Tom hit him with the killing curse for the second time, its presence within his body for so long had not left him unaffected. Harry suspected that was where his sensitivity to magic stemmed from. At first, he thought that it was simply normal, and that his own magic was recovering after being exposed to such a dark presence for so long, but it had not changed over the years. If anything, Harry had learned to hone his newfound ability and use it to his advantage. It proved to be a useful skill, though he had not envisaged he would develop such a proclivity for using magic. He had his theories as to why he'd become so adept so quickly, but what seemed most likely was that, similar to his continued use of Parseltongue, Tom's soul piece had left quite an imprint on his own, gifting him some of the other abilities the man had acquired throughout his life. Harry wasn't complaining, however. He'd suffered enough because of Riddle and anything he could take from the man he'd accept as spoils of war. Prick, Harry muttered. He didn't remember the dream that had plagued his sleep, only that there seemed to be a lot of fire, and at one point he felt as though he was drowning, held down by a snatching force. Before he could mull it over any further, however, the defenses around his home notified him of Amelia's arrival. "In here, Bones," he called, pouring the woman a cup of coffee. She was perhaps the only other person he'd met who drank as much of the stuff as he did. Harry had never slept well, and that hadn't changed in recent years. "Morning, Jameson," the Auror greeted him as she entered the kitchen. She was more casually dressed than she had been the previous evening, wearing a jumper and jeans instead of a formal dress. "Coffee," Harry announced, sliding a cup towards her. She nodded appreciatively and took a sip. "Are you ready to find some creatures?" "You far too excited about this for my liking," Bones said amusedly. "I take it you're an animal lover." Harry nodded. "I find creatures fascinating. The more dangerous, the better." "Not necessarily," Harry said dismissively. "Ready?" he asked as Amelia finished her last sip. "Honestly, Jameson, you're like a child at Christmas. Come on then before you wet yourself." "I'll have you know I have excellent bladder control," Harry returned, grinning as he took Amelia by the arm and apparated them away. She glared at him when they arrived at the enormous gates of their destination. "What is this place?" Amelia asked. "A sanctuary," Harry answered. "The man breeds animals, but it is a sanctuary for creatures who have been displaced, poached, or whose owners aren't able to look after them any longer. I'm surprised you don't want a sanctuary for yourself." "You never know," Harry replied with a grin. "Maybe I will when I decide to retire." "Mr. Jameson." "You must be Mr. Levitt," Harry greeted the man peering through an opening in the gate. Levitt offered him a smile. "Please come in," he invited. Harry and Amelia did so. "And who is this beautiful young woman?" Levitt asked curiously. This is Amelia Bones, Harry introduced. Orer and perhaps a future stable girl. Is that so? Amelia asked. It will be a cold day in hell when you catch me mucking out your stables, Jameson. Isn't she a delight? Harry chuckled. Levitt laughed amusedly. She'll keep you on your toes when you're married, he snorted. Come, I will show you around. Amelia frowned at the statement, and she rolled her eyes as Harry took her by the hand, offering her a smirk. Well, Mr. Jameson, what kind of creatures are you looking for? I was thinking the strowls, Harry answered, but some grazing animals would be useful. I have a large amount of land. Levitt hummed. The strowls I have, but they are an established herd of 40. I would need them to go together. Naturally, Harry answered. I also have a herd of griffins, and again, they are established with a strong leader. He's not the friendliest of creatures, especially when they have young. Harry nodded thoughtfully. What else might you have? That depends on what you're looking for, Levitt answered. We have everything from herd animals and large cats to reptiles and even more obscure creatures. Reptiles. Levitt nodded. We have snakes, magical and mundane, but you must have licenses for the former. They are protected and equally dangerous. I have the licenses, Harry assured the man. What snakes do you have? Levitt seemed surprised by his interest. Come, I can show you. Harry followed, and Amelia squeezed his hands. Snakes, she asked. I like snakes. I think your little demonstration with the basilisk showed that, Jameson. Here we are, Levitt declared, unlocking a door to what appeared to be a barn. As he opened it, a wave of heat washed over them, along with an earthy, muggy scent. This is quite the setup, Harry praised. All of the creatures under my care want for nothing, Mr. Jameson. It isn't cheap, but the breeding program helps ensure the creatures have everything they need. Harry nodded his understanding. Well, I will certainly take the herd of the strowls and hippogriffs, if you have them. Initially, he'd been against the idea of getting either, but his memories of Buckbeak were particularly fond, and without the strowls, he'd never have made it to London to hear the prophecy, despite what had followed. I have a herd of 12 hippogriffs, Levitt informed him. For both herds, it will be 700 galleons. Amelia whistled appreciatively, and Harry nodded. Done, he agreed, pausing as he came to a large tank. Surrounding them was an assortment of snakes, some he didn't recognize, but many were familiar to him. The tank he stood before was occupied by a brilliant purple serpent, the magic radiating from her emitting a rather melancholy feel. She lost her wings, Levitt explained morosely. She was part of a breeding pair and her mate died. Try as I might, I've not been able to cheer her up. They will grow back eventually, but no one wants an Occamy that cannot fly. Harry shook his head as he placed his hand on the glass. When he did so, the large snake within perked up somewhat and eyed him curiously. Cautiously, she slithered towards him and extended her neck so that they were looking into each other's eyes. Harry could truly feel the magic radiating from her now. She was heartbroken, and yet she looked at him with such hope, and Harry felt just a slither of it fill her as his own magic reached out. I've never seen her like that with a person, Levitt murmured. Harry nodded as the Occamy rested her head against the tank where his hand was pressed. She was trying to get closer to his magic, to revel in the comfort it evidently brought her. I'll take her, he decided. Levitt nodded as he removed a potion vial from within his robes. I'd best sedate her first, he explained. She's almost bitten me a few times. Harry rested a hand on his forearm. That won't be necessary, he murmured. May I? I don't think it is a good idea, Mr. Jameson. The venom is quite potent. She won't bite me, Harry said confidently. Well, if you're sure, but if you don't mind, I'll take a few steps back. He tapped the door to the tank with his wand and retreated immediately. Harry opened it, and without hesitation, the large snake exited and wrapped herself around his shoulders, unleashing a rumble of contentment. Harry chuckled as he petted her head. He'd always avoided getting a snake, not wanting to be reminded of Riddle and all he'd been through because of the man. But now, he knew this one was meant for him to care for. She needed someone who truly understood and who could give her what she needed. "Trust you to come away with something like that," Amelia snorted. Harry shrugged as the Akemi rested her head on his shoulder. "How much do I owe you, Mr. Levitt?" The man stepped forward carefully. "Just the 700 for the Thestrals and hippogriffs," he answered. "She belongs with you. I can't charge for that." Harry nodded appreciatively. "I will have it transferred to your account this afternoon," he assured the man. "I will begin readying them for transport," Levitt assured him. "Please, allow me to show you out." Despite the size of the Akemi, she was surprisingly light and didn't hinder his ability to walk much. It would take considerable work to build trust with her, but Harry knew he'd done the right thing. She was miserable without another to connect to, and although he wasn't a snake, there was scarcely anyone else better to care for the now sleeping serpent. "She really likes you," Amelia commented. "What is it with you and snakes?" "We all have our secrets, Bones," Harry replied with a grin. She stopped suddenly, her eyes widening. "You're a Parselmouth," she whispered in realization. "Are you?" Harry cut her off with a shake of his head. "No, I'm not related to Slytherin, and I'd rather no one knew about this," he said firmly. "You knowing is already too many." "I won't say a word to anyone." Harry believed her. "How?" Amelia asked. "That is a very long story, and one I don't think you'll ever be ready to hear." "Sounds ominous." "You have no idea," Harry sighed as he took her hand and activated the portkey to return them home. Chapter 17. Amelia breathed a sigh of relief as the protesters finally dispersed. It had been the better part of a year since they'd been gathering outside Gringotts to show their displeasure of Muggleborns being given favorable interest rates on loans. And now, they'd resumed their activities only in greater numbers. The flyers had been appearing over the past few weeks, stuck to every surface across the length of every wizarding premises in the country, and the purebloods had come out in force. They'd been at it for the past week now, and Amelia was growing tired of policing them, something made worse by the vigor in which they protested now. "Boycott MUDBLOOD businesses." They chanted this loudly and aggressively as they paraded through Diagon Alley, and were it not for the presence of the Aurors, Amelia had no doubt the scenes before her would erupt into violence, especially when the countermarches had begun. It made the atmosphere very tense, and try as they might, neither she nor Moody had been able to identify who was rallying the purebloods to this cause. "Madness," Alistair muttered irritably. "It's only going to get uglier." Amelia nodded and took a few discreet calming breaths. Jameson had been right that things would get easier with time, but she still had difficult moments when in large crowds. Her mind healer believed she was making excellent progress, but sometimes Amelia wasn't sure. There were times when she wanted nothing more than to lock herself away at home and not venture out, and it could often be a struggle to even make it to the office. "Are you all right, lass?" Moody asked, pulling her from her thoughts. "I'm fine," Amelia said dismissively. Alistair frowned, but he didn't comment on her demeanor further. "Go on, get yourself home," he urged. Amelia shook her head. "I need to see Jenny," she reminded him. "Our other cases don't just vanish because of this lot." "Morons," Alistair grumbled. "I see what Jenny has to say. Maybe this lot will let us get on with our work tomorrow." "There's a Wisengamot meeting tomorrow," Amelia pointed out. "I'd bet my life it will be quiet tomorrow." "You still think someone on the Wisengamot is behind this rabble?" Amelia was convinced one or more people on the Wisengamot were responsible for the protests, but without any proof, little could be done. Even if they did identify who it was, they wouldn't be held accountable, not unless the demonstrations took a more violent turn. Who else could hold so much sway? Moody grunted. "You're probably right," he growled. "Go on, I'll wait here with the others for the streets to clear. Let me know if Jenny gives you anything useful." Amelia nodded before heading towards the apparition point, and was grateful to leave Diagon Alley behind. She'd seen enough of it to last a lifetime in the past weeks alone. Having fun babysitting the crybobbies, Jenny asked amusedly as Amelia entered the examination room. "Don't," she sighed tiredly. "It's ridiculous." "And dangerous," Jenny replied grimly. "It's getting worse out there." Amelia nodded. Wizarding Britain was slowly becoming a boiling cauldron, and it was nothing short of a miracle that it had not boiled over on both sides. "Any news?" "I have just finished my full report," Jenny answered, handing Amelia a stack of parchment. "You were right, it was an accident that killed her. There were no signs of foul play." "So she burnt her own house down." "And choked on the fumes," Jenny confirmed. "What we found in the cauldron should never have been mixed, and there was no sign of anyone else being at the property, according to the magical disasters team. The force of the explosion knocked her unconscious, and she suffocated." "That doesn't make me feel any better," Amelia muttered. "It's better than thinking there's another killer at large out there," Jenny pointed out. "It is," Amelia agreed. "I would like to know what she was trying to brew." "We'll never know," Jenny sighed. Maybe she thought she'd discovered a way that the volatile ingredients could coexist with one another. "Maybe," Amelia sighed. "Anyway, thanks for this. I'm done for the day." "You're not seeing Jameson today." Amelia shook her head. "I've not seen him much the past couple of months," she revealed. "It's exams at Hogwarts, so he's been busy, and work has been manic." It was true. Amelia hadn't had much time off, and Jameson had been holding additional lessons for those sitting their owls and any WTS. They'd had dinner once or twice with Edgar and Eliza, and even at Jameson's home. Other than that, they'd not spent any time together. Amelia got the impression he was distancing himself again, but he assured her he wasn't. She didn't know what to think. He was a strange man to have a friendship with. The times he was unguarded were rare indeed, though he seemed to be relaxed around her. Amelia struggled to make sense of him. Maybe that was just a part of who he was. He remained rather aloof and elusive. "Well, the school year will be coming to an end soon," Jenny offered. Amelia shrugged. "Jameson is Jameson," she replied. "So, nothing has happened between the two of you?" Amelia shook her head. "No," she denied firmly. "We are just friends." "That's it." "That's it," Amelia reiterated. Jenny quirked an eyebrow at her, but before she could comment further, Amelia bit a hasty retreat. She didn't want to discuss or justify her friendship with Jameson with anyone else, especially when she didn't understand it herself. Amelia would be the first to admit that it was a strange friendship, but given Jameson's demeanor, she didn't know what else to expect. It wasn't like he'd ever been any different with her. With a shake of her head, she apparated home, wanting nothing more than to enjoy the small amount of time she had to herself before she'd be back in the office bright and early the next morning. She only hoped her prediction was right, and that the protesters would give it a rest, and she and Alastair could catch up on the backlog of work that awaited them. Break. Just the defense against the dark arts exams left for tomorrow. Minerva sighed tiredly. "Do you think your students have done well?" Albus asked. Minerva frowned as she nodded. "For the most part," she replied thoughtfully. "There are those who I do not doubt, and then there are others." She broke off. Knowing she did not need to name any of the students who were unlikely to receive a grade they would be pleased with. Albus expected that much of the coming summer would be spent explaining to some unhappy parents why their children had not done as well as they anticipated. Appeals would be made, and Griselda would be as ardent in her grading as ever. She would offer the opportunity to resit the exams, and maybe there would be improvements, but Albus was not hopeful. Some of the students were under the impression that they could focus for the final month before their owls and newts, and it would be enough to achieve something of substance. It would be a harsh lesson for them, and one he hoped they learned from. "How do you think the defense exams will go?" Minerva asked curiously. "Well, if Harry has given accurate grades throughout the year, I expect a significant improvement," Albus answered. I find it a shame that we are losing him." Minerva nodded her agreement. "He's done well considering this is his first year," she praised. "He keeps the students in line, and he is quite the teacher. Any thoughts on who is to replace him?" Albus shook his head. "I have received 3 applications, and none of them have the credentials I'd like." "So, it will be another lackluster instructor next year," Minerva sighed. "I am hopping to find a more suitable replacement," Albus assured his deputy as she stood. "The search continues." Minerva nodded as she took her leave from the office, and Albus turned his attention to the 3 applications he'd received. In short, they were rather abysmal, and none of them were of a standard that was right for Hogwarts. The headmaster released a deep sigh as he placed the pieces of parchment on his desk and rubbed his eyes tiredly before shifting his attention to the fireplace. "Are you free for a drink, Albus?" "Come through, Alistair," Albus replied with a smile. It had been a number of weeks since the man had graced him with his presence, and Albus could use a reprieve from pondering what he would do about the open defense against the dark arts position. "Here, I expect you could use a drop of this as much as me," Alistair chuckled as he entered the office, holding a bottle of mulled mead aloft. "You wouldn't be wrong," Albus chuckled as he conjured a couple of goblets. Alistair poured them both a generous measure and groaned as he sunk into his chair. "To ease your days," he toasted. "Are the protests still happening?" Albus asked. "Aye," Moody grumbled irritably. "It's getting worse and will probably become violent if something isn't done." "Senseless violence," Albus sighed. "Our memories so short that they do not remember the war." "Do you think any of them fought in it?" Moody snorted. "No, it wasn't the rich bastards who got off their arses to fight him, other than a few of them. The rest stayed home and complained they couldn't get certain foods into the country." Albus frowned, but couldn't counter the point. Most of the purebloods stayed home, and some had even supported Gellert. Of course, when the war was over, some charitable donations and words in the right ear were enough to forget the part they played. "What about you? Why are you looking so stressed? Are the students doing so badly on their exams?" "On the contrary, I am expecting improvement overall." "Then, why do you look as though you've aged 10 years in the last few weeks?" Albus deflated as he shook his head and picked up the application he'd been perusing. "It seems that I am going to spend my summer finding a replacement for Harry," he explained. "Jameson is leaving," Moody asked with a frown. He was as taken aback as Albus had been when Harry revealed his plans to him at the beginning of the year. Albus nodded. "I understand his reasoning, but I had truly hoped he would retain his position. He is an excellent teacher." Alistair's frown deepened. "Bones hasn't mentioned anything to me," he murmured. "Why is he leaving?" "I cannot say exactly, but it seems he will be spending the foreseeable future abroad and will be exceedingly busy whilst he is away. But he is coming back. That is the impression I'm under, but I cannot say when." Alistair hummed. "No, Bones would have mentioned it to me if she knew," he mused aloud. "Her and Jameson are friends, so I can't see how she doesn't know, unless he hasn't told her." "That is possible," Albus acknowledged. "He is not an easy person to get to know. He is very private about his personal life and affairs. He has worked here for this year, and I feel like I have barely scratched the surface on just who Harry Jameson is." I know how you feel," Alistair chuckled. "He doesn't say much, but we know what he is capable of well to an extent." "Indeed," Albus returned, taking a sip of his mead. "He is quite the mystery, but he has given me no reason to doubt his character." "Nor me, Albus," Alistair agreed. "I'll ask Bones what she knows." If there was anyone else to whom Harry had confided his intentions, it would be Amelia Bones. The two were quite close, after all. "Are they?" Alistair began to chuckle as he shook his head. "She says no, and I don't think she is lying," he said amusedly. "But I've seen them together more than once. I'm no bleeding romantic, but even I can see there's something between them. They're either stupid, pig-headed, or stubborn. I'm guessing it is all 3. "Ah, the bliss of ignorance," Albus mused. Perhaps one day they will acknowledge it. That's not likely to happen now, is it? Alistair pointed out. With Jameson leaving, well, that will be that, I suppose. Albus nodded. Perhaps they were reading more into it than what was there. But having spent many years around teenagers, he liked to think he had become rather adept at noticing these things, even if those he suspected of harboring such feelings for one another were woefully ignorant. Only time would tell, but Albus could not deny that Alistair was right. With Harry leaving, it seemed to be unlikely that there would be anything between his professor and the Auror, for now, at the very least. Break. He offered Matthew McKinnon, one of his seventh-year students, a discreet nod. The young man had performed admirably during his practical assessment, and Harry was pleased to know he'd done well. McKinnon had dedicated himself this year, and he deserved the praise. He'd all but broken down a few days prior from nerves, one of many students to do so over the past weeks, but he needn't have. Harry expected nothing less from him. Weasley, what are you doing out here? The third-year redhead's eyes widened as he caught sight of the approaching Harry. Nothing, Professor, he denied. He looked guilty, and Harry merely smiled as he shook his head. At least wait until I am back in my classroom before you do whatever it is you're doing, he urged. I'm tired of writing detention slips for you. I'm sure the bones in my wrist will never fully recover. The young Arthur laughed as he offered a salute reminiscent of the twins Harry remembered so fondly. There had never been any doubt where Fred and George had inherited their mischievousness from, but he'd never expected Arthur to be quite as bad as them. Harry had lost count of how many detentions he'd given Arthur since September. Even if he'd enjoyed his pranks, he couldn't be seen not to act to prevent them or punish the boy. Nonetheless, he would miss the exploits and the back and forth between himself and the future patriarch of the Weasley family. Shaking his head, he closed the classroom door behind him and made his way to his office. Unlocking it with a tap of his wand, he entered to be swarmed by the enormous snake waiting for him. How are you, girl? He asked the Akemi softly. Better, she hissed. It had taken the better part of 3 months for her to begin speaking to him, and even now, she only did so in single-word answers. Their relationship was a work in progress, but it was progressing. Her name was Zelda, and her mate, Zeus, had been hatched in the same shop in South America where they'd been purchased by a gentleman who hadn't understood what he was letting himself in for. Knowing he couldn't give them the care they needed, he'd reached out to Mr. Levitt to give them a home. Zeus had gotten sick a few years later and had died, leaving Zelda alone and distraught. Harry knew she missed him still, but she did not want another mate. Would you like some food today? No. He petted her head gently and released a deep breath. Zelda barely ate half of what a serpent her size should be eating, and it was worrying. Sorry. We will get there, girl, Harry assured her. We have all the time in the world. It was awful to see her so down, but she had her moments that gave him enough belief that she would eventually be okay. It would indeed take some time. But Harry remained hopeful he could keep helping her. He could already see the difference in her from when he'd taken her from Levitt, and though each day was a challenge trying to get her to open up, Zelda was getting better. There was no sign of her wings returning, but that didn't matter. Harry just wanted her to be happy and healthy. Everything else would come when she was. Well, you might not be hungry, but I am, he chuckled. Would you like to go home? Yes. With a nod, he took a handful of flu powder and threw it into the fireplace. With the owls and NEWTS finally over, he would only be at Hogwarts for another week or so before he would have to make his way to Canada. Between teaching, preparing for exams, administering exams for the other years, marking work, and planning for his arrival on the farm, Harry had little time for much else. The Thestrals and Hippogriffs had arrived a few days after he'd visited Levitt, and for the most part, they were self-sufficient. The former required fresh blood each day, and the Hippogriffs needed to be supplied with their own food, but Harry's 2 house elves took care of that, along with maintaining his home and grounds. He'd quickly realized he needed assistance shortly after the herds had arrived, and had inquired with the Ministry of Magic about obtaining elves. A month later, he'd welcomed Bart and Helga into his home and had not regretted it for a moment. For house elves, they were young but keen. They were a brother and sister duo, twins, who had been intended for another family. The family had need of only one elf, and Bart and Helga were inseparable, so Harry had agreed to take them on as his own. "Harry Jameson, sir," Helga greeted him as he arrived home. "Dinner will be ready in just a moment." "Did you burn the first attempt again?" Harry asked amusedly. "Helga did, sir," the elf answered shyly. "Should Helga be punishing herself now?" Harry shook his head firmly. "Absolutely not." Helga smiled brightly. The elves had been trained, but they were inexperienced and often made small mistakes. Harry didn't mind. The duo brought him no end of entertainment. "Will Zelda be eating today, sir?" "Not today," Harry sighed. "She should be eating, sir." "I know, but she's not very hungry." Helga shot the snake a look of sadness. "Please take your seat, sir," she urged. "Helga will bring your dinner." Harry nodded and did so, placing Zelda on the seat next to him. "Where is Bart?" he asked curiously. "He is resting, sir," Helga answered. "Did the little ones chase him again?" Helga fought the urge to grin as she nodded and brought Harry a plate of beef, potatoes, and vegetables. "They did, sir, and almost bit him on the bottom." Harry snorted. Bart loved the creatures, even the smaller hippogriffs that tried to play with him. It had become something of a spectator sport to watch the elf feeding them and fleeing as he was chased away by the trio of young hippogriffs. "He wasn't injured." "No, sir." "I don't see why he doesn't just disappear away from them," Harry mused. "Bart likes running, sir," Helga explained. "He knows the bobbies won't hurt him." "They'd still give him a nasty nip." Helga nodded. "Will there be anything else, sir?" "No, thank you, Helga," Harry offered appreciatively. If Hermione were here to see him now, she would probably be furious that he'd taken on the elves. Not that such a thing mattered anymore. Harry sighed as he looked towards the calendar. It was coming close to a year since he'd arrived here, though it felt much longer with everything he'd achieved. He'd somewhat managed to build a life for himself, even if it was a rather disjointed one. Still, he still held onto the hope that he could live in peace. When the farm was up and running in Canada, and the werewolves knew how to keep it so without his input, perhaps then he'd be able to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Unless something else was to come along and derail his plans. Harry hoped not, but he couldn't help but think it was inevitable. Despite his best efforts throughout his life, something always emerged and caused him great upheaval. Finishing his meal, he decided he would take a turn around the grounds. The creatures were still wary of him, but they no longer fled when he approached, and the male lead of the hippogriffs didn't charge at him anymore. Harry had named him Albert. There was no real reason behind the decision, other than that it suited the large gray and black beast. Buckbeak had seemed to be big, but Albert was taller and muscular than he'd grown to be. Harry wondered if being cooped up with Sirius had stunted his growth, or if it was just that Albert was enormous. He was certainly much bigger than the other males in the herd, and viciously protective of his charges. Although he no longer charged Harry as he had when they'd first arrived, he watched him closely and had given no indication he was ready to bow to him. It was another work in progress along with Zelda, who he kept close. She spent their time at Hogwarts in his office, and at night, she had a room to herself in the house which had been warmed to the optimum temperature for her. It had taken some time for her to settle in, but Harry had been persistent with her after he'd woken up with her sleeping on his chest. As much as he wished to help her, it was a dangerous game sharing a bed with any serpent, let alone one of her size and weight. He didn't believe she would, but if she decided to eat him, it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. "Having fun, Bart?" he asked as he came upon the male elf feeding the younger the Strowls. "Yes, sir," Bart answered with a grin. "I like the bobbies, sir." "Well, they certainly like you," Harry chuckled. Don't keep them up too late. You need your rest as much as they do. Bart nodded and resumed feeding them, whistling a gentle tune as he did so. Spotting Albert in the distance, becoming restless by his presence, Harry decided to turn in for the night. The exam period was as tiring for the professors as it was for the students, and Harry was grateful that it was finally over. It had been 3 months of additional lessons, emotional breakdowns, and successes and failures. But it was over now, and soon enough, he'd be able to shift his focus onto the other things occupying his mind. Break. Get back, you stupid bastard, Alistair roared, shoving one of the protesters away as he attempted to storm the apothecary. Any hope they'd harbored for a quieter day had all but evaporated when they arrived in Diagon Alley to be greeted by a bigger protest than any they'd witnessed thus far. Hundreds of witches and wizards filled the streets, and some had chosen to take a less peaceful route to ensure their voices were heard. I tell you again, Moody warned for a final time, shoving the same determined man back into the throngs of people. This is madness, Amelia huffed. Aye, it is, Alistair growled irritably. So much for them taking a day off. This was done intentionally, Amelia mused aloud. If this chaos is taking place whilst the Wisengamot is going on. She broke off, not entirely sure what whoever had organized this intended, but there was no denying this protest was by far the worst. That's it, I've had enough of this sod, come here. Alistair snatched the troublemaker from the crowd, and the man professed his innocence, only to find himself stunned and bound. Tosser, Alistair grumbled. Right, who else wants to join him? Amelia watched as he waded into the crowd, looking for more troublemakers. As much as he wouldn't admit it, Moody was in his element when he was in the thick of the action, and as she watched him continue to weed out those who were encouraging the violence, she was glad for having people like him on their side. With a sigh, she threw herself into the mix, quickly subduing 2 men who had shifted their attention to a cafe owned by a Muggle-born couple. They'd been attempting to set fire to a pile of dung of sorts they'd brought along with them at the front door. With the 2 men arrested, she dragged them towards where Moody was quickly accumulating quite the haul for himself and made another pass of the large crowd, making a further 4 arrests. They'll be busy in custody today, Alistair chuckled. Half of these idiots will be taken to Azkaban until they can be processed. That'll put the shitters up them. Amelia nodded. She often visited the island prison on escort duty and was grateful she was only there for an hour or so at a time. The misery of Azkaban lingered around you for at least a day after an excursion there, and it was something none looked forward to. Still, after what seemed to be hours, the crowd seemed to calm, and Amelia felt a sense of relief wash over her as she and Alistair were given leave to end their shift. Same again tomorrow. Moody chuckled. I hope not, Amelia grumbled. Me too, Alistair sighed. No offense, but your generation of purebloods are a bunch of whiny shits. Amelia couldn't disagree. The generation before hers had experienced and fought against Grindelwald's uprising on the continent, and her own were seemingly upset by granting fairer treatment to Muggleborns, who wanted only a fair chance to succeed in magical society. It's because of Leech, Alistair snorted. If he hadn't pushed his agenda so hard when he got into office, this wouldn't be happening. And Dumbledore, Amelia pointed out. I know he's your friend, Alistair, but he's been very supportive of Leech. Alistair acknowledged. I know they mean well, but they're trying to do too much too soon. Anyway, let's get back and get the paperwork done, or we'll be at it all night. Amelia nodded her agreement. Between them, they'd arrested a couple of dozen protesters, and that alone would take a few hours of extra work. Apparating away, they navigated the busy atrium of the ministry and entered the lift to take them back to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which was unsurprisingly chaotic. Bring your papers to me when you're done, Moody instructed. I'll file them with mine. Thanks, Alistair. Amelia sighed as she entered her office and set to work on the mountain of administration that came with the job. It was dull and tedious work, But having filled out countless of the forms over the years of being here, it took her less time than it would have at the beginning of her career. When she had finished and read through each one to ensure she'd not missed anything, Amelia signed each with a flourish and gave it an official stamp. "Done," she asked Alistair when she arrived at his office. "Aye, just about," he grumbled irritably. "What a bloody day," he added, rubbing his eyes tiredly. "So much for them not coming out," Amelia huffed. "Aye, but it's like you said, it was done purposely. This isn't some small group of annoyed, bored kids. This is being orchestrated by someone who wants the chaos." "Who?" Amelia asked. "That's the question, isn't it? Who would want to cause civil unrest, and for what purpose?" Amelia frowned thoughtfully. "Well, unless any of this lot say something, which they bloody well won't when the families get wind of them being arrested and send their solicitors, we won't find out," Alistair grumbled. "Anyway, get yourself home, lass. You did well today." Amelia nodded, but paused in her bid to leave the room as Alistair spoke once more. "Did you know Jameson is leaving?" "Leaving?" "Ah, so you didn't," Moody said guiltily. "Well, I suppose it's not my place to say. I'd best let him explain himself." "He told you he's leaving." "Not Jameson, no, but Albus did." Amelia frowned as she left the office. Why would Jameson be leaving? It didn't make any sense to her unless Alistair only meant he was leaving Hogwarts, but that didn't make sense either. He enjoyed teaching, so why would he? Amelia couldn't fathom it, and knowing it would be playing on her mind until she learned the truth of the matter, she apparated home with the intention of bringing it up with Jameson shortly. "Break. I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate you all on finishing your owls, newts, and end-of-year exams," Albus offered, instigating a round of applause across the Great Hall. "I understand it has been a trying time, but now you can breathe a sigh of relief that it is over. The professors and I are very proud of how you have conducted yourselves." The students clapped once more, and with the exams completed for the year, they were free to enjoy the final week of school without the stress of revision. "Finally, I must announce that Professor Jameson, who I'm sure you will agree has been an excellent instructor, will be leaving us at the end of the school year," Albus announced. There was a collective groan of disappointment from the students, and Dumbledore held his hands up to silence them. "Your response echoes my own thoughts," he said sincerely. "But Professor Jameson has a new venture he is to undertake, and I am sure you will join me in wishing him the very best in his endeavors." The mood had shifted from one of joy at finishing their exams to one rather maudlin. Harry had not expected such a reaction, and he couldn't say he enjoyed seeing the disappointed expressions of the students staring back at him. "You've made quite the impression on them," Minerva commented. "It's a shame you're not staying. I must say it's been rather nice not having to deal with Weasley all year," she added with a smirk. "No, you left that to me," Harry sighed. "Don't worry, Minerva, he's all yours again come September. I understand he is going to be buying quite a stash of dung bombs. I'm sure he wouldn't let them off around the castle." Minerva's expression morphed into one of horror, and as Harry took his leave of the hall, he made a point of stopping by the Gryffindor table. "Be on your best behavior, Weasley," he murmured. "Always, Professor," Arthur returned with a grin. "Are you really leaving?" Harry nodded. "I am, but you never know. I might be back sooner than you think." "I'd better forget my idea of giving you a leaving present then." "I would," Harry urged. "You wouldn't want there to be a lingering grudge, would you?" "A grudge, Professor? With you around, I've not had much success with my antics. I know when to bow out in defeat." "Good luck, Professor," Arthur said, offering his hand. Harry accepted the proffered limb and jumped at the light shock that reverberated up his arm. Arthur grinned as he showed a round piece of plastic he was holding. "My magical pranks weren't getting very far, Professor, so I took the Muggle route. They're quite innovative." He looked suddenly nervous as a glare was leveled at him, but relaxed when Harry laughed. "Not bad, Weasley," he praised, "but what makes you think you got away with it?" Taking his leave of the Great Hall, Harry chuckled to himself as Arthur screamed, bemoaning the thick and coarse hair growing on his hand. "Little shit," he said fondly as he made his way towards his office. He would miss Hogwarts, and even most of the students, some of whom he'd known as adults with children during his own time. It had been a strange experience seeing them as they were now, but a refreshing one nonetheless. Still, his journey here wasn't quite over. With a week left of the school year, he would be back in the morning. "How are you, Zelda?" he asked the Akemi as he entered his office. "Better now," she whispered. "2 words," Harry asked. "I am lucky." With the snake situated around his shoulders, he stepped into the fireplace and out into his home to be greeted by the sight of both Bart and Helga waiting for him. "Master Harry, sir," they said in unison. "How long have you been waiting for me?" "Not long, sir," Bart answered. "We could feel you coming." Harry offered the duo a smile. He could feel his bond with them, deepening with each passing day. "Well, I can see that the house is in one piece," he commented amusedly. "I'll take that as a good thing." "Yes, sir," they replied. "You did have a visitor, sir. Miss Amelia wishes to speak with you." "Is she here?" "No, sir, but she asked you to tell her when you're home." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Helga," he said gratefully. "Come on, Zelda, we'll let you rest in your room." "Okay." She had eaten breakfast, so she wouldn't need feeding again for another few days. When Zelda was settled, he sent a patronus to Amelia. They'd not seen much of each other over the past few months. Harry had been busy with the many things that required his attention, but he always made sure to check in with her. Perhaps she'd had a bad day. He knew she was still struggling with what had happened, but Amelia was definitely getting better, as he'd told her she would in time. It was only a few moments later that the flue in the entrance hall chimed, and he was greeted by the sight of the woman stepping out of the fireplace. She didn't look happy, and as she removed the ash from the hem of her robes, she released a deep breath. "Hard day?" Harry asked. "Something like that," Amelia replied. "Why didn't you tell me you are leaving?" "Bloody hell, that got out fast," Harry snorted. "Dumbledore only just told the students." "Alistair told me," Amelia explained. "Why are you going? Where are you going?" It was Harry's turn to release a deep breath. "Canada," he answered. "Canada?" Harry nodded. "The werewolves." Amelia frowned confusedly. "Greyback's pack." "The very same," Harry sighed. "After what happened in the forest, I took them to Canada to get them away from any possible reprisals, or on the off chance that Greyback would escape justice. I'm going to be starting up a farm over there. Growing crops and magical plants for them to work. For there to be any chance of success, they need a lot of help with it and to be educated in herbology." Amelia nodded uncertainly and offered him a sad smile. "You're giving them a chance to earn a living." "Exactly," Harry sighed. "I was going to tell you, but with everything that's happened, it just never came up." Amelia nodded once more. "How long are you going to be gone?" Harry shrugged. "I'd say at least a year, maybe longer. Everything has to be built up from scratch." "I see," Amelia replied. "Don't tell me you're actually going to miss me," Harry chuckled. "Maybe a little," Amelia replied, turning away from him. "You have a way of growing on people, you know." "Like a wart." "Like a wart I've gotten used to." "I'll take that as a compliment," Harry snorted. "I was hoping you'd check in on this place from time to time. I'll be taking Zelda with me, but the elves will be here, and the Thistrals and hippogriffs. I'll even leave my favorite pajamas for you." "So, now you want me to house-sit for you?" "Think of it as somewhere to escape to if you need to," Harry suggested. "I won't be gone forever and will be back annoying you before you know it." Amelia nodded and offered him something that resembled a smile. "You're really coming back." "I am," Harry assured her. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him. "Fine, I'll check in every once in a while," she agreed. "When are you leaving?" 2 weeks from today." "So, you have time to have dinner with us before you go," Amelia replied. "And then with me without anyone else being there." "I'm sure I can squeeze that in." Amelia hummed. You'd better, Jameson, and you'd better not be lying to me about coming back. I'm an Auror, you know, and I will find you. The remaining years of my life would be spent in perpetual fear at the thought of you stalking me from the shadows, Auror Bones. Years. It wouldn't take me so long to track you down, Amelia warned. I will remember that. You'd better, Jameson, Amelia sighed as she wrapped him in a tentative embrace. You'd better.